on Bayshore Boulevard, and all of that shit floods when you get a storm that comes in. And that part of the bay looks crazy when you have a tide that is drawn out, or you have a storm that's drawing out the water before it pushes it in, because it's super shallow in that part of the bay, but it's it's still a large part of the bay, but it's only like 6 feet deep, 10 feet deep max. So when the water draws out, it just looks like, I don't even know. It's crazy to look at the seabed in the bay there.
Yeah, wasn't it like last year's hurricane that it drew it all away and you guys could like walk out there for like a while, right?
Yeah, you could walk basically across that whole entire section, which is huge. I mean, it's miles long. And just looks crazy. But when that pushes back in, like that whole entire portion of Tampa just floods like crazy. But the houses off of that road are ridiculously expensive. Ridiculously. I haven't even looked at them nowadays, but I remember looking like 10 years ago, there was like $14 million homes and shit down there. Which is
that you can't insure, right?
Yeah. Oh, you can, but that flood insurance is going to cost you a ton of money.
I can't find the one where they were. Sorry, I was just going to say I can't find the one where they were surfing on the cars, but yeah, it looked entertaining. Even better than the one I've just posted.
The people that are buying or building $14 million plus homes can probably afford to completely rebuild that whole entire home and take the loss.
Yeah, for sure. Same thing happens on the island here. Our island is uninsurable, so it's kind of hilarious that people still build on it.
Dude, Derek Jeter, but on the other side of the bay from that boulevard or whatever that has the longest uninterrupted sidewalk in the world, Derek Jeter, played for the Yankees, built a huge home. He bought like 2 or 3 lots and made this like 20,000 square foot home. Like ridiculous. But that's right on that portion of the bay.
Isn't Yankee spring training over by you?
Yeah, Yankee spring training would be down here. So when he was playing, he had a second home down here. Actually, I think he claimed it as his residence.
Of course he did.
Huge.
No state income tax.
Yeah. No state income tax. So you can license all your vehicles and all that kind of shit down here. Whatever.
And another thing that goes on right now, people don't know, like we don't have sales tax on certain items because it's storm season.
Yep. There's never a sales tax on food in the state of Florida, which is cool.
That's why, Andy, they show dudes surfing on cars and stuff because we're trying to keep a profile here. It's all Florida man down here.
Yeah, actually, everything about the state of Florida sucks really bad. It's probably the worst place that you could ever live. I would not suggest moving here at all.
We got a bunch of people surfing on cars, running around with their shirts off. Can't get someone to wear shoes into a restaurant. It's crazy.
Crazy, backwood, redneck, swamp people. Horrible. Don't come here.
Eat an alligator.
It's too hot for me, dude. You're safe from me. What did I say before? We're not lizards.
Yeah. But if you happen to be around my neck of the woods, hit me up, Andy.
Yeah, I sure will.
I'll hold your beer.
Yeah, I'm kind of jealous of the pool and the pineapples. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I kind of like the cold. I don't know. Like it reminds me of John Cleese when he said something like, because I think he moved to California, but I could be wrong. But certainly one of the hotter places in America. And he was like, I I just decided one day I never wanted to be cold ever again. which yeah, I get it. Especially when you're knocking on in age, you know, it makes sense. But
Oh yeah.
there's something. Don't you think the cold's good for you though, as well?
Sure, in small doses. No,
Yeah, I
right.
tried. I tried for a while to have cold showers. God, that's not easy. That habit fell by the wayside.
Yeah, I'm a hot shower kind of guy myself, for sure. But I do take cold showers when I need to cool off.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. For you, that's like, yeah. I'm talking about people in like Scandinavia. Have you seen? And the Russians. Have you seen it where they go in the sauna, and then they jump in the ice pools? Oh my god.
Oh yeah. I mean, I see people that put themselves into tubs of ice, which is horrible because I used to have to do that. So by the time I was finishing up playing college soccer, I was on the older side, and 2-day practices, basically training twice a day before the season started. So before school started, I would get done with those 2-day practices and have to go into an ice bath because my knees and my hips were so bad. And it's brutal. I don't know if you've ever dunked yourself into a tub of ice cold water, but it is not pleasant.
It's amazing how it's incredibly good for you. I mean, I don't know. It's like, yeah, it just feels like pins and needles. Are sort of like you've been stabbed a million times.
Mm-hmm.
Oh dear, I don't know. I'd give it a go.
It's like sometimes it's like those things that I don't know if you've ever done a test where you're feeling something really cold and your mind not knowing that it's cold associates it with hot and you have the same sensation. Have you ever experienced that?
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, it's almost like the sensation of burning, like what it would be like to get close to the burning of your skin or something like that with the super cold.
I associate it with the Back to the Future snacks, where Doc tries to open the door and he's like, "What? Is it hot?" He's like, "No, it's cold. Air cold." I can do the rest of the movie, I'm sure, from there. I've seen it that many bloody times. You know, we've had go on, Snacks.
It's like you can never see that movie enough. There's so many different little details in there.
Yeah, it's a good script. Yeah, I was just going to say we've got a beautiful day today. Apparently, we've got some. Can't remember where it said it was coming in from, but till the 10th of September, it's been the weirdest summer in the UK. Like not like over the last I don't know several years. It's followed a pattern where we get like 2 weeks where it's just too hot, where it's like 30 something. I don't know what that is in your flavour. I think it's 100 and something. Always confuses me. Yeah, when it gets to like 34, 35, any hotter than that, and we had moments where it went over 40. So you're like, oh my god, this is nuts. Whereas this year it's been very mild, which I've loved. But then for the last bit, we're getting like 10 days or 8 days of just lovely weather. Just by the sounds of it, hottest will be 29 or something like that. So perfect. Because I've never liked hot weather because I was an alcoholic for years, and then my body always was in this like state of wanting to sweat all the toxins out. So even in a freezing cold room, I'd be sweating. So I'd always have every room I went into freezing, and that's how I liked it. So it's funny now I've stopped drinking. My heat and cold system has clearly started to repair its. Well, I think it's repaired itself fully, and now it's nice when I feel it's a bit chilly. And I think it's a bit romantic as well. There's something like you can put a jumper on. You got lots of options. You can put something on. You can get in front of fire. But when you're too hot, you're very limited to what you can actually do. Like you can have a shower for 2 minutes, and then you're sweating again in 2 minutes. So
It's still worth it.
yeah, I bet Napalm's got that good air conditioning though.
I can't think, like, if my brain gets too hot and whatever, it just doesn't, everything stops functioning. But I just wanted to say, I was just driving up a hill where there was like all of this like hazy, type of heat waves coming off the road.
Mm.
And it was the craziest thing because it's like, as I'm going up the hill, like I can see like the surface is kind of like elongated up, you know? It was like it blurred it up, basically for the until I hit the crown of the road. It was pretty cool looking.
Did you see a truck in the air in a Fata Morgana style?
It's not that severe. It's pretty subtle. But like earlier, I was noticing it with the, just like the roofs of the car, the vehicles, and stuff like that.
That was jokes.
But what it gets to me is like that. Really, like that is it might just be about internal refraction within that air. Like that it's sort of like internally reflecting the light that's there. Because you could take like a laser and you can like put it in your, if you're taking a pee, you can stick a laser in the stream and the laser will internally reflect on the stream itself. So it's like, something like that is going on where the laser is reflecting in the pee and heat ripples and stuff like that. I hope that made no sense.
It did. Thanks for that. I don't know what you're talking about. I've been watching the TV show Travelers. Pretty good. Pretty good.
But last thing I'll say about the heat ripples is just like, like if you see the right perfect spot in the road surface where there's like sort of a trough maybe, that like you get this mirror pool going on, and just for a second, you know what I mean, like this thing materializes to your eye that's not there whatsoever. It's just so cool. Like it's only for that observer for that second that it appears like that. Anyway. Go on. What do you want to talk about, Andy? Rick and Morty episodes?
Actually,
no, not really. Anything. I'm not bothered.
Can I share some real quick?
Yeah, go for it, Kiwi.
All right, right quick. Just I made something that's like hot off the presses. Took a picture this morning, and then I just had the idea. Yo, wait a minute. So I took this picture this morning. Oh no, took the pano yesterday. Sorry, the one this morning. Sky was a little different, but I took this yesterday morning. Sun in the eastern sky, moon in the western sky. And then I realized that I could use the moon map and pinpoint my location as to where I actually took the photo and show the actual spot of where the moon and the sun would be in their orbits. Well, what do you guys think about that? 13 after the hour, just posted.
I think that's cool. I like the fact that you've made this up yourself. I won't know where to start.
Awesome. Because, like, it's literally a celestial observation, and I'm able to pinpoint my location with a map based on the moon. I've, like, tied everything together. The stuff in the sky with where I'm at on the ground. So I'm like, does this appeal to people? That's my big question. Like, does that make sense to people if you look at it? Is it simple enough? Sun, moon, I was here.
Does that line up with the GP of the sun and moon as well on, like, according to the Farmer's Almanac or whatever?
Well, that I didn't check to confirm. I kind of just took it as it is because I saw it happening, but that would be a good backup.
Does it
Yeah.
ever not conform to the Farmer's Almanac?
7 a.m. Eastern, September 1st. Date log, Kiwi date log.
Has it ever not conformed to the Farmer's Almanac?
Hey, perfect, Xanax. So, question: how do you explain that observation that I just shared on your model? How does that work?
3D geometry. It's really simple.
Huh? Pardon?
Zanuck, go ahead. I was just going to say 3D geometry. It's really simple, straightforward, predictable, accurate.
Is it the conflict of how the sun is in the sky and the moon is in the sky and the moon is full? Is that the problem?
Yeah, at the same time.
Yeah, because the size of the sun is very large. It's incredibly large compared with the Earth, and so the angle for this from the sun in the sky with respect to the horizon has no problem shining on a moon that is off the center axis between the sun, the moon, and the sun, the Earth, and the moon. And this has been gone over for years now. We've talked about this. There's no problem with whatsoever. It's why you can see a full moon rising, like the blue moon just 2 nights ago. Blue moon, sun wasn't visible at that time in the evening, but there are plenty of times when the sun is in the sky and the moon is full before the sun sets. No different than why you see the angle of the sun and the moon when it's shown to be a quarter moon or half moon, and you have a near 90-degree angle between you, the moon, and the sun. And there's sun's still fairly high in the sky. How is that possible when it has to be direct opposition of the moon for it to be lit up half with respect to you? Yet the angle is only 89.7 degrees. This all has to do with how far away it is, how large it is, and that you're on a curved surface. That's the main thing. There's a lot of flat Earth memes about here's the moon being half lit, and the sun, and they have an arrow pointing to the sun, like behind the horizon, like down. How is that possible? Well, it's a real serious problem in understanding simple geometry, in trigonometry.
So, would you anticipate then, based on your globe claim, that the moon is a reflective type surface? Is it a receptive type surface? How does it interact when it waxes and wanes within your description of the model as well?
It's incredibly reflective, as most objects are. What's the problem with waxing and waning? When the moon is close to the sun in the sky, you only see a little sliver of the illuminated side of the moon because the sun is almost in line with us. Now it looks like the sun is way down below, but it's not. It's so far away that it is relatively in line, and that's been proved by the shadow. The shadow is the backside of the moon, which you can actually see if you have sensitive optics, that the shadow side can be seen fairly clearly.
How come we see stars through the shadow?
You don't see stars with a shadow.
Yeah, we do.
No, you see specks that are artifacts usually of the photography. They've never once ever seen a star and identified that star to be anything other than an artifact of the photography. So you can make the claim, but you can't back it up with any kind of substantive evidence whatsoever.
Well, it makes more sense than the moon being reflective, because like when the sun's out, it's definitely not reflective. It's pretty much, you can almost see through it. It's like transparent. Like, I don't understand how the moon is like super duper bright at night, and then during the day it's like just not even really giving off any light at all, really.
It's the same brightness at day and at night. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
are we really having this conversation? Do you ever notice why like a flashlight in the daytime shine at you is a whole different situation than at night?
Yeah, flashlight's not a reflection. That's its own light source.
You can have a reflection too. The reflections are just light being transferred from one object to another. A light coming off of.
If I was to shine a flashlight at a mirror during the day, what would I see?
See a reflection off that mirror to whatever it's angled.
You wouldn't see a light. You wouldn't see any light from the reflection.
Of course you would. It wouldn't be that bright. Looking into a flashlight at daytime, whether it's being reflected or not, it's not gonna hurt your eyes or make it look like it's bright. But if you see that same reflection at night, it's very bright. That's why headlights at night don't look that bright in daytime. Also, you can see headlights reflecting off objects, like a tree that doesn't look very bright. Yet in the night, it'll be very bright. Or a house or a garage door. I mean, what is this fascination with the moon not reflecting light? I just don't understand how that's even a conversation.
It don't reflect.
I mean, you can't really be sure.
They can measure the light reflection
right?
and measure the exact same.
You can't really be sure it is reflecting light, right?
Or you can be.
Zanuck, I think
you can be.
You asked what is this fascination with it? I think it's basically due to a misreading of certain scripture that says that the moon is a light, and they think that it requires it to be a light source, not a reflective light.
This ain't about scripture. It's about proving if it's. This ain't about. This ain't about.
Let Jeff go.
I was going to say it's hard to say because we can't view both objects from afar and see what they're doing, altogether. We can only speculate from this spot right here. That's not enough.
But we can. We
Wait,
can.
hold
and
on.
we do.
Let's let Jeremy.
Danik, I wasn't asking, my friends. When I say something like that to people, I'm just relaying objective information to you. You can't come against it. It's not something that has a rebuttal or reputation. It's not like that. It's truth. Anyway, go ahead.
It's not truth, because your truth has refute here. And the refute is the fact that you can see the ISS reflecting off the sun and leaving a shadow. Hold on. Let me finish. Here you go again. You're the only guy that does this to me for some reason lately. Just stop talking for a second. The sun is in the sky. The moon is in the sky, or the sun is not in the sky, but the moon is in the sky. It's full, and you see the ISS pass in front of it. It leaves a shadow. It can leave a shadow, or you'll see a lit ISS. We can see things leaving shadows on the moon as well.
Listen, you're seeing, but okay, you can make up any story. You can make up any story you want, dude.
I'm not making a story up. It's true.
You can't confirm it. You got to go to the sun,
I can confirm it,
and then back here and be like, "Yo, it is the thing casting light on the moon." That's right.
Evidence can give you probabilistic confirmation that this is what's
You're
happening.
already lost with probable.
Let me finish my sentence.
No. Both of you guys are interrupting each other. I've heard it. Please do not do that. One at a time.
I let him finish, and I started talking.
Danik, just don't even fucking try it. I heard you literally like, this guy's the only one who interrupts me these days. I don't know. And then you 2.5 minutes later, you just start interrupting him and clipping him. He was doing the same thing to you. So we're starting over, just one at a time.
So I'm going to go right now real quick. So we have all the evidence we need to show that is what is happening. All the different positions of the sun and the moon, all the different position of the moon being lit up, half, quarter, waning, etc. All those comport with the light of the sun illuminating the moon.
Okay. Yeah, now you got a correlation.
That's not enough for me. Sorry.
Of course it's not. but it's enough for everybody else.
No, it's not. You got a correlation and causation conflation going on. You can't. It's
Hardly.
not about hardly. It's not about probable or whatever. Is the light from the moon coming reflecting off the sun from the sun? You
Seriously,
can't show that. That's
we can. The evidence does correlate to it, doesn't it? Just people overuse that little, almost cliche type statement. Oh, causation. No, that's not what's happening here. We're giving a lot of situations, experimentation, the results of the experiments where we see this to point to the sun illuminating the moon. It's not in question by anybody, but you and a few other people. The fact that we can see the sun and the moon in certain positions, and we can see them in a different position, and see the type of illumination of that moon that would comport with the sun illuminating it. Because how do you get those shadows? And we can zoom in on the moon and see shadows on the actual craters. We can see things that pass in front of the moon and see how they're illuminated via where the sun is in our sky. And then you can start talking about the GPs and things for other objects as well. I mean, all these things point to the sun illuminating the moon. I mean, not only can you measure the light and the electromagnetic radiation directly, but you can see the effects of that, and it all points to, this correlates to, and don't overuse this correlation and causation confusion, not conflation, it's confusion in this situation. It's what we see.
You had to be
so you're
honest
confused.
because you
So you're
said,
not conflating it. So you're not
Yeah,
conflating it. You're just confused.
sorry. I said, you said you had to be honest at the end there. Zanuck, you had a really nice story, seemed to be working on paper, and then you said, but it's just correlation. Like, bro,
I didn't
we're
say
looking
that.
for evidence. Yet you said the word.
No, I said it's not just correlation. We certainly can correlate.
So is it evidence or correlation?
Yeah, now you're doing it to me. Hold on.
Evidence or correlation?
Evidence can give you correlation. It's not conflating causation and correlation.
That's the other way around. Anyway.
It's not conflating causation and correlation, or correlation and causation. It doesn't matter how you position the words. Well, hold on, let me finish. Hold on. If if you do these experiments, at the end of the experimentation phase of a hypothesis, you will see if there's that support to hypothesis, and all that evidence can be correlated. It doesn't mean that, but you're correlating it, therefore it can't substantiate causation. That's not what that means. And that understanding is conflated often.
So it's not evidence. Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, that's just insanity right there.
You're saying the cause of us seeing the lit part of the moon is the sun reflecting off it, right? That's the cause of what we're seeing.
The cause of us seeing the moon is the sun reflecting off of it, correct?
Yes, and then you have a whole bunch of shit that correlates, but no cause.
No, see, there you go. Now you're conflating the two. Now you are actually doing exactly what you accused me of doing. How do we
have a cause, or do you have a correlation?
So how would we actually provide experimentation and the results of the experiments to support a hypothesis that says the light from the sun illuminates and reflects off the moon? We would set up a series of experiments that we can do ourselves with rudimentary tools like binoculars and hanging strings and protractors, little simple things. And we can then see all these measurements all point to that ball we call the sun illuminating the moon. Because all the data will come through and we'll correlate it and say, yes, that is the cause.
No, you have a correlation and causation conflation. You just said
It's not.
Just
You
now.
keep on
You
saying
said
that.
you had a
You're
cause.
confusing the term.
Stop, Zanuck. You just said it yourself. You have a whole bunch of stuff that correlates, and you think you have the cause.
Okay. Now, if I started saying like global warming, and I do something else, we see UFO sightings.
Just stick to the moon, bud.
Hold on.
Just stick to the moon.
UFO sightings can correlate with the temperature rise. That would be conflating causation, correlation. They correlate. UFO sightings have gone up almost exactly how the temperature rises in the world have been measured. Now, we don't say that the temperature rise is caused by UFO sightings. That's what you're saying. We're saying in an example of the sun and moon. That's not the same. You can see the difference. Just because something is trending up and another thing is trending up, that doesn't cause that correlation doesn't establish a cause. What I'm suggesting and explaining is that we have a series of experiments that have results, and those results specifically correlate to the causation. See the difference? But don't conflate the two. Don't even repeat it and say the same thing you just said it again, because I'll get angry. Because I've been very patient with this particular topic with you.
You wouldn't like him when he's angry.
You won't like me when I'm angry.
Okay.
Jeremy knows
Okay,
this.
so you're saying the cause of us seeing the lit part of the moon is the sunlight's reflecting off it.
Correct.
How did you get the cause except for a whole bunch of correlation stuff?
So you ignored everything I said. So I'm not going to waste my breath anymore explaining it. It's really
No,
silly.
just tell me how
Jeremy,
you got
you're
it
too
without
smart.
the correlation.
Jeremy, you're too smart to confuse this right now.
You're confused. You're confused.
Jeremy, you're so smart, he can't even talk to you, dude.
Well, guys,
The
I'm gonna
same
go.
thing with the tides. Go ahead,
I'm gonna go.
Flatbush.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just saying I'm gonna go fill out an application to work at NASA. Somebody take my mod away. The Earth is obviously a ball. Thanks, Zanuck. Thanks
I
for
mean,
clearing that.
I
It's
just
the
get
same thing
frustrated
with
when
the
I try to
tides.
explain something the best way that I can, and then it's misinterpreted. But I'm just trying to help you understand the concept, but I'm not trying to insult or badger anybody. Just trying to explain the way I understand these concepts.
No, we understand. You got some correlations going on, and you don't have a causation. It could be getting lit up by the sun. Maybe. Who knows? I think you know just as much as I do if it is or not.
So you don't think it's being lit up by the sun?
I just said it could be. Maybe. Who knows? We would have to do some kind of causation test to see, right?
Sure. So what kind of let's do that. What kind of test do you think we should conduct to see if the sun actually is illuminating the moon? What would you?
How about
I don't
just
know.
look at it? It's obvious.
Just look at it.
Right. It's super obvious, dude. I don't know why you're like.
To who? To you?
Bizarre. To
Yeah,
the
the
entire
horizon.
world, except for a couple of you guys.
And the horizon looks horizontal, so should we just look at it and consider that the Earth is a horizontal plane now?
Uh-oh.
That's the start.
Well, can I just jump in real fast? I just want to ask, maybe someone knows, but is there a way you could prove whether something is emitting its own light versus reflecting light? Is there a way to prove that?
Yeah, measure the temperature of the light. If there's no such thing as moonlight, if it's all sunlight, and what we would colloquially know as moonlight is really just sunlight reflecting off of it, then something being shaded from the moonlight could be colder than that same object being in the moonlight. And I've done this myself many times, and that is not the case. Moonlight is cold.
Yeah, how'd you do the measurement though? So that could be tricky.
I was in an outside structure that was shaded, so just 4 posts and a roof. I was using ceramic plates and a laser thermometer, and I would put the ceramic plates on top of a piece of plastic, so they're both rested on the exact same material. Okay, and one's shaded from the moonlight, and this is during a full moon, and the other is not shaded from the moonlight. Now, it's important to also know one under the structure. There are no walls to this structure, so any ambient air temperatures that might be different, they're really not. And the objects were about 20 feet apart from each other.
How high was the roof? About, give or take.
12 feet.
Wait, why don't I don't get? I've seen these experiments before. Why doesn't someone just I don't know, just do it from I don't know, maybe their window or something. Maybe there's moonlight coming or whatever, and then just measure the temperature. You know what I'm saying? Keep the, because if you're doing it outside, I mean, yeah, aren't you dealing with I don't know, other variables and whatnot? It should just be a closed thing or whatever, and let the the moonlight in or some shit. I don't know. I just.
Were you saying make two closed cases?
Yeah, something like that.
One of them.
Yeah. Maybe something like that, or something yeah, I don't know. Just it could even just be in your like your house or something, you know, where like do it inside, because if you do it outside, there's still like, at least but from what I've heard, I mean, I don't know how true it is, but I've heard that like, you know, if you're doing like stuff like if you're doing this like under a tree or something, like it's cooler under a tree, you know,
Yeah, I wasn't
um,
doing it.
or something like that. I forget, but or maybe it's
Both
hotter.
both objects were being subjected to the same ambient temperature. The only difference was one was in the moonlight and one was not, and there was about a 4-degree difference in temperature.
Was the roof vented?
It's literally just a tin. It's just a tin roof.
Yeah, but you understand how heat could rise, right, and get trapped underneath that.
I mean, sure, but
That's why I asked how high it was. 12
yeah,
feet. I mean,
I would
and with
encourage
no.
everyone to do it themselves. Sorry, go ahead, Jeremy. My bad.
Well, no, that's the argument with the heat, the ambient heat from the ground gets trapped under the roof, but with no walls and a high enough roof, I mean, I don't know.
And that's the thing that seems to be very consistent is that we observe a closed system, gas-filled system, and then we have these two luminescent bodies that show up, the sun and the moon. And underneath the sun, you get tanned. You can read a book in the shadows and behind a building in the shade. You can still breathe. The air's still there. And then when the moon shows up, the reverse happens. The direct moonlight is colder than the shaded moonlight. This is something that's observed consistently. And it only seems to be that we've changed the spark that's there, i.e. the sun and the moon. But the gas is always there consistently.
Okay, so this is all fine and dandy, but I still don't think this really answers my question, because my original question was, can we prove whether something is emitting its own light versus reflecting light? And you know, if we're gonna, you know, let's say, you know, like okay, the moon is emitting its own light. Like, does it really show those properties? Like from this test, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like this really didn't answer my question, you know.
How does that not answer the question? It's two different. There's you say it's the same light, and I'm saying it's different light, and I'm telling. I don't have
That's
something.
not my question, though. I'm saying, can you prove whether something is emitting its own light versus reflecting light? I don't care about whether it's the same type of light. I'm just trying to prove whether it's, you know,
If it's not the same type of light, then where would the light be coming from? That's cold.
Who knows? But that still doesn't really prove, because okay, let's say, you know, it's, you know, it has this cold light, right? And then let's say, you know, you have the sun with this hot light or whatever, right? Like, what I want to know is, like, if we were to, like, can we know for sure that the moon is emitting its own light? Like, is there like another test that we could run or something like that's like very definitive? Like, I don't know.
How the sun is emitting its own light? I guess start there.
What about when the sun is behind the moon?
No, don't. I want to hear. How do you know that the sun is emitting its own light, Arma?
I never said it. I never said it did. That's why I'm literally asking. Like,
do you believe it does?
Well, yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Okay.
But that's why I'm literally asking. All right, I want to be asking this question. All right, if I fucking knew. Sorry if I'm swearing now. I'm just saying, if I'm asking this because I'm trying to figure out, is there a definitive way to tell whether something is emitting its own light or not? Like through, like, I don't know, like what is it, like infrared or something? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just trying to figure out, like, does anyone know, like?
Well, let's start with the sun. Why do you believe that the sun is emitting its own light?
Because I don't think that the fucking I'm being lied to. There you go. I mean, that's the
saying
short.
the sun or the moon.
No, forget about what you've been told. The sun is out today, right? Can you see it?
Sure.
Okay. Why do you think it's emitting? Do you think it's emitting its own? You've already told me that you believe it's emitting its own light. So why would you come to that conclusion?
Okay, so besides the story, I guess, told me, whatever you want to say, right? I mean, I guess whenever I'm in view of it, right, I feel like heat. You know, whenever it's only ever when I'm in its actual direct, you know, like path. Like when I'm in the sunlight, I feel the heat. When I'm outside, when I'm in like a shade or whatever, I don't feel it. So that's just my experience.
That to me sounds a lot like the magnifying glass, though, right? You could take like a light source and then magnify it and then create like a beam of heat from that.
Yeah, but this is still going off like topic. I literally just asked a simple question. You either have an answer for it or you don't. Like, I just
Dude, but here's the thing: you invoked temperature and like standing in the shade and not standing in the shade, and I literally we already went through the whole rigmarole of the moonlight being cold. So for the very same, by your admittance, for the very same reasons that you think the sun gives off light, I used those exact same reasons for why the moon gives off its own light.
Well, first off, I did say it was a belief, and I also said that it's not just my experience that that has me believe these things. It's also what the mainstream science
Consensus.
says. Yeah. So I mean, like I said,
Appeal
this is
already
yeah. So it's not really. Remember, once again, that's why I'm not really trying to go down this road, because I'm not really trying to argue like why I believe these things, whatever. I'm just trying to figure out, does anyone know, right, if there is like a definitive way to say like, okay, this thing is emitting its own light because it's this, like that's I'm not trying to
Yeah,
go
you
down.
could go to it and touch it.
I mean, any other way, like from tests, like okay, like whenever I cut on a light bulb, oh, it's doing this thing, like you just, like just I take it no, because the fact that I'm not getting a straight answer, shows that no one here knows like if there is or not. So
it's weird that you think that what I've given you is not a straight answer, because it's about as straight as it gets, dude. You see something and it's giving off light, right? You're like, oh, that looks like to be the source of that light source. And it's one of two things. Either that is its own light source, or it is reflecting another light source, right?
mm-hmm.
And so we have two lights. We got the sun and the moon. And the only way that we can really differentiate each one is the time at which they're giving off light and whether the light that they're giving off is doing the same thing temperature-wise. Like, this is about as straightforward as it gets.
Okay,
mean,
but I've also seen other results too, though. Like because I've seen like from like older videos. I don't know how like legit they still are, but I've seen like from Wolfie or whatever, like that there's like flaws in these like tests whenever they're done, because it has something to do with like I don't know, like where there's what.
I don't know what you're talking about, honestly. And whoever those people were, they weren't there when I was doing it. I'll tell you that
Right.
much. I was all by myself.
All right.
I would
Well,
just encourage you to do it yourself. It's like a $49 fucking laser thermometer. You can get it at Home Depot or Amazon, and then just be smart about it. Like,
yeah, I will. So what I'll probably do is if I ever do it, I'm probably gonna do it inside, and I'm probably gonna do it where if there's a good angle where the moonlight is coming in, I'm probably gonna have it where I'll just like at the window or some shit, have it where I'm just like one box has like just clear glass where the moonlight can come into it, and then another box where there's like maybe like a filter of sorts that doesn't let the moonlight in, and then I'll just measure the temperature in those two boxes, because I think doing anything outside is just a little silly. But yeah, I think inside would be pretty good.
Can I ask my flat Earth friends? So why wouldn't we entertain that the moon is powered by the sun? Possibly. I know. I mean, just because like I get it from Enoch. There's this guy Emmett. Somebody wrote some information based on Enoch. He calls it a solar powered moon, and it's like the different degrees, but it also is the moon is the lesser light. So does it have to give off the same exact temperature? Because I'm coming to the realization that it does seem like I'm going to post something with the different degrees, and because the guy that I'm learning from, he said that he's got a lacrosse ball, and that he takes the flashlight and the different degrees of where the sun and the moon are, that he thinks it's a solar powered moon as well. Like, is that a hard thing to believe or something? Or like, I'm trying to, because this is the first time I've heard you guys go against it, because I've been saying it the last couple of weeks on here. I'm just really trying to understand this.
Yeah, easier than a flashlight. Just whenever the moon is visible in the day blaze, just go take a basketball or something and hold the basketball up to where the moon is and see if you see the same shadow, same shape.
No, I don't think it's as easy as that, because here, this is the guy that I follow, and he says like the full moon is at 180 degrees due east, when it's a full moon. So then the sun's not always due east across from it, but sometimes it is. So there's different angles for all these degrees that are listed in that. So I'm just trying to understand how definitive, if it's not the possibility of that, then I'm trying to understand how that's not a possibility. I don't.
And that's what that picture is this morning that I took of the, again, eastern and western sky, where the sun and the moon are in opposition to one another. Because I was taking a pano, I had to go from complete left to right. But based on the electromagnetic system, the closed electromagnetic system, it would appear that there's a definite energy relationship between the sun and the moon and how they're formed. The moon almost looks like a battery signal that waxes and wanes. It goes up 50% power, 100% power. It's in complete opposition to the sun, and then as it travels back towards the sun, it starts to recharge itself. I guess when it gets to the sun, so to speak, it's completely empty, no charge, and then it goes back out, filling back up.
Yep, because the moon is actually on its way back towards the sun. I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to figure this part out with my celestial clock and calendar, but I haven't really heard the conversation from our side go against that. And I am aware that it's, like you just said, that it's cooler than the sun, but like the Bible says, it's the lesser light, and I think that would represent Messiah, because he's not the sun. He's the lesser light. He's not the creator. I'm just trying to understand this, platypus. I'm not trying to come against you. I'm just learning this biblically.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I don't feel any real contention, to be honest. I'm not saying like it has to be from the moon. I'm saying whatever light source that we call moonlight is, from my own measurements, it is cold, which would lead me to think that it's a different light than the sun.
Right, but
I think at the end of the day, I'm not going to. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I interrupted you. Sorry.
My thought was complete. It's all good.
Well, but I mean, why wouldn't it be a different temperature if they're a little bit distant apart from each other? And like, I guess I'm trying to understand that, why we would think they would be the same exact temperature.
I'm not saying I think it would be the same exact temperature. I'm saying that during the day, something that is shaded from the sunlight will be at a lesser temperature than the same object, or object of the same material in direct sunlight. So I would expect the same thing to happen at night. When it's like 50 degrees outside and I'm standing in the moonlight, I'd expect to be a little bit warmer than I would be if I was standing in the shade, but it's the opposite. So that's why I'm confused.
I'm really confused now. Here, I'm gonna post the paper this guy wrote on Enoch, and I heard you say earlier today that you have read it. And I don't really like second and third Enoch. Seems very like occultic and stuff, but this was very interesting. Unfortunately, this guy wasn't a fixed and immovable person when he wrote this, and he's since died. But I think it's interesting. I don't know. I'm just really trying to understand this for my calendar. And this is the first time I've heard you guys. Well, I've heard you guys always for years that the moon is cooler than the sun, which kind of makes sense to me. I'm just like the simple-minded here, non-scientific person, just using this for my calendar.
Yeah, I'm excuse me. I'm literally in the process of coming up with another sort of argument for why the moonlight is different. So just give me like another 2 minutes here.
Yeah, and then save that publication that I posted. It's not that long. And the moon every single month after the full moon makes its way back to the sun. And I think it varies how close it gets. We have an eclipse coming up in
October
October.
14th. October 14th in
Yeah.
the mornings. For like 9:30 Pacific, maybe noon Eastern.
See where that is on my calendar.
It's a
So it's gonna
Saturday
be
morning.
yeah, it's gonna be a full moon, I think, for me, because that starts off my my fall Feast of Trumpets.
Oh, it's going to be a new moon.
Oh, so for you, you're a crescent moon person?
For everybody, the solar eclipse is happening on October 14th, which is a new moon.
Okay, so solar eclipse. I thought there was
Oh yeah. Sorry, is there a lunar eclipse coming up? Maybe.
I gotta get clarity on that.
Okay. So if the moon is just reflecting sunlight, you got to ask yourself, what is different about the moon's light or the moon reflecting sunlight than the sun's light hitting things that does things like every full moon in Australia, corals off the coast synchronize the most massive release of egg and sperm on Earth. Let's see.
Phases of the moon when it does that?
What phase? On a full moon.
Mm-hmm.
There's like this insect called the doodle bug, and they dig new traps every day, and researchers have found that these holes get bigger during the full moons. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
sure why they do that. I mean, you got wolves howling at the moon. Like, why don't wolves howl at the sun? You know what I mean? It's just the moonlight seems to have an effect on nature and people and animals that the sunlight doesn't have. And so I'm just trying to figure out if it's the same light, like what's going on.
Well,
Yeah, many animals use the moon for timing certain things. That makes sense, and also it's way different in that the moon is something like 400,000 times less bright. So there are a lot of differences.
and biblically for me that I'm learning, the full moon is the new moon, and that starts the beginning of the full moon for everybody in the world was after midnight, so it was Thursday. I believe it's the same amount full for everybody, like 10 hours and something. And so that's a special day in and of itself. Then 7 days later, I have my first Shabbat. So they used to have new moon days a lot. I mean, in the Bible is very important. There's going to be a lot of people in here biblically that disagree with me, but I'm,
But the new moon isn't the full moon, right?
No, the new moon is the full moon for me,
Why is
biblically,
that?
that I'm learning now because they've lied about everything. Sorry, Zanuck, but they lied about our calendars too. So when you look, even just for my my s- rel- my spiritual friends or my biblical friends, look at all the crescent moon religions of who they are and what they represent. So I know you guys could believe that they lied about our calendar for sure. So
I still don't understand why you think a new moon, which has a specific meaning, is the
because
same as a full moon, which has a specific meaning as well.
yeah, that's easy because my father's about restoration, restored.
Yeah, but the new moon
Yeah,
is
restoring the moon.
crescent, and the full moon is when you can see the entire moon.
So then the new moon is the same as the old moon
Why are
because
you mixing the
what's the
vernacular?
last part? Isn't it a crescent? The last part that you see for the moon?
Can be
I mean,
both.
No, it's not a crescent.
No, it could
What
start
is
out
it?
that way or end that way.
So the last part of the moon is not like a crescent.
It can be.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
It also could be the beginning.
that. Thank you. Thank you.
But they're not. But neither one are full.
Right. Exactly.
Oh
Exactly.
my God. What are you saying?
No, I'm saying that it doesn't make sense. Did you hear yourself say that? That's why
I
a
did.
full moon is about restoration. I mean, I don't know if you are into like the calendar or not, like questioning it. I am.
What do you
So,
question? What questions do you have about the calendar? What doesn't make sense, or what is unexplained, or misunderstood by you, or not understood by you?
well, the paganistic aspect, the days of the week, the months, the calendar, why is there a leap year? You know, and plus I just know that they lie about everything. They
Hmm.
literally lie about creation. But that's the one
So,
thing that they can't change, so they tell you one other thing.
So,
I mean,
so you're right that the names of the days are based on deities, and fine, we could rename them if you like. But as far as the leap year, um, that comes about because the length of a day doesn't go evenly into the length of a year.
Well, if you start your mornings at sunrise, yeah, I could see that, but if you start your mornings at dawn, when you can still see the stars.
Yeah, but I'm saying from one day to the next day is exactly 24 hours on average
No.
throughout
Well,
the year.
then why does, Ursa Major and Ursa Minor go counterclockwise around the North Star every 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4.9 seconds?
If because typically we define a day based on the movement of the sun, not the movement of the stars.
Right. Well, that's what man does, but that's not what the Bible says.
So you'd rather define a day based on the movement of the stars instead?
Sun, moon, and the stars. There are stars that lead the moon and the sun. So it's a clock up there. It's a calendar.
Yeah, so yeah, you're talking about the difference between a solar day and a sidereal day, but even a sidereal day is not going to divide evenly into a year. So you still have to have a leap year.
What is that sidereal day?
That's 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 a name given to how long it takes stars to go back into their same position. The 23-hour 56-minute thing you referenced. That's the
Well, but
sidereal
that's
day.
not
Solar
all.
day is 24 hours.
Yeah, but then that's not how I start my calendar. I wait for particular um, stars that are going to lead the sun and the moon to begin my year. So I'm not always looking at Ursa Major. That's for seasons, depending on the Big Dipper, which direction the handle is pointing. I believe it. I think at like 9 o'clock at night. I think that's the first watch biblically.
Okay, I mean that's fair enough. If you want to do it that way, you could define a year that way. I would suggest that when you do that, that sometimes you'll find that a year is 365 days, sometimes it's 366 days.
Well, I mean, I don't think I can deny that because sometimes there's a 13th month. So, like this year was a 13th month. So, I was waiting for the celestial event to happen. And then after that, 177 days later, it happens in the fall, which begins my fall feast. Beautiful calendar. And then I just had my beginning of my fifth Hebrew month and stars, sun and the moon situation, the summer triangle. And then 6 months later, the stars are in different positions. And that's when it's going to be. It lets me know when it's winter. And I'm not saying this calendar isn't that currently in now, you know, isn't easier and all that kind of stuff. I'm just saying it's man's calendar. Of course, I have to, work within the confines of it. I'm just being drawn to the calendar. I'm not having the easiest time with it either.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice if it fit evenly, exactly a certain number of days for exactly a certain number of years.
It does.
months and all that type of thing. So,
It does.
like the lunar cycle is 29.5 days. Sure would be nice if it was exactly 30 days, but it's not quite.
Well, sometimes it's 20. Like for instance, the beginning of the Hebrew month, I had 3 29-day months, and then I had 3 30-day months. Here. I'm going to post this. This happens every year for the 5th month. Matthew. Anyways, Platypus, I just wanted to ask you that because directly, because I have been in here for the last couple of weeks saying that I believe that the moon is solar powered by the sun from the different angles that it goes to, and the fact that it goes back to the sun every month, and then we can't see the moon for like 2 to 3 days because it's so close to the sun.
Yeah, I'm open to that. What I mainly that the sun is an object 93 million miles away. Doing this and that. The moon's got like reflective dust or whatever. That's mainly what I'm opposing. It's interesting. You said something that you've been really drawn towards the calendar.
Mm-hmm.
I too have been going down that very same path the last couple of weeks. So
Oh, cool.
yeah,
Can I
I'm
tell
actually
you on to
really.
somebody?
Please do.
Oh my gosh. I'm just really I'm not grasping everything that this guy is saying. I'm like blocked, but I still have this desire to learn it. I have to get past um and he gives you all of his slides. He puts things out in an Excel spreadsheet, and he does like Jerusalem, Texas, Perth, Australia, everybody comes the full moon at 180 degrees. It's fascinating. So I'll get that to you. I don't know which one to send you. I'll just get you to his channel. And I don't know why this wouldn't be a fixed and immovable proof. Like, how did I'm sorry, Zanuck, how do you explain it from your perspective that the moon is solar powered, essentially?
That is what?
Solar powered.
By our observations, by the shadows we see on it, that we zoom in on it, we can see the shadows even on the craters themselves. We can see at every point in time, wherever the sun is, we can see the exact prediction of what the shadow configuration will be on the moon itself.
Yeah, but how? I've never seen moving shadows to document that really fast. Aren't these orbs moving really quickly?
Angularly, they're
Wouldn't it have to be still?
Why would they have to be still?
Well, I mean, I've never seen an example, a demonstration where objects are moving that quickly and then you can get a still shadow from them.
You would expect it to be blurry or something?
No, she's saying that she expects the shadows to be moving, but Blaze, the shadows on Earth move, but even on Earth where we have a 24-hour day, they move kind of slow. You have to sit out there and watch the shadows move. On the moon, the shadows take 29 days, not 24 hours. So it moves even slower.
Doesn't it take a different shape every day?
Right.
But I thought you just said it has to be at the end of the
They're
month.
slightly different every day, but it takes 24 hours, 24 days, or 23 days.
29 days.
29 days, yeah, to change that shadow configuration.
29.5,
full
right?
cycle.
Yes.
So that's why I showed a picture of the moon setting, and it was half illuminated. It stayed half illuminated the entire time it was moving to the horizon and then beyond.
Mm-hmm.
That can't happen if the sun wasn't illuminating the moon and they were in somewhat of a synchronized angular movement with respect to one another.
I mean, to an average person, it just doesn't seem like that makes sense.
What doesn't
I
make
mean, I'm
sense
not
about
the
that?
technical science person, but shadows have to be still in order for you to calculate them. It
I don't know
seems
what that.
like
I don't know
platypus.
what you're
I
saying
think
by
you're
Hot,
calculating.
Mikey.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. The garden. I'm pulling weed. My bad.
Platypus. Did you get the website? I mean, the YouTube channel. I'll send it to you directly too.
Can you DM it to me, por
Yes.
favor?
Yep.
Thank
Por
you so
favor.
much.
Por favor. Anyway, what now? What were we talking about? What were we saying? The moon? What?
He was talking about how the shadows, how it doesn't seem possible that the shadows don't move because of the velocities of the objects in the sky.
I mean, do we have anything on Earth that you can compare it to for us simple-minded people?
Yeah, shadow. Go outside and watch the
Stick on
shadow
the
of a
ground.
building.
Stick on the ground.
No, but I mean, don't we have to add the speeds that the moon and the sun and the Earth are going, and the directions and all that kind of stuff?
Here's a
Yeah,
question
it's
for you.
not. It's about angles, not speed. So it's how much the angle changes per hour, and it's about 15 degrees per hour. So
Okay,
you know,
but
full
is
360 in
there
24 hours.
something on Earth that is comparable?
Yes, the shadows on Earth, like the shadow of a tree, the shadow of a building, it moves.
But is the tree going the same speed as the moon and the sun?
It depends on which reference frame we're using, but they're comparable. And again, it's not the speed; it's the change of angle of the
Why
light.
wouldn't it be the speed?
I think it's a good
That-
time to ask her what she means by speed.
Well, I mean,
Just explain to me
the
what you
Earth
mean by
is
speed.
going how fast? The moon, the sun, they're all circulating up there, going at speeds.
What speed is a relative term, right? So
Well,
what speed are you referring to? Like what is going faster than the other, and by how much? And what are you referencing it to?
well, how fast are things moving up there?
Well, again, you got to be clear and try. Just maybe just placate
Do
me.
you want me to get you
What do
the
you mean by
exact
what? Like, give me an
speeds?
example of how fast something is going. Give me an example of the speed of the Earth, for example.
Well, is the Earth supposed to be going around the sun?
Yes.
Okay, at 1,000 miles an hour?
No.
66.
How fast?
66,000.
Is that?
Oh,
Am I right
66.
about
Oh,
that?
my
That sounds
bad.
right. Let me just double check that.
It's
Yeah, I
been a
just want to
while.
make sure when you talk about speed that you're clear about what you actually mean.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm clear about what you're actually intending to say or what your message is. Because you're just throwing
So
the
I
word
have to
speed
look
out
up
there.
the ridiculous speeds. Sorry, it's been a while.
Well, we could be going through the galaxy at 1,000,000 miles an hour. I mean, what speed are you actually talking about? And how does it matter to the shadows? Because they're all relative as well. So the speed difference between us and the moon, for example, just to kind of preempt this answer that you might give, is going to be almost nothing. It's very small. I mean, there is the age, obviously, it was over 29 days, but a very small speed difference.
Hmm.
I mean, okay, so how fast is the sun going around the Earth? I mean, the Earth going around the sun? Sorry.
67.
66,000?
Roughly 67. But yeah, 66,000. Yeah.
And you don't calculate that into the shadow whatsoever.
Remember, the shadow change is going to be relative to the speed differential
Oh
of the two objects, one
gosh, this
creating
is
the light
crazy.
and one actually blocking the light. So if we focus on what causes the shadow, then it might make sense to you.
Thank goodness that will never make sense to me.
What causes the shadow is this. Well, for example, is the sun and the Earth. So what's the speed differential of surface of the Earth with respect to the sun? The sun's a pointer in the sky, and we're rotating at 1,000 miles an hour, and the circumference is 25,000 and the radius is 3950. Then that would explain accurately why the shadow would change
No, see,
a full 180 degrees over 12 hours.
okay, I'm starting to understand a little something. So my suggestion is the fact that it's going so slow that those degrees that you're talking about flying out there is what makes it the difference. Is the what is could possibly, and the angle have a little bit. It's going back as its sun is setting further and further back, and the moon is up there. I'm saying, yeah, those degrees, but it's because it's going slow.
Okay, you say slow. You're inferring velocity or speed. What is changing its difference with respect to time versus the other? Because that's
I
what
don't know how
speed is.
fast the degrees are going. How slow? What was it?
Forget
You
about the
said
degrees.
degrees?
You're talking about speed. So explain to me what you think the speed differential is. Why it's going so slow?
Because that's what the Earth is. That's what the sun and the moon are doing. They're just going really slowly.
Slow meaning what? Give me a
What,
distance and a
the
time.
3 degrees? Is that what it is?
What?
15 degrees per hour.
Yeah. Okay.
Is that slow? Is 15 degrees per hour slow?
Yeah, I would think so.
Okay. Well, that's exactly how fast the shadows move.
Uh,
They move slow too.
you're
So
backing me
where's the
into the
problem?
whole math situation. Sorry, that's not my realm.
No, we don't have to get into math. We're just trying to get into just understanding what's happening. So we all agree that the shadows move about the same speed, quote speed, as the sun is apparently moving in the sky.
I mean, to be fair, even on the flat Earth, wouldn't the sun be moving fast? Like it would have to be moving a decent speed, right? I mean, because even on a flat Earth, it's traveling around the entire Earth or the entire flat Earth in like 24 hours. So I'd imagine if the flat Earth sun still has to be moving at like something like 1,000 miles an hour. You know what
Well,
I'm
maybe
saying?
it's not as big as you think it is.
But even it would still have to travel like 1,000 miles an hour though. If we assume, it's traveling around the flat Earth, and we assume, similar numbers to the globe where it's like roughly 25,000 miles, like around like at least at the equator, then we would have to assume that sun is traveling roughly 1,000 miles an hour. Doesn't matter how small it is. It's still traveling those areas. It's still in those areas. So it's still a fast sun.
Doesn't look fast.
Yeah, it doesn't look fast, but that's probably because it's even on a flat Earth, it would still have to be kind of big.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. I mean, for example, that's a very simple example of this would be like an elephant moving 10 miles an hour, a person moving 10 miles an hour, and then like a cockroach moving 10 miles an hour. The cockroach is going to be looking fast as fuck. It's only moving 10 miles an hour, so it's moving just as fast as everything else, but because it's a tiny thing moving that fast, it looks really fast. So, I mean, it just goes without saying, if you scale things up, it's going to appear slower, even though it's moving a great distance or a great speed. So it's kind of a scaling issue. That's how I see it. But anyway, I just brought that up though because I think there's the shadow argument. Like whether it's the ball Earth or the flat Earth, you are going to be having some light source moving fast. And I don't really think that's an issue. Especially on the ball Earth, I don't think it's an issue because if you were to zoom out I mean, yeah, these things are moving fast, but visually they don't look like they're moving. They're moving fast. Like if you actually like played out like a graphic or something like a 3D model or in Blender, if you were to play it out like these, the Earth moving around the sun and the moon moving around the Earth, they don't look like they're moving at all. They look like they're stationary. They literally are moving so, like slow, like at the moment. They just, because of their scale. So it's only a fast distance or fast speed for us because, relative to them, we're tiny. All right, I didn't mean to kill the chat. Does anyone have anything to talk about?
I'm surprised you haven't seen the crescent moon and really looked at the angles of it. I mean, a lot of people don't
Zanuck,
know.
I highly doubt that image is real, man. I'm telling you, like, I really don't think that's.
Oh, it is. It is.
You
That's
sure
exactly
about
right.
that? That's too
Oh,
close
yeah.
to the freaking sun, though.
It's not. You got to be close for that to happen.
No,
The
because I
angles
mean,
don't work out any other way. It seems that's why you're going to the intuition a lot of people have when they look at all of our pictures that we produce here. Like that can't be. Where is the sun? Like the one I posted earlier, like sun should be here. Why is it not there? If you watch a crescent moon anytime, either on sunrise or sunset, this is what you'll see. You'll see this phenomenon where it looks, especially when it's near the horizon, because it gives us weird perspective of where the sun is and where the moon is and where the light's coming from. It doesn't seem possible.
yeah, but it's not just intuition, though, right? So, like, I also, put it in like MS Paint. I took the moon. I found out that the moon is roughly like 11 moons, away from the sun or whatever. So I'm like thinking to myself, that's like 5.5 degrees. Like I don't think that's enough. But even then, okay, let's say my intuition is wrong, right? I also have it set up in Blender. Like I actually 3D modeled this, and I'm not even getting close to the right amount of like phase for the like I'm really skeptical about that. Like between me measuring it with the moons and MS Paint and then my 3D model.
Where do you think it should be?
Definitely a lot further than that, though, because
where do you think it should be in the picture? Like if I gave you a picture, where would you think it should be?
So let me see. So I'm gonna try to work out the math in my head right now. So
just intuition wise, just rough, just give it a quick swag. Where do you think it's going to be? Like closer, further?
Well, definitely further. I would say at least at the very least, like double the distance at the very least, and even then, that's probably
distance. I mean, angular
distance. Angular, yes. Angular
you want 10 moons or 12 moons away.
At least no, it's already 10 moons already away.
Oh, you want 20 moons then?
Yeah, at least.
No, did you see just intuitively or even just logically that's not going to work either? How can you have a moon that's illuminated where just a sliver's showing and the sun being as far as it is away? How could it actually illuminate it to see a sliver if it's that angularly far away?
Well, I mean, I'm just doing it like, okay, so we could just do it like not logically, but we could do it like this, right? So if the angular distance between the moon and the sun is 180 degrees, right? Then that's a full moon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if it's half of that, 90 degrees, then it's a quarter moon, which is like basically the half moon.
Hold on a second. Do you think you have to be 180 degrees separation between the two to have a full moon?
It needs to be like the angular distance needs to be 180, right? Because you can't just do like azimuth. Well, it can't just be like the azimuth or like one. It has to be like 180. Like if you measured, it's hard to explain, but it's basically 180 degrees in angular distance.
What are you guys trying to do? So I'll show you a picture, and you know this: a full moon during the daytime. Is that 180 degrees apart?
Well, there
you go.
Hold on.
For your logic.
Well, hold on. It's not a full moon. First off, by definition, it's close. It's close to a full moon, but it's not 100% full moon.
It's like 99.9%.
Yeah, but I'm trying to get technical here. So, but technically speaking,
just to stay. Remember, we're just spitballing here, right? So you said it have to be 180 degrees apart, and you're using that same logic in saying that the crescent moon does not show the proper intuitively does not show the proper angular distance between the two. So you think it's Photoshop. Then I give you an example using that same logic and how it's flawed, grossly flawed.
Wait, what was the example again?
You can see a full moon. You can see a full moon in broad daylight, which means the sun is up and the moon is up. So that's by definition not 180. So if you're wrong there, couldn't you be wrong? Hold on. If you're wrong there, couldn't you be wrong that the sun crescent could be in that same angular relationship?
I could be if I was wrong in that example, but once again, I'm only saying 180 degrees for strictly a true full moon. All right, yeah. If we have close to full moon, then yeah, it could be like 179, 178. I'll give you that, even 170.
Well, it's never a true full moon until we have an eclipse.
Yeah. Well, wait. Yeah. Well, okay. Yes, that's true. That's fair enough. Actually, I'll give you that. Until it's a lunar eclipse, and I guess that would be a true. But even then, it's not a full moon because it's not really. Well, okay, whatever.
You're getting pedantic about the fullness. It's basically full.
Yeah, fair enough. But okay, so where do we take this from here then? Right. So all I'm trying to say is that in theory, if I guess the Earth was transparent, all right, and the angular distance between the sun and the moon, right, was 180 degrees, right. So there's no obstruction of the Earth. The Earth is transparent. It would be the perfect full moon, like truly perfect. All right. And then obviously 90 degrees of angular distance would give you a perfect quarter moon, like a half, that half, halfway lit, right? Visually to us, that would be, a quarter moon. That's what it's called. All right. And then you keep dividing and you get the other fucking phases in between. Right. So I guess 45 degrees in angular distance would be, halfway between that, like a quarter moon, and then that, a new moon, right, which is like no moon. And so, look, I mean, point is, all right, yes, my intuition could be wrong, but I still modeled this in Blender, and I'm not even getting close to what I got in that image. Like I still have a good reason to believe that, a good reason to be skeptical, because at least my 3D model, it's not checking out. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what's getting me.
You can simulate a full moon in Blender when both the sun and the moon are fairly high in the sky.
Yes. Well, wait, fairly high in the sky.
I mean, they're not 180. It's not 180 apart. It's. I would say. I mean, let me give you a picture of. You can see a picture of a bird flying in front of a full moon, and it's broad daylight. So it's not like probably like 6 o'clock in the evening. The sun's not going to set for a couple hours, and the moon is still full, and it's high in the sky.
What's so hard about that?
Well, let's see the image. Well, let's see the image real fast, so I can, because once again, when I say full, I also agree with you. Obviously, that, if it's close enough, I guess it's close enough. But like, I want to make sure, I want to see how full we're talking here.
That's like saying we can't see all of the, half of the Earth when we're on the Himawari verse on the moon. I mean, technically, yeah, you see more from Himawari than the moon because it's further away, but you're seeing, a full Earth. Same thing with the moon. When you see a full moon, you're still seeing the full moon. Slightly, a little bit cut off on it, but nothing to worry about, because even the crescent is roughly, off by the same, probably even greater, much greater actually by as far as accuracy. How much crescent are you seeing? A little sliver, a big sliver, still a sliver. Yeah. So if you're comparing the variances in sliverness, I wouldn't worry about the variances in fullness. Seems kind of silly to be worried about that.
What? Topic. Why don't you guys try something really cool, actually?
Like what?
Like, why don't you try to do a lunar eclipse without an Earth in the middle of the two balls? Produce an eclipse to where the Earth's not in the middle of them, but the two light sources, a reflectant source or the moon, whatever it is, whether it can light up, whether it can glow, whether it can reflect, don't give a fuck. However you can do that, make a flat Earth lunar eclipse. Without the Earth, without the Earth in between. Now, once you do that, then you'll know how the solar eclipse is made, right? And everything else above a flat plane. and all the lights it'll work the same way. Is what you guys are trying to do now. Yep, with no Earth in the way. That's what I'm trying to show you. There's no Earth in the way of the sun and moon ever. Never gets between them. It can't. That's impossible. So what you should do is try to, mimic reality. Sun, moon above you, lunar eclipse. No Earth in between. That would be the real show, I think. That'd be awesome.
Amada, you see the two pictures?
Okay, so the stock one, I will buy. That fucking bat one though. That one, I don't know. That one doesn't really look that legit. You might want to.
Oh yeah, you have never seen a full. Oh my god, it's almost like you haven't been outside. You've never seen a full moon, like a really big full moon in the daytime.
Okay, but it's come on. I mean, I'm not really
No,
buying. Like, the bat is not selling it. A lot of that is just not selling it for me. That's
perfect.
very.
What do you mean big? What are you comparing big to? What are you comparing your full moon to? So if I got a 50-cent piece, a $50, a dime, a quarter, a nickel, what do you mean big, Zanuck? Because when the harvest moon is bigger than all the ones you just said, way bigger. It's orange too. Comes in November, September, harvest time. September, the big orange one.
What are you talking about?
The moon.
Don't interact with him. He's just going to cause problems.
No. How the moon causes you problems being a harvest moon? Whoa. Okay.
Let's see the harvest moon real fast. Harvest moon.
The big orange one. Armada.
Talking to
Really
himself.
big and orange. Fucking huge. Yeah, super huge. Bigger than any garbage you guys are talking about.
Yeah, that one's made of cheddar cheese. That one's specifically cheddar.
No. That's the one you need to worry about right there. Not the ones you guys are talking about are big, that are little scrawny moons.
The one's low to the horizon. That one's like made of like spicy cheese. That one's.
How big is that one compared to the supermoon you guys are talking about? It's like 4 times bigger.
I have no idea. I'm pretty sure.
Well, I mean, you're looking at the picture, right?
The 17% larger moon for the harvest moon, the blue moon, for example.
17% bigger than what?
Than the smaller moon.
What's a smaller moon mean? What's the percentage of smaller? That's weird. The smaller percentage. Is there a number behind that smaller percentage, Zanuck?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just think about that, Armada. Everybody's telling you about this big moon and talking about you never went outside. Well, you should experience the harvest moon. It's the biggest one of all.
In 12 years, we'll see that same size moon, blue moon again. So it's a cycle of size change.
Matter of fact, it's bigger today, right now, when you could see it, than the super moon last night or whatever. The super moon is just bright. It's just super bright. Oh yeah, it's double the size, buddy. What do you mean no? I got eyeballs. I don't know what you're talking about.
You're making up stuff now. You're just breaking.
I'm telling you reality. You're making stuff up. You're the one saying smaller and bigger compared to nothing. The smaller number, which is a smaller number, which is only a smaller word, which isn't a number. You're the one making shit up 17% bigger than smaller. Not me, buddy. I'm telling you it's 50% guaranteed with my eyeballs. When I looked at it the other day from the bright little goofy moon at night, right? Little bitty puny thing. Puny as hell. And right now it's big. It's it's 50% bigger. So don't tell me what I'm talking about. I'm talking about reality. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, that's not interesting. Well, let me real fast do the thing Zanuck wanted me to do. I'm gonna real fast show you Zanuck, all right? Because I pride myself, right, in this 3D model that I made, right? So I have a lot of faith in this model that I've made.
No, show it. Hell yeah, show it.
So I will show real fast what I have. I will do as close as I can to a full moon, right? With this model, while also, with that being said, obviously it'll be as close as you can get without it being truly 100%, full moon. So I will try. But I'm telling you, that crescent moon in that one picture, at least in my model, all right, which is very accurate. I would say like at least 90% accurate. That's me being, generous on your side. I don't think that crescent moon shown in that one image you showed earlier, Zanuck, is possible though. But I'm gonna real fast try to get that full moon that you were talking about. So I'm gonna try that real fast. So here we go. Okay.
again, you've already failed to answer why you see a full moon in the sky that's not 180 degrees opposed. Couldn't it be that that same logic, same mathematical logic, you are not taking into account for the two pictures I gave you, which are very real, because you can actually see a full moon fairly high in the sky. I saw it when I was a kid. I was wondering why. How can I see the moon in the sky when it's daytime? Sun's like not setting, still up in the sky, and the moon's well above the horizon. So there's a huge angle difference from 180. That same logic, mathematical logic, has to be present for you to understand the crescent moon would be in its position relative to the sun near sunset.
Hold on.
Or anywhere. I mean, it's that way through the entire day, actually. If you ever look at a crescent moon, it's a very odd, very peculiar position in the sky. It doesn't match intuition, most people's intuition, because the sun is so darn far away.
Yeah, but I mean, it still isn't an intuition thing. I'm telling you, I'm still using my 3D model which is to scale, give or take, like maybe like a 5%, what is it, error in mark, whatever the hell it is. That like it's.
Do you think that picture follows that error? Do you
Wait,
not?
Which
would
one?
you say different lenses could actually affect the angular position as far as pixels go, pixel relationship with the sun and moon, based on the type of lens it is?
Let me see.
So if I have a 50 millimeter lens or a 20 millimeter lens, would there be a difference angularly? Of course there will be.
Well, here's the thing though. Here's what I have to ask then, right? So are you claiming then, if with this lens, right, this lens of yours that is changing things, what would you say, like angularly or whatever, right? Are you saying then that there are potentially more than, let's say, like 9 moons in between the sun and the moon in that image?
Of course,
angularly.
I wouldn't pay attention to that, because that's exactly what we see. It's a good representation of what we actually do see in the sky when the sun's up and the moon is a crescent, and where in its position to one another. That's critical. Now you're trying to count pixels and say, oh, because of this picture, I don't think the angle position is correct for that particular illumination angle. Now I'm supposing in your blender you have the moon and the sun relationship as far as the sun being 400 times further away, right? You're putting that in there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And so now you're using a lens here that has two ends of the picture where there is some photographic perspective involved. You're trying to equate this picture to what you'd see, what you could measure physically. And I think that's flawed logic also.
Well, I mean, I just don't know a lens that drastic though, where you could fit, let's say, because for example, remember in MS Paint, I was able to fit roughly 9 moons between the sun and the moon, right? Like, I don't know a lens where you could fit, for example, 15 moons in between. Like, that would have to be quite a strong lens. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, perhaps I'm just, like, what's the word? Like, I'm just not experienced with lenses like that. But like, I've just never seen a lens like that. That's why I'm a little. But you might be right. I mean, maybe there is a lens like that. I mean, let me see real fast.
Well, I don't think this is a dramatic wide angle lens for you, but it is zoomed in quite a bit.
Let me see something. I'm gonna look up real quickly, because I mean,
you can't get the moon and the sun in the same picture without a wide angle lens like this. Look how big they are with respect to the field of view. What kind of picture would that be? If you take a picture with a 50 millimeter lens, it could be 2 little dots. I guess you could zoom in, but you can't zoom in because there are going to be 2 ends of the picture, of the frame, on a 50 millimeter lens.
What if you took a pano?
Yeah, the pano is a type of wide angle. Yes.
Hold on, I'm trying to get this. I'm still trying to do this whole thing. Here we go.
I just wish it was sunny out and we could see that. Well, the full moon was the blue moon was actually when the sun was set, so the moon didn't come up until after sunset.
Yeah, that's like the closest. Hold on, I'm really trying to get this.
That's why it was so big and why it was so bright. And Dima's question is actually kind of silly. The 14%, 17% larger moon is a reference to its perigee.
Oh, there it is. Okay, this is like the closest I can get to like a full moon in the daytime in my little model, more or less.
Let's see your little model. You're living?
Yeah. I could probably get maybe a little bit closer, but it would have to be closer to the horizon because as of right now, it's already kind of like in twilight-ish. It's getting close to twilight, but that's about what I've got.
What is it? What you got? What do you got there?
So I'll be real fast. Show you.
That's as high as it goes.
I mean, I could get it. Like, let me see if I can get a little bit closer. Because I mean, I could probably do. If I do it higher, though, here's the thing: I have to bring it a little bit, bring the camera a little bit closer to like twilight. It's pretty drastic twilight, in my program. But that's, it's not. I'm not going to say the sky is accurate per se, in this, but
no, make it in daytime because we have full moons in daytime. I mean, it's daytime.
Okay, I could do maybe something like that. I'm not gonna say it's like 100% fully accurate. This, the sky in this program, I probably put like 60% accurate. You know what I'm saying, for the sky, but yeah, because I'll show you what I have basically for. This is what I have. It's what do we got here? So I have Earth here. Get the little grid out. A bunch of that. There's the moon all the way down there. Like I said, the sky is hit or miss basically. I do try to get as close as possible to the surface, but that's what I'm saying. Like, okay, so let me just. But you know what? To be fair though, I'm actually, if anything, I'm actually probably giving you the benefit of the doubt with this model, because in this model, like, I'm actually sort of stretching the sky a little bit in the dark side of the Earth. But all I'm saying is that I don't know about the whole like full, like a true full moon. Like, okay, I'll give you this, like whatever this is. This is pretty close to a full moon, but any fuller though, and I think we're starting to stretch it. I really do believe so. Unless you have perhaps a video where there's a full moon in the sky high up. I'm not gonna really accept images because to be fair, and I'm not trying to sound like a super skeptical person, but these images, images are pretty easily, edited or whatever, like usually, like, and it may not even be like intentional. It may not be like, oh, because they're trying to be deceptive, whatever. It could just be because, someone was just being creative, like Photoshop, that happens. But with the video though, I won't obviously claim anything with that. It's a video, right? So if there's like a video of like a full moon out or whatever, in fact, I'll even go look for it right now on YouTube. But if you have any videos of like a full moon in the daytime, I will check it out. Who is messaging me? What the fuck? Oh, it's Aristoteles. Every month, go out on clear days and daytime. You don't need videos or for that. Fuck's sake. No, okay. So Aristoteles, all right, whatever kind of name that is, all right. I'm not saying, all right, you can't have something close to a full moon. I'm just saying like a real like solid like full. You know what I'm saying? Because like usually
like the picture I showed you, of the eagle,
the bat?
or the bat. Yeah.
Come on, that
yes.
What do I do with that? That looks. I mean, what is that? At least give me a video. I don't. I'm gonna be honest. All right, I don't buy that picture. That looks. You know what that looks like to me? That really does look like, I don't know, like like a news report like image. Like, oh, the new moon or the full moon is out or whatever, and like that doesn't. I don't really buy that as like a image. Like, if you have a video, I'll take that, but that I don't really buy that bat image. Like, how do you know, Zanuck, that isn't like someone's Photoshop project?
Because I've seen the full moon in the sky, fairly high in the sky, and I can imagine something passing, a bird passing under, and I know where the sun has to be also. So I'm not in any way, shape, or form, doubting whether that's not possible. I didn't take the picture. Could be Photoshop. Could be all sorts of crazy effects. But no, it's it's seen. Sun in the daytime. The moon, full moons are shown in the daytime too. I can't believe you've ever seen a full moon in the daytime before.
I'm not saying I have. I'm just saying the height in, like literally, like what I'm typing right now. The height in the sky is what's in question right now. I know I've seen, once again, close to full moon phases of the moon in the sky. I'm just, what's in question right now is how high it is when it's in the sky. Because
okay, well here's another picture of one. Picture here.
the height depends on what latitude you live.
Look at the clouds. Look at the sun. The way the clouds are being illuminated.
Wait, what are we talking about?
What you talking about, Willis?
Let me look this up too, by the way. Full moon daytime.
See the picture?
Wait, you didn't send anything.
In the live stream, PC.
Did you send it in live stream too?
Live stream text. Oh, maybe. How would it go live stream 2? Where's live stream 2 at?
No, I don't do live stream too. Wait, did it do it? Like, I mean, I'm saying it's.
I wonder if it did. I don't know if I did or not, but I just think I can.
Yeah, that's fine. That because that looks like it's really like it's real approaching like full moon. Like it's it's not like, because I mean I can't tell 100% for sure.
Pretty full. Come on.
But it's pretty full. Yeah.
Full.
Yeah. I'm not. Once again, I'm not denying that. Yeah, but once again, how high is that is the question though? Because
look at the clouds. I mean, how high could it be? White clouds.
Clouds could be at the.
So it's got to be pretty high.
Yeah. Okay. But I mean,
sky's blue, so it's probably 5, 6 o'clock at night.
Yeah, so that's once again. I'm just trying to figure out like how, like what would, like how many degrees above the horizon? Yeah, are we talking about here? Because like that could be like that could be as high as, let me see. It might be as high as let's go with like 30-ish, 30 degrees above the horizon right there, maybe even lower.
So
that's what I'm
where's
trying to
the sun at? You think?
Well, it would be what is it? So 30. Let's say it's 30. Let's just say it is 30 degrees above the horizon here. Then it would be 180s from that would be. So my brain's not working right now. Give me a second. So 0, 180, subtract 30. So I guess it would just be, I don't know. I guess it would be 180 minus 30. So that'd be like 150 degrees. Or roughly. I mean, I guess the sun might be close to the horizon in this image. I don't really know. I'm gonna be honest.
Well, I mean, they got clouds. You got the moon, and we know that it's you're saying it could be high in your that high above the horizon. Then the sun also has to be 20, 30 degrees above the horizon. 20 degrees. I mean, that's kind of throws a stick in the blender model you put together.
Wait, are you saying my blender? Wait, hold on. Are you saying my blender model is somehow like incorrect? And if so, in what way?
No, I think operator, because we can see the sun clearly in the daytime with the moon full as can be.
Okay, can someone just get a video? I mean, can someone give me a video so we can at least do some measurements
I even
here.
have pictures of myself at a concert started at 6. I was there at 7:30. We're there probably at 6.
Like
we're taking pictures of the full moon, well above the mountains. The sun was not even setting.
Yeah, like look, let's just real fast, like be clear on what's happening here, right? I am not denying you could have a relatively full moon out in the day. I'm just, once again, I'm trying to get numbers here. Right? I really do want like concrete numbers. Like I don't want to just, be like, okay, it's up here. I want numbers so I can actually like test this. I don't want, just speculation right now. That's not what I'm trying to do here.
Just believe Zanuck.
No, believe me. Just believe with your eyes. Watch it rise. Watch it set.
Let me see.
And that's not really what we're talking about. We're actually talking about crescent moon being a certain angle distance from the sun.
Yeah, that one's still pretty sketchy. Like I don't know what lens would. I mean, like
Not
maybe
sketchy.
if it's like it's because I mean, because Okay, how about this? How about we try to figure out first how many
Yeah.
moons should be between the sun and the moon in that image, and then we
I
can
have no
actually.
idea the angular relationship between.
You don't know the
Visually.
math for that. Do you think maybe my Blender program could maybe figure that out?
Possibly.
Do you think if my Blender program, a 3D program, right, where I have everything to scale, right? So the moon is roughly, 200, like, I forget the exact distance I have in this, but like roughly 218-ish thousand miles away, and I have the sun roughly 93 million miles away. If you think that can, and then also the sizes are all accurate too. So the moon is, like, what is it, like 3.5 times smaller than the Earth, roughly, close to 4, and the sun roughly 100 times larger than the Earth. You think maybe I can, if I get everything kind of set up, you think I could maybe figure out how many moons angularly should fit between the sun and the moon for that particular phase? It was a bit of a run-on sentence, but I think you got what I was getting at. Like, do you think I could pretty much simulate it in Blender? Because I
Should be
think
able
so.
to.
Yeah. Because we are kind of distracting from that original point. But all right, let's do that right now. Then let's try to do that right now. So then, let's go to the moon cam. Where is the moon cam? I have a bunch of cameras here. So we have the moon orbit, moon cam. Here we go. So let's real fast check out what we have here. Okay. So let's see. And let's real fast see the image that you had earlier and see what phase that was. Okay. So, okay, how about this, Zanuck, all right? For the sake of, keeping this fair, how about you choose the phase, visually, right? Like, you're going to eyeball this for me, right? How about you visually tell me, like, when to stop? Like, when it's the proper crescentness, like in my little 3D model, all right? So, should I go thinner or should I go thicker from what I have right?
Are you in crescent now?
Yeah, we're going back to the original crescent moon. So, in my little visual, in my little Blender model here, right? I have it currently crescent. I'm asking you right now if you want me to go crescent. All right.
Let's first get the full moon. That's kind of interesting.
Oh,
so here's another picture. This is one you probably could appreciate. Okay, there we got some reference points. High in the sky. We also have shadow. There's a full moon in the daytime. No reason for this. It's just a silly little photo of the sky.
Okay. The sun does appear to be setting here, though. If you look at
of course it's going to be setting. I mean,
okay.
I mentioned it like probably 10 times already. Between 6 and 7 o'clock.
Okay. How about
maybe
the
7, maybe 7 o'clock? I don't know.
And now, as for the angular distance above the horizon, what do you think that would be like? Because that doesn't look like a 45 degrees. That looks like maybe closer to like a 30, if at best.
Maybe 20. I don't know. Where's
Yeah.
levels?
So
the levels.
Yeah,
levels
I don't.
The side of that mountain.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's fine. That checks out. That seems right. In terms of.
Well, then you got 20 for that, and you got 20. Sun's probably 20, maybe more like 10. So you still have a 160 degree.
I don't know
line between the sun and the moon, which then would make sense for the crescent moon. Often.
You say 10 degrees above the horizon. I don't know if I'm. Let me see. So 10 degrees would be 20 suns above the horizon. I don't know if I buy that. That's because in this image, it definitely looks like it's setting. You could see, like, obviously there's a more like orangey tone to, like, the scenery, but also if you look at like for example, where the light is kind of like angled at in this image here, like the trees. It just, I don't know. I could be wrong. I mean, I'm just saying, it just, from the looks of it though, it does look.
I know we have an hour left before it sets. We're seeing it with an hour left before it sets. So there's 50 degrees per hour. So I'm probably pretty close.
Okay, maybe. Okay, maybe you are right on that. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
That's a pretty. I guess when's the next crescent? When's the next crescent moon? I'll check it out.
But I'm pretty sure I can get that pretty much in my Blender model too. I mean, that's not like, I mean, I hope this isn't like, this conversation isn't like, like basically my Blender model should be able to replicate this if this is all a geometrical.
You think? I mean, Blender's usually pretty accurate.
Yeah, but unless I'm getting some kind of scale wrong, whatever, I don't see why it wouldn't get those angles correct. You know what I'm saying? Unless there's something else at play, like, you know, refraction, which the moon is way too high in the sky for it to be doing that. So I don't think that's. I'm pretty sure this is all a geometric thing at this point. We should be you know, able to, you know, run the numbers, you know, even if it's a fucking 3D program doing it for us. So let me see. Where the hell is it? Earth cam. Here we go. Okay, and let's go back because we need to see this. Okay, where's the moon? Here we go. Okay, so let's try this. There we go. Let's go with that. I'm gonna real fast move on latitude. Where the hell is it? And we're just gonna move the camera. That's the moon up there. Okay, and the sun's below the horizon, so I need to real fast move this just a little bit. Okay, there's the sun. Okay. Where's the moon at? I don't see the moon. Okay, this is a bit difficult. I'm trying to figure out where the moon is in my freaking. Oh, here it is. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I mean, this isn't like, and that's roughly what's in that image too. Yeah. So it's not. I could. Yeah. My model pretty much more or less, you know, give or take, you know, the sky in it, because once again, the sky isn't the most accurate thing in this model per se. But yeah, I mean, I'm getting pretty much, yeah, the sun above, you know. Now it's not that high in the sky, but it is above the horizon, and we got the moon above the horizon as well, and it's pretty high up. So I mean, yeah, I don't disagree with this image. I mean, this isn't the argument. I'm really just trying to figure out this weird crescent, you know, moon image. Like I don't think that's enough moons, you know, like it's or enough angular distance away from the sun in that. I just, you know. In any case, let me go back to that, all right? Because we're really distracting, all right? And we're also holding this conversation up. I do apologize to Earth Awakenings right now. All right, let me see something. Let me go back to moon camera. Here we go. So let's go back to this. Oh, there we go. Here we go. So all right, I'm just gonna do it myself because you're not giving me a crescent. I'm gonna go with a crescent shape like this. I don't even know if you're still here. Are you still here? Yes, you are. Okay. So yeah, I think that's pretty close. Let me scare my screen. We just changed the window though. So this is the crescent moon in question. And here's my crescent. I'm going to, for the sake of being as fair as possible, I'll do that. All right, that is the crescent moon. Unless it's blowing out. If it's blowing out, it might actually even appear bigger. But all right, let's go with that. All right, there you go. All right, I'll give you that much. All right. Where the sun is, yeah, it's way off. Like it's not even in the same. Yeah, the only argument that can be made here. Let me just real fast, frickin'. Move it. Nope, that's not it. Nope. What is happening, bro? Here we go. Okay. What?
Where'd your moon go?
Yeah, I'm trying to. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm literally losing track of this shit because it's so freaking like, you know, thin and like not non-existent. You know. It's like look how thin this thing is. I need to I'm gonna lose track of this. All right, here we go. So I'm gonna real fast. I got a better idea. I'm gonna real fast. How do I? Well, there's I'll take off the render real fast. Let me see something. Nope, I can't do that because if I do that, it's gonna make shit stupid. How do I? What's happening? Whatever. Okay, I'll figure it out. That's not the sun. That's the star. Okay, so let's real fast. I do apologize, by the way, guys. All right, just please be patient with me. All right, so let's move the camera a little bit. Okay, just move it slightly. Nope, that's not it. I'm gonna make sure I move it all the way to the edge. All right, this is how faint this is. You see this shit? Okay. All right, there we go. So it's at the end of the screen, and the sun's right there. Okay, so I'm gonna roll fast for the sake of making the symbol. I'm gonna render this out. Okay, I'm gonna render this symbol, this single image. So render image. Okay, here we go. And for whatever reason, it's rendering a giant line. I don't know why it's doing that. I mean, I think I know why it's doing that, but we're gonna ignore that. Jeez Louise. What is happening with this? Come on, man. This is ridiculous, bro. All right, give me.
Have you never looked into the sky and seen a crescent moon and seen where the sun is relative to it?
Look, I'm just gonna run the numbers. I don't trust.
You're like my son, buried in the computer. His reality now is the computer.
But okay, maybe, but I'm just saying I don't trust anecdotal evidence, and I don't trust.
You've been hanging out around here too much. This is skeptic corners.
Don't ask question. Don't ask question, Arma.
I like it.
Believe it.
Let me see. Let's go with that. Okay, I need it real fast. Just make sure everything is. I need to make sure everything is rendering properly. So I have a bunch of things. Oh, that's gonna come on. This is making things difficult. I don't know why they make Blender like this. They should just have it where if things are invisible, you just don't render them. But whatever. Okay. Point is, you know what? I'll just bite the bullet. I'm gonna just close all these out for now and do it later. Because we need to get to the bottom of this right now. This is important, all right? I want to see what my program at least says for the angular distance between the two objects. All right, this should be good. Let's render.
Just show it in your picture. Can't you move it over to see the sun?
I mean, yeah, but I'm trying to render it out so I can actually like.
No, don't render it out. Just move it over so you can see it. Then you can actually see why you're in error in trying to compare pictures. Oh, is that the sun?
So that's the sun, yes. And then the moon, I'm gonna have to literally shift this over quite a bit.
What is the moon? But the moon is not moving.
The moon's right here.
Oh,
I have a very crescent.
That might.
What?
You had a bright dot in the middle there. That was.
That was the sun. That's the sun right there.
You're talking about that other star that was over there.
Yeah, it was a star thing.
Yeah, that's just yeah, because I have like a sort of like background, whatever. There's like stars and whatnot. They kind of, show through the atmosphere in this. So
look how far away it is.
That's what I'm saying. I can bear. That's what I'm trying to.
Right?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to render this out.
Photographic perspective. Photographic perspective is what it's called.
Yeah, I don't. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if I buy that. So let me see. Let me just.
Don't buy it. Don't buy it for me. Buy it from. Buy it from Ebo.
Ebo.
Elbow.
Okay. Okay, hold on. Wait a second. Okay, here we go. Okay, so.
What's the picture you're comparing it to?
It's I'll repost it, or you know what? Yeah, I'll just repost it. Whatever. Who gives a shit? It's this one.
Oh, I gotta go. I gotta be right back. I gotta have 2 minutes. I'll be back.
All right.
Oh, okay. So the crescent is on top. Sun is like a little bit
Well,
under.
well, that doesn't bother me so much because I know things can get a little bit like funky with 3D space. Like what bothers me is just the angular distance. I think that's just way too close. That's what's mainly bothering me.
I see you saying.
So I'm gonna render this out real fast and see how many moons actually fit between my render and the sun, and then I'm gonna compare that with this and see if this is a lens effect. How many moons we would expect to actually see squished in between. So here we go. Here's my render. That finally got it done. So I'm going to save this now. Save as. Go to pictures. Save this as sun moon render. I have to zoom in more though, because that is I'm dealing with pixels here right now. I mean, obviously, but I mean like really tiny pixels is what I'm getting at. Oh shit! Don't look through my pictures, all right? It's a bunch of cartoons. All right, here we go. Here we go. Okay, so this is we are dealing with very little bit right now. Look at this. This is I could barely call that a fucking what is that? All right, whatever. All right. I'm gonna get some of that cyan and let this. Well, actually, you know what? Okay, you know what? For the sake of making this not complicated for me, I'm going to don't save. Okay, go back to one. I'm just gonna measure the pixels. That's it. So the sun is roughly how many pixels? The sun is roughly 18 pixels. So now all I have to do now is measure the distance between the sun and the moon and pixels, and that should be our answer. I'll just divide that by 18 afterwards. Jeez Louise, this is a lot. Ugh.
Cancel them out.
I don't even know if I could fit this all in like the. I'm really trying to get like to the moon, but it's like all the way over here. How do I even? Okay, I got an idea. I'll just break it up into pieces. So I'll do segments.
Just put a line where the moon starts, and that way you know if you back out if you zoom out.
Right. So you smart. You loyal. Another one. There we go. Ah, look at that. Yeah, look at you. You see? Okay, so roughly the distance is 929. All right, we could round that to 930 if you want. So 930 divided by 18. That is 51. 51 suns, which is, divide that by 0.5 roughly. 100. Hold on, that's not right. I did that wrong. Hold on, give me a second. 51 suns. I did that reverse. Hold on, give me a second. So it was 930 divided by
Let's say 20. Just round it up.
Oh, no, you said 920 or
just make it 20. Round it up, so it could be. You round it one side, like round the other.
Oh, 930. Yeah, divided by 20. Okay, so it'll be. So there's 46.5 suns in between, basically. So what I would do is, I don't know why I divided that by, I should be multiplying it by 0.5, right? Because if I multiply it by 0.5, that gives us 23. There you go. So it is 23 degrees of angular distance between the sun and the moon, right? So versus, once again, so that's 46.5 suns or 23.25 degrees versus the image that was shown earlier, the actual picture that was roughly 9 moons in between, or like 4.5 degrees. So if there is some sort of lensing effect going on, I have to assume that there should be roughly that it would fit like over 46 moons in between those two, both the sun and the moon in that image, right? So I'll just reopen this up. Yeah, I don't know. I don't care how strong that lens is. I don't believe you can fit 46 moons in between. That is, what I'm saying? That would have to be a really strong ass lens.
Yeah.
That's why I really think, this is a faked image. now a flat earther, on the other side, could say, well, this is actually, if this is real, which is is a good point. If this is real, then yeah, this would actually destroy, the globe Earth. I don't buy that this is a real image, but that would be a good
You know where
point.
the original is at?
I have no idea. I have no. I wish I knew, but yeah, because that doesn't. That would not, and it's not even like the angle that I care about. It's just that distance would probably be enough where it's like, yeah, that should not work on the globe. You know what I'm saying? That's just way too close. I don't buy that. Like, not one bit. At least according to my numbers, anyway. That's not correct. Just make sure. Let me just redo that math one more time. So 930 divided by 20. So yeah, it would be 46. You would fit 46 suns versus the 9 that was in that image. Yeah. Well, there you go. I don't buy that image. That's why I'm skeptical on that image. I don't think I'm wrong for being skeptical on that. Like I think it's always good to have a good amount of skepticism. You know what I'm saying? But I think mine is pretty fair. I think. Then again, I'm also me, so that goes without saying. Anyway, everyone thinks they're right, so it is what it is.
Are you skeptical about the Earthrise from the moon?
Oh, the Earthrise.
Yeah. Are you skeptical about that photograph?
Earthrise photo.
No, but just asking you if you were skeptical about it. That's all. You're skeptical about that photograph. I don't even know what photograph you're saying. You were talking about, but I'm just wondering if you're skeptical about the Earthrise from the moon. Or... No.
Do you know which one in particular? Because I'm getting a few of them actually. Is there like I imagine there's like one.
Well, whichever one you choose. You choose which one you want. Are you skeptical about that one?
Not really, but only because I have no.
Why?
Because I have no experience on the moon to say whether or not that looks right or wrong.
But could you not work it out with your render or that thing or whatever? You could work it out. You know how far away it is. You know how far away the Earth is. So wouldn't you do that then?
Oh, I can try that. Yeah, I can try that.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah. See how skeptical you are about that one.
All right. Yeah, let's try that. So let me real fast see the image in that. So we have a little bit more than a half Earth, or let's call it a quarter Earth, right? Like a quarter moon. We have a little bit more than a quarter Earth in this. So I'm going to assume basically the moon in this is also a quarter moon, roughly, or a little bit more than a quarter moon, or maybe a little less. I think it actually be a little less because it's the reverse. So all right, yeah, let's try that out. Let's see.
But couldn't you work out how high above the moon it was when it took that photograph, and do all that calculations? But judging by the size of the moon, you could tell how high it was off when they took that image, because they didn't take it from the moon. Right, it was above the moon. Then you could work that out, do the mathematics, and then see how you could see the full Earth as well, and then you could actually work out that moon libration in front. You know that photograph how or it was like 200,000 miles away from the moon or whatever. Picture the moon, and you seen the Earth bigger. That one. How about that? Do them ones. That's two. Seems you like your mathematics.
Right. Okay. Let me see. Moon object. Okay. So let me first for the height of that image. I have to look that up real fast to see if they give like at least an official height for that. Because otherwise, I would just be spitballing. Like I would be guessing how high above the the surface that's taken. But let me see. So the rising Earth is about 5 degrees above the lunar. What is this? Okay, so it's 5 degrees above the lunar horizon in this telephoto view taken from the Apollo 8 spacecraft near 110 degrees east longitude. The horizon, about 350 miles from the spacecraft, is near the eastern limb of the moon. Okay, so The horizon is about 350 miles from the spacecraft. So I actually might be able to work that out. Hold on. So let me actually open up my today is what a day today is. Holy shit. Well, all right, let me real fast work that out because I actually have a little Earth curve kind of calculator. I'm gonna actually punch in the numbers for the moon size and see if I can get like a height for that real fast. Let me see. This will be fun.
Well, you could tell by the actual curvature. You know how the that image of the moon, right? You should be able to work out. You know that image, that the curvature of the moon. You should be able to tell how high above the moon is. How high above that photograph was taken above the moon, right? Because you know the curvature. You know how big the moon is. You can see the curvature. You find out the camera it was taken, you know, the telephoto or how wide it was.
Yeah, you would need like the field of view of that camera. Yeah, but I mean, I'll be honest though.
But you can find that out. But you can find that out, right? See if you found that out, right? Really do your investigation, right? Find that out, right? Work that out, right? Because you're a skeptic, as you say. I believe you. So you could work that out, right? And you can say, right. So the field of view is that size. So I'm only seeing this much. So that means the curvature of the moon is this. So you would know how high you were. Work out that first, right? And then do the other mathematics for your how you would see the Earth. But do your mathematics first for the that image. Find out the field of view. Find out the curve. And then find out how high you were above that, and then do your mathematics for looking at the Earth, so that you could see that. Wouldn't that be the proper way to do it?
I mean, I don't know if I could do all of those mathematics. I'm not the best.
But you can. But I think you are, because you've obviously debunked every other image to do with the flat Earth or curvature or whatever. Obviously, because I know you. You've done it. You've done it quite a bit. So I think you're well capable of that. So I think if you set yourself that task, disappear probably for about 2 days and then come back. Because obviously you can't work it out in 10 minutes. Because you'll have to do a bit of research. Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Hold on, I'm trying to...
You never listened to a word I said there. So
No,
you're
I mean,
going to work it out in 5 minutes. You're going to work it out in 5 minutes and say whatever.
Well, I mean...
Well, he's going to set it up, and then he's going to make it, though. I mean, let him try to work out a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I could maybe do like a more
Hey,
detailed...
that's right. Stick up for him. Yeah, stick up for him. That's good. Yeah, do
I'm
that.
not trying to stick up to him. I'm just saying, I mean, he's going to set it up. I mean, at least kind of have it already set up.
Yeah. Stick up for him. That's good. Because that's what you're doing.
In any case...
Whatever, LB.
Yeah, in any case, I'm gonna at least just do like a bare bones, like a very basic version of
Get
it.
the traffic going, shit.
All right, but not an exact though. You're going to do like an estimate, like a fling away kind of thing that we don't have to really take seriously. Why would you do that? We don't want that. We want specifics. So,
I'm just confused. Why? Okay, I understand. At least being okay, is this shot reasonable, right? If I can get a very close enough kind of thing, then I could at least say, okay, it's at least reasonable. Now, I'm not skeptical enough to be okay, I don't, because if I think something is wrong, right, then that's when
you're not skeptical about it then.
Yeah, not really.
So
No.
you're not skeptical. Well, okay, so there's no reason that anybody should listen to what you're just about to say if you debunk it or whatever. So actually, I don't know, why would you do that if nobody's going to listen to you, because you're not that skeptical?
What do you mean?
Well, you're not that skeptical. You're not that skeptical about thinking that the Earth is a globe or whatever. So you're not that skeptical. So you're just going to give a ballpark figure. It's just listen. Science is precise. Brian Cox, Alan Good, all these guys say it's precise. We've got precise measurements. So use your skepticism that you've told us that you've got, and look at it with an open mind, without saying, "Oh, I'm not that skeptical." Because if you're not that skeptical, there's no point you fucking doing it. Excuse the language. There's no point you doing that, right?
Halloween's coming up. People are gonna be out walking around and shit. I mean, this neighborhood's falling to pieces. They see our house.
What? Is he hot micing?
I don't know, but he's.
I'm in
Yeah,
Jeremy.
this
Jeremy,
guy's
you're
gotta
hot,
be
Mike.
happier with the lawn. It was
But anyway, on you go. I'm not trying to catch you out, but you did make the statement that you're skeptical.
Well,
Well,
I said
use your
reasonably.
skepticism. Wait a minute. Use your skepticism on both sides. You have to be a true skeptic. You should not hold any beliefs, and you shouldn't let any biases interrupt your whatever you're going to say, man.
Well, I was
Whatever
saying.
you're going to say. Sorry.
Oh, I was saying. I said. I never said I was like really skeptical. All I was saying is that I'm like, at least in my eyes, I'm reasonably skeptical. You know what I'm saying? Like, because when Xanax showed me those images, I was like, I don't think those images really line up. You know what I'm saying? Like, they just don't appear to line up to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's showing me like the
What do you
crescent
mean reasonably skeptical? Right. There's
Anything
there's two
related?
types.
Anything global related, he's not
Excuse me.
skeptical on that.
Excuse me. I'm having a.
I'm letting you know what he means
Well,
by
no,
that.
I'm not going to, because this is a problem, right? When two people are having a conversation, there's always someone that either wants to steel man me or the flat Earth, or they want to steel man the globe Earth. Sit back and let's hear what the guy's got to say and what I've got to say.
Oh,
It'll
fuck,
only
let
be
him
2
say it.
minutes.
You're never 2 minutes, bro.
There you go. That's what you fucking heard. Yeah? You listen to too much gossip, my friend.
There you go. Continuing on ranting.
There you are. Anyway,
Well, hey, before we get first of all about
Armageddon.
anything, like, can I say real quick? Yeah, I think he's right that, if you're not a skeptical person, it's hard to take you seriously because obviously this forum exists because people are skeptical about all these things. In fact, on our side, we think that your model doesn't work at all. So, we're working from like, a point where you need to be like, okay, well, there's a reason that all these people think that. They're not just believing it because they want to. They think my model doesn't work at all for good reasons that you haven't looked into, which we prompted you to, and you don't look into those reasons. But your 3D modeling is kind of reifying the model. Good enough for you must be good enough for everybody else. But there's reasons that your model doesn't even work at all, bro. So you gotta be skeptical, at least open-minded to be.
But that's the thing. He's not skeptical. I mean, I don't know if y'all have seen him, but he's not skeptical about the globe. He's skeptical about anything that flat Earth brings. That's
the problem. That's the problem. You should be skeptical about both, because otherwise we wouldn't be here, right?
Okay, but what's so like, what should I be skeptical about, like the Earthrise picture in specific, right? Because he was telling me to set it up to to see if I can get like those same angles and whatnot. Like, I think it goes without saying, if you have a giant ball here and a giant ball there and a camera said feet above the ground, whatever, you're gonna get that shot. Like, there's nothing at that point. Setting it up in a 3D model isn't really gonna do anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing to be skeptical.
No, but
in that aspect.
but wait a minute. But you do everything else in your 3D models, right? So how
But it makes
about?
sense.
But yeah. It makes sense, but sense is not always. It makes sense to you, but it doesn't make sense to us. So your job, being a skeptic, is to point it out to us. Prove. Do the mathematics. Stop beating about the bush. Make a model. Do the same thing, and do the same size of it.
But
do the same size of the image.
What are you?
But you do. But you do everything else. So right.
I know. Can I just ask real fast? So, what specifically about the Earthrise picture are you skeptical about that needs that I need to actually 3D model it? Like, what?
I never said that. I never said it. You said, you made the statement. You're a skeptic.
Yeah, but
so
I'm not
I asked
about
you.
it, though. I'm not
Excuse me. But you're a skeptic, right? But wait a minute. It doesn't matter. So put yourself in the mindset of a skeptic. Shush. put yourself in a mindset of a skeptic and do your mathematics. Put as much effort into being skeptical about that as you do about the flat earth. And then, and then you'll prove yourself to be someone that's worth actually fucking talking to.
Okay,
You
well,
understand?
Okay, yeah, but let's real fast clear up a few things. So one, I never said I was a skeptic. I said I was reasonably skeptical, right? Like you could be skeptical and not be a skeptic. You know what I'm saying? Like, like
Okay, what do you mean reasonably? When do you stop? Right, so you're reasonably skeptical, skeptical, right? So when so obviously I'm a skeptic, right? You says you're reasonably, so there's a difference there, right? So when do you stop being skeptical in
What's wrong
reference?
with being a skeptic?
Hey, well, just to summarize, real quick, just to summarize real quick, what do you think the chances are that the Earth is not moving and it's stationary and level like we say? What's the percentage?
I think it's a small chance. I mean that it is the case, but once again, I wouldn't say it's zero. I just think it's a small chance because from what I've seen,
It's really small. But then there's other reasons, like there's other like things that totally debunk the globe that we ask you to look into and you never look into them. So how would you know?
Like what specifically?
Well, like the thing something that you tried to model with, the Earth supposedly rising up antipolar, like bipolar rising of the Earth to the person, but without it expanding. It would have to expand. You can say conceptually it's your reference frame, but that doesn't actually answer the question. It doesn't work, bro.
Wait, are you talking about the whole like gravity thing or whatever? Like that?
Yeah,
whole...
yeah. You showed like, it seems to work, but it doesn't.
Well, hold on. So that's like, what is that? Isn't that like is that special relative? I don't know what that is exactly, but isn't that like that's like way beyond my pay grade or whatever you want to call it, right? I would have to
pay grade.
Yeah,
you don't understand the issue.
Well, the point, no, it is an issue. Right? There's a lot of things I don't know how to do. I don't know how to build a computer, but I'm not going to assume that there's some kind of like conspiracy behind them building them, whatever. You know what I'm saying? I just assume that
it doesn't practically work. You don't have to worry about the conspiracy. Does it actually work or not? And you tried to show with your model with it rising in both directions without it expanding, and it doesn't work. It's just a common sense thing. It
I mean, intuitively, sure, but
beyond your pay grade.
Yeah. Okay. Intuitively, sure. That makes sense with it, right? But once again, here's the thing, though, right? So here's two things. So one, you're making the mistake that because that's first off. Let's just say it's a theory, right? Let's say it's a theory, right? And that okay, actually, let's not even go that far. Actually, let's go with the fact that that's just a story. In fact, right? It doesn't even have to be that way. The Earth can still be round without it working that specific way. So that's one issue with this argument. But two, all right, let's say for example, it has to work this way in order for gravity to work, in order for like the ball model to work, right? Which is silly because that's you're assuming a lot of things, right? If we assume
the ball model says that's the way it works. So if the ball models, if the way the ball model says it works, and it practically doesn't work, then you should be a little more skeptical about the ball model than giving like a really low percentage chance that everything's the way it seems.
It could still be another type of, it could be a different ball model. You know what I'm saying? Sure, maybe they got some things wrong.
Well, if they got some things wrong and they're working on it 24/7, trying to show us exactly how it works, and they got this huge thing wrong, then your skepticism should be a lot more on the ball model than the at least a little bit more on the ball model, because you're saying, oh, there must be another way it works. It's still a ball. Why would it be a ball? It has to work exactly like they say. Otherwise, their model doesn't work.
Okay, for that, maybe for once again a specific model, but you could still have other ball models where that isn't the case, right? So there's still that.
Then you have to find that before you become confident in it again.
Okay, maybe, but here's another thing though, right? Another thing is that I still, once again, don't really know what like the theory is behind that, like how it works, right? Like I know, it sounds counterintuitive, but from my experience, right, when you actually dig into things, right, and start to actually learn them, it actually becomes more obvious. Like, oh, I missed that, I missed that little detail, or I missed this, or whatever. I just got the whole thing wrong, right? So I'm not going to just like jump into this, and be like, okay, this doesn't make any sense, therefore it's wrong. All right, I would have to at least.
I'm not saying you should go that way. I'm not saying you should be absolute in either direction, but that's what that skepticism is. Like you have to hold your decision out, whether it's possibly a ball or not, until they find a solution to something that doesn't practically work. Until that solution's actually met, you don't have to worry about conspiracy or anything. Like, it gives more credence to the idea that it doesn't work, possibly. until you find the actual thing that does work. And we haven't found it. We're all looking for it, and it doesn't work.
Well, and what's wrong with being a skeptic? You said it like it was a bad thing. You were like
Well, I never
I'm not a
said.
skeptic. Like I don't know. Like to me, like to be able to entertain both sides and not like pick a side is like the master like stance to have, because you're not, you can still be open to multiple different possibilities and not just pick a side like it's blue or red or whatever, like like they
Yeah,
want
but
us to do in every other part of our life.
well, let's not get it twisted
What's
though.
up, though, man? By the way, what's up, Rusty? Good to hear you on here. That's awesome to hear your voice.
What up, New P?
Welcome.
How you doing?
All right.
Good. You should
Sorry,
have seen him
didn't
try
interrupt.
to just to give her some context. You should have seen him try to like show this. Do you have your thing saved, Arma? That it shows like the ball like going in both directions at the same time without expanding, but it doesn't work. You're trying to make it look like it works with your little graph, but it doesn't work. You're just like,
I
oh,
did
it just
that?
goes up and down conceptually, but not really.
I did that.
Yeah, remember when you had your Alice and Bob? Alice on one side of the ball and Bob on the other, and they're supposed to both be having the Earth rise to them without the ball expanding. How could
Yeah,
they? How could the ball rise in both directions of the ball without it expanding?
Wait, I did that. Are you sure about that? I did that.
Yeah, I recorded some of it. You want me to find it?
Yeah, go
Thought it was
find it.
hilarious.
I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about, but
You remember you had your circle, and you had the guy on the top and the guy on the bottom, and then you were saying, "You
oh,
see,
okay,
it just
I think I remember
rises
now.
to both
Yeah.
of them."
Okay, so
Yeah.
so there was so real fast. So there was a misunderstanding on what what at least for me, right? I was misunderstanding what was happening in that, right? Because at least with Kosho's visual, right, he made it seem like okay, like because you could treat it that way, like it in the way that I was picturing it, right? You could treat it that everything, right, not just the Earth, but everything in that general direction. Actually, everything in the universe, because it's relativity, right? Or relatively speaking, right? You could treat everything in the universe traveling in the opposite direction to you, right? So you can either treat it as you falling or everything in the universe traveling in the opposite direction. You know what I'm saying? That was what I was saying, but that's technically not what apparently gravity is saying, right? Because I've actually heard, yeah.
Okay, so what is technically gravity saying?
So I mean, from what I've heard, because I haven't really looked into it, but from what I've heard in these debates, though, I think the argument is that, at least from what Zanuck has said, he's saying that the ground is actually rising up to your feet or whatever, right? Whenever you fall, whatever. And then obviously you guys are saying, well, if it's
accelerating.
My bad. Yeah, that's my bad. Accelerating. Yeah. So well, that's why I'm not arguing, because because I'm not too knowledgeable on this. But yeah, accelerating up to your feet, though, right? And so everyone is saying.
Remember that? Was it over the hedge when the he's smelling around and goes, yeah, this mammal, this possum, reptile. He always said amphibian. He goes, and you hear the little turtle in the background, amphibian, correcting him.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. But anyway, the point is, all right.
But anyway.
One second, Armada. 1 second is so. Why, if you're not sure about it, so why would you come and argue a case about something that you don't know?
I haven't.
No, okay. You know what? My audio cut out when you said I was asking what technically gravity's saying, and I missed what you said. I'm sorry.
Okay, so basically what Zanuck just said, where it's accelerating up to your feet or whatever, or it's accelerating something like that. I don't know the details though, but I think that's more specific. What I was saying was a different thing though. I mean, I was technically right, but it wasn't actually related to what you guys were talking about though. So I was technically, wrong in that conversation because I was bringing up a point that wasn't even relevant.
So you found out how you were technically wrong. You found out. Explain why you were technically wrong and how it actually technically works, and then you'll have more confidence in your ball.
Well, hold on. I'm saying I was technically wrong. I was wrong in terms of the conversation, right? But what I was saying was technically correct. Like what I was saying does technically, it checks out. It's just it wasn't relevant to the actual conversation. The conversation
What do you mean by technically? What do you mean by technically right, wrong, or whatever? What do you mean by that? Technically, you are right.
Yeah. So when I say technically, what I'm basically saying is that what I was saying is true, but it wasn't relevant to the conversation because what I was talking about was.
Who cares about the conversation?
Yeah. Okay,
Tell us how it actually works. How does the ball go in both directions at the same time, antipodal?
No, I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, well then why are you so confident the ball still? Why is like the idea that it's stationary and level, just like it seems like still a small percentage of this huge thing still isn't technically in your mind working?
Wait, what?
You're saying that it doesn't work. You don't know how it works, right? It doesn't work until you know how it works.
Well, no, hold on. I didn't. Hold on. I never said it didn't work. I said I don't know how it works. All right.
Okay, so then, but that would be something you need to clarify because you tried to show it with your graph, and obviously it doesn't work
Yeah.
with your graph, and that's why we're making fun of you. Hilarious.
Because
You,
I
you should
literally
be able to draw a graph that makes that work before you worry about sunrise or any of that shit.
Okay, so once again, you're not listening. I literally said with my graph, I was showing something else because I wasn't actually caught up with what the actual conversation was about. I thought I knew what was happening because I kind of jumped in midway, right? So that's why I was saying I was technically wrong because I was talking about a different topic, right? So relevant, relative to the conversation that was actually happening that day, yeah, I was wrong because I was talking about something else. But the thing I was talking about, was technically correct. Like, what I'm saying? Like, it's just that's it. What I was showing wasn't related to like gravity per se, like, because I'm pretty sure the actual conversation is how the surface accelerates to your up to your feet or whatever, right? I wasn't
Yeah, in
talking
both
about that.
directions at the same time. So how would that work? Just common sense. Just have a common sense conversation. How would that actually work without
I
just a
don't.
concept that it's in reference frame dependent thing? That
I
isn't reference frame dependent. Doesn't really give you actuality or technicality to anything.
well, okay, so I can give you maybe a guess because I don't actually know. I haven't actually
Go ahead,
looked
guess.
into it. My best guess is that because I think I heard this, but I think it's like, if you have, for example, like something of like a like a like a like a like I don't want to say a grid, but like, okay, let's say you have what is it called? The what the fuck is it called? Like the fabric of space, it's space time, whatever, right? If you have like
Concept.
yeah, so
Why don't you equate it to the centrifuge? If you
So
equate it
do it
to
without
the
the
centrifuge,
concept.
hold on
Do
a
it
second,
without the
perspective.
concepts and reference frames. Do it practically and technically how it
Right.
actually works every time, so every common man can see it, and it's not just like you have to think about it this way, or if you're
Yeah,
thinking of it, no, reference frame dependent.
Amada,
All
think
this bullshit.
centrifuge.
I mean, I
Think
guess.
centrifuge. Object
Okay.
wants to go in a straight line. It's forced to curve. It's
Yeah,
not
but-
changing speed. It's not changing direction. It's just changing direction. It's not changing. It's not changing speed.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
but that,
why did you say the opposite thing twice?
Because I misspoke about saying it's not changing direction. It is
So
only changing
it
direction.
is
It's not
direction.
changing.
That means it's going up in both directions at the same
No,
time, literally.
because up means it means it's a directional change and a positional change. It's not doing
Yeah.
a positional change. It's only doing a directional change, like a centrifuge
Okay.
does. If you're in a
Directional
centrifuge,
change in both, so it's going up in both directions at the same time.
not going up, it's changing this direction. It's pointing up in both directions.
I'm
And in both
not going up,
directions.
it's pointing up. So its
Not
direction
going up,
changes
though.
in what direction? The direction change is going towards the person on both sides of the ball at the same time.
It's changing directions on both sides of the ball at the same time. It's not getting the ball's not getting
Yeah.
bigger.
So how do
The
you do
ground's
that?
not moving.
Practically
Hold on.
and technically.
Remember,
Hey,
remember what I said, right? Is there's nothing worse than someone coming and steel manning me or steel manning. Let Amida talk, Zanuck. Let him talk. You're not in this conversation at the moment. You understand?
Armando,
On you go, Amida.
he was
Carry on.
talking.
Hey, no, it's
Let
okay.
the other
It's
guy.
okay.
Let the other
And he doesn't
guy.
have an answer either.
Let the
It's
other
not like,
guy.
whoa,
Let the
whoa,
other guy have a conversation with you. Stop it, Zanuck. Right? Stop it.
Well,
There
he
was a
was
conversation
trying-
going on between the other guy
By the way,
and Amida.
hey, real quick though, Ali B, it's really even funnier when
Yeah, I
Zanuck
was
comes
letting
in.
you
because-
talk.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's do it. Go ahead, Zanuck. Show it. Tell us how technically and practically the Earth is moving up towards the person in both directions at the same time without the Earth expanding.
Right. So similarly to a centrifuge, you were in it and you were able to be broken free of the centrifuge, you would go out in a straight line, in a tangent. Because you are forced by the surface of the centrifuge to change direction, your speed doesn't change. Whatever path you were traveling through time and space equivalents, you would be keeping that same exact speed. However, your direction is only changed. So, like the centrifuge on the Earth, antipodal people that feel their weight against the surface are being forced to change
I
direction
have
by
to
bending warp
interrupt
of
here.
space.
I think
I'm
we
almost
should go
done.
back to
I'm
the
almost done.
one-on-one.
I'm almost done.
I think we should go back to the
We're forced to change.
one-on-one.
Wait, Ali, let him.
That
He
other
asked me a
guy
question.
was.
I should be
Ali, let
allowed
him
to
finish because it was gobbledygook anyway. It was just getting worse for him. Go
It
ahead.
wasn't gobbledygook. It's an
Yeah, it was.
easy way to explain what's happening, how things aren't changing any speed. They're not moving, which is speed. They are just changing direction. This directional change, the bending and warping of space time, pointing your Your direction through time and space is now being bent to the surface of the Earth, and then the Earth is in your way through your progress through time and space and stops you, and that creates a proper force on you, but your force on it, because it got in your way, is a pseudo force. Now, I can't make it any more simple than that. I mean, I could,
yeah,
but I
so
won't.
simple.
Yeah, this kind of sounds like the ether talk, you know, just the globe way. Just saying.
Right.
They can't tell you what
Okay.
exactly it is, but it describes
So
something else to tell you what it is.
let's go back to the right. Whoever muted me, right? All I was saying was, let's go back to the one-on-one that the other guy
This is
was
open.
having
This is open forum.
with Amador. Don't let Zanuck talk because he's just going to bullshit, right? Yeah, but it is an open forum, but it's also like when someone's having a conversation with someone else, I yielded. I let the other guy speak to me. I muted myself, right? Because the other guy was talking to Amador, right? But let's keep it like that. Don't fucking mute me. All I was making the point was don't let Zanuck talk, and you can. Yeah, the problem is you want to let Zanuck talk where there was a perfectly good conversation going between the other guy and Amador, right?
Matter of fact, I
That
didn't
was
mute
it.
you. So.
I'll mute myself now.
Yeah,
Right?
I didn't mute
I'll
you.
mute
But the problem
myself.
is, whoever muted you was because you were interrupting in the middle of his sentence. So please stop that.
No, I was trying to stop the fucking Zanuck was interrupting a conversation between two people. You understand? I wasn't interrupting anybody. I was making the point that two people were talking.
Okay,
Right?
well, he chimed in. Whatever. We can continue.
Yeah, and then he chimed in. Exactly, and that's what he does. He chimes in, talks bullshit. Let the two guys have the conversation.
Oh.
You're not the arbiter who can speak here, bro. So please stop.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
and
the
now
arbiter who
you're
speaks here.
having a... Yeah, Ali, stop talking, man.
arbiter there,
I'm fucking trying to get... I was listening to what... I was listening to Amador and the other guy talk, and that was very interesting.
Well,
The other guy was going
Ali,
somewhere with it.
in all fairness, since Zanuck did come in and Arma said he didn't know how it works, and he said Zanuck explained it to him, and Zanuck can't even explain it to us properly. It doesn't work. Oh yeah, okay.
Properly.
Yeah, but shouldn't you let...
Expanding Zanuck.
Okay, I'll tell you one more time. The antipodal people, because I know your argument, I'll steal it. Think that because there's acceleration, there's actually these
See,
people
there
having
you
the
go.
ground.
You're letting him talk.
Ali, you're doing it again.
He's going
Ali,
to
you got to stop
bullshit.
doing it. Ali, I'm talking. So the explanation is, think, and I'm stealing, man. You think that because you have an acceleration, that the ground is going upward on one part of the Earth, which is antipodal to another
Well, I
part of the
can
Earth.
do that as well, but I
Ali,
don't
Ali,
can I
don't
please
do
finish
it.
the sentence?
Ali, he doesn't have an answer. Don't worry about what he's
I
saying.
do have an answer.
It's just ridiculous. What he's
I
saying
do have an
doesn't make
answer.
any sense. So let him say what doesn't make sense, and we'll show how it doesn't.
Okay, fine. I'll make it even simpler. I won't make it go into detail. It's
It's
not
not
like
about
the
being
antipodal.
simple. We understand
Can I?
what you think.
No, you
but
said you don't
think we
understand. It
don't.
makes gobbledygook. You said that. Let me make it real clear. We have a directional change only, not a speed change. So that makes the difference between something moving with respect to a position and something just changing direction. The acceleration is only a directional change through space and time, which causes a pseudo force and also a proper force when the object that gets in your way stops you from progressing through time and space. It's that simple.
Dude, you can say it's not about it being not simple enough for us or something like that. You're saying it goes in both directions at the same time without expanding, which is impossible. It's a paradox, and you're trying to walk your way out of the paradox as if we don't understand.
No, it's not. I didn't say you don't understand. I say you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. The concept, I think.
Oh, really? So it goes in both
If you let me
directions,
finish
right?
it, hold on. I said, yeah, it is a change. Now you had it correct. It's a change of direction in both antipodal positions. Change of direction only.
Impossible.
It doesn't have to mean. It doesn't mean that the Earth has to be expanded. It means space time has bent inward to the Earth, changing the direction path of you moving through space and time. That's how you can explain the paradox of the fact that you can see things accelerating to, yet there's no forces acting on it. Thank you.
All right, hold on, perspective. Hold on, perspective. I got something good for perspective. Arma, did you understand that?
I mean, I'm not really paying attention because I'm not really the one trying to.
Oh, that's a good time to not pay attention, Arma.
Well, because I'm 3D modeling, but also I don't give a shit about this topic. I already told you guys.
Oh, you
already.
don't give a shit, but you're so sure that it being stationary and level is like a 3% chance. You know, well, why would you not pay attention? Find out that it is actually stationary and level. What he's saying doesn't work.
Hold on,
even though he's making you think it does.
Hold on, you said I'm so sure that's 3%. I mean, I'm just saying this is what I believe. Whatever. I don't really know for sure. I mean, there's a small chance it could be flat, but I mean, from what I've seen, I don't think so. I mean, what am I going to tell you?
Pay attention, you'll realize that your model doesn't work at all.
But I don't need to pay attention because I'm not the one that's skeptical about this. You're the one that's skeptical about this.
Oh, okay. Well, that's why people don't respect your opinion, which is what Ali was saying to begin with. You're not skeptical about it. You're not looking for answers. You're not paying attention. Why would we care what you're saying? You're just reifying your model you believe in.
Okay, I only argue the stuff that I know for sure that I can either prove or I can model out, right? So I don't try to model out the things that I don't know or I don't know enough. I don't touch those at all. All right, I let people who know about that talk about that. All right.
Okay,
we don't live on a model.
That's why I brought it to this thing.
You were modeling.
You were trying to
show a model, right? That's fine. We don't. I know we don't live in a model, right? But I could still model it out.
Well, then how can that prove anything? Your model doesn't replicate what we observe. Therefore, your model is a waste of your fucking time. To be honest,
what is my model?
Waste.
Wait, what
it's
is my model?
It's your time.
Wait, what did my model not show? Because you still
Arma, the problem is you tried to model the ball going in both directions at the same time, and it was ridiculous and silly, and you realized it. Then you went to go find the answer, you didn't find it, and you're still okay with the model.
No, because I thought you guys were talking about something else. Kosho showed a graphic, right? And I thought he was talking about if you're moving in one direction, you could treat it as everything else, right? The entire universe moving in the opposite direction. Now, I was thinking it was that, all right? I don't really know enough about this whole, gravity thing where, accelerating to your feet. I don't really care either because I'm not like a physicist or whatever. Right? I don't know enough to really say for sure if it's correct or not.
This is the core of your belief, bro.
I know you do need to be a physicist to understand that shit, right? It's the same thing with computers, all right? I am not going to say because what if computer scientists or whatever, or not computer scientists, people who make computers, right? What if they say, the transistors, they are, they do this thing. You need this for it to work, right? And then I say, I don't think that's how it works, right? Like they know better than I do, right? They're the ones that know how it works, all right? They know what it's made out of, right?
You know what's the difference? They're actually working with the thing. What their other people are talking
that's
about.
That's not the point of my analogy. I'm just
hold on, but let me tell you what's the bigger point. The people that are telling you this other bullshit, they're not working with the space time.
I know. That's fine.
They're just telling you a story.
I know that's not the point of my analogy. My point of my analogy is that. The point of my analogy is that the people who study this, all right, are obviously going to know how, this shit works, all right? I don't study it, therefore I don't know how it works, all right?
But I understand your analogy, but what we're trying to make you understand is you're not skeptical anything about what they're telling you. You don't know what they're doing, but no, you're not, dude. You
about the theoretical stuff. Like I don't obviously I'm not really huge on wormholes. I'm not huge on theoretical. Hold on. Well, I'm not huge on time travel either. I don't think that's I'm skeptical on the theoretical stuff, to be fair, but still.
Space time is not theoretical for them. It is it's like the main.
Did I say it was theoretical?
What's that? Well, we're talking about not theoretical things, am I? I'm telling you that this is something they believe in so heartily that this is what that's what you're supposed to be believing in, right?
Objectively shown.
Wait, real quick. I appreciate
no, they don't even mess with the shit, and then you believe them. But when you're making the analogy that the people that made they're telling you the transistors, they fuck with that shit. They know what they're talking about, right?
Okay, but
we might not understand it. But they're actually mess with the freaking transistors.
Yeah, but here's
the
thing.
The other people that are telling you about what you live in and what's pulling you to the earth, they have never touched the shit.
That's fine. But here's the thing. At the end of the day, right? You're making it seem like me believing in the ball earth hinges on this one thing. All right. At the end of the day,
it does.
No, it doesn't, because you can still have other ball earths with different rules. All right.
Without gravity.
No, with different types of gravity. It doesn't have to be space time. It could be something else. It could
What
be
fucking gravity though? What, I mean, what,
I
to
don't
make
know,
a fucking,
but I
to
can't.
make a fucking sphere, you need fucking gravity.
Okay,
and they're
but-
telling you about this fucking gravity.
Yeah, but does it
And
have
where
to be
is it
space
at?
time? But does it have to be space time bending
The
though? There
fuck
could
is
be.
this guy sparking out about?
Okay, who's
Right,
saying
but-
what
but wait a
and
minute.
about who? All right, I want to know real fast. Who's saying what about who?
Relax, because it's not about whether there is another model. If there was another model that worked, then they would just show you that, and they would show you how it actually works. What they're actually saying is it goes in both directions, antipodal at the same
Okay.
time,
All
and
right.
trying to hide it with this space-time concept that can work that way, but not really work that way. So there's a contradiction, and I appreciate you putting the 3D models out there, because the reason you do these things is so you can practically show how they're saying it works. And you couldn't do it with the ball expanding, not expanding, but going in both directions. That practically shows it doesn't work until there's an actual thing for you to look at that actually works. So you shouldn't have confidence in it until they show you what actually works.
It might not be like a 3-dimensional like thing you can model or whatever. It might be something else, another variable that we can't like really just model.
Well,
You know what I'm saying?
Find that before you find your confidence again.
But once again, I don't really care whether or not it's true or not, because that's not what that's not like it's. If that's not true, I could still have a ball model at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm not really. I don't care.
That other ball model. If this model doesn't work, then you have to give that bottle up and then explore all the other options. Like maybe it's stationary and level, just like it seems every single day of every single second of everyone's life ever.
Well, I don't have to do that. I mean, what?
No, I'm saying that consider that as an option until you have a model of this ball that works going in both directions at the same time without expanding, which you couldn't model out. It's a very simple thing you should be able to model out, but you can't.
Or they got that whole thing about the accelerating thing up, to your feet wrong. It could be that they got maybe that one thing wrong. I mean, yeah, maybe a few things wrong. Because I know once again, there's a whole, like back, a whole story, not story, but a whole thing to it. Like I know there's like, okay, there's space time, and then there's the whole relativity. But it could still be like,
or we get off all the assumptions and use a freaking razor and say, fuck the assumptions. This is what it feels like. We don't have to fucking assume this is what it does.
Yeah, but the razor doesn't work though, because if we use the razor, then suddenly sunsets don't exactly make sense on a flat earth, right? No, not that intuitively, not that intuitively. All right, let's be serious now.
You definitely don't want to use the razor argument if you're gonna jump through all the hoops that y'all usually do to explain normal shit. Like, let's be real.
Right?
Come on.
Occam's razor says that it's stationary and level, right? Because
Occam's razor would say that like we're moving and like.
No, it
really?
Yeah. It would be really like the Occam's razor thing is like, oh, it's not us that's moving; it's literally everything else around us that's moving.
What is Occam's razor?
Yeah,
what is
that's what it looks like.
The thing that requires the least amount of assumptions is probably the correct statement.
Right.
The least amount of assumptions is that you don't have to assume anything. It's like it seems until you assume all these things about it moving without it seeming like it's moving or expanding like it, where it's not really expanding.
Yeah. And all this motion that we detect, it's not really motion. It's just like other nonsense that we're gonna make up but can't verify, right? Like
Motion that you
that's
detect.
trying to pull out of your ass. That sounds about right, correct?
Look, point
motion
is,
that you detect. Show me the motion.
Hold on, point is,
like I said, you don't want to go down the Occam's razor route because it works against you, my friend.
No, you think it does. You want to believe it does, but that's just ridiculous.
No, dude, it's not this. It's not that the Earth is moving. It's that all the stars seem to be moving in a uniform position. Every single one of them. Like, come on, dude, be real.
That's exactly what it's like.
Real.
No. It would be less. It requires less assumption to think that one thing is moving than like everything is moving. Like, come on, don't be that fucking guy. All right.
What the fuck are you talking about? Your model assumes that. Your model assumes that everything in the fucking universe.
Hey, please use this to understand that in the reference frame of why the sky seems to move and all the stars seem to be going in the same direction.
You
right?
just
Hey,
said,
shut up. Hey, I'm speaking here. You're listening. All right. So, like, I was trying.
Fucking talk to me.
Context is important. All right. What he was saying, all right, is that specifically the stuff in the like the movement in the sky. All right. Okay. So what's your name? Lizard guy. Lizard gecko man. Okay.
Yeah.
The context is important. Let's get that straight. All right.
Context my ass. He says that nothing. That's not that only one thing is moving. Fuck that. Everything in your model moves.
He meant the sky. Come on.
Yeah. Fuck that.
Yeah, hey, I really like how this fucking guy like mutes me. Like he's the one fucking being a prick and over talking me, but like that's besides the point. Right. So when I'm talking about explaining why like the stars are moving through the sky, Again, you want to be dishonest and only like try and nitpick what I said. What I'm clearly mentioning or trying to bring up is like your whole idea that all the stars are all moving in unison around in a big old circle to try and understand the star paths, rather than just being the Earth that's moving relatively.
Well, I mean, we exactly
Okay,
where
wait.
we're at,
Wait,
bro.
oh, well, let me ask him one
I
question real
believe
quick.
the Earth does
You
not.
understand? Wait, he understands. You understand the model, right?
Yeah.
You understand your heliocentric model, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then in one paragraph, explain all of the different movements that the Earth is supposedly doing, all the numbers, right? And then without just using a plane experiment, you're going in one direction of a plane, and tell us why we don't feel it. Just go ahead. Tell us why we don't feel all those different movements, and explain it with
Why
the
would
numbers.
we expect to feel it?
There's no model for that. First
Yeah,
of
hold
all,
on. Why would we expect to feel it?
yeah, okay, that's great. But as far as the celestial sphere model, you guys just presume a non-rotating Earth with the stars moving above, and that's what you use for navigation. So I don't know what model you're talking about.
What are you talking
Well,
about?
again, I just want to know why we would expect to feel it.
What do you mean? Why would we? So there's a claim of motion, and
Yeah.
not only is there a claim of motion, there's no empirical way to test that.
Yeah, there is.
Well,
Oh yeah,
We've
moving
shown
several
motion.
different directions at different speeds. Is there a
Yeah,
way to
we've
test that?
shown the
Different
detection of
directions,
motion.
different speeds?
Y'all guys just either cope and say it's some faulty thing about every single fucking gyroscope, or it's like some sort of aether that has yet to be proven or demonstrated.
excuse me.
Yeah.
Not yeah. Excuse me.
I do I need to repeat myself?
Well, I'm not a bigot, so I don't speak. I don't hear when people speak in generalities to me, 'cause I don't know what you're talking about.
So I guess I'll just repeat myself for you then. No problem.
So I guess you're just gonna be a bigot then.
No, I'm gonna repeat myself because clearly, like, you didn't hear me.
I did hear you,
Okay, so why do I have to repeat myself?
because the Earth is not moving because you have no evidence,
We have
not
no
because
evidence.
of some ether or some gyro or some this or some that.
So we do have evidence. We've shown it with gyroscopes, right? We've shown it with other
Okay.
equipment.
Is there some
Yeah.
type of motion detection device or something that can, like, some type of accelerometer? What?
Accelerometer.
Something that detects motion? Yes.
Yeah, we have gyroscopes which can detect change in angular momentum.
Oh, so affirming the consequent, but no actual detection of motion then.
So no. So where is this? Where is this the affirming the consequence? Does a gyroscope show change in angular direction or angular momentum, I should say?
Let's say yes. What does that prove?
So when we have our gyroscope up there, and it is in fact showing a change in angular momentum, because that's what it's showing,
Mm-hmm.
right? We know that there is in fact something going on.
Okay,
Now
what
we
is
don't
that?
we don't we don't
Go
see.
ahead and
Hold on. Now
complete
we
the
don't
affirming the
see a.
consequent.
We don't
Just complete.
see.
Just
So
I
we
just
don't
need you to go
see.
ahead and complete it. What
Yeah.
are
So
you
we don't.
saying? What's
Yes.
so
So we.
you're in
Okay.
conclusion?
In conclusion, we don't see gyroscopes doing that on a flat plane, right? We don't just stick a gyroscope right there and then boom, it starts seeing like the motion of the
That's a
flat plane
baseless
not moving.
assertion. That's
A
a
baseless
baseless
assertion? No,
assertion.
it's
Where are
not.
you gonna get
How
a
so?
flat plane if you believe you live on a globe?
Where am I going to get a flat plane?
How are you gonna tell the difference between a moving Earth and a non-moving Earth if we're just using this Earth?
If we're just using this Earth, dude, when I stick my gyroscope on a flat plane, it doesn't start drifting there, dude. The only time that it starts really drifting is when I move the fucking plane that it's sitting on.
How do you get the gyroscope? How do you get? Oh, never mind. Hold on. I'm just let you guys finish. Sorry.
No,
This
no,
is
I'm
just
finished. You
it's
can go ahead. I just kind of jumped in there. I didn't even
no,
want to
it's
have
it's
the
it's painful to listen to. I mean, this guy must be new. Like, how long have you been looking into this, bro? Like,
Dude, too long, right?
No,
And every
you.
time I hear
long?
it, it either drifts towards like the ether or some sort of fault with every single gyroscope, right? I've yet to hear
So,
like any like plausible example. I know that
so
some
that's the
idiots
affirming
bring
the
up like
consequence that they're admitting, right? Because it
what?
could be the ether. You reject that.
It
It could
couldn't be the
be
ether.
whatever. It could be whatever you think it is.
It couldn't
That's
be
the
the
point
ether.
of it being an affirming the consequent, because you don't actually have a premise proven. You just have something that it could be. You see some sort of effect in some sort of device, and you're like, well,
I'm going to say that this is proof that the Earth is moving, because the first thing I asked you is, okay, what's the evidence? This is what you said. This is the
Yeah.
affirming the consequent that you
The
asked me
moving,
about.
yeah. So the moving of the gyroscope inherently proves it because we know the ether doesn't exist, right? We've proven that numerous times. We know, in fact, that a gyroscope isn't affected by things like magnetism. And that's why we use
All
them,
of these
right?
non sequiturs, the bottom line is you just committed an affirming the consequent. You asked me
No.
how, I told you how, and you're still talking.
Oh, I reject it. I reject
Well,
your assertion.
how do you reject it when that's what you
Mhm.
did? I mean, do we need
Because
to look up the definition
yeah.
for affirming the consequent?
Sure, probably, because I don't think you're
Sure.
understanding
Okay,
it.
let's look it up together.
Okay.
Are you going to read it out, or do I have to
No,
read it
I'll
out?
let you do it.
Okay. Otherwise, known as the converse error, is a logical fallacy that involves taking a true statement and assuming the converse form would be true as well.
Mhm. So, yeah, so when we have our gyroscopes and we
Mm-hmm.
know that nothing else can affect it other than motion or its change in position, right? When we see that it is in fact drifting,
Mm-hmm.
therefore there's a change in
Mm-hmm.
motion or a change in angle of it.
If P, then Q. Okay. Right.
Mhm. So we understand how it works. We
Q,
understand what it's
therefore
showing.
P. That's what you just did. Just now.
No. We understand how the
Yeah, you
gyroscope works,
did.
just like we
If
understand how a
P,
speedometer. Hey, am I going to be able to finish or without you
no, I'm
interrupting?
just saying, you're
No, I
saying the
didn't think
first
so.
part,
So I'll
I'm
just do
saying
this here.
P.
So when we take a look here at a speedometer, we understand how a speedometer works. We understand how a
Mm-hmm.
thermostat works.
Mm-hmm.
So whenever we
If
see it in action,
P.
guess what? We know what it's reading. We know what it's showing. There is no affirming the consequence whenever the fucking thermometer starts expanding to 90 degrees. We understand that heat causes the mercury or the oil in there to expand to a point
Well, the
that
premise
it's
is already
predetermined.
proven.
The
The
premise is
premise is
already
already
proven.
known.
Yeah, we already know that gyroscopes only really drift due to like outside interference of changing its angle.
Well, gyroscopes actually are supposed to hold its rigidity in space, so we don't know that.
Oh, we do know that. That's why they work. That's why we
So you
use
see
them.
it. So you see a drift Q. Therefore, the Earth is moving.
Yeah, we
P.
see a drift that seems to be universal for all gyroscopes, which
Q.
is kind of odd.
Q. Therefore, the Earth is what? P. Affirming the consequent.
So any kind of explanation is affirming the consequences then.
No, not the
Yeah,
one you just said about heat
absolutely,
and
dude.
temperature. Not the one you just said about temperature.
Oh no no
Put
no
it
no! It
in.
could be fairy farts and Dinkelbergs, dude, doing that, dude. We're just affirming the consequence there, according to
No,
you.
because
Oh
you
yeah,
are
absolutely,
because you can
absolutely. So
manipulate.
hey, dude, if heat affects it, therefore, if heat, therefore expansion, right? So again, like your whole little spiel falls apart just due to the
Um,
fucking thermostat, right? Because again, we
no, it would have
understand.
to
Hold
be
on, we can manipulate.
expansion.
Hey, can
Therefore,
we or can we not manipulate gyroscopes and see that when we move them around, all of a sudden they're showing different angles? If you're going to be an honest actor, you'll answer yes.
that's Q.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
Q. You don't have the P portion. You have the P portion of that for the heat. You don't have the P portion of that for the Earth
No, we
rotating.
don't even
That's
have to have them Earth rotating. All we have to do is show that, hey, motion
no,
affects it.
that's your
Yeah.
premise to be
Hey,
proven.
listen, shut up and let me finish,
You
dude.
shut up. That's the premise to be proven. With heat, we know we're using heat.
Yeah, and we know
With
we're
the
using motion
thermometer,
when we change the
with the
fucking. Hey,
thermometer,
and we
we
know
know
that,
that it has to
and
do with
I
heat.
know that we are using motion when we're changing the compass or gyroscope, I should say.
No, that's just affirming the
Yes.
consequence.
No, that is not affirming the consequence. And to say that the compass is any different from a thermostat or a thermometer is just dishonesty on your part. And I don't
Well,
talk to
first of
dishonest
all,
fools, so I'll just talk to somebody else that wants to
well,
talk.
that's actually just it's a device. They're two different devices, except one is changed because of heat. Another one is assumed to be affected by the Earth's rotation. Two different
No.
statements. One is affirming the consequent, one is not.
Whoa! Hold
No,
on!
no,
Whoa! Whoa!
no.
Whoa!
Hold
Here,
on. Hold on. When I said first, I'll repeat it again because clearly you're just being a dishonest actor on a script. So I'll say it again.
Oh,
Whenever I
I'm
take a
being honest.
gyroscope and I move it around, it holds its rigidity, right? Nothing seems to affect it. I stick a magnet, nothing affects it. I fucking blow towards it, not really affected. So when I stick it up there and just have it leaving it there, and we have so many other ones that are doing the
Where?
exact same. Hey, shut up.
When you
Anyways,
stick
when
it
I have,
where?
hey, when I stick it in your
Why is
ass,
he
how
being a
about
dick?
that?
I'm trying to ask for
Because you
clarification.
interrupted me.
I'm
You
asking for
interrupted me.
clarification.
Yeah,
I'm
so when I
not.
stick it in
I'm
your
not
butt,
Shut up.
and it
interrupting
just
What the
just
stays
fuck
right
was
there.
because.
that?
I'm
Anyways,
asking
there
for
we go. You will
clarification.
get clarification after I finish my thought process. So whenever we're getting up
You don't
there,
have to be a dick about it then.
Where?
you don't have
Shut
to
up.
interrupt. This is between me and
Fuck.
him. Shut up.
Where?
Do you hear this bitch?
It could
Like,
be
look
on a
looking
fucking
at.
boat. It can be in my garage. It doesn't matter,
Oh,
numbnuts.
up there is on a boat and in your garage. That's funny.
Yeah. On a boat or in my garage, in your ass, whatever the case may be. So whenever it
Clearly,
shows,
you're the one that likes it in the ass, bro. We can hear all over your voice.
yes. Go
That's
back to
that's
smoking
all you,
crack.
bro.
Anyways, like I
You want
was
some
trying to
Greek
say.
yogurt?
Yeah, no, I don't eat Greek yogurt. Anyways, like I was
Yeah,
trying
I'm
to
sure you
say
do.
is it shows what it shows, and when we manipulate a gyro compass or a gyroscope and it holds
Shows
its
what it
rigidity
shows.
and it points towards the same direction, and when we do that in a reference frame of the motion, we see that it is in fact showing motion, and then we apply that same logic towards it leaving on the ground. Guess what? It staying on the ground and it drifting seemed to show that there is motion going on, to be causing it to change its like angle. Really weird. Just like how if I were to have a thermostat or a thermometer, I should say, and I change the temperature around it by manipulating it, and I see, oh, hey, this thing's changing with temperature, and I leave it outside and I can't interact with it, but I can't feel what the temperature is outside, but I see it going up and down. Guess what? I know that there's a temperature change going on outside. That's not
Oh,
affirming the consequence.
false
It's just
equivalence.
making up. It's just making it a
That
like
was a false
it's
equivalence.
making it. No, it's not enough. No, it's not a false equivalence.
Following your affirming the consequent, but go on.
No, it's not following the consequence, unless you want to say that like thermometers are a part of affirming the consequence.
No, I just said it was a false equivalence. That's why it wouldn't
It is
be.
in fact It is in fact a true equivalence. You can manipulate a gyroscope to show different things. You can see what makes it work, how it functions. Similarly to how you can do it with
Oh,
a thermometer. And if you want to say that they're false equivalences, you're just being a dishonest clown, and I don't really want to talk to you about it.
all right. So my response to that is actually, the thermostat was made off of the premise that heat fluctuates. That literally you had to know that it was heat that you were modeling the thermostat after.
Sure.
Okay. Now,
And we
when it
understand
comes
that
to the
we
gyro, you
understand
know
that
what the gyro
gyroscopes
is made
hold its
for?
rigidity
The gyro
in
is made
space.
to hold its rigidity in space.
Sure.
Exactly.
But that
Yeah.
doesn't, hold on, that doesn't change. Hold on. Just because the intention doesn't change anything. If it does what it does, it does what it does. I mean, it doesn't matter if you built the gyroscope
Does
to
what it
fucking
does. Hmm.
yeah.
That's
You know,
so
if
cute.
you built the gyroscope, I don't know, to fucking I don't know, for the sake of arguments, I don't
Oh
know,
my god, you're so upset.
to do one thing, right? That doesn't change that you could still use it to detect motion. Like it could do that thing, right? So I don't. This is
Oh,
a weird
okay.
argument because like
I didn't know.
it's just I don't know. It's just a weird argument. You can't like make that argument. Be like,
No,
okay,
it's just a script that he reads off of because he has no individual thought.
No,
All
it's
right,
not a script. It's
it
just
is.
your words that was
hmm
formed into the affirming the consequent. If P,
It is
then
not
Q.
an affirming the
Q, therefore
consequence
P.
because
Yeah, if P,
we
then
understand what
Q.
affects
Q,
we
therefore P.
understand what affects a gyro
If
compass.
the Earth
We
is
understand what
rotating, then we
causes
would
a
see
thermometer to
effects in the
expand or
gyro. We
contract.
see effects in the gyro. Therefore,
When
the
we
Earth is turning.
see our controlled effects going on with a gyro compass, and then we leave it out to do its own thing, and it shows those weird traits again. Guess what that means?
So, if a thermostat is what would make that an affirmative consequence? Go ahead and fit that into an affirmative consequence
Oh, dude,
fallacy.
changing the temperature therefore affirms a consequence.
No.
Okay,
Begin
yeah.
with the premise.
Hey, dude, guess what? Thermometers expand with heat. Oh, hey, look, that thermometer is expanding. There must be heat.
No, that's not affirming the consequence.
That is affirming the consequence.
No, it's not.
Yeah, because I'm saying something,
That
and then
sounds
we see
like
an option, and I'm tying it
like
directly to.
affirming the antecedent. If P, then Q,
Okay,
P,
so I'm
therefore
gonna say
Q.
this,
That's
dude.
what you just said.
I'm gonna just say literally the exact same
Well,
statement.
why is he interrupting me when I'm trying to finish my
Because you're
thought?
interrupting
No,
me, so I'm just gonna repeat
why
it
is
for
he
you.
interrupting me when I'm trying to finish my point?
Because
He
you interrupt
just
me,
affirmed
so I'm
the
just
antecedent. So that's modus ponens. If P, then Q, P, therefore Q. That wasn't if P, then Q, Q, therefore P.
well,
So
yeah,
I'll say the exact same thing. I'll just replace it with gyro compass now. We'll see where thought process
yeah. Let's
is.
write this
Okay.
down. Let's write this down.
Yeah.
I'll write it down real
So
fast.
gyro compasses show a change in motion of its plane. or a change in angle of its plane due to its rigidity in space. So if we see a gyrocompass drifting, therefore Earth is moving.
Oh, that's just begging the question then.
No, the plane is
Congratulations.
moving. He already equated that to
No,
plane
now
movement, plane
he's
motion.
just begging the question. Congratulations.
He's not. He's saying that plane is the same as the Earth. That's not
No,
begging
that's
the question.
circular reasoning. Like
Is the plane the same as the Earth?
we're going to
Elijah?
assume, excuse me, we're going to say the Earth is moving and we're going to detect that with this device. Oh, look, we detected that with
No,
this
that's not what he
device.
said.
The Earth, yes, it is.
No, I'll rephrase what
Exactly
he said.
what he said.
He says a gyrocompass will detect motion, angular motion.
Oh shit!
Hold on, of a plane. Hold on, let me just finish, Elijah. You were begging to let yourself finish. Let me finish. I'm going to beg you to do that. So he said specifically, nothing about the Earth, nothing about anything other than what a gyrocompass does, or a compass does, or excuse me, a gyro does. So now we detect this gyro moving. So that means we know the plane has moved. That means the surface, since it's connected to the thing that's oriented this compass or the gyro, that means the plane is moving. And then you can go on and extrapolate from that. Then the Earth is moving or is rotating or all this. But at least
No,
we
that
know
would
that
be
the
the
plane is
affirmative
moving.
consequence that I told
No,
him
it's
Okay,
not
about.
cool.
affirmative consequence.
So
We're saying the
hold
plane
on.
is moving.
Yes,
Hold
it
on.
is.
So when I replace it again with the thermometer, hey, a thermometer we have shown changes like expands and contracts when we change the temperature. And when I leave it outside and it shows a change, like a contraction and expansion, therefore there's temperature change going
If
on
P then
outside.
Q, P therefore Q. But you
So
can't.
so the
You can't.
thermometer is
quantum erasing.
is an affirming the consequence, right?
No, it's affirming the
No,
antecedent, like I just
no,
told
no,
you.
no,
Modus
no, no. I
ponens.
literally said the exact same thing.
No,
And
you
in one
said if
scenario,
P then
hold on.
Q, P therefore Q.
I literally said in one case, I literally used the exact wording. I just
No, you
used
didn't.
one versus the other. Oh, yes, I did. And
No, you
so
didn't.
in one case,
Why
you
don't you
said
write
it.
it down? Why
What do you
don't you write it down? Like
Why don't I
old
write it
boy
down?
said. Yeah, go ahead and write it down. Let's
Why
see
would
it.
I need to write it down? I know what I'm saying.
Well, I mean,
You don't know what
I
I'm
don't
saying.
know because
Clearly,
that would
you are
shut
the
me
only
up
guy
really
in this
quick.
conversation
Yeah,
that's
it would shut me
confused.
up mighty quick because you keep saying you're saying things you're not
Mm-hmm.
saying. You're not keeping up. Why don't you write
Mm-hmm.
it down?
Okay. Anyways, so in one
Oh, he's
case, you're
not
saying,
going to
"Oh,
do it,
hey, it's
right?
normal conversation." In the
Oh,
other
he's not
case,
going to
it's
do it.
affirming the
Okay.
consequence, right?
So he's not going to do it then.
No, I'm
Okay.
not going to go out of
That's
my way
interesting.
for something that you're going to keep on blurting out. All right.
Not if
So
you write it down. If you write it down and
I'm not going to
everybody can
bother
see
to
what
write
you're
it down. You're not that
articulating.
special, dude. Maybe you can just pay attention like the
Well, I
rest of the
mean,
chat
that would
been
be the
doing.
only thing that, I mean, because you're saying you're doing something that you're
Yeah, that
not doing.
everybody else says that I am like clearly like doing, and like you're saying, no, you're not doing that. You're doing this. Clearly, you're the one man out.
Who's everybody, Zanuck? Wow.
Yeah, Zanuck, the other schmuck, the only other like people talking in here, engaging. It's just
Exactly.
you, dude. It's just you. You're the
Yeah,
only
write
one
it
out.
down. Just write it
Okay,
down.
listen. All right, this is silly. Okay.
No, it'd be less silly if you just wrote it down and then I'd shut up. I mean,
Okay.
because I hear what he's saying. He just said, if P then Q, P therefore Q. And he's trying to say
And that's an example of what?
modus ponens, but that's not what he's doing.
Yeah,
With
he is.
Hold on.
he's
So
switching it. And I'm saying he's switching it.
Well,
He's saying he's
let me
not.
explain to
And I'm saying, okay, write it
Elijah. Let me
down
try
then
one
so
more
we can
time.
all get it clearly.
Elijah.
Is that a problem? Like
Wait, who
he's
muted
saying he's
Xanax?
doing
Come on, what is
something. I'm
happening?
saying he's doing something else. So why not just write it down? What's
Because
the
I
big
don't
deal?
need to write it down.
Oh my
You can
God.
just listen.
But every
You
time
can
you do
simply
it,
just
I'm
listen.
telling you what you're doing. And you're saying, no, I'm not doing
Can
that.
I try Elijah one more time, please? Okay, so
We've only been trying for
notice
10 minutes.
tones. If a gyroscope, we know gyroscopes will detect plane motion, angular rotation.
Not modus
So
ponens.
if we see angular, and if the gyroscope is on the Earth, mounted to the Earth, and we see angular rotation of the gyroscope, then we can because if P then Q, we see now the Earth is rotating because the plane is rotating, and the plane is attached to the gyro. How is that affirmative consequent or anything else you mentioned?
You know what?
We know that.
If you leave it at that, you know what? It might not. If you leave it at that.
Good, we'll leave it at that.
But then someone can test it and go, okay, that means anything not attached to the Earth would be in a different frame of reference.
No one says that.
So if the gyro is showing drift, then that means that other things would show drift.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What
Give me
do
an
I mean?
example.
You know what I mean.
No. You keep on throwing frames of reference a little sloppily there. So I want to
No,
make sure
you
we
just I
nail you
didn't
down
throw it
on
sloppily.
what a frame of reference
You
is.
said it's
We don't need
connected
to.
to the earth. It's on the earth. Okay, fine. Okay, so if it's showing a drift, then that means there would be drift for things that's not connected to the earth. I mean, literally anything that's not connected to the earth. Where do we see
Why is
that?
that? No,
What do you
that's
mean?
not true
Why
at
is
all.
that?
That's not true at all.
Well,
No,
you're
that's not
claiming that
true.
there's a drift. What do you mean
No,
that's not
because
true?
if you have a balloon, let's say we have a balloon floating above it, above the ground,
Okay.
and
Yeah.
but remember, the balloon is floating above the ground, so it is whatever the Earth is doing. That's the argument that Witzel had a long time ago about the Foucault pendulum actually precessing, even though it's not swinging. And he finally got over it, but he still denies it. But that's what you're saying. You're saying if I have a balloon that's not attached to the Earth, suddenly it's in a different frame of reference, and that's not true either. What we're
Why
saying
isn't
is
it?
if that, I'll tell you, if the balloon is not moving with respect to the ground, then you could say it is in synchronicity with the ground. Whatever the ground's doing, the
That's
balloon's
just
doing,
begging the
obviously,
question
because it's
on
not
top
moving.
of
Hold on, that's not moving.
that's
But if we
begging the
do
question.
see, Elijah, it's not going to make your case any stronger by interrupting me. You know that, right? So
No,
let me
I'm
just
just
finish the
saying
sentence.
that's
It'll
just
be
begging.
much easier to listen
You're
to.
not proving that. Like
I'm
there's
not trying to prove
nothing.
anything. I'm just trying to get you to be
Well,
logical.
then what do you mean you're not trying to prove anything? You have to prove your premise instead of
No, I'm not
begging
proving
the
my point.
question.
I'm giving you evidence.
No, it's not evidence. Well, if it is evidence, then
Supporting
it's like, then if
Elijah.
that's
It's
the
almost
case, then we
impossible to
should
talk
see
to you.
drift in other
You have a
things.
one way of
And
thinking.
you're saying, no, we wouldn't see drift in other things. And I'm like, oh, justify that. But all you did was beg the question.
No, I said very clearly other things that are not attached to the Earth, your qualifications. I showed that if they are floating, a balloon, for example, is floating above the Earth, not moving, then whatever the Earth is doing, it's doing. That's logical.
No, it's not.
We can actually prove that with most. So
No,
if we
it's not.
see
You're
the Earth
not
move,
proving anything. If it doesn't do anything, it's not doing anything, but you're just assuming that the earth is doing something. And the fact that we don't see a phenomena or any change or anything happening means that the object is also doing what we can't detect the earth doing.
no, we already agreed that if you see the gyro precess, we know that any plane we're measuring is moving. Now, if the plane is attached to the Earth, then we have to logically assume that the Earth is moving also. Now, if you disagree with that, that's a problem right there. We can't go any further.
Except for things that aren't attached to the earth. You
No, I
also
already
say, well,
agree.
that's just moving. Excuse me. You say that that's also moving with the earth. Now, you can't validate that part.
Yes, I can, because if a
No.
balloon is
Well,
floating
how?
above a non-motion, non-moving, non-angularly moving Earth or plane, and we determine that the plane is
Excuse
moving,
me, I thought the
then it would
earth
be.
was moving.
Can I please just finish?
But what are you talking about non-moving planes? Like
If you
we're
want to
talking about
assume that the Earth is not moving, that's just you don't feel it moving. You
no,
don't
no,
see it
no, no,
moving.
no, 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 no. You already said that the gyro, what we're seeing in it, is the movement of the earth. So now we have a assumedly moving earth. And so therefore anything not attached to it will also move as if it is attached to the earth. Go ahead and explain that to me.
Oh, not a problem at all. So if we've already established that something above the Earth, not attached to it, but is in synchronized motion or synchronized non-motion, meaning also static or inertial, then if the Earth is determined to be moving angularly by the tests we just basically qualified, then everything not attached to it that is seemingly not moving with respect to the motion is relative, then it would be moving also. That's modus tollens to the T.
You know what I
No,
just thought of?
that's begging the question.
It's not begging
So
the question.
It is
you know what
begging
I
the
just
question.
you know what I just thought of, Zanuck? Because y'all are just getting a back and forth about like the begging the question shit. Going back to the Occam's razor.
Did you
Like in the
break it?
Star Trek. What? Oh yeah, Occam's razor like really falls apart for the flat earthers who want to argue for it when it comes to the star trails, especially when it comes to terms of like the zodiac symbols. When you're having to explain like 3 or 4 or 5 different layers of star motions rather than just one body moving around.
Or we don't have to explain anything about the sky.
No, because you brought up, or some dude brought up Occam's razor and how it's really bad for the globe. This is just one of the 1,000 of examples where it's bad for the
Yeah,
flat.
but you would have to make a claim first.
Yeah,
Like
sure. I could make
the
a claim
sky's
that.
doing what it's doing. Like
Yeah,
the end. What does that have to? That's
yeah.
completely non sequitur to the geometry or lack thereof of the ground.
Well, when you can't really demonstrate how these things can work on a flat plane, that's where you run into issues.
No, you
Yeah.
don't run into issues because you need to know if the surface is convex or not. It has nothing to do and is completely non sequitur with whatever the sky's doing. I don't care what the sky's doing.
You
I don't
should.
have to make a claim about the sky
You
and come up
should.
with some explanation as how the sky moves across the plane of the earth.
You
If
should.
it's a plane or not a plane, well, we need to first establish that. But
Well,
you're
Howard,
just
If you're
saying,
going to,
well,
if you're even gonna even if you're going to entertain the idea that it's a plane, you would have to explain why we see
what do you
things in the
mean?
sky
No,
when
if
we
I'm
do
gonna
then.
entertain the idea that it's a globe, you mean? Because that is the only shape claim there is. Like, what do you mean entertain
Do
that
you
it's a
think it's
plane? This is what
flat?
we
Do you think the
see.
Earth is flat?
Everybody says it looks locally flat. We treat it as if it's non-rotating and in flat, even in navigation. So it's like for you to say, the star trails this, that, and the third. Who gives a shit? What the fuck does that have to do with the
In what
fact that everybody
instances?
utilizes the Earth as flat and
Hold on.
stationary?
In what instances do we assume that it's flat and stationary?
Flight, celestial navigation,
Celestial navigation and flight?
building things locally, from you to the horizon. They accept that as locally flat as far as you can see. Literally sliced an orange off the top, a little bit off the top, and said, "This is what you have: a flat plane on top of a very, 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 very large ball." I'm not saying you're saying that because I don't want to be a bigot. I'm just, is that what you? I mean, would you agree with that or no?
Building things? Yeah, locally small things, sure.
The
We do,
well,
in
exactly.
fact, yeah, small. Hold
So
on.
then
Hey, am
I'm.
I done yet? No. Small
Well,
things,
you said
sure.
yeah,
We've seen
sure.
in, in big structures, we've definitely seen how in the manuals they've talked about how they've had to account for the curvature of the Earth. And for transversing things, we can just take a look at satellites and how they. I know you might not believe in satellites. I'm not a big, and I'm not going to assume like all the realities that you might deny, right? Satellites, according to even leaked government documents, have to account for the curvature or like the movement of the Earth, right? And their positioning, all these things. So again, when we use Occam's razor for things like the sky, it doesn't really bode well to people who have to come up with all sorts of different explanations, like 5 different layers of star movement, whereas all we need in our model is just one.
I don't think Occam's razor is a very solid argument. I think it's pretty subjective as to what
Sure.
the simplest
agree.
solution is pretty
Yeah.
subjective in the first place. Secondly, there's many examples of things that actually the more complex thing is the right thing. So like in terms of like, for example, with like human health, for example, there's a whole bunch of scenarios in which there's things that are very complex that are actually correct and are the truth. And that a simplistic answer would actually be false. So that would be like the opposite of Occam's razor. So just saying,
Well,
I don't think it's a very good argument for
Oh,
many
I
Yeah,
agree. I
yeah. It's
agree, Gio.
alone.
Hold on. I agree, Gio. It's just that somebody, I think it was him that brought up the Occam's razor. He can correct me if I'm wrong. There was a bunch of people dogpiling on one guy in here. But the whole idea is, if you want to use Occam's razor, it's far easier for me to demonstrate like star patterns, like for my niece in my garage with a fucking ball and like some glowy stickers, than anything that you've tried to explain with star patterns, Gio.
Well, okay, that's
Okay,
subjective.
well,
Whatever.
at the same time with Occam's razor, if I'm looking from Michigan to Chicago and I see Chicago because I have a line of sight. Occam's razor. Now,
Occam razor. If you see the skyline move up and down, you know it's not the actual position per se because
no,
the light is bending.
all
Yeah,
I'm
I know. I'm
saying,
just saying.
okay, great. All I'm saying is this is not what we use to determine things empirically to be true or not. It's just the simplest explanation. That doesn't even mean that your premise is true.
Right. Yeah. Although it still can be useful, I think, in some cases, though. I mean, there's still ways in which there's something to Occam's razor in certain scenarios. I was going to say too, when you talk about the stars, what you said, Squatting Dog, is also very subjective. When you're trying to say, I mean, for example, if you have a stationary planar surface and you have the sky above, the sky can actually be like the way that the stars are moving can be replicated with magnetic fields here on Earth on a small scale. So if you want to talk about a simple solution, like, oh, magnetic field makes these two vortex patterns. Oh, we look up at the sky, there's these two vortex patterns. You could argue that actually is Occam's razor. It's very simple, can be replicated on a small scale. One could argue that. I'm not saying I'm arguing that. I'm just saying one could. Whereas when you talk about the globe explanation, you have to have a ball that's floating in a vacuum or that's in a vacuum. It has to be spinning. So that's a very complicated thing that you now have to try to explain all these theories of gravity and how things can stick to a ball. Then you have to describe how you have this massive vacuum. Then you have to describe how all of these things out there are stars, quote unquote, like that they're like burning balls of, et cetera. You have to explain that. You have to explain how they're light years away. You have to, which then that needs to be explained as to why we don't see them change position night by night, night by year. You have to make this very complicated story about how they're light years away, and that's why we don't see it. So one could actually make an argument that the globe idea of star trails is actually the much more complex one.
Or I could just simply bring up how I could just demonstrate it objectively so in my garage with a basketball and another basketball. And see, oh, hey, little niece, look, as I move this basketball, now it's facing the other constellations. That's why you can't see them during different times of the year versus other people's explanations saying, oh, hey, no, there's actually 4 or 5 different star trails that work because fuck all magic or whatever. And your thing about the magnetic fields, as if we are able to see magnetic fields or how those might interact with star trails or some other nonsense. Right? Or why we can all look in somewhat different directions if we're on a flat plane, yet all be seeing the same thing. Right? All this other assumptions that don't really pan out, because one wouldn't be able to say that on a ground Earth, we're all just looking the same direction when we're looking at the Southern Cross. Then you have to come up with some weird explanation as to how we can all be looking in different directions but be looking at the same thing. Come on. And then you would have to also explain, we have gravity. You still have to be able to explain why things go down or what's actually holding the gas in here, or why the water's above, or some fucking dome that nobody's been able to prove exists, and all this other stuff, or how the sun stays in the sky, or if even it's in the sky, or if it's in the dome or outside of the dome, or how the moon does what it does. Come on. There's so many Occam's razor issues with the flat Earth.
You're making some good points.
At least with the star trails, I could show that to my niece in the real world. With a fucking tennis ball and a basketball, and all those little glow-in-the-dark stickers.
Yeah, those cool glow. Yep. Yep. I love those. The glowing. I love glow-in-the-dark stuff in general. When I was younger, I had those.
But I don't think
I would have
anybody's
been
gonna.
I would have been interested to continue engaging under normal circumstances, but you just did a string of ad homs, sassy attitude, and it was a long monologue, and it was
Who ad hommed?
It was a long gish gallop, so it's boring to me. But if someone else wants to engage, I guess
that's fine. I didn't ad hob anybody. But at the same time, I find it really easy to explain to my niece how it would work in a 3D field, or at least a heliocentric field of star trails that we see. I could do it literally tonight for her. I have the materials. What I literally cannot fathom how I would demonstrate to her in any physical way is the things you bring up.
Yeah, like I said earlier, and I'll let you go after me. Like I said, what you're describing is the celestial sphere over a plane, not the globe. So what you're talking about is showing her how the constellations work as they move on the inner surface of the celestial sphere over a non-rotating plane, because that's the model.
What?
Yeah. Anyway, you can go, other guy that was about to talk.
Yeah, he's describing if you have a surface of Earth that you're on, whether you think it's a globe or a planar surface, either way, you have a celestial sphere. Essentially a hemisphere dome of stars. Even on a globe, that's what you have too, even in that kind of concept of it. So he was
Well-
just saying that whatever you're explaining, you're describing, you're explaining to somebody, you're not. It's not really isolating anything about a globe. You're just describing the celestial sphere and how you can see one part of it at any one time.
Well, hold on, Gio. I'm not trying to be like, Mr. Like, what's the word? I'm not trying to be like, well, actually, but technically, you would always have a celestial hemisphere. I'll give you that. Not
Yeah.
a full sphere.
That's what I said. Oh, on a plane, you're saying?
Yeah, you would always have a hemisphere. I'll give you that, but
Right, but they still refer to it as a celestial sphere because it has a spherical geometry to it. There's certain spherical components because you see it in a hemispherical dome. That's why it's been called the celestial sphere. They weren't necessarily referring to that it was going underneath the plane of the Earth.
Maybe. But,
Do you have any way to validate though the stars are going below the surface and that you're not just seeing them in a hemisphere above a planar surface? Because that's all of anything and all of what we always observe is a hemisphere of stars above us, and no matter
Well-
where you are on Earth.
Well, I could validate that you could map it all on a sphere because I know there are stuff online like you can get like a celestial sphere like texture. You could actually texture like a sphere in like a 3D program, and you can get and get all the stars on it basically, and it all just
I have a
maps
way.
on a sphere.
I have a way. If I can look down at a star at any degree below my 0 point, then it wouldn't be a hemisphere, would it?
Below. So what do you mean? Like you high like?
Well, you understand that if you're high enough, then
Yeah, high enough, yeah.
If you're high enough, we understand that the horizon is no longer where like the ground meets the sky. It's just where the sky is, and we can
No,
see
it's
that
still
with
where the ground meets
artificial
the sky.
horizons, right? No, we can see with artificial horizons, which just maintain
Yeah.
a 0-degree angle outwards from your perspective. We can see that we see sky below that point.
Well, no, because
yes.
again, the minimum angle for the North Star, being at the equator wouldn't matter if you were on a boat or 6 miles high. The angular distance from the ground wouldn't change, so you wouldn't be seeing more sky in that instance.
Are you sure about that?
Pretty sure.
Wait, what's the location again? You said where doing this? Like, what would be where were you?
At the equator, without any refraction, that would be where whatchamacallit. But in fact, that's not even true because with increased elevation, we've shown how you can bring things back into focus and actually look down upon them.
Yeah.
So it's not even a hemisphere; it's
Wait,
more than a
what was that?
hemisphere.
What was that? You said
What?
it's not true because what?
We understand that it is not a hemisphere because we can go higher up and see stars below us.
Yeah, the context is important, Elijah. I know what you're trying to get at. You're trying to go at like, oh, you go higher, you see more. That wasn't the context.
No, that's not what I was saying.
I'm
What
just
I was
okay,
saying
making
is you
sure.
don't see. What I was saying is you don't see more.
Well, what we're
But
saying.
his point was that you see more sky. No, you don't.
You sure about
Now,
that?
what he's saying right now is non sequitur to what I said, but it's also non sequitur to what he was saying before.
If I can now see more stars, therefore I now see more sky because I've now increased it from a hemisphere into more than a hemisphere.
Hemisphere plus.
Yeah. So yes, by increasing my elevation, I can in fact see more sky. Objectively so with artificial horizons.
Ooh.
In fact, that would actually go hand in hand with it no longer being a hemisphere of stars. It would be more than a
Well-
hemisphere of stars.
Well, again, my point being that the elevation angle of the North Star at the equator would be the same no matter how high you went. Validate that.
So if I
That would
go,
change because you're saying that the higher up you go. Okay, validate that the angular separation between the star and the ground at the equator would be
yeah,
different.
sure. Yeah, sure. No, I agree. Like, if I were to be at the equator without any refraction, I would expect to see Polaris at the 0 point, at 0 degrees from my horizon. And if I were to increase my elevation, it would still be at 0 degrees to my horizon, which again It's really hard to explain on a flat plane.
No,
But
it's
I
actually
digress.
impossible on the sphere you think you live on. It's no problem on the plane because we're not trying
Absolutely, it
to
does.
explain why that happens. But I know that in order to, I'm not even going to get into the elevation thing again because click my heels 3 times and the globe or Jeremy will appear.
Mhm.
So
But hold on.
What doesn't work
It,
on
it is hard. It is impossible for you to explain because we know that basic trigonometry says that the 90,
oh,
the
just like
69,
Jeremy.
like the 69 miles per degree doesn't work with trigonometry on a flat plane.
No, but the celestial sphere model utilizes a flat plane. That's ridiculous to say.
It utilizes a flat plane.
Yeah, the celestial, like the equatorial plane. Yes, that's what it utilizes. So you effectively aren't on a curved surface. You're effectively on a on a equatorial plane.
What?
Wow, dude. Okay,
Yeah, I'm not understanding what you're trying to say.
I'm saying it as plain as I can possibly say it.
Well, maybe it's just not making sense. It's not vibing with me, dude.
Do you
So
know what an
maybe you don't
equatorial
know.
plane is?
I'm just
He
trying to
can
understand how that would play into reality.
he can
And it's
walk
just
you
not
through it,
clicking.
perhaps.
Yeah, maybe he can walk me through it.
Well, it
Explain it
doesn't
to me
matter
like I'm
where you.
4.
It doesn't
Or
matter where you are on the Earth. I know you guys think that the stars are, going to be the same angle at whatever altitude. That's why they chop the Earth off, the sphere off, and they just say, "Well, imagine you're at the celestial equator, which is a plane.
And what's
It's
wrong
a
with that?
plane." What do you mean? What's wrong? He just said it would be impossible on a plane. But that's what the model utilizes, a plane.
Yeah, okay, but you take. Hold on.
The
You're
degrees, the
making. You're
degrees are
making.
the degrees are of the celestial sphere. The celestial
Mhm.
sphere is transposed into nautical miles. The degrees on the sphere transposed into nautical miles on the ground.
Yeah, okay, you're
But it's
doing.
a flat plane.
But this is fallacious though. You're saying just because it utilizes a plane or some shit that it could work on like on a flat Earth or something. Is that what you're saying basically?
I think that's
Well,
what
I
he's
mean,
trying to say.
seeing as that it's a plane, yeah.
But no
Seeing as
though,
that you're
because
flying a plane because it's a plane, yeah.
okay,
Can you
but
show me
that's
an example as to how something that is increasing linearly for direction has a linear change in degrees?
No, I probably can't if it doesn't exist. If you're saying so, then that's
yeah.
probably not
So
the case.
yeah.
But
So
So
this
I
you
agree.
saying it
So
doesn't work on a
Because it doesn't
plane
work.
doesn't make sense because they already
okay.
assume a plane, a
Oh my god. Okay.
non-rotating plane.
Yeah, I
No.
mean
where?
geometrically that it's just a transform. Like if you have a globe Earth and you put an
Mhm.
equatorial plane at the equator that you're measuring your actual star angles from, that can be seen as the plane of the equatorial plane is actually the plane of the Earth, and the celestial sphere is above that plane. It's just inverted geometrical
So
coordinates to call it a
can
globe.
you put I don't know care like I don't really care what like drawing tool you use. I can use paint, right? Can you show me an example where you have a hemisphere above a flat plane and then show as distance from the ground above to the where it intersects with that dome? How the distance increasing linearly, so let's just do 60
Well,
steps,
it's
would
not a
show
real
hold
dome.
on, hold
It's
on,
not a real dome, though.
would
It's not a
show
physical. It's not a physical
my
dome.
guy, I'm not done yet. Would show a
Well,
linear
your
change in
premise
the
is
degrees.
wrong. It's not a physical dome.
So
It's
what is
just
it?
it's just that it's just an elevation angle.
Okay, cool. So can you show
Like
me
a
that on paper,
protractor? I actually could.
please?
Okay.
Yeah, show me how with a linear change in distance could lead to a linear change in
I'm not
degrees.
showing you that. I just told
Well
you
then,
that's probably not the case, although they use a plane. Right? That's
so
what I
you
said,
can't
right?
demonstrate that to me. So you can't demonstrate to like the weird
That they
phenomenon
use
that
a
what we're seeing in
plane.
reality, right?
But the
I can't
context.
demonstrate that they use a plane.
So
Is
hold
what
on.
I'm saying.
There's an issue. There's an issue there. You can't demonstrate something to me that we clearly see repeated in reality.
That they're using a plane. I can't demonstrate that to you.
No. You can't demonstrate to me how you can show a linear change in distance while at the same time showing a linear change in observable angles.
Okay, so what?
So if you can't show that to me, then you can't really explain like why
Well,
stars go
there's
up or
nothing
down
to
based on our distance that we travel.
there's nothing to explain. We just observe the stars and the angular distance off of the horizontal plane, not an actual distance, but the angular distance, which gives you nautical
So
miles.
no. We are traveling. We know we can measure our distance, right?
Where's my
Yeah,
citation?
we
I
can
was just
measure.
reading this
We
yesterday.
can
Hmm.
we can measure our distance, and we
Distance of
can
what?
see that we've traveled 60 nautical miles, and we can see a 1 degree drop in Polaris, and we can travel another 60 nautical miles, and we can see another degree drop over and over and over until it's at the horizon. You'd be hard pressed to show me on paper how that could possibly work.
I don't know if that I don't know, but the bottom line is you still use a plane.
Yeah, I mean, you can actually do it right on Stellarium. You can turn on the azimuthal grid, and it shows the stars laid out with a planar foundation, because that's what an azimuth is, the actual grid of that, with essentially like a hemispherical dome of stars above you, right on Stellarium, and it shows the 1 degree. It shows all of that, so
Yeah, but
you can see it right there.
But that doesn't really like mean anything without that's okay. Like so, okay, there's a plane involved or something, but you're not really explaining how the plane plays a part or whatever. I feel like you guys are just kind of making like a jump almost. Like okay, there's a
No.
plane, but so
For
what?
the
Okay, well, here's the thing, though. He's asking, when you move on the ground, the star drops a degree, 69 miles, a degree,
Mhm.
69 miles. That's the relationship that he's getting at, or he's talking about. What I'm saying is that right on Stellarium, you can put the what they call the equatorial grid, which is the idea of the stars in a total sphere around you, or you can turn on the azimuthal grid, which puts has the azimuth as your planar foundation with the stars above, and they still will move the 1 degree. So I'm just saying, right on Stellarium, it shows as the stars mapped as a hemispherical dome above you works the same as, well, at least within that hemispherical dome,
So
as the equatorial.
So you're gonna use a simulator that, if I'm just gonna
Oh
guess
my
what they're
God.
doing, they're literally just turning the stars. They're taking the whole sphere and they're just moving the sphere to make it look like how it would at that position.
That's
But again, you
exactly
can't.
what the sky does, because when you're
That's
standing still, you see
so.
the
So all the.
sky coming towards
Hold
you
on.
from east to west.
So
What do you
hold
mean?
on.
Hold on. You stopped talking. I started talking, bro.
I got a question about what you're like saying.
No, bro. I'm ready to read my citation.
Okay. I'll wait for your
For the
citation.
purpose of obtaining this distance accurately, the sextant was invented. This instrument measures the height, altitude of celestial bodies above the horizon. Our overhead point is 90 degrees above the horizon. Therefore, the distance between a star and our overhead point would be 90 degrees minus the star's altitude. Of course, we aren't really measuring a distance in the sky, but an angle.
Okay. What's
Anyway, so like I was trying to get back to the GMP, not GMP. I'm sorry, Geo. Right. With the Geo thing, so we're going to turn to a simulator that most likely physically, or at least physically in the sense of the simulator, moves the star like the stars themselves, whatever texture that they're using for the stars,
Mhm.
actually physically moves that in order to try and simulate what you would see. So again, I'm going to ask you, can you use something that doesn't use a whole bunch of visual trickery, such as like things on paper, to show this weird phenomenon that we
What?
see?
Well, okay, Chief has a point because in Stellarium, right? If I had to also assume how they did it, they probably have an actual sphere. They have a celestial sphere, and they're just literally like rotating it. Whenever you put your location in it, like you put your location here, and then it'll just rotate the
Yeah, that's
sphere.
the model. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But
That's
that
what I.
doesn't. But that doesn't. But
That's
that
how
doesn't.
I led the conversation. Yes.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything in reality, though. Like, how do you actually apply that to reality? Like, that doesn't work
What?
on a flat plane.
Yeah,
Yes, it
because I
does.
understand. Because I understand how Minecraft makes the stars look like they're moving. All right, and so like, what the fuck would I care about how Stellarium does it? I
So
want
let
to
me
see if you
finish.
can demonstrate it on paper.
So
I
let me
brought
finish
that.
the rest. Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. So let me finish the rest of the citation. However, 1 degree or 60 minutes of altitude angle in the sky equals 60 nautical miles distance on the Earth's surface.
So why
I
do you keep
mean,
going to these things when we're literally talking about physical distance traveled?
because they're using a plane A horizontal plane. That's a baseline. That's why.
What? Again,
You
why are
keep
you
saying what?
using?
Every time I say
Yeah,
it's like
because why
roof.
am I again? Because I'm confused. Why you're bringing this thing up as an example when we can have physical measurements that we calculate?
It's not physical measurements. You have angular measurements.
So I don't know how fucking far I-90 is. I don't know how far I've traveled on I-90. Is that really the
Yeah,
fucking argument you want to bring up?
Well,
that's
dude,
true. Okay.
the angle is being measured within the celestial sphere above you. That hemispherical dome type structure above you. That's what the angle is actually being mapped in. Is that surface, as it were, if you want to call it a surface. The only difference they've done on the globe model is they try to claim that the stars are so far away that all the light rays are coming and hitting the Earth parallel. That parallel nature of the stars hitting the Earth is where they're inverting the planar geometry. So they're trying to say the stars are all coming in at parallel angles, therefore now that's planar. Now that 1 degree in the celestial sphere has to be the curved surface needs to be somewhere. So instead of it being above you, now it has to be on the surface. That's how they've inverted it. But in reality, in the actual situation, it's the 1 degree in the hemispherical celestial sphere above you.
In reality.
It's just an inverted explanation, and then they
That
tried
doesn't
to
work
make
either,
the Earth
Joe.
curve to account for that and make the stars parallel and infinitely light years away to account for the fact that you have to have the planar geometry in order for it to work.
But Gio, that doesn't work either. If you have to measure the angle, if it is closer and smaller, then you would be able to rectify that discrepancy at different angular positions on the
So
surface.
again, there is.
I could have sworn.
Sorry, my bad.
Well, but we don't see that, Gio. See, that's why I give you the near the horizon where you see most of the dramatic errors in that
You'd have to
logic.
start over. I don't know. You were interrupted. I wasn't able to follow all that. Say it again.
Okay, so if you want to use the celestial here as the reasoning, then you have a problem with things that are, as they get further away, measured from different spots on the planar surface, and that doesn't work. You can't do it. It doesn't. The mathematics doesn't work out either. These things that are making small changes toward the horizon will be huge changes, massive changes on the surface, and you don't see that. So you want to have this linear relationship of 1 degree for 60 nautical miles.
Which is
you won't get that with the celestial sphere.
Yeah,
you
which
might
is
get it for
impossible to show on a planar surface.
impossible. Yeah, exactly. You just can't. It won't.
Oh my God, the model utilizes a plane for the millionth time.
It doesn't. The model does not use a plane.
What
Yeah,
I'm
it
reading
does.
here is the plane from your own viewpoint. So I don't know what you're on
Yeah,
about.
yeah. Gio,
What was told?
Elijah, you keep on
Where
saying the
else?
plane.
What view? What other view is there other than where you're
You have a
standing?
view. You have a view of a horizontal. Doesn't mean that you. It's a big stretch and is affirming the concept
Okay. So hold on.
and is
So hold
illogical
on.
if you think
So hold
the
on.
plane of observation is equal to the surface. No,
So
the
hold on.
measurements determine the surface shape. The plane we see is just a direction. Like level is just a direction. Horizontal is just a direction, not a surface.
No,
There's
no.
no
All of the
curved adjacents as
all of
quantum race
the
always.
positions on the ground are related to the stars in the sky based on that horizontal plane. The horizontal plane that you're standing on, that you're using, that direction, all of the points are plotted on that equatorial plane, not
No,
the surface of the sphere.
no, that's not true at all. It's exactly
Yeah,
what
okay.
you didn't say.
Whatever.
What I said is exactly what I said. It's the orientation
Look at you smiling. You
to a
know you
horizontal.
lying. Look at you smiling. You know you lying.
Let me please finish the sentence. I said it very clearly. It's an orientation. The horizontal is an
Well,
orientation.
you're
The
through.
level is an orientation to an angular position of the object in the sky, based on that horizontal. It doesn't have to be to the horizon. Doesn't it could be just with respect to vertical, with respect to a plumb bob, and that co-altitude angle that you get with respect to a plumb bob is at angle, which will relate to a surface distance of 69 nautical miles per angular change of 1 degree. That does not happen on a flat surface, even if you have a spherical celestial sphere around you. It still doesn't work because there has to be a way to rectify and equate the distances between positions on the flat plane to that same object, which doesn't work either.
Hmm.
None of it
Interesting.
works.
Interesting. In lieu of me posting all the things I'm posting.
Right.
But you didn't
That same
post
thing.
anything that actually shows what we're asking for.
Well,
Yeah, they do
one
have a lot of
thing
graphical
I do
authenticity.
know is when it comes to using the stars to navigate or to map anything, what I do know is that you're utilizing the plane, and that is
Yeah,
definitely
the plane of your view, I
directly
agree.
related to the plane that we live on is directly related to the angular degrees
Yeah.
of the sky.
Yeah, the plane of your view. That's why they say equatorial plane, right? But I digress, because clearly that's a little rough. And you honestly can't even show like the phenomenon on paper, which should be quite easy to do, because we understand trigonometry as a proven. Well, that's why we have like proofs in trigonometry. These are things that have yet to be disproven ever.
There's never been an exception for trigonometry.
Yeah.
You guys ever listen to a couple argue?
Yeah.
Oh, I blanked out. What was going on? What's happening here?
Well, he's going back to like the admiral position of explaining celestial geometry and celestial navigation, and you have the diagram. The diagrams is what allows you. You go look on the diagram; they show this flat plane, and everything's on the plane. North Pole, the equator, everything's on the plane. That's not exactly what's happening. They're really using that as just a kind of reference framework, so that you can tell
That's
how the
interesting. I
angle
mean,
changes the position on the sphere.
pretty
It's very
cute
clear
how
that we're
they
talking about a
pretty
sphere,
cute
because
these
you can't
little
have an
artistic
angle
renditions.
relationship of 1 degree per nautical, 69 nautical miles for a flat surface. It does not work at all.
Oh.
Oh, but see
Oh,
here,
okay.
Elijah just posted like the 3 or 4 different layers of stars that we're gonna have to deal with in order to explain this one simple concept that's easy to understand on a on our model with one layer of stars.
Well, again, like Gio said, simple isn't always correct.
Sure, I agree. Simple doesn't always mean
Now,
correct.
I know that I'm not making shit up, and I know this is just what it is, as complex as it may seem to you.
Yeah, somebody else is making shit up.
Oh, somebody else. So all these citations that I'm posting, they're just making it up. Okay.
No, it doesn't work, Elijah, because it's for the simple reason that you could be in two different positions and use your methodology or the person's methodology and find out they are completely wrong, even with the different layers of stars. You find one star that everybody can see and measure the angles between them for given distances, and it absolutely does not work on a flat surface. It does not work.
The argument there is, we might all be looking at the Southern Cross, but we're actually all looking at different Southern Crosses that look exactly the same.
That's the only logical thing you can as well.
All right, so I'm gonna post something. I'm gonna stick it to the chat here for a second, so so it won't get taken away by other stuff. So this is just a little snapshot from Walter Bisland's thing. I'm just using it as a general kind of image or imagery to explain what I'm going to explain. And I'm not even saying that the little sort of personal atmospheric dome thing. I'm not even saying that that's like the correct size or ratios. I'm just using it as a general. So if you see what Eli posted there, that shows all of those different sort of angles of the celestial sphere and how it changes. Well, if you have something where you have a planar surface, you have the sky above. If we can only see in a limited range, then we cannot see forever. We can't just Superman see forever. So if we can see in a limited range, then the stars are going to be visible on that limited range that we can see, just like it shows on here. Like the stars that are up above the Earth are sort of being like transmuted, transposed is maybe the word I was looking for, sort of transposed onto your actual local visible region. And that will, in terms of the 1 degree per 69 miles, if you move away on the Earth, the star is actually lowering in that celestial sphere, which is a sphere. So that's why it's a linear relationship. Now, in my opinion, what they've done with the globe Earth is they've taken this visual optical sphere that we see in, which ironically turns out to be around a 4,000 mile radius. Like when you do triangulate a star, if you attempt to triangulate a star, that's why like Robotham was getting like 3,200 miles back when he was trying to triangulate the sun. Other people have gotten around 4,000 miles, like anywhere between 3,000 to 4,000 miles. If you do triangulation, is generally what you get. Now, I'm not saying that is exactly what they are. I'm not even saying they are physical or anything like that. I'm just saying when you try to triangulate them, you get that 3,000 to 4,000 mile. It's also interesting that the equator, if the equator is 24,901 miles over on a planar surface, the radius to the North Pole is exactly what they tell us the radius of the globe is, which is like 3959. And at the equator is when Polaris will no longer be visible. So if we see in a 3959 sphere, the Polaris will vanish at the 3950 point at the equator. And that would then explain why the 3959, or roughly that 4,000 miles, is significant, and why the radius of the Earth claim of the globe has something to it. Doesn't mean that we're on a globe and that's the radius to it. It could be, in this perspective, that the radius from our eyes to the extent of what we can see is 3959. That's a 3959 sphere, which makes up the celestial sphere, which is what the globe model was reverse engineered from.
Geo, it does it actually. If you get toward the horizon, and quite a bit above the horizon, the distance would be 6,000 miles. There's a huge error as you get closer and closer to the horizon for that type of logic. They already showed the difference. Why that's not a possibility.
I didn't follow that. You'd have to say it again. Was it related to what I was saying, or
Exactly related. You said
okay,
that
try again.
near when you just before you can't see Polaris anymore, horizon. If you measure the angle to the horizon, you know these angles, and we know the distance to the position. These are known facts. The distance to the star will be 6,000 miles, and this is at a moderate angle of the horizon, and goes even farther as it gets closer to. That's how trigonometry works. That doesn't work on a flat model. It doesn't work because obviously that star can't be that far away, because you just said there's a correlation between pole and the equator, which is 3,900 miles, and that's not what we're seeing.
All right, you chopped up a little bit during that, but I think I maybe heard what you were saying. You're saying that when a star is at the horizon, you're claiming it's 6,000 miles?
Near, not even at the horizon, near the horizon.
Okay, where are you getting that from? Because you kept saying we know and all these things, which I know that you don't have a mouse in your pocket. So I don't know who the we is, but the we is probably something.
What do you mean
We
the
people
star
that
is 6,000
understand,
miles? What do you mean that by
we,
that?
including you, who understands trigonometry. So I just posted it
What,
again.
what do you mean? What do you mean by the star is 6,000 miles? What do you mean by that? What do you
Well, you know the
6,000 miles?
distance.
Where? The distance of what?
The
From what to
distance
what?
to a position.
What?
Let me know when you're
From
done
what
talking
to
so I can
what?
actually answer the question. I just posted it in the chat. Good. You have 1 degree above the horizon. You can see it. It would be 5,340 miles.
You didn't post shit in the chat.
Am I not posting the right spot or something?
No, you're not.
Live stream text. It's in there. Yeah, at 51 after the hour. Did you not see that?
No.
Can everyone
I
else
see
see
it.
you?
Yeah, I see it.
Where?
I see it.
Oh my God, Elijah, is this a tactic, or
It's not in
Probably.
here.
why don't you figure it out on your end before you just disrupt the actual flow?
Where is it? You posted after me?
50. Whoever did the multiple layers of celestial spheres right after that, within like the 2 posts.
The globe is for entertainment purposes only? Where are you at in here?
Oh,
Where is he at? What are we talking about? I'm missing something?
I know you might not be in the
after
right channel.
entertainment purposes.
I just
Dr.
tagged you in
Collins.
the right room or whatever, I guess.
No,
Yeah, but
don't you love it when they say the globe independently?
did he post? What minute?
Right after the globe is for
It's literally one of
entertainment.
the last fucking posts. Jesus
I know he's just
Christ.
being a freaking disruptive.
No. I know I'm not tripping.
You have me blocked or something?
Hey.
You either
Yeah,
have
I'll
Xanax blocked
repost.
or you're in the wrong channel. But he
I
posted it.
I'll post it for him. Boom. There. Done.
He's
Okay, I see that.
Yeah.
So you have him
What's-
blocked.
It's a half
I
circle.
don't have Xanax blocked. Or maybe I do, I don't know. Okay, so what were you saying? My bad. Didn't mean to interrupt.
So we have a co-altitude angle of 1 degree, excuse me, 89-degree co-altitude, 1 degree above the horizon, which is a 1 degree elevation angle. That would equate to about 5,500 miles, well above the 3,900 miles that was talked about by Geo. And we know this because we know there's a 1 degree per 60 nautical mile relationship as you travel to a point where that would be at your GP or star, for example, or any other star that you.
Well, I mean, there's a problem here if you're going to do 1 degree refraction down at the ground level. But even leaving that out for a moment, other than this just being like numbers and drawings, is this supposedly related to something on the Earth, like a city to a city, or something that you think was measured accurately, or something? Because this is obviously just drawings. So where's the relation? In
Go LA, measure North Star. Go San Francisco, measure North Star. Go to Vancouver, measure North Star. Go to Alaska, measure North Star. All these will give you the exact distance latitudinally from each city to the other, very accurately, incredibly accurately. And that's how celestial navigation actually works.
But you said like you said something about 6,000 miles to the star. What you mean, the GP of the star?
No, the star itself.
Yeah, this is bullshit. You can't do
It
that.
wouldn't be.
No, you can't do that because they don't. You can't use trigonometry for the celestial bodies.
Why not?
You don't have a
Well,
tape
yeah,
measure.
no,
Oh, I know
not?
why.
You just
Because it doesn't work, and so they have to
doesn't
find
work,
another
exactly.
reason,
what I'm
right?
saying. Well, that's what I'm saying, but that's a non sequitur to what Geo said. So you just going on to this little red herring means nothing. Because what does this have to do with what Geo was saying to Zanuck in the first place?
Because we're
No.
denying Geo's explanation for this phenomenon that we see, and we default back to the provable trigonometry that we use in everyday life.
Tell me
Rather
how it's
than
proven. How is it proven? You got your tape
trigonometry?
measure to measure the
Yeah,
stars?
yeah, yeah.
then?
Because I have passed the fucking 9th grade and I've done trigonometry.
Could you tell that to your niece? Do you
Not,
have
not on the
I have to
not
give
on the celestial
Swan Dog,
bodies.
I
You
got to give him
haven't.
credit. The multiple layer star system, Geo's explanation of this personal sphere is interesting. And it's very complicated, and you have to be fairly smart to actually come up with it, let alone understand what they're saying, and they can articulate it very well. The problem is it falls apart at the extremes, and that's when you know something, a test or a theory is wrong. You can find the areas on the fringes where it completely falls apart. Doesn't this slightly fall apart? It
That's
completely
exactly how
utterly
we know the
blows up.
globe is wrong, though. Like the
No,
same
no,
thing
you
you
don't know
just
the globe is
said
wrong
is
because
exactly how we're here right now talking about this. Because what we observe doesn't match up with what your books talk about.
Well, hold on. I dozed out there for a second. What's happening now? What's happening?
Trigonometry's on flat paper. You got that right?
Trigonometry. Oh, I'm
Yeah,
about to
yeah,
beat some booties with
So
trigonometry. Let's go right now.
yeah, so write it on a ball.
On a ball.
Yeah, where you're supposed to write trigonometry or whatever math for a ball, right? You're not supposed to use flat stuff, right? How could you
Okay.
possibly use any flat paper to write any globe math? That'd be weird, wouldn't it?
Oh, I need round paper. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
you
would
need
just use
round everything.
geometry at that point.
You need round everything for round stuff, I would think. You wouldn't need a flat piece of paper with some numbers on it that have F all to do with shape at all. In any way, shape, or form. Writing a whole bunch of
Oh,
5s and 7s and 2s and 9s don't have shapes.
you're right. Because
That's
I
the
saw a
last time I
picture.
checked.
I saw a picture where shoes. If the Earth was round, the shoes should have like a little curve to them. You know what I'm saying? That's
No,
and cars should also have a little
no,
bit of
I
a
don't
curve to
know what
them.
you're saying.
Yeah, you're
No,
right.
I only know that numbers don't make shapes. So you can write whatever number you need to make a shape for me. Show me which number makes a sphere shape. I'll wait.
I can give you an equation that does it.
There you go.
You can give me an equation that makes a spherical shape. I'll
Yeah.
wait. I'll bet you it'll be on flat paper.
Oh no, actually it'll be on a TIA Inspire.
So, Zanuck, in this thing that you posted, I'm still not clear on what your claim is. You're trying to claim that a 1 degree measured star, when you do trigonometry to it, works out to 5,340 miles?
What is this?
That's your ultimate claim?
No, I think it's.
Yeah, if you have a 1 degree star, the co-altitude angle of 1 degree, which is an 89 degree co-altitude angle, elevation angle of 1, that will mean it has to be 5,500 miles away.
You know why they don't do celestial navigation within 15 degrees of the horizon, right? Because of refraction.
Well, that,
So
well,
you're
that
you're,
makes
you're
sense.
taking an example. I mean, there can be all kinds of wavering and all kinds of refraction at
Well,
the horizon. So you're trying to take a 1 degree and then make a geometric claim, and then trying to claim that that it doesn't match trigonometry. That's what you're doing here.
we never see that kind of variance at 1 degree, but there is refraction. I'll give you that. That's not going to change the problem. Is still there.
But dude, they
Doesn't-
specifically don't do celestial navigation at like
Because
down
it's not
close to the
accurate.
horizon because it's not
Because it's
accurate,
not
of course. Right.
Correct.
So you're
It's
using
refraction.
something that's known to not be accurate, and then you're making some kind of trigonometry claim on it, and then you are having this kind of boisterous confidence as if like we know, like you and everyone in the world apparently you think you know all this we and all this stuff, where now that it's been broken down, you're using something that is known to be inaccurate right down at the horizon and then making a trigonometric claim upon it.
Yeah. Okay. That's
without
fine.
even
But
validating
hold
where
on.
these spots are in the
Gio,
world. And that
Gio, I
this-
use that for an extreme because I always like to teach the thing to the students with extremes and make the point across. But I can
These
do
are
this.
the dirty
I can
tactics
do this
that
at 30
lying
degrees.
Glovers use all
I
the
can.
time.
Yeah, it's dirty.
Elijah, was that your time to come in? Really?
It's really dirty because when you laid it out, you're like, we know this, and these are facts, and this is absolute. And now we got to it, you're like, well, okay, actually, it's an extreme, and all right, we'll move on to something else.
No, that's not what
pretty
I'm
dirty.
saying. I'm saying I
So,
use extremes
hold
to make
on.
it sure that it blows out of the water. We can go to
But-
an area that is probably agreed to not have refractive area. Celestial navigation is used. We get to those levels, those numbers still don't work because we can still get the height of the star.
What
and
we
it's
still
too
run
far.
into a problem with, my friend, is sure we don't use it for the 1 through 15 because of refraction, or refraction. But when we take a look at 90 degrees all the way down to 75, it still follows that same rule. Even though it shouldn't even come close after the first 10, 15 degrees from the 90-degree point.
Correct. And we can do it at 45 or 20 degrees. There's not a celestial navigation still is used. So you would agree to that. You wouldn't use that as an objection anymore because it is used at some areas above 15 degrees. And above 15 degrees, we still see this problem. The distances are way too far because there is a 60 nautical mile relationship to every degree of change to the co-altitude angle.
Right.
Or any
and that, yeah, and the change is happening in the sky. It's not happening on the ground.
I don't know what that means.
The celestial sphere of the kind of the visible hemispherical dome above you, as it were. Because I mean, you can take your finger and point at the horizon. Take your finger, point up directly. Take your finger, point where like at rising, at zenith, and at setting, and your finger is making a hemispherical shape.
Sure.
So if your eyes have a limit, like unless you feel, I know there's some of this globe idea that you're Superman, you can see light years or whatever they try to claim in terms of that. But since we're mammals and we can't see, I don't think we can see forever, although I know that's a whole separate topic. But just like your finger traced a hemisphere, the reason that happens is because your finger has a limit. The end of your index finger, if you're pointing, has a limit. And that's why when you move it all the way up and above around you, it creates a hemispherical dome. Well, if your eyes have a limit and you can't see forever, you don't have Superman eyes, then your eyes are tracing a hemispherical dome. That hemispherical dome, whether, I'm not saying it is curved out there, whatever it is up there, it doesn't even matter what it is, that your eyes are limited and your eyes are making that hemispherical structure. That being the case, that can be seen as curved because it's a limit. Just like when you do that with your finger, like, okay, let me say this. Okay. If you have an airplane that's flying level, if you point at it, you're going to make that hemispherical thing. The airplane is not necessarily making a hemisphere. The airplane is actually just flying level, a parallel above the ground. But your finger will make a hemisphere. In the same way, whatever the stars are, whether they're on a huge flat surface, whether they're on a huge flat surface above us, or whether they're slightly curved on a massive dome, whatever that is that. However, just like when your finger makes that hemispherical shape locally to you, your eyes will make a hemispherical shape locally to you as well. That hemispherical shape will have the angle of declination and right ascension, which essentially is like latitude and longitude of the sky. You're going to have the right ascension and declination of any star or any celestial object, which is going to be created in that hemispherical celestial sphere shape above you. That's what the 1 degree is being measured on. That is where the linear relationship comes in and has nothing to do with the ground. The ground is just the surface you're on.
So
I couldn't even get through that without you clipping 14 times.
I know, but dude, that was almost like you're baiting me because you went on for a very long time.
You have to wait till someone's finished to speak.
I know, but you had 3 points that
clipping
Yeah,
is
so many
very. You didn't clip
Yeah,
me while I'm
you
just
accused me
asking,
earlier.
moderating, asking you
Yes.
to not clip people. Wow.
No, I mean, Gio, we talked about this earlier in chat. I promise better, but I mean, do you not see what you were doing? This is your blind spot, I think. You went on and on and on, and compounded the equations and compounded the situations to the point where I couldn't basically keep up. I started keeping notes. There's 10 points I wanted to make. I lost track at 10, and I couldn't even write any more down. You hit so far, and one thing I do remember, because you can't converse with you if you do that many points. We can't remember them. What's the point of even making these points if no one can remember them or put the pieces
That's why you
together?
take notes, bro. And he
But
only
no, I
wants
wasn't
to
taking
be
notes.
taking
There were
notes.
too
or
many,
you
and he
do
would,
what you
and he
typically
showed
do
no
in a
sign
conversation, and
of
you have
stopping.
one
So
point at a
eventually,
time.
as a logical man, I started saying, "Okay, I'll just say excuse me." Maybe he'll stop for a second. You
He
wouldn't.
only
You kept
talked
on
for like
going.
a minute, bro. He got a lot
No,
out
it
in
was
like
it was
1 minute.
it was two and
And
a
you
half
should
minutes.
be taking notes. If you're trying to have a debate, yeah, you definitely should be taking notes.
I was taking notes, but I lost track after 10 points. I thought I should be able to.
He did not make it 10 point. He
Hey,
went on for
can we
maybe
stop
2
doing this so I
minutes.
can talk to Gio about this real quick? Because the
Well,
point you
you're
made, Gio.
lying when you're saying
Okay,
that he
no,
went on and on
yeah,
and on forever.
come
Like
on.
it wasn't an
Good
unreasonable
way
amount
to
of
have
time
your
for
white
him to talk.
knighting for.
Jerry.
Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, Zanuck, dude. First of all, I do hear what you're saying. That if people link like a bunch of points together, I do hear you. However, I actually don't think I linked that many. I may have been a little bit explaining those ones, but either way, that's still not a reason to just clip every time. Because I was in the middle of speaking, you clip. It's very difficult to even keep going, in that way. So no matter what's happening, if everyone gets 30 or 30, like in this open panel type stream like this, it makes sense to, if it's a debate style, between 30 seconds to a minute. If it's more of like chill podcast style where everyone's laid back, sometimes people go for longer, but it's not a long amount of time. And now we've just wasted time talking about that. So if you want to speak and go next, and go ahead, just please, I just asked you not to clip and do that because it's very disruptive.
I know, but there was more than 10 points, and at that point, I just said real politely, "Excuse me."
Here we go.
Yielding, but anyway, I get your point, and I'll try to, maybe be more on my notes for shorthand back with
How do
the
you get
answer.
his point?
There was 3 or 4 things I wanted to ask you that
How
were.
do you get his point when you were literally just saying that you
Okay,
didn't because
thanks, Elijah. That
he
helps
was
too.
saying too much?
So let me,
Can,
since he gave me the
can
floor,
you
let me get this
summarize
out.
what he said before you continue?
I'd like to hear the 10 points.
No, can he
Honestly.
summarize what Gio said before he continues?
I think it would be kind to use 1 point at a time.
It all was one
So
point.
then he shouldn't lie and say he's going to address Gio's point when either he understood it or he didn't.
And it was 1 point, by the way.
It sounded like multiple phenomenons you were trying to explain, thus making it multiple points.
All right. Well, we need to move forward. So who would like to speak next? Go ahead.
You said you gave me the floor. I'd like to ask you one question before I make the comment. Can you give me that 1 point summarized, one sentence?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
What are you asking for now?
Can you give me that 1 point in the summary in one sentence?
No, that's why I spent 45 seconds saying it, because it couldn't be done in 3 seconds.
Give me the highlight. Give me the title of that point. Just give me a summary.
Our vision is a dome. That's his highlight.
If you want to do that, I would recommend go back, re-listen to live stream. We'll come back around to you once you've done that. I'm not going to repeat myself because you weren't listening, but yeah, we should move forward.
Just so you know, Gio, you had my full attention completely. But
okay, I'm not going to repeat the whole thing. So either you listen to it or something. I don't know why the conversation has been stopped now without moving forward.
The major point. I can't remember. Sorry about that, guys.
I guess if I just summarize it, well,
I had a really good point to respond to it. Now I can't remember what that was. So it was my fault. I shouldn't have jumped in or even argued about how long your response was. But I mean, it was a little bit hard to follow. I don't think.
Okay, then I will repeat it, and it may take another 45 seconds.
That's fine.
What I was saying, I'll try to summarize it like this. If you're standing on the ground and you point at the horizon where the sun rises, you then point right above you, your zenith directly above you where the sun is at noon. And then you point all the way where the sun is when it sets. With your finger, the limit of your finger, you're creating a dome, a hemispherical dome as you move your finger around. I then related that to say that if there was an airplane that was going level above the earth, you would also point at it in the same way. Even though the airplane is level above the earth, the airplane is not making a massive arc, but your finger still makes an arc. Now, what that shows is that locally, you're making a hemispherical arc due to perspective to whatever is going above you in the sky. So what I then was saying is that just like your finger has a limit, like your index finger has a limit, your eyes also have a limit. Unless someone wants to make the argument that we see forever and that we're Superman, which is a whole separate thing. I am saying that our eyes have a limit. We're mammals, we're animals. We have a limit as to how far we can see. So if your eyes have
What
a
is that
limit,
limit?
just like your finger has a limit, then your visible range is a hemisphere, just like the tip of your finger creates a hemisphere. Your eyeballs are the limit of your vision will make a hemisphere around you, which has been called the celestial sphere since the dawn of time. Has been referred to as that. So whatever the stars are doing, whether they're a planar, whether the stars above you are a planar field or whether they're slightly curved in a massive dome, either way, you are seeing them in a local domed region, just like with your index finger when you move it up over you. With that being the case, the angles that are being measured of right ascension and declination, which is essentially the latitude longitude of the sky, those angles are being measured in that local celestial sphere. So the 1 degree per 69 miles is linear because it's 1 degree in that celestial sphere and has nothing to do with the curved surface that you're standing on.
I have three people here. We're all shaking our heads. I mean, you said the same thing over and over and over again. You have to see that, Gio.
You literally are just repeating yourself over and over again while explaining literally nothing about it.
Exactly. So let me respond to that.
All right,
quick.
hold
Let
on.
me
All right, okay. We are muting the two hecklers that are not moving the conversation going.
Okay, I know, I wanna answer.
Maybe you can be unmuted later. Let's carry forward, please.
You know, when I talk to people, I just stick to the facts and ask questions. You know, I don't get emotional. I don't get personal. Simply stick to the facts and ask questions.
Yeah, like how does the linear
It'd be
equation work?
cool if
All right, well, let's stay on topic.
like.
I hear you, but let's stay on topic. Sounds like Matthew wanted to respond to it.
No, I was just saying.
He's just bringing it right back to
interesting
the very
question.
first question. But go ahead, Matthew. Good to see you again today.
Yeah, it's good to see you. Yeah, it's an interesting question. Is how does that linear equation, 69 miles times the zenith degrees, how does a linear equation work on a flat surface?
Did you hear the explanation? Did you hear what I just said, or did you just?
Yeah, so you're talking about the dome from one position, but we're talking about the difference between two different positions from one city versus another city. So it's not just your personal dome, right? Right ascension and declination. It's about the geometry
What
of two
purpose?
different
What
places.
purpose? You know what? My bad.
It's about the geometry of two different places on Earth. That's all. Go ahead. That's all I was going to say.
Okay, what purpose would it serve to be at two different places trying to triangulate where the distance to a star is? Like what actual purpose does that serve? What Gio's talking about is how we actually use the angles of the stars. But you're saying, well, if we take 2 points and we try to do XYZ, like what would be the practical? There isn't a practical application because you already know that doesn't work. So why are you proposing it?
The 2 points being the observer's position and the ground position of the star, and the whole point of celestial navigation is to figure out how far away the ground position is.
Well, it's to figure out where you are. We just had that conversation yesterday.
Right. So the first step is to figure out your distance to a ground position. Then you use several of them to trilaterate your position.
Okay.
So wait, what? I'll try to grasp what your question is, though, Matthew, because if each observer is seeing in their own visible field of view, you know that as the way I described it, then if two people are 100 miles apart from each other, they're going to be seeing a different their own hemispherical view, as it were, and then how that maps over the Earth still correlates in terms of celestial navigation. So maybe I'm just not clear on what your question is, because like if people are in two different regions, that's not problematic. You still have in celestial navigation, you still have your GPs, your circles of equal altitudes. It's still a grid system.
No, yeah. Let me give an example. Let's say that the star is directly overhead versus 10 degrees down from directly overhead versus 20 versus 30. So those 4 different situations, right? If the star is directly overhead, it's easy. You just look in the almanac and say, oh, this star is at this point, and you know exactly where you are. If it's 10 degrees, you do 10 times 60 nautical miles, and you say, okay, I'm 60 nautical miles away. If it's 20, you do 20 times 60, 120 nautical miles. If it's 30 degrees, then you do 60 times 30, and you're 180 nautical miles away from that. So my question is, how is it that that is a linear relationship for those 4 different places?
Yes, because the star position is changing relative to the celestial sphere above you, of your visible field of view. So just like I was describing, if you point your finger and you make like a hemisphere up above around you, you know, there's a limit to your finger that is drawing that. And if you're pointing it at, let's say, an airplane that's going parallel, just because the airplane's going parallel, you're still making that shape. So in with celestial navigation, that angle as you move is dropping in that celestial sphere, as it were. The visible, viewable, you know, all the different terms that have been, you know, personal atmospheric dome, the azimuthal grid of vision that Whitsitt had used those terms. There's a lot of different words that can be used, but it's the limit of your view and which creates your perspective bubble, or your perspective, the extent of what you can see, essentially. That is curved because you see in a there's a limit to how far you can see. That limit will create a hemispherical region. That hemispherical region is thus curved because it's hemispherical, because it's the limit of your vision. And the stars are actually dropping in that, which is where the linear relationship comes in, of the actual the curvature, as it were. What they've done in the globe model is they try to say the surface is curved and the stars are so far away that they're coming in parallel. So they're trying to claim that they're coming in parallel to get the planar geometry of the Earth in the parallel stars and invert it and make the stars parallel. So the stars are not in a hemispherical dome in the globe model. They're parallel and trillions of billions of miles away, coming in and hitting a ball that is curved. That's how they've inverted it. It works perfectly fine over a planar surface and has since the dawn of time.
So if you have a domed roof over you and you see a light on the roof, as you move away from, you know, if you're standing
It's
directly
not a
under,
dome. It's not a domed roof.
Yeah, I'm not calling it a domed roof. I'm calling it the limit of your perspective of how far you can see, which ends up structuring in that way. But I'm not saying it is a physical dome in that way.
It's not a physical distance of the celestial body.
yeah. So when you look at a position of a star, you're saying, is the star that direction? If I see a star,
Yeah, it's in that direction.
okay, and it's a physical object somewhere.
No, it's in the direction in relation to you. We know that's true. Is a physical object. You don't have to. That verbiage is not necessary. You know, I don't have to say that. You don't have to say that. But the bottom line is, from your perspective, what you're. I just posted it in the chat. The angular distance. That's what you're getting. It's not an actual distance. That's not me saying it. That's the navigation book saying it. We all know that that's true. So what's the problem?
The problem is that as you move away from a physical object, the angular distance changes non-linearly from your distance to the ground position. Anything, I'm talking about anything like a light post above you, a light on a ceiling.
Celestial bodies don't work that way. That's why you can't
Why not?
triangulate the celestial bodies.
Okay, so you can't do triangulation with celestial bodies.
No, well, you can't triangulate a celestial body's position given 3 different people at 3 different points. No. Or 2 people, whatever. I don't know, whatever.
Okay.
No, you can't do that. Everybody knows that.
Yeah,
You knew
no,
that last night, right?
No, I agree. I agree. You can't.
Okay, so instead of asking me why don't you make an assertion as to why that is, so I can call you on your affirming the consequent?
Mathematically, you can't make a triangulation to a star that's an infinite distance away. And so if it's an infinite distance away, it would look, if the Earth were flat, it would look the same angle from every point on Earth.
That doesn't sound like. Well, okay, so what are you saying then?
I'm saying then the thing that determines the angle of a star is not how far along we are left or right along the Earth, but instead that the ground is tilted. So the stars are appearing different angles in the sky because the ground is tilted in different locations on Earth.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, so my assumption is that the ground is tilting, and that's what causes the stars to be at different elevation angles. If you were to assume that the ground is flat, then you would have to say that there's some other explanation for why stars appear at different elevation angles. It can't be that they're infinite distance away. It must be some other explanation. Some kind of like a dome of azimuthal vision, or the simplest explanation would be just that the star is several thousand miles away. So there's a couple options, I guess. Same with the moon, right? The moon appears at different angles from different places on it.
Well, what would it look like if you have a planar surface that's massive, just a massive extended plane? For the moment, we could just call it infinite for the moment, meaning it's just huge. And then let's just say you have a flat plane of stars above it. Let's just say, I'll just throw a random number, 5,000 miles above it. I'm not claiming that they're even physical or that they are a distance. I'm just saying, just to give some idea.
Yeah, fair enough.
A couple thousand miles up, and it's a flat plane of stars, and you're on a flat plane. Now, if you can't see forever, there's some limit to how far you can see. So let's just say that you can see 5,000 miles. Let's just say at the moment. That's the extent you can see. Now you can make that a different number, but I'm just saying, let's just say that that's what you can see. What would, like, meaning that, so now you have this massive extended plane, you have the stars that are 5,000 miles. Like, I'm just totally making these numbers up, just randomly. 5,000 miles up, and then you can see the extent of which you can see, the furthest thing you could ever see would be 5,000 miles. So if you were then on the extended plane, you're obviously not going to see the entire field of stars because it's massive. Like, let's say it's infinite. So there's no way you're going to see it all. You're just going to see it in a 5,000 mile radius around you. In this case, above you, since you're on a planar surface, you can't see below the ground. What do you think that would look like to you? And how would that measure, and how would that map in terms of the degrees and the degrees per, the 1 degree dropping in the sky versus how many miles you'd have to move on the ground, etc.
Yeah, so anything that you look at up in the sky is going to appear dome-shaped, no matter if it's a flat ceiling or a flat field of stars or whatever. The point is, if you have one particular star that's directly overhead, let's say you pick one that's directly overhead, as you move 60, then 120, then 180 miles away, you would expect the angle to drop down according to some formula. And that formula is trigonometric, not linear. Because if you move twice as far away, then it's not twice the angle down.
Okay, so then can you understand the idea that it's actual the visible, like the thing about the 1 degree per 69 miles, the globe idea is trying to claim that you're moving on a curved surface, right?
Right.
Right, and the stars are parallel light years away, right?
The light from a particular star is basically parallel over the whole surface of the Earth, yes.
Yeah. So that idea, if you were to put that idea on hold and set it aside for the moment, have the Earth be planar, and then the celestial dome, as it were, above you, it'd be good if there was like one term for this, because there's so many different terms usually that pop in my head of what to call it. But if you have your like perspective range of view, that is hemispherical because there's a limit to your vision. Do you not understand how that, because now that is what's curved and you're on the flat surface instead of the Earth being curved with with stars that are parallel light years away. Can you see how those are just inverted? How it's the same geometry?
It is. And then the thing is that when you move, then that's when you can tell the difference. That's what I'm saying.
But when you move the way I'm describing it, your perspective range is also moving with you. So if you move 100 miles, it's moved with you. That's why you can't just do. That's why you can't, like, the idea of, like, if you just built a building that had a dome and then you threw some lights on the ceiling, that's not what we're describing here. That's why when people say that, they try to say they've debunked a flat Earth or whatever, because that's what they're trying to link it to. And I don't know, maybe somebody has claimed that, but I haven't heard of anyone claim it that way. So that, just because that doesn't work doesn't mean that people can just be like, oh, the flat Earth it's not possible. That's not the case, because a physical dome above you with the physical stars. That's different than having a massive star field that's being formed by your limit of vision. Those are two different things. And when you move, your limit of vision moves with you. So that dome, essentially, as it were, of your vision is moving with you. Whatever the stars, in the same way, like I said with the airplane, like if the airplane is flying level over the Earth, you can point to it and make a hemisphere. But is that airplane actually raising and lowering in altitude and making a huge hemisphere? No, it's not. It's just flying level. But you're pointing your finger at it and you're making that shape of a hemisphere. In fact, the shape you would make around you is quite an arc, like the extent you can do your arm all the way. That's quite an arc. But obviously the airplane is just flying level. So
yeah, I like that example of the airplane. If the airplane's directly overhead, you point up. But as it goes 1 mile, then 2 mile, then 3 miles, then the angle does not change linearly. It doesn't change from, like, I don't know, 10 degrees to 20 degrees, 30 degrees, or whatever it is based on the altitude. So the point is that even though the airplane is moving from 0 to 1 to 2 to 3 miles away, the angle that changes, the angle changes non-linearly. Same thing if you had a flat plane on Earth and a flat plane of stars 5,000, 10,000, 2,000 miles away. If you pick any specific spot, as you move away from that spot, the relationship between where you are and your personal dome, a star elevation is non-linear. It's trigonometric. Unless you're going to say something like the stars don't really appear in the same direction where they actually are, which would be maybe one way to get out of this.
okay, so you're saying it's trigonometric on a globe, and you still don't have any everything I've shared, you still don't understand how it could be over a planar surface?
Well, I'm saying based on what you shared, it would be trigonometric still.
Okay, so what is your claim? What are you saying it is on the globe idea?
On the globe, it's just an angle, and we're not doing any trigonometry or triangles. And I'm saying that in order to do the 60 nautical miles times degrees, that formula is based on a linear relationship. And it's not clear to me how you get a linear relationship out of things that are flat, that are straight, that make triangles.
Okay, so you don't see how it could be linear when you're on a planar surface with a limit of view with the stars above.
Right. A plane on the planar surface and a planar, like anything up in the sky, is going to make a triangle. It's going to be a trigonometric formula.
Well, why do you have to form a triangle to it when it's an angle? It's a viewable angle.
Because there's this right triangle that is your location. We're talking about the GP, the ground position of whatever you're looking at. The shadow of the plane, if it's noon or whatever, or the GP of the star. So, because the whole point is we want to see what the distance is to that GP. It's like the triangle that I posted from QE's website a bit ago. 14
Right, but
times
do you see the difference? What I was saying between the difference between if you have like a domed ceiling that is a physical dome that you're in like a building or something that's a dome, and then you have a light or something on that ceiling, that is a triangle. But what I'm describing in terms of the like your actual perspective, viewable range at which you can see, that's not necessarily a physical triangle.
Because the dome moves with you as you move, you're saying.
Yeah, it's like a mixture of the limit of how far you can see with whatever the sky is on a larger scale, which we can get into the whole thing of like can't really prove exactly what the sky is, can't get up there and get a sample of it, can't take a measuring stick or a ruler all the way to the star. So we don't have any way to validate that is actually like a physical thing that you're making a triangle in. But what we can know is that like the angle that you're getting is within your viewable region. And I also can't necessarily when I'm sharing some of what I'm sharing, I'm proposing this forward, although I'm not claiming. I think there could be like more that needs to be done to see what the limit of our vision is ultimately, and I think there could be a lot more to actually like pin that down. But I'm just describing it that if there's a limit to how far you can see, then that's going to create a viewable dome region around you. So whatever the stars are up there, like whatever shape they are what they are, but what you're getting is an angle. And that angle is being viewed in the arced range of which you can track, which is what a sextant's ultimately doing. You're getting an angle of an arc within that viewable range. And that viewable range has the relationship between the sky and the ground due to the like the ground having a planar component and then the sky having that arc to it, the celestial sphere. And that relationship has just been inverted into trying to make the ground a ball and then trying to turn that celestial sphere into an infinitely far out thing that has parallel geometry to it of the stars kind of, the star light hitting the earth parallel. You see how those could just be inverted and how they've inverted that?
I think I see what you're saying with this thing of the personal dome, and the thing that Andy posted at 27 past the hour, I think is a fairly good representation of what you're saying. And so as far as I can understand from what you're saying, I think it means that things appear in your personal dome where they're going to appear, even if they're not actually there. And so it might not be a straight line from you to the actual star. So because there's two choices, either it's not a line to the actual star, or it is, and if it is, then you can make a triangle, and you should expect trigonometric identities. But if you're saying it's just a personal dome, and that acts differently, then I'm not sure how to argue against that.
Well, there would be a radius value between your eye and how far you can see. To the extent of how far you can see, it's a radius.
Yeah, so that's sort of a different question. Then why do you think there's a limit to how far you can see? Because our eyes don't sense distance; they sense light.
Why do you think we see
what's
forever?
your question?
Our eyes sense light; they don't sense distance. So there shouldn't be some number beyond which we can't see. There should instead be some limit to the lower level of light below which we can't see. So it's not a distance; it's an amount of light.
Well, you've heard the idea that, like, in terms of the personal dome, kind of, or the personal viewable perspective, azimuthal grid of vision, that was what it had called it, etc. You've heard that idea that, like, there could be stars. Let me see if I have this one I can post. But you've seen where There could be stars beyond that, but you're actually seeing them in your sort of personal limit of your vision. Yeah, kind of like that one Andy posted too, where like the stars could be way out there, but you're still going to see them in your local region because even in that idea, like the light is traveling to how far you can see it, and then you're seeing it. You know, like I said before, like let's say you can only see 5,000 miles, and that's it. So there's a radius of 5,000 miles. But let's say there's stars that are very bright at 50,000 miles. Does that mean you just won't see them because you can only see 5,000? Or will you see them at 5,000? You'll see them at the 5,000 limit, meaning that light will travel from the 50,000 miles all the way to the 5, and that's where you're going to first see it. That's what the star will look like to you.
Well, couldn't you say that about all sight? I'm sitting here in my room and I can see my finger in front of my face, but then I can see the wall 10 feet away. But isn't that light traveling up to my face? And then, like, where's the magic line that you're seeing it at? You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you mean seeing it at 5,000? If a star is 50,000 miles away, then you see it if it's bright enough.
Right, but what I'm saying, like, okay, so what you were saying with the wall and your finger, those are all close. Like if we can, again, this 5,000 is just a random number I threw out there. If we can see 5,000 miles, then you're definitely going to see your wall and the finger and all of that because it's all very close to you. I'm talking about at the extents, at the far, far limit of it. So if you had a light source that was really bright, that was able to go 60,000 miles without a problem, so that light is able to, be projected 60,000 miles. But if you can only see 5,000, then you will see it, but you're going to see it at that 5,000 limit.
Will it change direction at that limit, or is it it's just still in the same straight line that you're seeing it?
What do you mean change direction? I get you would just be like, you would be seeing it at your 5,000 limit.
So it's 60,000 miles away, but you're seeing it at the 5,000 limit.
Yeah, because the light's traveling from 50,000 all the way 45,000 miles to your 5,000 limit.
And then from there it travels to your eye.
Yeah.
Okay. I get what you're saying. I don't think that's how it works.
Well, how do you think you can see a firefly forever? That's weird, Matt. That's really weird.
No, you can't. It depends on the brightness.
Oh, you can't? Oh. Light, right? But it's light, right?
Yeah, so whether you can see a light or not depends on its distance and its brightness.
So now you're saying light brightness or not is what you're going for distance. So at what part of the day or what part of the night is the best time to get the right distance? Due to the twilight or the dusk or the dawn? Or like what are you even talking about? You're saying the brightness of something means distance? How does that calculate?
No, I'm saying that if something is brighter, you can see it farther away. If you look at a candle, you can only see it about a mile away. But if you have a really bright flashlight or a airline headlight, for example, you can probably see that 10 miles away because it's brighter than the candle.
How do you know which one's further away, though?
You don't. Just by looking at the light, you don't. You'd have to make assumptions about the brightness of the different sources.
I don't mean to interrupt.
That's what you're doing the whole time.
Sorry, go ahead.
I just have one question. So what didn't they measure like the speed of light with a candle from like supposedly from like really far away? Like I have to look it up. It's been a while since I've looked into that, but I'm pretty sure one of the like ridiculous claims that they had was that years ago that that how they discovered it was a candle like on a mountain like miles and miles away or something. So to say that like you can't see a candle a mile away, like doesn't that already like debunk the I don't know, I'll have to look it up and I'll post it because I can't remember exactly the numbers or whatever, but it was one of the funny things I remember.
No, you're right. I think that sounds vaguely familiar to the initial speed of light calculations were using candles. I don't know if they used a telescope in which you could see a candle farther than that, but typically about one candlelight or one lumen is about how far a regular human, normal human can see at a distance of about 1 mile.
Supposedly they use the moon, Jupiter.
Well, this is kind of at the crux of all of it because, like, on the globe model, they claim that we can see these lights, from like light years away. in that sense. And then they, the way that they try to claim that, and then how that inverts the geometry of it all. So yeah, it's right kind of at the crux of this whole, and then the way the celestial navigation and these angles work, and then the way that certain globe proponents will say, oh, it's impossible to get the relationship to happen on a planar surface. So it has to do, I think, with how we see and the actual radius of our vision, which they've inverted into the radius of the globe. That's why it's very convincing, and it seems very convincing because there's a lot of things that kind of work out with it, because they've taken the radius of our optics and how we see and inverted that into the globe model. I just want to say real quick, too, I just posted, Matthew, if you see in the text chat, you've probably seen that one before, but it just sort of shows like a hemisphere of stars, and then it shows like a flat plane of stars above it. And I'm just, that's trying to show the 15 per hour drift or whatever, that actual little image. But I was just posting it to kind of like have it be like, if you were on that boat and if you could only see that limit, if that's the limit of how far you can see, but those stars are up there, how would they actually, how would you see them? So then that gets into perspective. Like if there's a huge plane of stars way, way up above there, but you can only see in a limit, but the light is bright enough to get to you. If you can only see 5,000 miles and those stars are 50,000, you're not going to see all the way 50,000. But if the light is moving through the medium and getting to your limit, then you will see them, in a domed kind of structure that would be around you. So I think this is what they've inverted in terms of,
I agree with that,
to make the globe model fit and to push the globe model.
Yeah, so I would say if you're on a flat surface and you have a flat plane of stars above you, from your perspective, it would still look like a dome.
Right. And the relationship of 1 degree per 60 nautical miles still works with that.
If it's sort of bending the light into the dome, then yes. If you're seeing the direct line of sight to a specific star, then it wouldn't.
Okay, so then you would agree that if it's the way that we're describing now and not a physical triangle, then all the globe proponents that have been kind of in a script way going around and saying it doesn't work over and over, the relationship, then they're just misunderstanding it and pushing a false idea of what a stars over a planar stationary Earth are, and then asserting it must be the globe, and that they would just be misinformed about how it's actually working, if that's the case.
If it is the case that you can't draw a triangle between the ship and the GP of a star and the star, like, making straight line triangles instead of, this dome thing, then you're right. If you can't make a triangle, then my objection doesn't matter. My objection is assuming that you can make a triangle between the observer, the ground position, and the star. My objection is that should be a nonlinear relationship. But if you're saying that something else is going on, where those stars are kind of like appearing as a dome, and that a straight line, what you're looking at isn't a straight line to the actual star, then my objection doesn't have any force.
Yeah, because on that level, it's like it's being like transcription. Maybe is, I don't think if there's a better word, but it's like being transposed. Kind of like that last one I posted, where it shows sort of this.
Yeah, transpose is a good word. I mean, a good description. Transcribe or transpose, so that what you're looking at is transposed from its actual position.
Yeah. So I just stuck it to the chat for a second, so it doesn't move up the chat. Yeah, so like if like that little dome of stars, as it were, and if that's the limit of how far that dude can see in this analogy, then if the stars are way out there, then yeah, would transposed be a good word for that? If it's kind of
it would. It's transposing the actual star into some location along your personal dome of vision.
Yeah, your personal extent of your vision. So often when this get brought up, there's oppositional viewpoints. They'll be like, oh, it's magic, it's all magic. I mean, would you agree what we're describing right now would not have to be magic? Like it would just have to be that we have a limit of how far we can see, and that if light is traveling through the environment, we're only going to see it when it gets within our range of what we can see, and then it would transpose this way.
So I get why they would say that, because if you are talking about the position of a star being transposed onto a personal dome, you may have to come up with a mechanism for why that happens. Why don't you just see the actual star and where it is? Why is it being transposed onto a dome? It's not just perspective. It would actually have to have some reason for the light going to that 5,000 mile limit, and then from there appearing in some other location. So I get what they're saying, that you would need some kind of explanation. I suppose you could say, well, this happens, we don't know why. That would be fine.
Well, it's appearing in that sense. It's appearing at the extent of what it's even able to. Like it's able to, you know, if our eyes have the strength of only being able to see 5,000 miles in this example, then it would just be that, like, it's like rendering to what you can see, like the extent, the expanse of whatever's beyond, because that light is traveling from that beyond to that limited area that, or the 5,000 mile limit, then it's just being viewed kind of like, yeah, like transposed or rendered to what you're actually able to perceive.
So why even say that there's a limit then? If you can see things beyond the 5,000 miles, why even say that there is a limit?
Well, in this sense, it still would be a limit of how far you can see. Like there might be more out there, but the idea would be like if the stars are 50,000, which, like, I'm not even saying they are physical or they are a distance, but I'm just saying if you had a light source that was 50,000, but you can only see 5, then it would be going all the way from 50,000. And let's say the light can go 70,000, just so it can go way beyond, you know. So the light's traveling that far. I don't think light even travels that far at all, but nonetheless, I'm just using these random numbers. Then it would have to go from 50, and you wouldn't see it until it gets to 5, the 5,000 limit. If you can only see 5, then that light has to get to your 5 in order for you to see it as a light. If it doesn't get to that 5, then you're not going to see it at all, right? Right, but then to me, maybe it's a thing of terminology. Then I would say that you can see it. The 70,000 mile away star, if its light comes to your 5,000 mile limit and then you see it on that limit, it renders on that 5,000 mile dome or whatever. Again, I recognize, like you said, I'm fine using theoretical numbers. But from my perspective, I would say that I'm still seeing the star 70,000 miles away. So I don't know why we would bother to say that there is a 5,000 mile limit if we're seeing something beyond it. Well, in that sense, you're not actually seeing the source of it at 50,000. You're just seeing the resultant light at the 5. So you're not really seeing its source. You're just seeing the light that got to you. The resultant light that got to me and was projected onto my dome somewhere. And in that case, I think you're right. You couldn't make a triangle. And so maybe that's why Elijah was saying you can't do trigonometry with this type of stuff. Yeah. So you would agree then if just using the neutral term if, since I know you don't think it is, but if the Earth is a planar surface, and if what we just went through is the case, then that would all work. I would at least concede that it could work if you have some kind of mechanism for that, those farther stars appearing on your personal dome at exactly the right spots. The thing is, I'm not aware of what mechanism that would be, I guess. I mean, maybe Whitsitt would say it's some azimuthal electrical field that's causing that to happen. But it would need more work to actually, in order to have more force, if it had predictive power about how high the star is, where it's being projected, what the angle of elevation should be, then that would be more, that'd be a more solid argument, I think. Yeah. Well, isn't it kind of like this with like a sound wave as well? Because like if a sound is made and it doesn't travel to you, you're just not going to hear it at all. But if it gets to your region enough, within your local, what your ear can pick up, then you will hear it. I don't know, I was just thinking of a sound wave and how it's kind of similar. Like if I went outside of my deck right now and just screamed, obviously you're not going to hear it from where you're at. I mean, if I don't have my mic on, you're not going to hear me. It's too far away. I would have to be close enough that your limit of how far you can hear, it's a little bit different, because I guess the idea that a sound wave travels to your ear, then it's a little bit different. I think it's the same as light. Light travels to your eye. Yeah, but then I guess just the idea that there's a limit So like how far could you hear, that there would be a limit?
Yeah, I guess I'm just saying that I think it's simpler, instead of saying the starlight comes to the limit and then from that limit travels to your eye, just to say that the limit is the entire distance, not just some arbitrary halfway point in between. It's however far, everything that can project light to your personal dome of vision. I would include that as being able to see that far. Same with hearing. I'd say you can hear that far.
Well, okay. Well, like, have you done those where you can take like soap bubbles and make a bunch of little hemisphere bubbles in like water, like take like a dish pan, put water in it with soap, mix it all up. So you got a bunch of hemisphere bubbles. Then you could take like a pen light or a flashlight and move it around. And as you move it around above those, you get like a little reflection of the light on each of those domes. That's like rising and falling and all of that. That's going up and down and, setting and rising and descending. So in that kind of idea, or you've probably seen those like glass little heavyweight things that have or like a paperweight little glass dome, and then you can put a light on the outside of it. So I mean, in that perspective, like, if I guess the analogy there is that you could only see as far as that bubble, and then whatever lights are out there, like my pen light, which is way above those little soap bubbles, and it might be 3 feet outside of those soap bubbles. But if there's a little ant in there or a little insect or something that could only see the extent of that bubble, then the light is going to travel from my pen light to that little bubble dome thing, and that's what it's going to look like to that person in there. Like,
okay, that's a good analogy. So basically, I'm not seeing the pen light itself; I'm seeing that little spot on the bubble.
Yeah, or you're seeing, I guess, in that sense, the light that has reached your limit to where you can now see it. Yeah, where you can now observe it.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's a good explanation of how it works. I mean, of how it would look. It still doesn't. It's not 100% clear to me that how that light would reach that, and then, like on the soap bubble, the pen light is reaching a physical surface, the surface of the soap, and then sort of changing direction to go straight to the middle of that bubble where the ant is. So yeah, I would have to hear more about why, what is up there causing that to happen. I guess.
Yeah, what makes that limit, you're saying?
Yeah.
Why that limit is even there. Well, I know, because it's a thing in the kind of globe model, and this they have their idea of light years and the way the eye works and the way the light travels. So yeah, they have kind of an explanation that they've given for that. So yeah, I can understand that what we're talking about here is like, at the very least, different from what we're told. And I agree that there would be more research and work that needs to be put into this. Like, I'm not saying that all the answers are distilled yet, but yeah. So you're asking like why that limit is, or why it's at that point, you're saying, because yeah, like the soap bubble thing. Yeah, like the soap is actually making a bubble, and then the light's reflecting off that. So you're just saying that why would there be that bubble around us, or what makes that? I guess the way I'm describing it is the limit of our vision, that we only see a certain limit. And therefore that creates, I mean, I could get into like toroidal fields and magnetic fields. Like I think we see in a toroidal field ultimately, but that's sort of a separate, that like our eyes function as an actual toroidal field, and we see in a radius around us from the toroidal field of the actual eye. But that's kind of going into those different parts of it. Although, I do think that, like, okay, so if you make the soap bubble, that makes a bubble. If we see in a toroidal field around us, and that there's a limit to our vision as well, at the limit of that field, that would then make something akin to the soap bubble. What do you think about that?
Yeah, but then, yeah. So if that's true, and we're seeing through some toroidal field, then the position, if I look up and see a star and it's 20 degrees down from vertical, then it's not really that the actual star is 20 degrees. There's not a straight line from my eye to the sky, to that star at 20 degrees. Instead, you'd be saying that there's some sort of field that makes it appear onto my personal dome at that location. And in that case, then then we're not seeing stars where they actually are. So I think it's more likely that we are seeing stars where they actually are. There is no kind of toroidal field changing the location where stars are above 15 degrees above the horizon. So ignoring the horizon.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, you would still be seeing them where they are, but you're just not seeing the source of it. Like you'd still be seeing it where it is, even in the idea that like that if we only see, even in that whole thing, like if we only see it if we only see 5,000 miles, again, just totally made up that number just for the discussion. And then the stars are actually 10,000 miles, but you can only see 5. Like if they're in whatever relationship of position that they are at that 10,000 mile, it's still going to be rendered to you in straight lines to your 5,000 mile limit.
Yeah, so if that's true, then you're back to the problem that you could draw a straight line to the actual star, and then you end up with a triangle again. Like if you can draw straight lines, then you can draw a triangle. You only need 3 straight lines between 3 points, and it's a triangle.
Yeah, but if that star is past your point of where you're actually seeing it, then you can't really draw a triangle. You could
Yeah, but you're saying it was a straight line. The straight line from the star to your 5,000 mile limit, and then from there, the straight line to your eye. And if those 2 lines are parallel, you could just put them together and make one single line. And then you're back to a straight line again.
Yeah, but I don't. But how could you make a triangle though if you don't know exactly where the star is, like where the actual source is? You're only seeing the resultant of it, like the resultant light that got to within your visible range. You know, like how could you actually be able to like you're just saying extrapolate it and kind of guess basically?
Yeah, extrapolate it. If it's not changing direction, then you could extrapolate it. Because remember, you're just looking at a angle of elevation angle. So we're just looking at angles. We don't know how far out it is. We just know which direction it is.
Well, I mean, I think to some degree you can. I mean, usually, like when people have triangulated stars, like I said, they usually get between about 3,000 to 4,000 miles. I mean, Brian Leakey did a whole thing with the Polaris. He triangulated it, and he got like 4,000 miles. So I mean,
did he get 3959?
He did actually, yeah. I think he got like 3960 or something. It was like literally like right on the dot, yeah. Although I don't want to speak for him, but yeah, he did. So I mean, but like, and like Robotham back in the late 1800s with the sun, you know, he was getting his like between that, you know, 3,000 to 3,500. But I mean, there could be, you know, some error in there. I'm not saying the stars are at a distance even, but I'm just saying when they're triangulated, people usually get, because everyone's asking like, why can't you triangulate positions of the stars? I mean, you can. You have an angle and a co-altitude angle in the 90. You can do that math, and usually when it's done, like I said, it's around like 3,500 to 4,000 miles, which is about what they claim the radius of the globe is. Now, I'm not saying you can do it, meaning you can nail it and get it exact and have that be the distance to it, because it's still an optical thing. You know, like you're not really drawing an actual physical line to a star, and you know, you're not really doing that. It's all optical. It's like optics. So that's why, like, I wouldn't claim it in terms of like, oh yeah, the star is this distance just because I triangulated it. But when you do triangulate it, you get within that 3,000 to 4,000 mile range. You know, depending on error, margin of error, and all of those factors. So I'm not saying they are that distance, but you can do it, and you get it. That's what people get. I remember Bob Nodell did on Globebusters, described one that was done where they got like 39. I forget the exact number, but I think they had done that with the sun, and they got right around that 4,000.
Is that just a weird coincidence that we're getting those numbers that are close to the radius? Just a coincidence?
No, it's
Yep.
not a coincidence.
It plays into Al-Biruni as well, the Al-Biruni story. He claims to get the radius of the Earth from it, but he was just doing an optical sighting to the horizon. So once again, optical at a distance, at a limit as well. It plays into that, and then the Eratosthenes thing as well. If the sun is 4,000 miles away, I'm not saying it is, but if it is, and it's making angles on a flat plane, then that's how they've extrapolated their radius to the globe.
Can I just jump in for a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Right. If you're going to take, do you know how you're taking the height above the horizon of a star, right? But
That's
what
one
you
way
have
to
to
do it.
do,
The easier way to do it would be to just find the
uh,
declination from straight up. Straight up.
but wait a minute. So, in order to get that 90 degrees that you need, so like you have to find out a person that's going to stand directly under. So when they look up at a star, it's like directly up from them, right? So
Right.
then you have to know how far away that person is with a straight line, not round a curve, a straight line, and then you take your angle, and then you can judge. You have to know where that star is directly 90 degrees above an observer, right? So he says, I could say, right, whatever, there's a star above me, the name of the star, above me at 90 degrees. I get on the telephone to you that is, could be 1,000 miles away, could be 100 miles away, and I'll say to you, what's the angle? And then they'll say it's 45 degrees, right? And they'll be getting that 45 degrees directly above where you're standing. And then you can get your angle. You can't use it off the horizon because that's not the position of that star. So you have to get someone that's standing directly under that star. You say, I can see the star. Where are you? Measure the angle. And then you can work it out. And that's how you'll get, because it's like, because you need a vertical. You need and on the curved ball, what you'll have to do is you'll have to account for the fact that when that guy says that's 90 degrees, 90 straight up above me, yeah, you'll have to work out he's actually looking 5 degrees or 10 degrees more than I am because I'm at this point because he's around the curve. So his 90-degree angle will be totally different from yours. You understand? So
Yeah.
you'll have to look up at that.
Yeah, I
and
posted a
then
picture.
Yeah, I think the challenge with that, Ali, is a good point, and I agree. The thing is that some of these distances are so far that, you know, thousands of miles, as it were, to the GP, that it would be very difficult. Like you couldn't just kind of see the guy and wave to him, you know, be like, hey, here I am, and you know what I mean? So that's where it gets challenging to be able to, you know, depending on what angle and what distances you're at, that you couldn't actually see. Like if there was a guy at a GP, you know, and then you're taking an angle that you wouldn't necessarily be able to. In some cases, you can, depending on the angles, though. Like you could be able to actually have maybe not visible to where he's waving at you, but I mean, you know, when you think about like the world's longest distance photography is only like 273 miles, you know, so that's not very far considering. So like you'd have to, you know, just to, and even at that 275 miles on the Canigou mountain, you still wouldn't be able to see a guy waving his hand or anything. So essentially, that is why they use the horizon being the meeting place of the ground and the sky. Since it's the meeting place of the ground, the key part being ground and the sky, you know, they're just using that as a basically in celestial navigation when they use the horizon like that, it's like using that as a marker point, you know, that is at the same level as the GP having a planar Earth to where it's at the same actual level. It's just closer and it's as far as you can see. So I'm just saying that's why they use that as kind of, because to actually get to the GP would almost be near impossible to like sight the GP, you know, so then they just sight the closest place where the ground meets the sky because the ground is in the same plane as the GP.
And I'm agreeing with you. But the point is, right, where they got the GPs from, right? Say, for example, in celestial navigation, right, when you look at a star, you have to look at the almanac to actually see where that star is 90 degrees above a person. It's
Right.
nothing to do with the horizon. So if he's 3,000 miles away, you have to know this is the whole point about it. You have to measure that distance from you to the other person to get your baseline, right? So he's looking straight up, right? And then you will say, well, I'm here 3,000 miles away. So you've got your baseline. So you've got your Pythagorean, the baseline, and now you've got your angle. And then between the two, you can't actually, you have to use an almanac and to find out where that ground position of that star, and the ground position of the star means it's straight up from the person, from the observer. So if that star is straight up, you look straight up like 90 degrees from where you're standing, that star's there. And then you have to communicate that to the person. It's 3,000 miles away. So he can go, all right, 3,000 miles. You can put that number down, 3,000 miles. You can work out the angle. If that angle is 45 degrees, you can work out the square of hypotenuse is equal to the sum of the square of the two sides, or whatever it is they call it. So you don't actually have to see something. But the trouble that ballers have got is that because someone's 3,000 miles away, you have to work out, well, his vertical is not the same as my vertical, right? So you would have to calculate as if it was straight. If it was a straight baseline, right, you'd work out that, but then you'd also have to work out the amount of degrees that he deviates from your vertical, if you can understand that.
I mean, essentially, this is why they had to make the stars so far away to make it work. Because if the stars were close on a globe or closer, even if they were 10,000 or 5,000, anything like that, it absolutely wouldn't work at all. So they had to make the stars, infinitely far away, to account for that, to patch up that problem.
Yeah, of course, and that's what you say, because if you listen to the ballers when they say the GP, in their heads, they think from you to the ground position, because you need that distance. There's no point knowing an angle if you haven't got your 90 degrees, otherwise you can't work out, because you need the Pythagorean theorem. You need that. You need that vertical line to go to the star, and then you work back, and then you have to measure from you to the person that's looking directly up at the star. You can work that out, and then you've got to adjust for his angle, because he's not, according to ballers, they're not parallel to you. If you understand, they're not drawing a straight line. There's no what do you call it, equilateral triangle there. There's no angles 90 degrees. Because
they make one though. Well, but they make one. They claim that they'll take like a plumb bob and then take a perpendicular off of that, and then they'll call that their local horizontal. So they basically make a line that they try to claim is perpendicular to the plumb line to the radius, and then that sort of, they basically make a plane shooting off the globe, and then they measure the angle to that. So they basically still have to make a planar surface to measure that.
Exactly.
It shoots off at a space, rather than being the actual Earth itself.
But there's a way to do that for a star too. You just look at the.
Sorry, I'm mute.
Sorry, I was just going to say you can do that with a large bowl of water. If you can't see the horizon, but you can see a star, you look at the angle between the star and its reflection in the water, then divide by 2. So that's one way to get the elevation angle of a star without the horizon.
Wait, say it again?
You put a big bowl of water out, then you look at the star and put the bowl underneath the star so that you can see the reflection of the star in the still water. And then you use a sextant to find the angle between the star itself and its reflection in the water. And that gives you twice the elevation angle.
Yeah, but the bowl of water's flat. You can't do that in a bowl of water, right? Because apparently, according to the ball of Earth, water curves, right? So the guy that's standing directly underneath that star that you're looking at 100 miles, 200 miles or whatever, that angle. If you drew a line towards him, right? You're looking. If you look straight up, he's not looking. He's not looking up parallel to where you're looking up. So if, as I say, you understand, because he's round a curve, so his angle, it might be 90 degrees to him, but it's not 90 degrees to you. So what you're doing is you're making an obtuse triangle, right? It's not a 90-degree triangle you're making, because you're looking, if the person is looking at the star, or the ground position of the star, right, is directly above you, but not in relation to the person that's 300 miles or 100 miles away. He's on a different angle. His 90 degrees straight up, or his 90 degrees is different from yours. So it's not a 90 degree. It's not an equilateral triangle that you're making. It's an obtuse, because your angle from the perspective of looking straight up at the star is totally different from the guy that's observing it through the sextant. So he has to account for that, right? And then he has to take away your angle, because you'll be looking 5 degrees more away from him, because you're curving round the ball. So you're actually looking at a different angle than the guy that looks straight up. His 90 degree, that's how you...
Right, but that's
Yeah,
why
it
they
makes
make
sense.
it. Go ahead, Matt. Oh, that's why they make a horizontal plane that comes off from the radius to measure from. But go ahead, Matthew.
Yeah, I was just going to say, my diagram at 0 past the hour, is that similar to what you were saying, Ali B? I mean, I'm using the moon in that example. But
Hold on, I'll stick it to the chat so he can see.
Yeah, because I'm on a phone. How do I look in the chat?
It's in the chat now. You go to Livestream 1.
Livestream 1, the bottom of the chat.
Oh, hang on. All right, I've got to get off this.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to make it complicated. I thought you were looking at it.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's all good. Okay. Yeah, because no, it's not like that. Wait a minute, hang on. No, it can't be like that, because imagine if you drew a curved line, right? Draw a curved line, and the guy that's got the blue line going up there, right? That's a misrepresentation, because you've got a curved line there, but put it on a ball, and it's the same again. If you put it on, you have to curve that line, right, and then draw a straight line up from the center of the earth through you and up to the star, right, and then go round the other side of the ball and show the observer, because that's a straight line. That can't be. That's not right. Right. That's
Okay, so like the one that I just now posted at 11 past the hour?
Yeah, that's better. Right, that's better. There you go. So you're not looking at, forget about looking at a horizon, right? So the guy at the top of the ball, he's looking straight up, right? Okay, forget about the horizon, right? Because you can't be doing that, because you're looking at the ground position of the star, and we know that if I went 3 miles, right, and I looked up, that star wouldn't be above me.
Right,
You
not
understand?
exactly, but close.
Right, so it's round the ball. So the angle of the guy round the ball, that's his. Right, so what you would have to do with your celestial navigation is you would look at that star, but you would have to know where that star was directly above on the ball, because you have to make that triangle. You have to make that to make that, that determination or whatever. And what they did with celestial navigation is they assumed that when they looked at the star, right, when they look at a star, they have to look at an almanac. They look at that star, and that star that they look at is 90 straight up vertical to the person that's standing 3,000 miles away. And you can't see 3,000 miles over the curve, apparently, right? So now that's a curve. So when that guy looks up, if you drew those lines on the curve, they'd be looking in a totally different direction. My vertical is different. So what you would have to do is you would have to look at that star, allow for the guy that degrees that it's off the perpendicular parallel to your vertical, and then you would have to calculate it. Right? But they don't do that. You
Yeah,
look up
that's
at
what
the
you do.
star.
You take that angle, multiply it by 69 miles.
No. But what happens if it's more than 69 miles?
It's 10. So if it's 10 degrees off from the zenith, and you do 10 times 69, you get 690 miles. So that's how you tell the difference.
No, but you have to know. That's why you use an almanac. You have to know the position of that star, right? Where the ground, if where it's directly above the person.
Hey,
You
Ali,
understand?
can you see the one in the chat right now?
Yeah, that's a good one. Thanks, Jim.
The one I had the bot stick it there. So Rumpus actually had made this on Brandon's channel a long, long time ago. It was like after hours, and you stayed up and did all this. So he did. So, yeah, and so you see like the horizontals, those pink lines. See that's what they do. They basically just make, they claim it's kind of the perpendicular from radius, and then they make these horizontals. So instead of saying that the horizontals are the Earth, they just say that these horizontals kind of shoot off into space, basically. And then they try to use that to be the angle that you're going to get the right angle to. And you see where if you zoom in, you'll see it says irrelevant gibberish right at the right angle below the star. That was because he was refusing to make that right angle. And I was like, Rumpus, please make it, please make. And I also probably had done a couple little I had said some things that he decided were irrelevant gibberish. So of course he had to label it irrelevant gibberish, which is funny. But nonetheless, yeah. So I mean, it's in my viewpoint, it's really just an ad hoc scenario here. Like they're taking the actual horizontals and angles and everything and just kind of placing it on a ball and making those horizontals. But I'm just saying that's kind of how they get away with the fact, because what you're saying is, yeah, you have a curved baseline if you have it on a globe, versus a planar surface. So that's kind of how they get away from actually using that curved adjacent and actually just making those horizontals.
No, but the ground position, the whole point of the ground position is that if I'm the guy that's they have to know, right, what position on the Earth that star is vertical to the observer, so they have to look straight up. It's the only way that parallax is. See that there? You can't determine nothing about distance. See that thing there? You can't determine nothing with distance. You need a 90-degree angle, the ground position of it, and it would have to go straight up from the centre of the Earth, as they say, and the centre of your Earth, where you're in America, I'm in the centre of your Earth, or the vertical, is totally different from mine. And that's what the ground position about. The ground position is directly above you, right? That's a ground position, the GP of that star that you're looking at, right? You have to know if it's over Madagascar, straight above 90. Forget about the curve or whatever. So you've got the baseline, so that's fine, right? But the point is, they're doing that with a straight line. But the guy that's in Madagascar, his vertical, according to the ball earth theory, is totally different from mine. So you have to work out that degrees. If it's 300 miles away, it's what's that? 4 and a bit. So I'll be 4 and a bit degrees, right? So what they would have to do is look at that, right? Work out that is that star is actually 4 and a bit degrees more than you're looking at. But they don't do that when they do celestial navigation. they take it from the horizon, the baseline, and that's it. But they have to know the ground position, and the ground position means straight up from the observer. The star is from the centre of Earth straight up to the star, which is a totally different angle.
Yeah, so naval almanacs tell you for a given star at a given time what the ground position is.
Exactly, and that's a different, and that's round a ball, that's round a curve, right?
Right.
But they don't account for that when they take it. They go, oh, it's in Madagascar. That's 90 degrees from me. That your vertical standing in Madagascar is the same as my vertical standing in Scotland, Glasgow, or whatever, right? And that's how they make the triangle. That's the only way you can do it. You can't do it with obtuse or acute angles and parallax and that. You can't do them. And that's what the ground position is. 90 degrees above, as I say, the observer in Madagascar. That's 90 degrees. Right? But to you, you're taking a baseline. But that's not actually 90 degrees from the observer in Madagascar. It's not a 90 degrees triangle, if you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'd say on a globe you don't need a triangle. You just need one angle.
How's that? What do you mean one angle?
Just the angle, the zenith distance for a particular star, how far off from vertical it is. Then you just use that number to multiply by 60 nautical miles.
Yeah, but you have to know. But wait a minute. It's the GP, right? The ground position of the star is straight above me. It's vertical, right? That's the ground position. If I was to go to a star and I say, "Hey, look, Geo, I can see the whatever Orion's belt. I can see the middle star. It's directly above me. Geo's in America." He goes, right, it's 45 degrees or how many elevation, zenith, or if you want it altitude, it doesn't matter which way you go, right? He'll take his angle. He says, oh, it's 45 degrees to me. I'll say, well, remember, I'm round the ball.
Right,
Right.
so
So
45
you have
times
to add,
69 is 3,100 miles, so he would be 3,100 miles from your position.
so he would have to account for the ground position of that star, which is directly above me, 3,000 miles away, right? That doesn't make a 90 degrees triangle. You
Right.
understand?
Right, you don't
Right?
need a triangle, you just need that 45 degrees. 45 times 69, that's all you need.
What do you mean 45 times 69?
So if the middle star of Orion's belt is directly overhead for you, and then I go outside and it's 45 degrees down from vertical for me,
Yeah.
then I say, oh, 45, and I take that 45 and multiply it by 69 miles, and that's my distance to you.
Would that work?
Yeah, that's how celestial navigation works. 60 nautical miles times the degrees.
Right, but you would have to measure that, right?
No, the point is you're trying to get the measurement based on the knowledge of where the star is. The idea of celestial navigation is to find that distance. You do it for a couple locations, then you can trilaterate your position.
And that's what I'm saying. You don't find the distance to a place. You find your position, your actual position, my position. If I look at a thing, I say, "Oh, I'm here." So you find your position. I don't find your position. I find my position.
Right. So
The assumption it's a straight line.
The first step of finding your position is to first calculate the distance to the ground position of some known positions.
Exactly.
And then you can draw circles and trilaterate where you are.
Yep. So you have to determine the distance, the baseline, the distance. You need one measurement, and you either need to know the distance to the star, or I need to know the distance to you. You can't do it without a distance. So you need a distance in the first place, right?
If you're doing triangulation on a flat
Yeah.
Earth, then yes. But if you're using the globe, all you need is one angle. You can make an assumption that the star is an infinite distance away.
But you have to have the verification at the 90-degree angle from the ground position. You have to know that ground position. Say I'm looking at a star, it's 45 degrees to me, right? And the guy in Madagascar, it's 90 degrees, and I know it's 4,000 miles or whatever it is to the guy in Madagascar. I look at that, and then I can work out the distance to the star. I can't do it any other way. I can't sort of surmise to the horizon, right? And say, oh, it's there. I have to know the ground position of that star.
Okay,
And then I
so
have to know the distance from me to the ground position of that star. And that's the whole point. How do you measure? How did they measure the distance across water?
well, if you know the distance to the ground position, you don't need to do celestial navigation. The point of
But you
celestial
need to
navigation
know.
is to find that distance.
No, it's not. You have to have. You can't just look at a star, right? I'm sorry, you can't. The whole point of where if you use a sextant, you're looking out to the. You're actually looking out to the horizon, which
To
is
find
not the
that,
ground position of the star. You're assuming that the star is directly above the horizon that you see, whether it be 3 or 4 miles away, not 4,000 miles away in Madagascar. And if you are going to use the almanac, then you have to assume that the distance from you to Madagascar across the water is correct, which has never been proven.
I was just gonna say, Matthew, you're really looking. They're trying to get a heading ultimately. So
well, yeah.
in celestial navigation, I mean, it's a heading that
So
at the end of the day,
they
you
want
got-
several things. They want a location, and then they also want a heading. They can get a location by calculating 2 or 3 distances. So if you can find your distance to a GP, a known GP, then you know that you're somewhere at let's say it's 600 miles away. You know that you're 600 miles away from this GP. Then you do another star and you say, oh, I'm 1,200 miles from that GP. And then you look and see where they intersect, and that's where you are. So now you have your position. Then you just look at the North Star or your compass, and you can tell you're heading.
Right, but you're not finding the distance to the star, though.
No, that's right.
Right, there you go. That's the whole point that we're trying to make. You don't find the distance. You can't find the distance to the star
Right.
with celestial navigation.
Right.
Is that right? Would you agree?
Everybody agrees. I don't think anybody thinks that you can find the distance to the star.
Oh well, there's people. There's people that obviously think they can, because they've decided that the North Star's 500 squillion light years away. So
Oh, so
I'm
yeah, there are people who claim to know distances to stars, but it's not through this technique of using celestial navigation. There's other things that they do to come up with distances, but it's completely unrelated to celestial navigation.
no, sorry. Yeah, I was misunderstanding. Okay, well that's good. That's good that we know now that in celestial navigation you can't find or taking angles to a star and assuming it's directly above a place 3,000 miles away. You can't decide how far away. That's all.
Can't find how far away the star is. That's correct.
Oh, I apologise. I thought you were arguing that you could.
No, I was
Sorry
saying
for
you can
interrupting.
find your distance to the GP, the ground position of the star, like how far the point where the star is directly overhead. You want to see how far you are from that spot.
Yeah, and you would need someone to tell you that. Say, hey, by the way, they'd phone you up and say, hey, by the way, the Orion's belt, the middle star in Orion's belt's directly above me. What angle is it? And I'm 5,000 miles away from you. Plus, taking away the, he's round the ball or whatever. So taking off that angle, bit of mathematics, you still can't determine how far away the star is.
Did you see that? What Gleam just posted?
Yeah,
Matthew?
I did. It's interesting.
This is NASA saying that we see in a dome. They say maybe it's the shape of the sky. Humans perceive the sky as a flattened dome with the zenith nearby and the horizon far away. It makes sense. Birds flying overhead are closer than birds on the horizon. When the moon is near the horizon, your brain, trained by watching birds, miscalculates the moon's true distance and size. Then they show this little graphic of, kind of a local dome, and then where the apparent moon, flattened sky, they're calling it, which I guess flattened sky, they're kind of trying to say it's like a wider arced dome, basically, is what, they're trying to kind of say.
Yeah. Notice
When did
those are all
this?
straight lines, though, like we were talking
Yeah,
about.
but when did they post that actually? When did they come up with this? Is it recently or what?
Glima
Humans
just posted
perceive
it.
this. Sorry.
Yeah, I think Glima just posted it. It was posted in 2005. This is about what they try to call the moon illusion. This looks like that's what this is about.
Yeah, the full moon looks bigger on the horizon than it does straight up, even though the measure is the same.
And unless we could go to these celestial objects and measure to them and get a sample and touch them and see that they're there, it really could be said that all positions are apparent, optically apparent.
And that's why celestial navigation doesn't assume any distance to the stars. It just makes the assumption that they're infinitely far away.
Well, I mean, going infinite, I think, is a bit extreme, but I mean,
Well, yeah, it's an
when
assumption.
when I look at those objects, they don't necessarily. I don't feel like they're infinite. I mean, they're definitely like within a range.
Right. I'm saying we calculate as if they were, because the difference between infinitely far and really, really far is, so many decimal points of zero difference that it's not going to make a difference to a sextant.
I mean, if I were to, that whole discussion we were having earlier, like if I were to summarize that we see in a sphere, we're not on a sphere, and that
Couldn't it be both?
They've inverted the entire thing from that.
Maybe, but I'm saying it could be both, right? We're on a sphere and we see in a sphere. There's nothing against both being true.
Okay, well, then the only thing with that, I hear you in terms of in a general idea, but then are you saying that, like, if the stars are light years, then that's those stars that we see, like we can see us in a sphere that's light years away? We see light years?
I think we can, yeah, because I think we can see any light that comes to our eyes, and it's dependent only on how strong the light still is by the time it gets to our eyes, not the distance that it came before that.
So, well, okay, this is going back to that other topic. I don't know if you and Allie were done.
Yeah, we already talked about this already.
Yeah, we're done.
So, Matthew, do you think we can see forever? If there was a star 800 trillion bajillion quadrillion miles away, whatever that number I just made up is, and it was bright enough in this theory idea to reach the Earth, are you seeing 800 million bajillion miles?
I would say yes, because if the light is strong enough that it's still bright enough by the time it gets to your eye, I would call that seeing it.
Okay, so you're not saying there's a point at which you're seeing it, at some closer distance. You're saying that.
Yeah, I guess I would define it. If light comes to your eye from some object, then I would say that's what I would define as seeing the object. So if the light is strong enough to make it all the way to my eye, I would count that as being as me seeing it.
So if there's a light that's going trillions of miles and you're seeing that light, because in your mind the light is traveling to the eye, then you would equate that to the eye being able to see trillions of miles.
Yeah, that's how I would define seeing it. And I would say that the eye sees light, not distance. So it doesn't matter how far it came. It matters how bright it is by the time it gets to my eye, whether it's perceivable or not.
Do you have any way to know that that light is not going trillions of miles and then displaying to you on a much more local region within the range of your eye? Would you have any way to know the difference?
No, I don't think you would. That's why I just define it as if ultimately it comes to my eye, then that's what I would call seeing it.
But is that the same as seeing that far?
Well, I guess it depends on what you mean by seeing that far. I mean, in a sense, you could say that we never see beyond our retinas, right? Or our eyeballs, because all light comes to our eyeballs and it goes through the eyeball into our thing. So everything I see is 2 centimeters away from my retina, right? In some sense, I would say that we'd need to define what it means to see something. And my definition is just that if the light makes it all the way to my retina, then I'm going to count that as seeing it. I understand. I mean, I get what you're saying. And that doesn't match your definition of like having some distance away where there's some personal dome. But I guess I'm just expanding what I would define as being able to see something.
See, like a camera, then, right? You know how you do long exposures, right? So if I got a camera, I looked up at the sky, it's black. But if I put it on long exposure, right, I can see that light. But I have to put it on long exposure to see it.
Right.
But when I look at it, I can see it. If I look at that star, I can see it, but I can't see it through a camera. So
Yeah,
that
I hear what you're saying. I would say that is using instruments and technology to enhance our vision. And we're looking at an image of something. We're not directly seeing those stars. The camera did a long exposure, exposed the film or the digital pixels or whatever, and then we're seeing an image. So I would. It's a good question, and I would say that we're not seeing those stars directly in that case.
Well, when we look up, so if I look up at Cassiopeia, for example, I look up there, I see instantly. The minute I look at it, see it instantly. But when I use a camera, I can't see it. I have to put it on a long exposure.
Right.
So that.
Yeah, in one case, I would call you're seeing it directly with your eyes, and with the camera, you're seeing an image made of the same thing. So you're not directly seeing it. I mean, I guess you could say you're indirectly seeing it if you're looking at a picture.
But if you have it for example, with the camera, right, it's got that sensor plate at the end of it, right? So that has to take a certain amount of light in to produce that photograph of that, but we can see it instantly.
Yes.
Right, why is that then? Why would that be?
Our eyes are a little bit more sensitive than the photographic plate in that case.
But even if it was if it was a normal camera, I would still have to put it on a long exposure to see that. But yeah, I can look straight up at it and see it.
Right,
But
our eyes can see pretty dim objects, whereas cameras need a longer time in order to image them.
yeah, but why is that then?
Our eyes are more sensitive.
No, but because, right, so if I look through the lens of a camera, I won't. If I looked through, for example, a lens of a camera and looked up at the sky, unless I zoomed in on a specific light, I would only capture that light through the camera, even though I was looking through a lens. But yeah, if I look through my eyes, I can see it. Forget about digital cameras, just a normal camera. If I looked up at the sky, I wouldn't see it.
I mean, if you're looking at a wider angle, then it reduces the brightness of those things. So It all depends on the brightness of the object and the lenses you use.
Yeah, I agree. But I'm just saying that's the whole point. Is we don't really know what light is, so we could be looking up at stars. They could be tiny, tiny little things that's just above us.
Yeah, it could be. It's hard to figure out the true distance to a star. It's not an obvious way to figure that out. I mean, they're pretty far. Otherwise, celestial navigation wouldn't work because it makes the simplifying assumption that they're infinitely far. So they're at least, really far away in order so that celestial navigation works.
But couldn't you do it? You could do that with the moon, and that's not so far away. You could navigate with the moon if you knew what time it was. You seen the moon that was at a certain angle from you. Yeah. Couldn't you just work out the?
Yeah, and I think naval almanacs also have the positions of the moon, the sun, and 4 or 5 of the bright planets. So you could use those to do celestial navigation also.
Do you think they're that far away though? Do you think how science says they're so many light years away? Do you kind of, does that jive with you or whatever?
Yeah,
Do you
sounds
think?
accurate to me. Yeah.
No, okay. And that would be would you think? Do you think there could be a possibility they were actually closer, or do you think they're actually no, they're that far away?
Yeah, the distances to stars is not known super accurately. I think that there may be some error in those calculations, but we have a fairly good idea of how close, the closer stars are because due to parallax. But the farther stars, we may be off by a factor of 2 or 3. So nobody really knows for sure.
No, okay, that's a good answer.
I mean, just look up any star. Like, go to Wikipedia and say, how far is Betelgeuse or how far is Arcturus? And it'll give you a range, I think. Let me look.
Well, it could be this, or it could be that. It's between this and that, yeah.
Yeah, so it says its distance is 36.7 light years plus or minus 0.2 light years. So, 0.2 light years is a big range.
But I could say to you, it's 3,000 miles or maybe 2,500 miles. Could you prove me wrong with that?
As far as like, if you say Arcturus is much closer, then I don't know how it would prove you wrong, but it would probably have something to do with the parallax we experience when we take pictures of Arcturus in January versus July. It shifts slightly compared to the background stars.
Yep, and so you'd be relying on
parallax, trigonometry.
Yeah, but you've got to remember you're on a different side of the sun. You're actually moving away, so you could only use the movement of the Earth around the sun to actually look at that, the parallax of that. Yeah.
Right. It's a relatively small baseline, 16 light minutes compared to like 30 light years. So you have to get pretty accurate measurements, take detailed photographs.
Right. Okay. So I'm just saying. So if I look at a star right above me, right, and that light takes so long to get to me, by the time I see it, the Earth's moved so many 100,000 miles round the sun or whatever. So I'm not in a stationary, according to the globe Earth. I'm not actually on a stationary thing. I'm actually traveling at 66,000 miles an hour, right? So when I observe that, right, and because the light takes so long to come to me, allegedly or apparently, right, when the light gets to me, I'm not actually in the same position, yeah?
Right. But you're not far enough off. I mean, the relative distances haven't changed enough for that to make a difference when in the calculations.
Well, what about 50 light years? Say something's 50, which is probably, that's like probably quite close.
Yeah, it could be 1,000 light years. The point is that we assume that the light is still basically parallel
But
in
that
January
star's not
versus
there.
July.
That star's not there because obviously that's moving, right? So when I see that, even though I look at it now, I could look up at a star now and see that, but it's not actually there anymore. It's moved, right? Because I've moved. So it's not in the same angle, no matter which way
Right,
you
right,
kind of look at it, because I'm moving.
right.
That's what I'm saying.
And
You can't, sorry.
You're right, but what we use for parallax is the difference in angles. Even if we got the timing off, it's what matters is the difference between 6 months here and 6 months there, and how much it goes back and forth. So that's what matters. And again, I don't know much about this. I'm just sort of saying my poor understanding of how parallax works.
No, it's right. It's right. What you're saying is the opposite argument. But I'm just saying, right, is because you can't actually these stars. Obviously, that star's not sat. That star or Orion's belt's actually fucking. If the sun's traveling, it's moving, right? Nothing's at rest, according, right? So the sun's traveling, so it's kind of impossible to make an accurate determination where that actually is because
Right.
it's not
It's
there
impossible
anymore.
because everything's moving. However, it moves so slow compared to the vast distances that it doesn't make a difference.
And but we're traveling at 66,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, but if you're sitting on a donkey doing surveying to try and calculate, like you're walking along or riding along on a donkey, and you sit there and do some survey measurements to Mount Everest. If you do the survey measurements within a minute, or let's say 30 seconds or 60 seconds or something, that donkey hasn't traveled that much in 60 seconds. And so, you can still get pretty close to the distance to Mount Everest. It's similar with the stars. The stars are so far away that, these little inaccuracies based on the fact that everything is moving are not that big relative to the distance to the stars.
Right. But wouldn't you account for that? Because they do say that science is precise, their measurements are precise. But that wouldn't be a precise measurement.
Yeah, they try to get as precise as possible. So you are right that there are limits on the precision. And that's why, for example, like I just said, Arcturus is 36 light years plus or minus 2 light years. That's a big number. That's let's see, that's 9.4 trillion kilometers range each way. So it's not super precise if they're off by 9 trillion kilometers.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's it, yep, that's good. That's very honest of you. But, and so can you understand that, like why people are kind of skeptical about that? Because
Yeah, so you're right. But I'm not saying anything that's like I'm not being more honest than anything else. So, for example, the Wikipedia page about Arcturus, the star, like I said, it says the distance is 36.7 light years away, plus or minus 9 trillion kilometers. So it's not very precise, but it's probably better than nothing. I mean, it's somewhat of a guess, but pretty close.
Yeah, and that's fine, right? But like when we get told that all these measurements are precise and all that, and then you kind of look into it and you think, well, actually, it's not that precise. So you can understand
Sure.
the skeptical side of it.
Yeah, and I would say that the distances to stars are not very precise. Things like when is there's a solar eclipse coming to California in a couple weeks, and things like when does it exactly start and when does it maximize and that type of stuff. That's pretty precise. They know the answer down to the second. They can predict that. So it depends on what type of measurement you're looking at. Some things are very precise, some things aren't.
Yeah, but the Chinese seeing this thing with the solar eclipses, lunar, this was all observed thousands and thousands of years ago, documented in Chinese kind of thing. So they're not really saying, "Oh, look at our science; it's so precise, it's there, or it's this far away, or whatever." The Chinese were doing that thousands of years ago before they even presumed the distance of the stars. They just
Yes.
looked up at the sky, they seen that was there, and they predicted solar eclipses, lunar eclipses, weather, everything.
Yeah, so
The-
the Saros cycle is what they use, and it can predict the date of the next solar and lunar eclipse fairly accurately. But these days we can get it accurately down to the second. Like it's going to be at 9:21 and 45 seconds Pacific time. So we have much more accurate predictions than the Chinese have.
Right, but they're using the predictions of the Chinese, and they're maybe going, "All right, we'll watch this," but they're still using like old observations and stuff like that. So they're not really that doesn't because they can predict the solar eclipses or lunar eclipses or whatever, Venus eclipses or whatever. Right?
I've seen a transit of Venus. It was pretty cool.
Have you seen Saturn going behind the moon or coming
No,
out from
but
the moon?
there was
Oh,
an occultation of Mars that I did see, or was it Mars?
that's it. Look,
Yeah, there was one fairly recently, like maybe 3 or 4 months ago that I saw.
check out the occultation or because you reminded me of the word occultation of Saturn, and you have a look at that, right?
Yeah, I've
And
seen some pictures. Pretty cool.
watch the videos. There's videos on YouTube. Watch it, and do you know when I look at that, I think that doesn't look as if it's fucking however far it's going to be. Doesn't look like it because you don't have to change focus or anything like that. I don't. It's as clear. The moon's as clear as Saturn.
Yeah, once things are far enough away, you can basically just set your camera to infinity focus and.
Nah, I know that one, actually. Yeah. That's right. That's right. You have to go a certain distance away. Set your camera, and you have to go a certain distance away, and then focus on it, and then set your camera to infinity. So I haven't totally understood the implications of that, but the fact is, it does look as if it's sort of just coming behind the moon. It's not that far away that they say. If you look at it, look at it and watch it come into the moon. And it's me being due to incredulity or whatever. But if you look at that, actually watching it, it just doesn't seem to be as far away as they say it is, kind of thing. What are you a flat Earth skeptic, or do you go with?
Um, I pretty much buy into the mainstream heliocentric model of the universe.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, thanks for the chat. I'll let someone else
Yeah.
talk. That was
Nice
nice. That
chatting.
was very pleasant. Thanks very much.
Yeah,
It was
good to
awesome.
talk to you.
Yeah, cool, man. You still there, Gio? Hello? You still there, Gio? No.
know where we are. Just went quiet.
Why is no one talking? Got the flat earth blues. Got the flat earth blues. I'm so dumb. I wore 2 right shoes. I got the flat earth blues.
Well, I've got the flat earth blues, baby.
Wow!
And I ain't got no shoes.
That boy good.
Well, I've got the flat earth blues, baby. But I ain't got no shoes.
Wow! Lordy!
Well, they're telling me these balls are spinning. I don't think they've got no clue.
The flat earth blues.
Well, Sonic thinks he's got it all made out. And he lies through his shoes. Well, Xanax thinks he's got it all worked out, but he ain't got a clue.
If he could figure it out, then he might not have the flat earth blues. Saturday night. Ain't got no life. I hope this shit ain't alive. I got the flat earth blues, baby.
The ball ain't spinning, baby. I can feel it now.
Show me the curve.
Yeah, show me that curve, baby.
What you know about parallax?
Well, the sun's going round us, baby. You better just relax. Who's that is talking?
That's awesome. Good one, man. That's good shit.
Thanks for joining in.
Oh man, thank you for providing that. I needed that. That was good.
Good. Well, there was a bit of silence there, so I thought
Yeah, it's nice to have that. People can bust out of shit. You like the blues, huh?
Yeah, a bit. Yeah, I was brought up in it, Robert Johnson and all that kind of stuff. So
That's pretty awesome, dude.
yeah, my daddy was a blues man.
Hell yeah.
What is it? Here we go. I got a flyer, so that's yeah. I need to remember it. The earth is flat, that is that. Listen to what I say. You can open up your eyes or look the other way. They say that the earth is spinning round and round with a mystical force called gravity to keep your feet right on the. So I've got a question, the answer. Oh, fuck.
That's a hustle, man. If you had a better mic, you'd be on fire.
Ah, well, I don't think I'd ever be on fire whether I had a decent mic or not, so.
That's badass, dude. Yeah, as long as you're singing, that's a good thing about songs, man. When you're singing, actually singing about something that you like have passion for, the song is so much better.
Yeah, that's true, aye.
It's fucking
Yeah.
cool. You know, you're a flat earther or you're a glober?
I'm a fucking flatty.
Oh,
Born and bred after
think
about
about it.
5 minutes.
Today, a flurf and a globey fucking sung together. Next thing you know, tomorrow we can solve the fucking starvation. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, buddy. You want to go into a conversation I want to get into rather than the flat earthers' bigger issues, isn't it?
That's just it, buddy. We'll just stick with the music, my friend.
Yeah, exactly. Do you like the Doors?
Like the dueling of the banjos.
Let's see. Fucking hell. But I can't really play it. Let's think. Minute. I've got to find the key now.
Are you Irish, man?
Scottish.
All right. Let's hear some Scottish shit. Let's hear some Scottish jam. Bust out some Scottish jam.
Oh, do you want some Scottish?
Of course.
All right, okay then. There once was a trip. Once was a trip. Irish youths came marching down through by. And the captain's name was Ned, and he called for a fee. And the fucking hell, I forgot this.
Hey, Doss the Caber, hey!
Alright, I could do this one. Oh, flower of Scotland, when will we see your likes again?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And died for your Phoebus hill and glen that stood again. Clouded words are. Oh, fucking hell, man. I forgot the chords.
Your poor women. Oh. What about Johnny Cash? Can you do Johnny Cash?
All right, okay. Let's try this one, right? Nah. Well, I hear this train rolling, rolling around the bend. I ain't seen sunshine. I don't know when, cause I'm stuck in Folsom Prison. And time is going on.
But the train keeps a rolling down to San Antone.
When I was a baby, my mama told me, son, always be a good boy, don't ever hurt no one. But I shot a man in Reno just to watch him die. When I hear that whistle blowing, I my head and cry.
Man, you're awesome. That's crazy. You got all that shit inside your hands and your mind, dude. That's badass. Yeah, I had a feeling you could play all the older American rock and roll shit. It's funny.
Oh, well, yeah. I love Johnny Cash, man. What a guy.
Hell
What
yeah.
a guy.
What about Bob Dylan? You know any of his shit?
Oh, fucking hell, man. You're better asking Pete Shea. He's got a compendium of music inside his head.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know Pete. I know Pete very well. The Dodo. He's actually
that's
my
the
daddy. They call
Am I-
me. They call me Rob Shea.
Oh,
on another place and another time. It's pretty
he's
good.
an amazing person, man. I have to say.
Oh yeah, I don't mind Pete. I think he's cool.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you when I know. What about Cat Stevens? In the let's think. I need to remember this one. Oh. Followed by a shadow, shadow. He's nipping and hopping on a shadow, shadow. And if I ever lose my hand, lose my plow, or lose my land, if I ever lose my hand, I won't have to work no more. And if I ever lose my eyes, all my colors all run dry. And if I ever lose my eyes, I won't have to cry no more. I've been followed by a moon shadow, shadow. And if I ever lose my legs, I won't moan and I won't beg. And if I ever lose my legs, I won't work more.
Now, what's your setup? Are you just playing into like a little mic, or you have actual mic, or are you playing into like a headset?
No, I'm sat out in the garden with my guitar and my mobile phone.
Wow. Imagine if you had like an actual like fucking setup, you sound pretty damn good, man.
Oh well, I'm actually I'm in Scotland at the moment, but in Denmark I've got my own wee studio. Not a studio, but I've got like microphone and all that stuff. But unfortunately, I'm in Scotland now, and I'm fucking so want to go back.
Well, let's freestyle some blues beats, fucking for Geo.
Now, do you want it? Do you want some blues?
Yeah, let's do some
let me
let's do some freestyle shit. See if we can make up some freestyles.
wait a minute. Alright, I'll do some blues.
Yeah, it's all good. Take your time, find your groove, man. Just
Alright, here we go.
going down to Geo's. On the arm of the globe. Only one place you can go. Wow. Going down to Geo's. Gonna find some flat earthers.
Oh, for fuck's sake, man.
Rob, would you say you idolize flat earthers? Are you a flat earth idolatrist?
Oh, I think you guys are great, dude. I wouldn't be here every day if it wasn't. I'll crack the code one day, but it's not anytime soon.
Nah, okay. Take your time. There's no rush.
I mean, truth is attractive. People will naturally be attracted to it.
Yeah, I don't know if I ever told you, Gio, like a long time ago, like in 2003 or 4, I used to like fucking troll people about flat earth. I used to like go on fucking games, like video games and shit, and troll people about it. Like it was meant to be a joke. Like it was meant to make smart people mad because they just didn't like dumb people. And then it became a thing all of a sudden, like 10 years ago, I found out, and I really didn't pay attention to it because I was doing other stuff. And it's just hilarious how it progressed.
Isn't that kind of a red flag if you think it's something that quote unquote smart people will get all triggered about? Doesn't that show that they're probably in the wrong in some way, that there's something in them that's out of balance? Like if you went to a bunch of quote unquote smart people and tried to say elephants fly, it's probably not going to get them all upset. They're just going to be like, oh yeah, elephants don't fly. We have no evidence for that. They would move on, you know? But if you had something that was true that they were like resisting and had cognitive dissonance about, it might make sense that they're going to wig out a little bit.
Yeah, but I always thought about it like more like if you're gonna walk up to somebody and say, "I seen a whale walking on land."
Well, the globe is like this thing that, the Copernican revolution we're supposed to be, it's supposed to be sort of the height of humans' breakthrough. It's this whole, I think, a massive psyop ultimately, but I'm just saying it is kind of proposed as being this thing that's supposed to be so standardized and so much the case. Oh, we figured out we're on a globe and here it is. Here's pictures of it. And we went to space, so it's a big story. So it does seem like that it is a thing that a lot of people like, with education, whatever it may be, are going to react to in a way that, they kind of, it's like a psyop that tries to claim that it's like the height of ignorance to not go with that, to not go with the globe is what they
But they
try
get
to.
so angry. They get so angry though, Gio. Like if someone comes up to me, it's like you as well. If someone comes up to you and kind of says something that's, you don't get angry and call them a retard and stuff like that. So
I think everybody's on their own path. It's up to them to figure out what they, the truth is. You know what I'm saying? To a point, you can only lead someone or direct someone in a direction. You can't get them there. You have to let people take their own path, dude. Everybody eventually will find out what they believe in, and that's what it is, man. If people believe in something, that's their belief. If you want to try to convince them, then try to convince them. If not, move on.
yeah, but do you get angry if like about us? people that think, you know, that the Earth is not what we've been told, and we try to do you kind of get triggered by it, or do you get
No,
upset?
never get triggered by the belief. I just get triggered by like the like going against actual science, like the things that have been, have been shown to not be able to be disproved.
All right, and why would you get triggered about that then?
Well, I don't really say I get triggered about it. I just get aggravated. I mean, that's well, it's just because think about it. There has to be, at the end of the day, there has to be things that are just what we would call facts. You know what I'm saying? Truths, whatever you want to call them. And when people deny them, I mean, if you're anybody, saying most people don't really care about it, they're not on the internet arguing about it. But if that's something you like to do, I mean, people want to defend science. Just because we believe, some people believe that having science. What's the word I'm looking for? Having science be steady is a lot better than having all these different theories and shit coming out, and different ideas that are based on just people's opinions.
Yeah, but it's irrational though to get angry about someone having for me anyway, or as I say, it's just my personal opinion, but I find it irrational for the amount of vitriol, because I've been in this arena for about 8-9 years now. Yeah, it'll be 8-9 years now, and I
Yeah, I've only
find it
been in it for like a year.
irrational that people get angry about it, because in the end up it doesn't really matter, right? You're not, it's no big deal, right? Or is it?
Well, it never really starts off in anger. It seems like the anger comes when the debate begins. We're going to call it the conversation starts, and whether any side gives a fact or anything, when a fact is given on either side, then there's no, oh, okay, a fact is a fact. It's no, then you start going with the insults, and you know how it is. It always digresses into chaos instead of being a legit conversation. That's the whole point of. That's why I think a lot of the problem is at the end of the day, when we're doing this, I think the whole point of this being the people who are really care about this and have the conversation is to either try to provide evidence for each side. So when each side provides evidence, the evidence should be looked amongst the peers, and then brought back and decided whether it is true or not. I mean, that's how it should work if we really want to get anything accomplished.
But unfortunately, it doesn't kind of go that way.
Oh, it never will. It never
Yeah, and
will.
that's a strange thing. That's what I'm saying. It's very strange to me. I mean, like, when it kind of sort of began in this era, right? We were just having a conversation, and all of a sudden we had these bored atheists, because they'd got tired of debunking, Jesus and God and stuff like that. We ended up fucking getting piled on by these guys that were experts in debating. They've been doing it for years. We haven't, most of the people that's in Flat Earth, at the beginning anyway, we didn't have a clue about, rhetoric and, fallacies and, red herrings and all that kind of stuff. But we got kind of bombarded at the beginning with these experts. Not I'm saying experts, but old school. They'd practice all their arguments against, the existence of God or whatever, right? And they suddenly piled into this conversation. And that's that's what most of these people did. Most of the people that got into Flat Earth at first, they've all done their rounds trying to debunk God, got bored with that and fucking piled onto us. Here we're just having a conversation, and then suddenly we're getting doxxed, lives threatened, kids threatened with rape, which I've had, and I've had a guy, and I'm not the only person in here. We've been threatened. We've been everything else. to me, it doesn't make sense, because I could never imagine myself, just because someone had a different belief from me, that I would specifically go into chats or whatever and start targeting and calling them retards and arguing and, you know, taking the piss and that. To me, it's kind of strange, you know, in a psychological kind of. I always wonder, you know, why people that don't believe in the ball earth, don't believe in the flat earth, are even here having a discussion.
Well, I think of with that, there's a lot of different ways to see that, of course, but in my viewpoint, I'll say that I do think that the globe is a deception, and I would even get into the idea of like in terms of the spirit world and how the spirit world actually interacts with this world. And people may have different ideas of what I even mean when I say spirit world. So I won't be too long-winded, because I could probably say a lot on it. But just to be very brief,
Keep going, because I enjoyed that conversation you had the other night. You were actually, you were talking for quite a while, talking about stuff like that. I like that, actually.
Cheers. Well, yeah, I guess, yeah, and I guess in this context, I was just kind of thinking of it in terms of that, like even just breaking into like, you know, like angelic, demonic, light and dark, like even kind of looking at that. So in my viewpoint, the globe being a deception is rooted in demonic energy, however that plays out, and however that actually is. And even thinking about, I mean, you know, these kind of whoever these controllers are, or these entities, as it were, that are behind it, and all of the other kind of possibilities of that they might be doing rituals and child sacrifices and some of these other awful things. I mean, who even knows? The fact they're behind world wars and, you know, poisoning us and all kinds of stuff. They're obviously dark, and people may think different things on that. But my basic thing is just to say that if it's coming from that darker sort of energy, that those of us talking about it not being the globe is, in a sense, just from that very basic analysis, like it's like exposing the darkness in some way, exposing the deception. And whenever that happens, there's going to be people that, or there's always going to be others that either believe in that deception or want to defend it for whatever reason that may be, whether they're interacting with those dark energies or where they feel like they need to defend them. And I'm not calling anyone out individually. I'm not trying to say all globe earthers are demonic. I'm not doing that. I'm just saying, in general, when there's a demonic type energy that is a deception, and then when there's an exposing of that or a talking about it or some kind of revealing of that, it does just make sense to me on a general level that there's going to be, like, you know, an army of attackers, you know, in that sense. So I was just kind of putting it in that. And now it may even be seen, just to give it the other way around. There are some people that might even see it the other way, that they think talking about the earth not being a globe is demonic, and that we're going to be spreading some deception that the earth is stationary and it has planar geometry, you know. So, I mean, I'm just saying, just to kind of give the leeway that there may be others that feel like they're here because they need to stop the misinformation, you know. So, you know, however, in my opinion, the globe absolutely is a deception in my viewpoint. So that, you know, so I'm just saying from that perspective, it makes sense to me that there's sort of this army of attackers and of either conscious or unconscious gatekeepers that want to stop us from talking about it. So they'll throw as much attacking and doxing and as much as possible, you know, our way, just to try to get us to either stop talking about it or just give up or, you know, surrender kind of thing.
Yeah, but those people, though, you're saying, Geo, they're atheists. They don't believe in demons and stuff like that. I think you're giving them what do you call it, a free pass now, because they don't believe in demons. They don't believe in anything like that, anything metaphysical or anything like that. So I will beg to differ that they see it from like that point of view, because they're atheists. So they don't believe in demons. They don't believe in God. They don't believe in the devil. They don't believe in anything. So I don't think it's got any, because not that.
Yeah,
not
but I don't
any,
think they have to. I don't think they have to believe in it to be expressing it. See, in my viewpoint, like this physical world is actually a subset of the spirit world. Just use that very general term, spirit world, meaning that there's way more in the beyond and in the spirit realms. Just using that term very generally. than there is in this physical realm. Like this entire physical realm is actually a subset, or it's like an afterthought, basically, of the actual foundational reality of where we come from. And so, from that perspective, our psyches, each of our psyches, could be a mix or a blend of those energies from the beyond, dark, light. Perhaps we all have some dark, some light. So I'm just saying, like in my viewpoint, someone who is an atheist who might not believe in any of that, they still could be expressing demonic energy for whatever reason. They're expressing it.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I'll go with that. But I don't think they're saying what you said. I don't think they're consciously aware then of that, because they don't believe in anything like that. I don't think anyway. So, but they could
right.
be.
So they wouldn't be. Right. Yeah. Like if there are these like dark entities that are doing like ritual sacrifices or crazy stuff like that, yeah, they obviously know what they're kind of dancing with. But somebody else who maybe is an atheist and they're physically abusing their children or something, I would still say they're expressing some kind of darker energy, maybe even demonic by what they're doing, but it may not even be part of their belief system or anything. But in my viewpoint, they could still actually be expressing it, or they could be still tapping into it.
Question, because I listened to Dr. Parks talk today, and he kept saying what we believed, and you guys keep saying belief, and we all know how dangerous that word is and what it refers to, and there's nothing in our scientific conversation that requires belief to be in this conversation.
Well,
think about it.
Yeah,
we keep saying it. You guys keep saying it, and I'm like, I'm cringing every time you say it.
Well, the
tricky
thing.
Wait a minute. I've got a thing with that. If you look at most scientists, right, or these guys, it's all assumptions. So it goes down to their belief that this is happening. If you actually look into the science or whatever, or listen to these scientists or whatever, it's just a belief that they've got. It's just belief because they don't know for a fact, right? So in a way, it's
But
their
that's just
belief.
that's just a theory. On the other side, when it becomes like the way you're going to do it, the way you believe that we believe this, that becomes a doctrine. And we don't have flat Earth doctrines. Like, we have doubts about, the sureness of science when science claims not to be sure. So it's really the people's conception of science we have a problem with, and it's the people's conception that has been manipulated, and programmed.
Right, we had science. We had science for the last 3 years, right? And we've now found out, or most people, if they want to look at it, that science was a load of shite, right? We got convinced, and that was science that was talking to us like skeptical thinkers. Whether the Earth, I think most of us, I can assure you, personally, if I found ball, it would not affect my life in any way at all, and I would say that for most people here.
Well, let me jump in. I want to respond to the belief thing. I just want to say, Dan, what's tricky about the word belief is that it's like it can be seen in. Okay, so there's like the word belief meaning like sort of like blind belief, like, oh, I believe in something that I can't prove. But isn't the word belief also used for like if someone says like, oh yeah, yesterday I believe I had a hamburger for dinner. They're not like blindly believing it. They're just using it as like a knowledge claim more like, oh, I believe this. You know what I mean? So how do we differentiate when
Because when it's used against us, we're being pigeonholed by it. We're saying, hey, they're just stuck in a belief system. And I'm running around with lasers and shit and going, this doesn't have fuck all to do with what I believe.
Right.
So I'm personally offended. Parks did a really cool thing today, trying to analyze, how important, just same thing you're talking about now, except he denied certain little things like that, or like that you were able to remind him of things he doesn't know because he was begging the question, why don't they believe him? Why don't we believe him when he says this is the way the world is? And you personally have taught him things, and that's why you can't just believe in someone that thinks they're too clever, because things are progressing, and what may not be, true anymore, even. You know, so belief is starting to bug me a lot because I'm getting pigeonholed into that. Allie's right about refraction and 3 years ago and shit like that when they're starting to use gradient the same way. Well, guess what? They can't prove refraction and they can't prove a gradient and they can add standard whatever they want. We still don't see that either.
Well, like this is what's tricky. Like, okay, so the word believe in the dictionary, the first two definitions, which kind of shows the difference, the two ways of using it, like I was saying. So the first one is to have confidence in the truth, the existence, or the reliability of something, although without absolute proof that one is right in doing so. So that's kind of like having confidence, like, yeah, like, you know, I believe these lasers are accurate, or I believe, you know, in that sense, we're kind of having
faith. You just
like
described faith. You described faith is what you described.
Well, the second definition is to have confidence or faith in the truth, to give credence to.
Oh.
So it's like,
could you read the first one again? Can you read the first one again?
To have confidence in the truth, the existence, or the reliability of something.
Yeah, and the second one?
To have confidence or faith in the truth of a positive assertion, story, etc. Yeah, those are similar. It's kind of.
Whoa. The only difference is the word faith. So you
Well,
can
that's kinda
believe
what I
in
think.
something without having faith in it.
That's what I'm saying. I kind of think of like the faith part of the word belief, like having faith meaning, you know, without any kind of verifiable proof, but you have faith in it, versus, you know, like kind of when someone says, like, you know, like I said, like, oh, you know, when they just use the term believe, like if somebody says like, oh, how much did that car cost? And you're like, I believe it costs like 25,000, you know, it's like, you're not like having faith that it believes 25,000. You're kind of expressing like you have confidence that it's about 25,000. So you're saying, I believe, you know what I mean? Versus like just the full faith thing. So yeah, that it's tough to kind of parse those out in language when we're just using them so, you know, openly.
Yeah. Thanks for going through that, man. Just
Or like
like,
like if somebody said like, oh yeah, this bridge that was, well, okay, maybe that's not a good example. That's kind of an engineering thing. I was going to say like, oh yeah, I believe it'll, you know, be strong enough to carry that weight or something. Although you could say like, you could scientifically try to validate it, but as well, but maybe that's not even a good example, but just when somebody kind of uses like, oh yeah, you know, and like kind of like, yeah, basically to have confidence in the truth or the existence of something in a generalized sense versus like just straight up having faith in it without.
because that's going to screw up a game I wanted to play where I could pick a word like horseshoe or something and then ask them what they thought about it, what they felt about it, what they believed about it. Could they prove its existence? Is it good or bad? I wanted to take a bunch of random words and see how people applied things like feelings and belief to it in terms of proof and good and evil and stuff. Like, especially inanimate objects, you know? What do you think about it? What do you feel about it? Do you believe in it? Do you have proof of it? Is it good or bad?
Yeah, it's a lot of nuance. It makes me think how the idea that words like really can only point to something. They can't necessarily like fully describe what it is. They can kind of just point to it. They're like arrows that we're like using to try to point to either what we're thinking or what we're trying to get to.
Mm-hmm. It's different than, for instance, as a filmmaker where you have a visual art or a photographer where it's an angle, you know, and lighting. They always said, you know, radio was so cool because you listened to a story and you pictured it. They said TV kind of ruined that part of it because the radio shows were a lot like reading, where you interpreted the words. Pretty hard to do. When you think about it. to give someone an exact view of something. Let's say your friend was blind.
Did you cut out?
Mentally.
It sounded like a connection drop, but yeah, you just ended the thought there. Yeah.
I started reading something.
You mentioned a blind person. That's kind of like, yeah, like how that's tough. How do you prove? Like, does a blind person just like, okay, if they've been blind their whole life, do they just believe in all these things? Like, if we say like, hey, we explain what like cars look like, or we explain what, but if they can never see it, like, do they only have the option to believe it in terms of like having faith that it's what we're telling them?
It's weird when you meet people that don't like dogs or don't like animals, and you just want to go like, "What's wrong with you?" You know, it's like, "What do you mean you don't like dogs?" Right? They're so amazing. Animals are so amazing and so full of love. It's ridiculous to watch those videos. You know, the rescues and all that. So full of love. So just desperate to be a part of something. I think we're that way, but we don't want to admit it.
Well, it's like that, what that guy was saying, right? Even science says they can't prove anything. So if you can't prove anything, the other guy that was talking, if you can't prove anything, right, so that you actually have faith, like you have to have faith in the person. That's what I'm saying. It's like the definition of faith is to believe something without any evidence or proof of it. And as science doesn't prove anything, so to believe, and I'm talking theoretical science, theoretical science, not the other stuff, make computers and stuff like that, because science just means that you're the true definition is just to gather information. That's all it is, gather knowledge. It's not about doing experiments and stuff like that, right? It's just about gathering evidence of the whatever, your natural world or whatever. It's nothing to do with doing experiments. It's just about, and the thing with science is, if they can't prove anything, right? Science doesn't prove anything. Scientists will say that. So, therefore, it's a belief and it's a faith. Well, it's a belief for the scientists, right? But for people that are theoretical scientists, but it's a belief to or faith to believe or to have faith that that person, that scientist, is telling you the truth. Now, these theoretical scientists, the word, the big show is theoretical. It's just theory, right? It's just imaginations, mind experiments and stuff like that, right? But yet, there's a group of people that will accept, which is kind of a quandary or whatever, they'll accept what theoretical scientists, theoretical, I have to say, not other scientists, because there's a difference, theoretical physicists even, you've got to have faith in that person there that's giving you the information. And I've got quotes from scientists saying, well, all that stuff about how the world works, it's a lie. And we teach them. I've posted this so many times for years. A guy coming out and saying about quantum physics, atoms, and all that. And this is a theoretical scientist that comes out and says that. It's just a belief. It's a lie. First of all, he says it's a lie, but it's just a white lie. It's just something that we teach up to undergraduate, right? They'll teach them up to undergraduate. They'll teach them a whole pack of fucking lies until they go to university. Now, what's the point of that? And I've got a quote from a guy saying that. So with this faith thing, or we are flat earthers are crazy or whatever, but I don't think the other side, these other people that sort of come in and argue against us, I don't think they actually realise there's a cognitive disconnect, I should say, a cognitive disconnect between the two things. They're saying, you believe this and that, where actually they're in the same boat as us, only we've got a different opinion. We think that. And the thing is, these guys come out and say that. These scientists will come out, with no proof for anything. Science doesn't prove anything, and it's assumptions and mind experiments and stuff like that. They hammer, but yet we have the other side, or whatever the arguments against it. These people, the people that we talk to, will back it up, which to me is irrational. It's not like as I say, if
I'm enjoying
wrong,
what you're saying, Ali, but we might need to keep it going back and forth because it's gonna everyone's gonna lose. It's gonna lose the points here to be. You know what I mean? Like, but so it just so I don't know.
A couple of quick points. When you learn from someone you trust and you take their word, it goes back to what you and I were talking about, words being powerful. Someone who you trust, you tend to unnaturally gravitate to that as more like truth, similar to the way culture or family does to you. And that's interesting because it's not exactly proof, but it feels good to you. And this is what we're dealing with people, is what feels good to them, what doesn't. Fortunately, we do trigger normal people, and that's kind of fun. But when we're accused of being crazy, we need to embrace the technical points of that. For instance, to review history, to go backwards, seems backwards, unless you find an error and what you did wrong, and then you can learn from it. So going backwards can be very valuable, and being sure of what's already done is not all that ridiculous, as silly as it seems, watching us run against the grain to go check what science is telling us. So we have to prove that it's not crazy to be against the grain or out of line. There's a reason for it. And it's not all positive, but it has function, because look what it's doing to them. It's keeping the world on their toes right now. They're going, but, and they're having to learn what they're saying. And all we need to do now is be patient enough to hold them to their words. They cannot prove the refractive properties of that they're claiming. And they cannot prove that the gradient is there or is affecting. So they got nothing except a very firm stance, and we need to stand against that without. I have a tendency to be emotional. It's very difficult, because the reason why I'm a flat earther is because I didn't get to be right when I was a kid. So I'm pissed off at injustice that people are bullshitting me still, and I'm trying to fix my childhood.
I'm sorry. I remember you saying that, right? And see what you said there. I totally related to that. You said that you've got a friend. I remember you were talking on the mic, and you said you had a friend say, "Oh, I've got a grip." Like, you were saying, "It's my biggest flaw," whatever. It's the same as me. It's the same as me. I didn't get to. I was always told I was wrong when I was younger, or whatever. And then I found out, I had an opinion. But anyway, sorry about that. But I was just wanted to go back to that conversation we had. I'm totally with you, because I was in the same boat as you, and I think that's why I talk so much, because I never got my opinion across. So I empathise with you, buddy. I do, truly.
Yeah, I've been fighting my whole life, so it doesn't bother me to get in an argument. It just doesn't. I'm used to chaos, so it doesn't bother me to be against the grain. I was a Macintosh person. Everyone that said computer didn't apply to me. So I'm used to being outside. It just doesn't freak me out.
Yeah, but I'm
not afraid to come from that.
Yeah, but what's happened to our society that we can't like have freedom of thought without being attacked or ridiculed or all this kind of psychological poison.
That's a great point. It's
Yeah,
just
like-
basic fear. It's fear of what they don't understand. It's totally natural.
or control
totally-
or control even like let's say you're in a loving relationship and all is good and you're both the two partners are really in love and everything's great. Like it seems like you should be able to bring up anything to that partner, and if they're being very just loving and accepting, they would be willing to, no matter what you say, be like, okay, that's interesting, like, well, let's talk about that, or what do you think on that, like any idea.
I can't believe you said that, because I was with a chick yesterday. I've known her like 12 years. She's got kind of a broken marriage, and I, really super into her. And I just know that we'd never really fight. I know that we would never really clash. She gives me too much leeway, and it's funny you'd say that, because I feel what you just described. It's there's no reason to be a stickler on some of the words that we always are,
Yeah, and I kind of just brought it up, like the idea of being actually accepted for whatever ideas one wants to consider. Whereas it seems like in our culture, there seems to be some kind of a default with some topics, to write them off or say they're ridiculous or do all that kind of.
Or how about
the attack?
Sex being naughty? It's almost like Santa Claus. They just never told people it's not naughty, right?
Check this out, though.
That thing is, it's all about programming. We've been programmed to become emotionally attached to the story that we've been told.
Yep.
So that is why people get triggered. It's all what you said, Gio. It's all psychological. We've been programmed to think like that. We're a glitch in the program, but we've been programmed to think that way. When someone, we've been given a reality, we've become emotionally attached to it. I'm saying a lot of people have become emotionally attached to it, and that's why we get the reaction. That's it. I've got papers to show that, actually. In Britain, we've got a paper that they only distributed to the government, telling every aspect of how we think. You've heard of nudge, with Cass Sunstein, the nudge theory. How you nudge people, you kind of manipulate, people's thoughts, like advertising. You use it in advertising, television, right? But they brought it into government. And so what happens, like that guy in America, and I'll finish after I talk about this, that Vicky, whatever, right? What happens is that if the government wants to put a policy through, right, and they know that the people are against the government, what they'll do is they'll either encourage a opposite view, or they'll present a person that people can relate to. So when they spout it, even though it's government backed or whatever, right, like Trump or whatever, he could be part of the big picture or whatever. But like for gang members, the guys that go into help out gangs and try to get the kids stop shooting people, they're from the streets. They've specifically been put there to do that, whether they know it because they're useless idiots or whatever. They're like pawns in the game. Yeah, well, let him talk. Let him talk, because he's having that effect there on those people. What they do is they present people to us that can relate to us, so that we emotionally attach ourselves. Oh, he's just like me. He's fucking talking the truth. That's it. I'm going to vote for him. And that's the thing. So it's all psychological. We're kind of, there's so many documents to show that that's basically what they do.
When we use the slightest bit of psychology, like for instance, asking questions instead of making declarations, and watching people put their feet in their own mouth and show how little they know about what they learned about where they live, that's a great technique, and we need to apply more techniques to our discussions, because when they speak, they fumble and make mistakes. For instance, think about it. Refraction. We never turned around and said, "Prove it."
Yeah, we did 100 times. I mean, they showed you an aquarium with a laser.
Yeah, I know,
But
but I mean,
you want to know something funny? Here's something funny. There's a lady that speaks a different language than I do, but I've known her for a while. I worked with her. And then the other gentleman, there's another gentleman that speaks her language. And then he like told her how to fill something out and do some other thing. Well, instead of filling it out, she walked over to me and said, "Is it okay to fill this out?" And I looked at her. I said, "Yeah, yeah." I said, "Yeah, he's telling you right. It's okay to fill it out." And then she filled it out. But he knows her language and I don't. And he went, "Why are you talking to him?" And she's like, "Because I trust him." It was fucking weird. So like the guy explained to her in her language everything about the paper, but before she did anything, she came over and said, "Hey, Primo, is this cool? Can I, should I sign this?" I said, "Yeah, it's okay to sign. It's just to say you're not going to do anything stupid or jump on anything or, hurt yourself." And she's like, "Oh, okay." But
Well,
that's weird, isn't it?
What that's about is humans, or we do, and we've got proof with the ballers. It all depends who's given the message. Like a tramp, if you walked and you seen some guy that was homeless living in a tent or scruffy, and he started telling you about physics, right? You wouldn't listen to him. But if you had someone presented you on the television, "Oh, this is a theoretical physicist and they're measuring this," you'll listen to him. It's all about the messenger. And that's what people do that. I've seen it in Flat Earth. People do that. It's all to do with who you are when you present the evidence is how people will perceive that. You wear a white jacket and a stethoscope around your neck and you say, "Hey, by the way," they do it on the telly. Look what happened the last 3 years. You had all these guys on the morning programs or whatever giving advice about health and stuff like that. The majority of people believe that.
But what if she didn't trust and she was just looking to gain consensus because that's going to work? In other words, let's just say by getting 2, it was equivalent to getting 100, getting a vote. In other words, the reinforcement was enough. And so you have to remember this didn't have to be necessarily about her.
No, I'm agreeing with you, but overall,
yeah, overall you're right. But when it comes to consensus and groups, it's different. If they don't go with trust, they go with momentum and some other crappy thing.
Group, exactly, and they go with because it's like we all know this. It's a psychological fact. For some reason, I don't want to belong anywhere, but the majority of people have been taught you have to belong to some group, and it's a lot easier, isn't it, than sort of being invisible, because we're taught our self-esteem is basically beaten out of us from the age of 0 to about fucking 16, 17, and then we have to learn it. You understand? Because we get criticised from our kids, from our parents, from schools, from everybody.
I just had somebody tell me about seeing Shania Twain and how great and what a great person he thought she was. And I've never heard anything nice about her before. And you always hear about Tom Brady, the quarterback, just miserable shit about him. But so people do love to shit on people. They really do. They love to shit on the people that are on top.
But I don't think that's natural, right? Because any of my friends, or for example, you come to me, you say, "Oh, I've just won $1 million," and not the first thing is, "I don't like that." If for example, say Jem Panda suddenly turned around and said, "I've won £50 million," the first thing I would think of, good for you, mate. Right? But the majority of people, it's like what you're saying, they want to bring that person down because they don't like the person. This is huge, man. It's yeah.
It does go a long way, man.
It's like I was saying about the translation thing. I don't even speak the language, but I was trusted over a person that could fully tell her and make her aware of what the thing said and whether or not to sign it. You know what I mean? But then before she did, she walked over and said, "Hey, Primo, what's up with this?" And I said, "Oh, yeah, just don't be an idiot." She said, "Oh, okay," and started laughing and signed it.
Because she knew you.
Right, right. She's worked with me for a long time.
There you go. And that's it. So she's more likely, even though you wouldn't be an expert on it or whatever, and this guy could be the best qualified expert, done it a million times, right? But it's the messenger. She felt comfortable coming to you and getting her, getting your confirmation or whatever. You know, this
Yeah.
is
So, in relating it to what we were talking about earlier, how has the current sort of authority placed themselves in a way that people put that authority above all else, above their family, their friends? Like, what is it about the you know what I'm saying? Because the way you said it right there,
herd mentality.
the
Herd
messenger,
mentality.
yeah. Somehow they've trusted a messenger that is an untrusted. Well, these are all very generalized statements, but yeah, I'm just saying like there's a lot of people that seem to either defend or trust these certain kind of authority structures when it comes to because like we were talking about before, like Dan, you were saying like things you can't necessarily prove yourself. But I hear what you're saying. Like, let's say you have a family member or a friend who tells you something. A lot of us are likely to generally accept that, whether we fully think it's true or, even to the point, if it's somebody you trust, if they tell you something, you're going to go with it pretty smoothly. Like even to the point, let's say your husband or wife comes home and says, "Oh, this happened at work today." What is the likelihood that they're going to trust that person? If there's already a lot of trust built up, like, okay, wow, that happened to you. Oh my gosh, and they'll go with it. Like there's not really a huge question of whether they're believing them or not. Now, if the person's been a chronic liar or they've been cheating or something, that's a different story. Then yeah, maybe there would be a lot of question. But it seems like that way that we are fairly trustworthy as humans of people that we do trust, how see what I actually think, just to kind of extend on this a little, is that I think that it's a natural thing that humans have to trust each other and to trust our elders, because in a healthy type human sort of culture or society type thing, or even like a tribe, etc., the elders are there because they actually earned it in terms of being trustworthy. That over generations and generations, those elders have been selected to be in those positions of wisdom or knowledge or some kind of organizational, because they've shown over and over that they are trustworthy. And then now there's sort of this like a waterfall effect of trust, where now there's a line of trust. And that's partly what I think helps humans to survive and to continue on the generations. But that same kind of trusting, it's even like it could be viewed as like a survival mechanism. And that is an authority. Like your elders in your tribe could be an authority, but it's like a healthy form of authority because they've shown that they can offer healing and love and support in that tribe. And so that's why they're in that position. Whereas whoever the kind of current sort of like toxic authority structures that could be said in our current world in terms of some of these things that are corrupt, somehow like they've taken that place of the elder and people trust them in the same way, even though it's like in a lot of cases like a wolf in sheep's clothing in terms of who they're trusting. So it just makes me think of that trusting component that we have of our friends or family, and then how potentially now like that is being exploited into getting people to trust, let's say an authority about what the earth is, just because they are the government authority that people think is trust, or at least somehow, I don't know how, but they believe, well, maybe originally whatever the organizational structures were trustworthy, and then now they've just been hijacked and taken over, and people are still going with it.
Yeah,
well,
that's a good point. That's a great.
Sorry, Dan, on you go, mate. Sorry.
You got it. Go ahead. It's just it's a great point, because the trust is given by us. For instance, if we're in a flock of birds, we trust that somebody's leading. In fact, they trade off. Nobody's actually leading. It's funny. So we trust our leader. It's not even there. And we have the expectation of a president who's in charge. So they put someone there. We have the expectation of needing the occasional spokesperson. But the trust is given by us. Like you said, it's innate or given, due to your party or, your political party. So is that faith and trust. Now we got faith again. It's like I have faith in my leader. Why? Because I trust him? Well, no, because I've placed my faith in that. So some of that's created by the fact there's a two-party, right? So you have to have one or the other. That may be one of the biggest problems we have, because there's a stopgate right there.
The biggest thing is, Dan, right? We've been programmed from childhood. We've been programmed into having them, what do you call it, fallibilities or whatever. We've been programmed to believe people that have. I've got people. I'll send you. I think I've got you. I think I've got you. I'll send you a paper, right? And this was written by it's called the Institute for Government. It's a paper that was written for the cabinet, for the British Parliament, right? All the ministers, just the ministers, health secretary, blah blah, and they were told, and they use that nudge theory, right? And it's basically this just explains it all, exactly why. When we say something to someone about maybe that goes against what they've been taught or they believe, right? They've been programmed. They get aggressive towards us. That's it. And I've got I'll send it to you as well, Gio, because exactly they know it. They think that we want to belong to a group, right? We don't like to stand out. Right, and I believe we've been I don't think we are naturally aggressive human beings, man.
Well, I think that's kind of a survival mechanism as well. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a defensive thing. Yeah, exactly. So that's what we're running. We run into people we'd like to hang with, and they're overly defensive. I mean, all across the world, really. You know, how are you? None of your business. Leave me alone. Sorry for interacting.
No, that's
really
right.
It's too much of a liability these days to interact with someone. To tell you the truth, if you had a lawyer with you, they'd just say, "Don't talk to him." Right? Somebody says, "Hi, how are you?" You go, "Shh, don't tell him. Let's go." If you had a lawyer with you at the time.
It's like what Gio said there. It's a defense mechanism, right? But that defense, it's like that cognitive dissonance. It's like and I don't think it's they're scared of, like they're scared of the truth or what you're saying. It's actually programmed into people. And they've created. We all know that you put a human being in a certain environment and they'll react to the environment. And what's happened is these people that have, they've been studying psychology for thousands of years, man. They've sussed us out. And what they do is, we know we're reactionary beings. Humans are reactionary. We'll survive. And, you put us in the cold, we'll kind of suss out, we'll adapt, right? Adaptation, or whatever you want to call it. We'll adapt to that environment. So imagine you had the power to create an environment where you know exactly, well, if we create this environment, then humans are going to, the majority, or enough, in a predictable kind of way. And that's it. That's how easy it is. It's that simple. And that's why you get lunatics when you say something against their beliefs or their beliefs, is you get attacked. And it's simple. It's so simple, man. We've been programmed. They've created an environment that we are now reacting to. And that's it. We are reactionary beings.
Yeah, I think I think that's sort of how they did it in a way, is sort of emulation, and then imprinting with that emulation, like what the government type stuff, like it's in terms of what our real true history is, that's a whole question of what actually but let's just say that in the 1800s, whatever governmental structure, let's say that it was somewhat trustworthy, maybe it was even quite good. I mean, that's a whole question of what our true history is and everything. But if you had a governmental system that was basically good for the people, seemed to be supplying in a good way, and there wasn't anything too corrupt. Now, I'm not even saying that's what the 1800s were. I'm just saying in general. And then if there has been sort of a series of takeover happening, at like World War I, World War II, this whole kind of process, and then popping out of World War II, and now we've got, Werner von Braun heading up NASA. So I was just thinking how it's like the idea of like emulating what was good, the good parts of it, and then it's like the wolf in sheep's clothing. The wolf puts a little mask on that makes it look like a sheep, and all the other sheep, oh look, it's just another one of us, and you might just think, oh yeah, it's a flock of sheep, but little do you know, there's a wolf in there that's ready to pounce. And so it just
That
makes me
word.
think about, kind of how they've gotten this position where people trust so much, to the point to where, some government agency claims to have been to space and take pictures of a globe, and all of a sudden now that's so trustworthy that if anybody says it's not, it's okay to go online and just berate them indefinitely just because you trust that government agency that they're correct about that.
What is Gleam saying in chat? This is something that you would try? Me try? Geometry?
I'll agree with you there, Geo. That's exactly what it is. It's have been created in a certain way, and it's a belief. I'll send a paper. It's called Mind. Actually, I'll just say it. There's a paper. If you Google Dan and Geo, if you Google Mindscape, Mindspace, UK government. It's 89 pages long. It's only a short document, and this was handed out to the government. And read it all. In Mindspace, it's actually what do you call it? One of the things that, like the CIA, criminal investigation agency or whatever. Well, Mindspace, it's the every letter stands for a certain what do you call it? A certain thing, like the M, for examples, means messenger, and they do a little thing like that. They break it down. They say messenger. It's very important who brings out the story, and sometimes it even says, and sometimes it's better if the government is putting out something like what I talked about before. It's like you're not gonna, if the government is not being trusted, they'll find someone, as I said, gangs. They'll find someone from the streets. They'll stick him out there, and he'll get calm with the gangs or whatever. They'll relate to it. Or if, like someone that's coming on, like a politician, all right, we're getting taxed, and the government, these politicians are corrupt. They're doing insider trading and blah blah like this. I could relate to that because they're talking I know the government's corrupt. Yeah, they're conning us or whatever. But here I've got a guy that's coming out and saying, yeah, and point out to me. Now I can relate to that, like what people do, because they know that if they just put out, and as I say, even Trump or these guys, it's like Alex Jones. Everybody thinks that he was an insider, right? And I always said, right, I always wondered why he never got assassinated or whatever. And he's useful because what he does is he groups people together. I don't believe he's a shell or anything like that. I just believe, because how many people have been assassinated that talked out about the government or stuff like that? There's been loads of people, man. But he's allowed to do it. Now people think he's a shell. Where, in my opinion, is he's just a useful idiot. And I'm not saying he's an idiot, but in their eyes, he's useful to them because what he does is he congregates. He has a whole group of people, conspiracy theories. They're in a nice wee box. They're corralled there. We know them all, who they are. And that's quite happy. They're quite happy with that. They allow him to do what he's going to do because it suits their purpose. Otherwise, he'd be dead. I don't believe he's a shell. I'm just saying it's the way it works.
Okay, good point.
Just my opinion. That's only my opinion, actually. Right? It's because
The government. That word's weird, right? It's the government, the way like kings and queens back in the day, or the word government, how that even became a thing. And then like why would you, it was supposed to be like people you would trust and everything. I don't think you could trust a random group of people called the government. I mean, you were doing good to trust a king and queen, right? Or else you'd have to probably burn them out of their spot, or they'd have to get assassinated or something like. So yeah,
No, exactly what you're saying. That was DMOC, yeah? Is that DMOC?
yeah, it is.
Yep. How you doing, bud? That's exactly. We trusted, but even the kings or whatever. But we trusted those people.
Right,
And now,
to an extent, yeah. But now, who would you rather trust, the shaman or a king? Probably the shaman would be closer to you than a king. The king would probably want to take the shaman out or have the shaman by his side so he can use his charisma too. That's kind of what they would do. If you get big enough, they're like, hey, be a part of my stuff, or you're against me. You either get down or lay down. You know what I mean?
yep. Unless that shaman or whatever was useful to them, even
Right.
though we don't need him. We'll let him go on and talk his stuff because that's good. Because while these people are looking at this, and it's like a distraction, like the sorcerer or the magician waving his right hand while he's stealing with his left hand or slipping a card, they're quite happy having people like that out there if it suits their agenda.
Yeah, and the word government, I'm going to say it again. It's a weird word, right? Because back in the day, it would have been go burn mint. It wouldn't have been the government. It would have been the government. There would have been a B, like the library or the livery, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, those two letters are interchangeable. I can't keep stressing it enough.
Oh well, a lot of the words that if you look at the old language, Latin and stuff like that, a lot of the letters, right, they were interchangeable. Sometimes you used different letters, like an S. If you look at the old German, if you look at old books, actually read Old English, it looks like two Fs, but it's
Yeah. Bible goes west. Bible, revival, revival. Yeah, it's all the same. A bib, biblical. Yeah. You could literally call it a vival, or like a revival or a revival.
yeah, exactly. Well, that's the thing. That Bible, I have to say, I'm a spiritual kind of person. I do believe it was created, but see anything. Well, what I've learned anyway is anything written, and I know they say it was inspired by the word of God, but actually, do you know, if the Bible had everything written in it, it'd be about 50,000 pages and 100,000 pages. There was a group of people at Nicaea or whatever decided what they were going to put in. And I mean, even that is a big, there was a group of people.
Yeah, a Bible review. Yeah, we decide that right there should tell you it's not all right. I just like to point out the idiocracies in the words, like it's called a cannon. Well, a cannon is a weapon, you know. So I mean, come on.
Exactly. It's like they fling it in front of your faces, I think, sometimes just to whatever. They tell us because I think I call them karma dodgers. I believe in karma myself, right? I believe in that. And I was thinking the only way if I said to you, hey, by the way, I'm going to steal your money off you, right? And I've told you and I steal that money off you, that's not bad karma. I've told you. I've already informed you. It's your fault now. I've passed the karma. Or I don't know if that makes much sense, but that's how I think. That's what I call
Like
it.
a car salesman. They're going to tell you, oh, yeah, I'm going to get a percentage. Okay, 15% here. Okay, you do this, and then we're going to, as long as you pay, they might not tell you in 100% fashion, but they're telling you because it's right there in the paperwork. If you know how to add, it's literally right there. So in a way,
Yeah.
they're doing what you're saying. They're sneakily telling you, but not telling you.
Yeah, karma dodging. It's like that acquiescence kind of thing. That's what I believe. It's only because I do believe in karma, right? So, and when I hear them, or politicians or whatever, telling me something, well, it's so blatant, man. They tell you, and that's them dodging because I think that's the hidden secret. There is.
They're not.
Sorry.
They're not telling you. They're selling you. And if you're going to buy it, they're going to keep on selling. Whatever it is, whether it's a dish cleaner, whether it's ignorance, whether it's a couple words, whether it's security, safety, comfort like a blanket, they're going to sell it to you. The shape of the earth, science, they're going to sell it. I still haven't seen a scientific method done by anybody. Like a real one. All the way. I don't even know.
I've got a thing. I've got a thing about science, right? If you look at the definition of science, it's the gathering of knowledge about the natural world. It doesn't mention experiments or anything like that, right? The only way, right? For example, the scientific method or science is a gathering of knowledge, right? And that's fine, right? But you have to if you want to prove your point or whatever, then you have to do an experiment and stuff like that. But that's got fuck all to do with science. Science is just the gathering of knowledge. You can look up the meaning of it in Latin or whatever. That's what it says. It doesn't say anything about experiments and stuff like that. This
backward engineering is what we do. We backward engineer, or we keep repeating certain things until we see a different action or reaction with different things that we add or take away. Right? We manipulate stuff. We don't really science them. We try to manipulate it to the best of our ability. Because when you go out in nature, nature's doing it. Nature's sciencing everything in front of you anyway. It's demonstrating what it can do. Take a look.
Yeah, exactly. It was like there's a big argument going, right, I could take a measurement and, that's not scientific method. Wait a minute. I've gathered knowledge. If I were to measure the length of a pole, I say, look, there's a stick there. I were to measure that. And see when I measure that thing, that's me done science. I've done science here. Because what I've gathered knowledge about the length of that stick or whatever. And I think people are getting too much stuck up on the this scientific method and what's science?
Well,
theoretical
get stuck
science.
on words because, like, when you say this table is 1 foot, they'll say, "Are you sure?" And then you're going to get into a big old cat toy battle about whether you're sure whether that's 12 inches or 12 inches 0.1 of nothing of something of the smallest amount of measurement you could say. Then they'll get to some microscopic goofy level. It's so semantic, right? Like, so where do we go with that? So if they want to say, okay, well, how can you be sure this thing is horizontal or this thing is actually 12 inches because it might be microscopically somehow not on the most small level you could ever imagine? Well, then how do you know there's a curve?
Well, that's exactly right. And it's like, see that argument, right? That drives me up the wall, man. About that, when they say you get that level, and that's right. See that definition of level. If you actually look it up on, surveying or geodesic surveying, that's what level means. It's the same distance above a certain point. Now, if the Earth is a ball, right, and level fits into that, but horizontal doesn't. It's two different fucking words, man. Level, I can accept.
You wouldn't have that gradient on a ball. You don't have a gradient of elevation. You don't have a gradient of psi. It wouldn't work that way that it does now. It would work totally opposite. It would move and change. It would be this high, this high, this high. Every millionth of a newton of
the most smallest size is, the elevation would follow that in an arc. It would not do what it does right now. Follow a horizontal gradient, a horizontal, right? It stacks on itself vertically, and then it's horizontal.
Well, it's like that. Exactly, they've twisted that word. If I said to someone, right, anybody, the majority of people, like 99% of people, I said, put that picture up on the wall, make sure it's level, right? And they'll put that picture up horizontal because they think level's horizontal. But these motherfuckers have taken words, twisted them to another meaning. You know, it's like legalese or thingy, but in science as well. You know, they've hijacked the normal word. So when they present that word level to the public, everybody thinks, oh yeah, they imagine in their heads. If I said to someone, right, imagine a level line in your head, they would see a straight line. You know, imagine it. They would picture a straight line horizontal. But if I said, right, they wouldn't think of a line that goes in an arc above a surface that was curved. They wouldn't say that. They would say that was concentric, because that's what concentric is. A concentric circle or any curved line that is over another curved line is concentric. It's a concentric angle or a concentric curve because it's even over a curve that's not level, but they stole that word to fuck with our brains, I reckon. I don't know.
Yeah, 100%. And then when you break it down and you get down to it, and you tell them, okay, you tell them how yours works versus theirs, and you tell them the description or the definition. Then where does that lead them? No point higher than the other. Rubbing your hand around the ball isn't level. You see? So, like, just point that out. Be like, hey, rub your hand around that globe. Did you just rub it level? What the fuck?
Well, yeah, I mean, whether would be obviously the question or debate or contention about is that what is happening. However, I mean, the one example I've seen that kind of is like that is when they take ferrofluid and stick it to a magnetic ball. That ferrofluid will stay kind of clung to the outside of the ball, and it will, if you want to. I mean, I don't. That's not like even that effect of staying in relation to the center of a sphere. It would need like a different name because, like, I agree that level has an actual meaning in terms of horizontal, like what level actually means. But I'm just saying that at least with ferrofluid, which uses magnetics, you can have fluid that will stay in relation to the center of a sphere, at least in that case with the magnetic fluid.
Yeah, equidistant, I would call that.
Yeah.
Not
Smooth.
level.
I just call it smooth.
Ratio.
But you wouldn't call it level, though. That's what I'm saying. If you showed someone that, they wouldn't say, "Oh yeah, that's level." They would either say it's what you say, it's following the curve or it's concentric, man. Circle.
It's even with itself. That's what I'd say. It's even with itself. Like the whole outside is just even. You get it,
Yeah.
there is no part. Yeah, it's just even and smooth all the way around that ball. I wouldn't say it's level or horizontal or vertical at all.
And that's what they do. That's what they've done. They've introduced. They've changed the meaning of words. As I say, if you go and look at geodesic surveying, if you look up surveying level, if you can type in level surveying after it, and it'll give you exactly what the ballers are saying. The same distance around what Jeremy said there. What did Jeremy say there? He said something.
I'll say it again.
Equidistant.
It would be equidistant if it was all the same distance, but
That's equidistant.
when you have a hold on, Ellie. When you have a like, I don't know what they say level is now for a globe, but if you have water that's still at your house at 100 feet elevation, and I have my water that's at 500 feet elevation, and there's some other water. None of that shit's equidistant or anything, so I don't know. What do the Globers even say level is? I don't even know now.
Why don't you just call it topographical Earth?
What's up?
What about the depth of the water you're missing? I can't even get over that. How he just said the two different points of elevation from two different portions of a ball. If there's 6 of us standing on 6 different sides, and then there's another observer flying around in his helicopter above everybody looking down, how deep is that ocean to that guy when he gets to the edge of the ball? How deep is that part? It's got to be deeper than 8 miles, right?
I don't know, but what do the Globers say level is?
Just equal to the outside. It's equal. It's smooth all the way around, level.
What did Elbow say? I didn't hear what Elbow said.
He said something to an argument from like 3 days ago. I think he's on lag. What did you say, Elbow? Elbow, what'd you say?
He's 3 days.
Well,
behind.
the Earth is on level, right? Has topography. That's what you said, topography. Call it topographical Earth. I mean, this isn't a level place. It isn't flat. It isn't a ball. This Earth has topography.
Well, the surface.
Surface of water.
I mean,
they would call level around. The thing is, it's an oblate spheroid, so it's not even equidistant from the center, technically. It's like
that's what I'm saying.
Like
what do you even
gravitationally? I guess they would start to get into some gravitational ideas.
You know what I'm saying, Gio? Like if you have a cup of water and you're at sea level, and then Allie's at minus 100 sea level, and I'm at plus 200 sea level feet or whatever. Like, what do you call that on a globe? None of that water is equidistant. You know what I mean? I don't know what they even call. What does a glober call level? I have no idea.
Wait, what was your example? Having like swimming pools at different altitudes, or I kind of missed it.
Yeah, like if there's swimming pools at all different altitudes, all the water is level, but what does that mean to a glober? Like, what does level mean to a glober? What do they think that is?
Well, it's the same for a glober. It's the same distance above the sphere, the sphere. So level, they go with a surveying term that it's what you said, equidistance round the perfect sphere. But we know it's not a sphere. But that's what they say. That's what level is, and they say it in
It's
surveying.
math. It's a math equation. Remember?
Yeah.
It's geometry.
We've been through all this. Does anyone know what a glober thinks level means? After all this, I don't even know anymore.
No, because we got mountains, dips, valleys, waterfalls. Yeah, hell no. There's no level.
Horizontal at a point perpendicular to a radius to a plumb line.
After all that, we don't even know anymore.
So if you have a big concrete slab, you'd be like, all right, let me level it over here. And you walk 10 feet. You're like, oh, now it's a different level. We got to level it a little bit differently over here.
Curved concrete. It's so funny when I listen to them talking about. Oh, sorry, Jeremy. On you go. Sorry.
No, you're good. I think that was Demok, but he pulled back for you. Go ahead.
Oh well, no, I was just I've forgotten my point now anyway. So I was, yeah. I just thought it was funny what you were saying about it being equidistant. They just make it up as they go along anyway. They change.
I don't even know what a glober thinks level is anymore. Do they think it's perpendicular from a plumb? That would work for him, or not really, but
yeah. If you put a plumb line down where you are, and I put a plumb line where I was, even though I'm whatever, how many fucking degrees round the curve, that line that you would draw from me to you would be level. That's what they think. That's what they think.
I mean, I would say level's perpendicular from plumb. That's how I would describe level as a flat earther. I don't know what they would say though.
But they're using the surveying. They're using the surveying definition, right? When we use the normal, the sensible, something that's level is horizontal. If it's a curve, if I drew a circle and then I drew I wouldn't call any of those lines level. But if I drew a curve round it outside, maybe an inch above it, right? They'll say that's level, but it's not level. It's concentric because it's a fucking circle. Any curved line, if you're making a curved line that's the same distance above what do you call it? A circle underneath.
Equal altitude and elevation is what they'll call it around the ball.
Yeah, which is quite ridiculous, right?
They
We all
can't call it
know.
that though, because if I have a swimming pool at 100 feet elevation, you have one at 200 feet elevation. That doesn't fit that. But they'd both still be level.
No, I was thinking about that when you said that. Yeah, because it's not equidistant from the center. Like if you have a swimming pool, or even like you're laying concrete down at sea level, and you have someone else laying concrete at 10,000 foot altitude at the top of a mountain, that is not equidistant from the center of the sphere. Even though you'd have to level off that concrete, as it were, in both scenarios. But
Right,
I guess
but
maybe they would but they would say the water of Earth is roughly equidistant outside of the oblate spheroidedness, and then
I'd say zoom out.
they would probably, even with that though, Jeremy, they would say like gravitationally pulling to the center at those different altitudes.
Diagonal cement.
I was actually going to say that. I was going to say that about gravity. They'll probably bring gravity into it somewhere, man, because it's the only thing they can do. Or you don't understand, Geo.
Gravitationally equidistant from the
Oh my goodness.
from the you don't understand center of the lollipop.
Don't give them. You're giving them tips now. That'll be the next meme. It's gravitationally equidistant, man. Xanax listen and what Kosho are listening in the background. That'll be the next argument.
I want to know where gravity's going or coming from. It's like, where did it come from? Where did it go? Where is gravity? Gravity, Joe.
But it's quite fascinating anyway. It's quite fascinating. Do you know the conversations that we actually have? I mean, I do more listening now than talking. And it was like, who was it? I can't remember who it was the other day there. I was thinking, oh my God, man, this is like a lost cause. No, it's like they were making up. Like it was crazy. It's no, the stuff that they were saying is, well, it's not logical, man. It's great. You should actually spend a bit of time listening to some of the arguments. Here's a Kosho, right? I challenge anybody when he gets into a conversation or he starts explaining something. I challenge anybody to, when he's finished, is reiterate the point that he just made, because it's fucking impossible. That guy, and Zanuck as well, he spends half the time gaslighting people and then saying absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing, man. You just want to listen to these guys, man. I've sort of learned more, like, listening to the live stream than I have. It's fucking crazy, man. I played it to my friend. He's not a flat earther or anything. I say, hey, listen to this. I've played some of the stuff, and he's what did he just say? What's he just fucking said there? That's ridiculous. They're Like shock and awe, man.
I dead ass don't know how a Glover would describe level right now. I don't know what's wrong with me. Does anyone know? What? Give me a Glover definition for level. Nobody knows. We've been in this shit for years. No one knows what level means to a Glover.
I do. It's what Gio said, gravitationally equidistant from the centre.
Gravitationally, equipotently equidistant from the center of the
Equipotently.
Equipotently.
Equipodal.
But the equidistant thing doesn't really. The equidistant thing really doesn't work though for him.
No, it's called equipotential. It says being in a field of force at points of equal potential, gravitational, magnetic, electrical, etc.
So level is what?
Equipotential.
Level's equipotential.
Mm-hmm.
What's equipotential mean?
Equip, not equal. Equipotential, not
Equipotential?
Equipotential.
Man, are you making up words?
No, I'm reading it. It's on the screen. I put it on the screen 10 minutes ago, dick.
What's equipotential mean? Am I saying it right?
Yeah.
What's it mean?
Equa means equal. Potential means the chance of being. So you have
Equal
potential.
levels, equal chance of being.
Well, think about it. Equa is Latin for equal, right? Potential is whatever. You've got potential. There's you have this fucking the possibility. So it's equally fucking, I don't know, man. It's got the potential to be equal.
Well, the definition of it, equipotential, of a surface or line composed of points all at the same potential. An equipotential line or surface. So, I mean, if you were to have like a magnet and you were to have like two magnets or like three, I don't know, multiple magnets that are all at an equal distance, then they would all have like an equipotential magnetic relationship.
I'll respond. Okay, Gio. Nice one.
Well, let's see. So let's see. This is from Wikipedia. In mathematics and physics, an equipotential or isopotential refers to a region in space where every point is at the same potential. This usually refers to a scalar potential. In that case, it is a level set of a potential, although it can also be applied to vector potentials. An equipotential of a scalar potential function in n-dimensional space is typically an n-1 dimensional space. The del operator illustrates the relationship between a vector field and its associated scalar potential field. An equipotential region might be referred to as being of equipotential or simply being called unequipotential.
Oh, but there you go. That's cleared that up then, Jeremy. Did you get that now?
Here, I'll read a little more because this is okay. An equipotential region of a scalar potential in three-dimensional space is often an equipotential surface or potential isosurface, but it also can be applied to three-dimensional mathematical solid in space. The gradient of a scalar potential, and hence also its opposite, as in the case of a vector field with an associated potential field, is everywhere perpendicular to the equipotential surface and zero inside a three-dimensional equipotential region. I'll read one more thing. Electrical conductors offer an intuitive example. If A and B are any 2 points within or at the surface of a given conductor, and given there is no flow of charge exchanged between 2 points, then the potential difference is 0 between the 2 points. Oh, here we go. Gravity is perpendicular to the equipotential surfaces of the gravitational potential. And in electrostatics and steady electric currents, the electric field, and hence the current, if any, is perpendicular to the equipotential surfaces of the electric potential voltage. In gravity, a hollow sphere has a three-dimensional equipotential region inside. With no gravity from a sphere, see Shell theorem. In electrostatics, a conductor is a three-dimensional equipotential region, etc. So, okay, last part. Here we go. This is getting into this a little bit. Okay. A ball will not be accelerated left or right by the force of gravity if it is resting on a flat horizontal surface because it is an equipotential surface. For the gravity of Earth, the corresponding geopotential isosurface, the equigeopotential that best fits mean sea level is called the geoid. And geopotential is the potential of the Earth's gravity field. So there's a whole thing, equigeopotential surfaces here.
Is your last name Potential?
Yeah. Oh, Jeremy's not even in here. Oh my gosh, I read all that for him. He's out of here.
What? Oh.
He's like,
he ran. He ran. Let's
He
treat
ran.
him like a Grover. He ran. Fucking rage quit. He rage quit. He ran.
Total rage quit.
He got me in so much trouble the other day by doing that. He got me started. He kept asking the same question, and we had no difference of opinion, but he kept asking it. And then he bailed, and then everyone accused me of arguing with him and being a dick and having no explanation. And I'm like, what is even happening? And then I kept asking for him, and he was gone. I'm like, Jeremy, tell them. It's like, and then I got modded out. It's like, dude, don't ever do that again. Is that steel manning when he keeps doing that? What is that when he keeps bevving out like that? What is that called in debate term? Keeps being a stickler on words. What do they call that?
What do you mean? Like
what he was just doing. He asked the definition of level, and I've been posting it for the past 10 minutes. In my own words, in picture, by definition, by ballers, I mean, I couldn't have been more with him in conversation, but he wasn't even commenting. So he just kept asking it. What does it mean? What does it mean?
Well, I mean, I can't speak for him, but it does seem like Jeremy often will sort of bring up a point to kind of to try to like comb through it, basically, to kind of like almost kind of fishing for a further analysis on it, maybe.
Like he's wanting one of them. Yeah, he's wanting one of them ballers to speak up on it. Actually.
Well, I think like asking what is level on a globe, for example, it got that whole combo going in terms of we ended at equigeopotentials.
I still can't imagine a damn hot air balloon everywhere. A hot air balloon going around. Like that seafoam is so quick to draw in his little paints, angles and shit, and like a diagonal lines, and then finding the angle to this, like, and putting that, but but I never seen no diagonal anything on there. I was getting ready to tell him to draw that diagonal line to a square, finish it off into a square. I think it would have made him so mad. Yeah, I'm going to do that to Seafoam next time. When he gets his little paints out, I'm going to say, I got something for you to do. We'll start looking at these stars. And then I'm going to ask him to finish out that line to make it a square. And he's going to get mad. Watch.
All right, they said equidistant from the center. That was the best they got. First, they tried saying horizontal, then another one tried saying equidistant from the surface, which was crazy. But equidistant from the center would be the closest thing they got.
Oh, you're back. We thought you ran.
I had to run away from that one. That was
I didn't hear what you said though, because I was away from my thing. For I only heard you speak. I don't know the last little second. But what were you saying? If you don't mind repeating it.
They gave me a whole bunch of crazy answers at first, but then I think they finally got it right with equal distant from center because
What did you just do? You just went somewhere else?
yeah, I just popped in gems real quick. but yeah, at first they were saying it said it was equal distant from the surface, and that's fucking crazy because if the surface is curving, you know, if you're on a hill, that obviously doesn't work. Then he read a definition from Google, which was said had horizontal, and I'm like, well, that can't be right for a globe. Then they said equidistant from the center, which would be the closest thing you could get because that would be the closest thing you could get because it would be level, equidistant. That body of water would be level. Like if you have a pool of water at whatever elevation, that all the water in the pool would be equidistant from the center. Now you have the ablatance to deal with, but there's that.
That's why, like, gravitationally I mean, that's why, like, I mean, that's what they call it, dude. Like, I was reading that whole thing, and like, there's even a whole Wikipedia page for geopotential and equigeopotential surfaces, and that's how they get the geoid, and like they as they try to, you know, in their model try to claim it. So it's like gravitationally equipotent compared, you know, of what the material is. You know, helium is going to be different than water.
Is your full name Geoid? Is your full name Geoid Potential?
My first name is Equa. My middle name is Geo. My last name is Potential.
Anyway, it's not funny. They're fucking with us in words, right? That's what we were talking about. They're fucking with us. They're fucking with us. And same thing with this refraction shit. It's cost us years. Man, they don't have evidence. They just have words.
First of all, Dan, I heard what you said earlier, and I was confused because I've been telling them to prove refraction for the whole time. Show me which way the light's bending. Take a measurement of it. They can't do it. You would have to use something tangible, something not affected with refraction. You can't measure refraction with temperature, pressure, and humidity. It's measuring temperature, pressure, and humidity, not which way the light's bending.
So how have they gotten away with claiming it? Just because we weren't ready to answer to it? Is it that simple?
I've been had an answer to it. Show me the measurement of refraction. Which way is it bending? Just because you guys never listen to me, that's not my fault.
I'm sorry, I was out showing it.
Showing what? We already know what happens. We got the oil rigs, tons of shit. Skunk Bay. Now, which way is it bending? That's the real question. If we know that, this is over.
No, I think the real question is why when we show evidence like stuff like that, right, for longer than we can see, is they still deny it. That's what I'm more interested in, is why do they sort of make up excuses and stuff like that? Do you think they actually believe it, they're being honest, or they're just fucking trolling? Because
they believe it. I think they believe it when they see. Oh, go ahead, Ali. My bad.
No. Go on, Jeremy. I'd finished.
I think they believe it, and they just pick the times when it matches their model. Like they have this globe model, so they say, okay, when this thing's in the right spot, that's when there's no refraction. And then if it's higher than we think it is, then the light's bending up this way and you're seeing it this way. So their whole refraction thing in the atmosphere is based on what the globe says that it has. Well, it has to be there because we know it's a globe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but like I just
like if you see too much of something behind the horizon, you know, it has to be looming up because we know it's a globe and we know where that thing should be, so we know the light's bending this way.
What do you think? Do you think every single one of them believes it? Every single person, because do you know? To me, it's I don't care about the shape of the earth, but if you came to me, for example, if you came to me and said, Ali, do you know, look at this, I can see that far. So, oh, that's interesting. Well, let me have a look at that. Oh, it doesn't mean that I'm going to change my belief about the shape of the earth, but I would at least admit there's something strange going on there, and I can't understand. That's what I'm saying. I don't believe they're actually being honest about it. It's just like excuses to me, anyway. It's like excuses because it's not rational. I can't, in my head, I can't comprehend that. When I put myself in the position if someone did that to me, I would have to say, right, there's something wrong here. You know what I mean? But there's none of that. It's like excuse after excuse. Oh, that's because of that. And they never say it straight away because they've got a script. They had to get told that excuse, you know. But it's just me. I can't wrap my head around. Although that's what I'm saying. I kind of understand that people can be brainwashed and stuff like that. But some of the stuff we've said or pointed out in images and all that kind of stuff, but there's no concession with them, and that's what I find strange. There's never. You could be right there, and I'll whatever, you know, I'll think about that. But if they do go away and think about it, they come back with a standard excuse that we've heard 100 times, and that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I can't wrap my head around that these people they're either being deceptive or I don't buy it that the people that we interact with, like Pete Shea says, I think they all kind of know there's flaws there, but yet they like to just debate for debate's sake.
I want to go start running around dividing everyone's thoughts, but I mean, I'm guessing some of them believe it, maybe some of them don't. I don't know. I have a problem with the oblateness now. With that, their definition of level really doesn't. The equidistant thing that still doesn't work because of the oblateness.
It doesn't work on anything. It wouldn't work even on the azimuthal unless you just put a spot there and call it that. You don't have a center point of anything. That's just weird to even say. It's like saying you have a center point to a cloud, you know. Especially if you haven't seen the edges of a cloud.
You know what I'm saying, Dan? Like, we know the refraction's happening. Now it's like, which way? Which way is the light bending? Where's the actual position of the thing so we can know?
Well, I can help you by saying that often when the ballers think that we're missing with lasers and it's going over our head, it's actually hitting the water. So they're, close to you. Like the person hitting isn't pointing it outward. They're bouncing it outward. So that happens, and that's a bit of confusion compared to targeting problem. One is now you're dealing with a reflected image, not a refracted one.
Well, here's one for you guys, right? My sister's husband, right? He worked 25 years. He was in the Navy, right? And he was on the submarines and he worked sonar, right? I think I told this story before, but maybe someone will get the implications of it, right? they were coming out through the Straits of Gibraltar. Someone look at a map, right? And he spotted something. He was on sonar. He's the guy that sits there. He can tell you what boat it is, what submarine, what size it is, how far away, the whole fucking lot, right? That was his job, and I had a conversation. And he told me a little story. He said, yeah, he says, we were coming out the Straits of Gibraltar on the submarine, right? He said he picked up something on the sonar, right? And there was nothing meant to be in that area because they know where all the Russian subs and all that, right? He said there was nothing in the area. I was like, what the fuck's that? And it was like a problem or something like that. But then he continued to tell me. He said, do you know what it was, Alan? I says, what's that? He says it was the Queen Elizabeth II, the QE2. It's a big ship that the Queen's got that was actually sailing into New York. And he picked that up on the sonar. How about that? From the Straits of Gibraltar, that's like south of Spain for anybody that doesn't know that. North Africa, right? He was coming out of there. And if you want to measure the distance between there and there, but what he did actually say, because he was saying, oh yes, sonar, this is how they believe sonar works, by the way, is that when they send it out, it reaches the surface of the water, and then it skips down and then skips up like that, like half semicircles, and it goes all the way along. He told me because he lived in Gibraltar. He was stationed in Gibraltar. He says, I was talking about flat Earth. He says, that can't be right. He says, I've seen the curvature from the top of Gibraltar. It's got Gibraltar Rock. He says, I've seen the curvature. I was like, no, you haven't, kind of thing. But he actually, with sonar, he spotted the QE2. What's that? That's like 2,000 miles away, man, with sonar. He actually spotted that. And we weren't even talking about flat Earth before that. He was just telling me stories about his wee journeys. He was also telling me that whales, right? Whales try to shag the submarine, right? They come in and he says dolphins, they hate dolphins because they keep fucking headbutting the sub and it echoes round inside. That's a fascinating guy. But just think about that. That's over 2,000 miles, and that matches up with Marconi. If anybody remembers, Marconi sent a signal from America, the east side of America.
You don't know, El, you don't know about the bendy sonar?
But that's what he's been taught, Gio. Right, but this was before we were talking about flat Earth, but that's how he described it. He actually done the shape. It does like a little curtain shape, and it bounces off the surface of the water or the layer below, and then it progresses round in little wee semicircles, goes back up again, hits the surface of the water. I'm going to interview him. I'm actually going to ask him. It was just he was heading back home. He'll be back down here next month. But I'm going to ask him more about that. Right, because it was I was like, as soon as he told me, I was like, fuck. But he was explaining about how sonar works. So I think that's what he got taught. But he worked 25 years in the submarine, a sonar specialist kind of thing. He knows his shit, But it was, as I say, it was nothing to do with flat Earth. But that's what he has either been taught. Well, he's obviously been taught that, right? Because that doesn't make sense. Like, why would you? It's like if you send a beam out, it'll like expand and get less and less, right? But what he was saying, it was actually bouncing off the surface of the water, but underneath, and coming back down in a curve and going back up to the just below the surface, and bouncing that way. Like if you've got a roof, and you imagine you fling a ball at the roof, and then it comes back down so far, but it makes a curve and it hits the roof again, It comes down and then it goes in another curve and it comes back up and hits the roof. And that's how he actually used his hands to explain how the sonar worked. But I think maybe they could possibly get taught that just to, reconcile the fact that he could pick something up. He picked it up and he found out what it was. It was like, as I say, which is fucking, well, we all know that's impossible in a curvy earth because New York would have been fucking miles away, kind of thing, round the curve, 2,000 miles, kind of thing. But it was quite interesting that he could see that distance. I was like, fuck. That's a proof, but I never said to him. But there you go. Bendy sonar. There we are. That's one for the ballers.
It's bouncy. It's not bendy. Get your language right there, Merriam-Webster.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Dan.
It's called bottom bounce propagation. You can make a dance with that name. It's that good. Bottom bounce propagation. It says flat and hard ocean floors tend to be the best. Soft mud, on the other hand, is the worst. So they have us believing that if you have a hard surface, it bounces better. As if a surface isn't a surface.
Yeah, exactly. And that would be okay if it was one of the Higby planes, abyssal planes that went. Then you could fucking alright, it bounce off. You know what I mean? But the minute it hits a rock, it's fucked. It's coming back. You know what? Who the fuck does it come back to you?
Somebody's hot mic.
I spilled a bunch of water. No, I spilled the bong. I caught the bong. Then my hand spilled the water. So technically, I saved the bong. You can say it however you want. But.
Technically, it's flat, right? Technically, it's flat. You know what I mean? It's like, what do you mean technically? It either is or it's not. You know what I mean? Right, Jeremy, who's the
They got
crypto?
the UK. They got the UK laid out in grid squares with 90-degree angles and straight lines, bro. That can only happen on a flat surface. You can't lay shit out. You can't tile the plane. You can't tile the plane with squares if your shit's curving. It won't work. You know what I'm saying? There'll be gaps or something, like it won't fit right.
Yeah, and that's where that question comes from. You know, that's like fucking common sense, right? That thing, honestly, I could never go back to believing that it's I can't even comprehend it being a sphere, the Earth being round or anything like that, just because like science tells us it's fucking not. All the when they use like refraction. Look, refraction in order for the refraction to work. Oh, a quickie. By the way, the only atmospheric temperature, density, or whatever that you have to measure is on your local, as in like maybe 10 feet or 20 feet in front of you or 100 feet or whatever. The temperature and the density or whatever doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it's doing at the source. If you're looking at a boat and it suddenly looks that size, right? That refraction, this is according to Andrew Thomas Young, that Rumpus likes to. Do you know who? Actually, it was Tim Osman that actually posted that, and I think it was about 6 years ago, and someone in the chat, and I was the only person that actually clicked the link for it. None of them, and I read like Andrew Thomas Young. I knew him before, or I knew about him before Rumpus, and I just kept posting it and posting it. I say, look, this is flat earth proof what this guy's talking about. And Tim Osman, or whatever his name is, Timmy.
Can we get a little more back and forth going, Ali? I like what you're saying, but just it'd be fun if more people could contribute. But go ahead and finish your thought. I was just asking if we could.
No, it's fine. I get people to talk. If I stop talking, everybody's quiet. But when you, yeah, of course.
All right.
Get more back and forth. It's like playing tennis and someone's just holding on to the ball. We're not really hitting back and forth anymore. So what was but if you want to finish what you're saying, though, I didn't want to interrupt you, but I just wanted to ask if we could have a little more back and forth. But you were talking about Tim Osman at the end there. Do you want to say that last thought?
Oh yeah, it was just him that posted that. If you hear the Rumpus talking about that Andrew Thomas Young, the guy that it's a fascinating paper that he wrote. It's all about mirages, but when you read about it, it totally contradicts everything that the ballers are saying. What was that? But no worries, I apologise.
Well, we don't hear the Rumpus saying nothing these days. He ain't been through nowhere.
He's around. He's around.
Where?
Jeremy.
Where?
Where did I hear him? Actually,
I think he's living at the Bedford levels these days. That's what I heard. He set up
he's
a
what's that deal?
I'm just kidding. I was just making a joke that he's living in a tent by the Bedford level.
That's hilarious.
He still hasn't done his experiment.
Well, he was going to do his thing. Did he do it, or has? Well, it's been delayed for years, but I thought he was going to do it. It's I thought it'd be done by now. The last time I heard, but
what would that even do, though?
Sorry.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Alex. I know.
I'll let me finish with the Rumpus, right? And then I'll be quiet. Did you know there was a recording of him one time he left his microphone on, right? And he got a phone call from the Social Security accusing him of committing fraud, claiming money. He forgot he'd switched his mic off. And everybody heard it. This is about, it's got to be 6 years ago. 6 years ago or something like that. He actually left on and he was arguing with his Social Security. And he was getting accused of fraud, saying that he'd claimed. And if you heard him, you wouldn't believe it was a Rumpus. He sounded like, "Oh, I'm sorry," all that kind of thing. But it was broadcast over a Hangout. Everybody heard it.
I can't believe Ranty let him. I can't believe Ranty let him. No, that was in Discord. I can't believe Ranty let him hot mic for that one. You should have shut them down right away. Anyways.
So I grew up in a culture in Hangouts to fear Timmy because I've never really experienced trolls of any kind. Like trolling is an art and he was an artist, and it was funny because I miss him a lot. I think he's a reasonable guy. How far off base am I on that?
Well, he changed over the years. Yeah, he changed quite a bit. I remember one of the last times he had come into on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. This would have been probably the 1.01, the original one. But I mean, he had been on so many sock accounts over the years and everything else. But there was one time, the last time I mainly remember having a talk with him. He came in, he was on a sock account. I knew it was him, so I DM'd him kind of a little wink or whatever. Told him I wouldn't ban him or whatever, just because he was being fine. And because he got banned there from every mod, so I'm just saying I remember I DM'd him, but anyways, it was a great conversation though. Like he was very civil the whole time. Like it was myself and him and a few others. Now, granted, it was like late night and there was only a few in the room, but it was a great talk. I mean, yeah, we explored a lot of different ideas, and he
that's an outrageously frustrated flat earther that couldn't stick around. And that's what happened is everyone peeled off because there just wasn't enough support. It was just too much bickering, and it's kind of still is.
Wait, Tim, wait, you're talking about the
Yeah,
You're calling him a flat earther?
he was.
He was curious. I mean, I think he like intuitively knew there was something to it, but I don't think he actually thought that's what the Earth is. Although I guess one could speculate that he thought it on a deeper level. But I mean, he resisted hardcore. Did you hear the last time when Whitsitt was on his tour? Did you see when he confronted Whitsitt?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can tell he's troubled. I mean, he's not. I don't think he knows the Earth is. I mean, he probably
Well, then
is.
why does it bother him so much? Let's say
He's a globe skeptic. He's a
if
globe
it's a globe, if
Even
he's a
admits
globe,
he's
he's
a skeptic to a degree.
right.
Sorry.
Yeah, if it's a globe, he's mental, right? Because he's spazzing. You know what I mean? I mean, like he's got it. I don't know.
You're saying if it's a globe, like like something's still out of balance there with whatever's going on.
Yeah, look at the effort he's spending on something he's so sure of. All of
Right.
it. You know, Gem Panda, poor guy. You know what I mean? Poor guy. 6 years into it now, and it's like sitting there waiting to argue a point that he doesn't believe in is worth arguing. It's like, that's got to be healthy.
Well, see, Tim, the reason that he was, because he's a 9/11, he was a 9/11, he's into all the conspiracies, right? But when Flat Earth, the reason he got pissed off, I'm not going to say anything personal.
Oh, it may have
But the
fucked up
reason
his
he got
conspiracy
pissed off,
circle. Yeah.
the reason he got pissed off is because he thought Flat Earth was a distraction. And that's why he went hardcore into it. He was like, look, 9/11,
Yeah.
he was a 9/11 truther, man. He was hardcore. He was a conspiracy dude. But he got pissed off about the flat earth, and that's why he was trolling so much, because he wanted to bring everybody back. Because, you know, the flat earth, when the flat earth came out, it kind of, fragmented the truther movement in his eyes anyway. It fragmented it, and that's why he was pissed off. And I know that for a fact. That's
a great point, Ali. Thanks for pointing that out, because that's like, it's part of our lore and history for sure. He is, you know.
Well, he would have. He always called it the Trojan horse. He called Flat Earth the Trojan horse of like truth, meaning, he thought it was like coming in to discredit everything else, or you know, that coming in to discredit all other questioning of things and truth. And so now, I mean, I think he seemed to authentically think that. Now, one could say that was all an act, but I mean, that's kind of been his rhetoric the whole time, is that he thinks that, you know, questioning the globe, like, because he understands, at least in terms of 9/11 and, you know, the world banks, and I mean, he seems to understand a lot of the, you know, that there is a group that is deceiving people in multiple ways, and there's the financial scam, the many different things. So he seemed to be aware of a lot of that. But then the idea that, and just to use the term flat earth, because that's what everyone was calling it back then as well, is just that, he thought it came into, like, I think he even thought to some degree, like what he would always go, what was this, there was the term he used to use. I'll have to rack my brain a little bit. It's basically like, it's a term that's used for like intelligence agencies to basically, they make up an idea and then try to infiltrate. What's that? Did you say it?
A psyop. He
Well, no, there's a specific word for it. I'll either look it up or rack my brain to get it. No, not just psyop. He's saying that there's a specific term that basically intelligence agencies will do, where they basically will make up a false idea. They'll implant it into a community to try to distract, to try to break it apart, to try to get like some kind of false debate going around something that's totally false. Meanwhile, wasting their time in that way. So he thought that's what it was, is that it was just coming into as like an intelligence operation, kind of like a Trojan horse thing, to try to discredit all other, of the sort of the truths about what's going on in terms of, you know, the sort of controllers and their reach and all that, in terms of whether you use the term evil, or if you want to use the term conspiracy, the people actually doing conspiracies in terms of colluding together and putting out anyway. So I'll have to rack my brain on what that term was, but yeah, that like especially in his later kind of years of being involved, like he was using that term. Originally, it was Trojan horse at the beginning, and then later it was this other term that I'm not remembering, but I'll see if I can remember it because it's kind of a unique term. Because when he said it, I was like, oh, like it's not very many people use it actually.
Yeah, it ends up being studies in civil disturbance and how to cause it. You know, like I got a bunch of files that Hitch linked me to at one time, and they were all about infiltrating communities at all levels, all the way down to us, to towns.
I mean,
It
that's
was
what
all
to me that's what the globe is. Like the globe is a massive version of that, where they implanted it into society to try to a purposeful false information. They know it's not a globe. 100%. I mean, maybe originally there's a theory that the globe idea might have actually been a philosophy that somebody originally actually might have come up with no ill intent. And then it was like an idea that like people knew was false, but it was still kind of an interesting way to model this realm, is that you could do it that way if you wanted to, even though it's got problems, but you could. And then the idea that some entities along the way decided, hey, let's use this to actually plant the false information, into society, to distract people and to, as a massive distraction, and to even get sort of false debate happening, which one could say astrophysics and all this outer space stuff. It's like all these people debating and consuming and trying to do all this, in this entire realm which surrounds this globe that doesn't even exist. So yeah, you could say in terms of like a Trojan horse or like that kind of concept of planting a false idea, the globe may be one of the biggest ones of our modern day.
Do you guys remember a guy called Matt Boylan? You'll remember him, Gio, yeah? Dan, you as well.
I got a whole theory on him, yeah.
Right. See him there. He mentioned something. He was doing a comedy thing, and he always said this, and I always like, yeah, right enough. He said, right, see if NASA did go up there, and they seen it was flat. He always said, do you think they would tell you? And I was like, fuck, man. No, well, they wouldn't, would they? Because they'd have to fuck on the science. That would change things. But he just said that to me, and that kind of resonated me with me when he said that.
Do you know how he knows? You know how he knows?
Well, he said he was like an artist, or he apparently.
Well, that's just his story. You know what my story is?
No, go on then.
He's the first space baby when they first decided to try and see if they could make babies in space. And so he's a military baby to parents that were only donors, And so he grew up at NASA. And by the time he grew into his 20s and wanted the hell out, he signed 9 non-disclosures that he wouldn't talk about what he had learned. So that's why it was put in the form of comedy. And when he came out, that's when we met him. And when he went back is when they took control of him again. Here's your guitar, here's your meds,
Wait, this is a theory this is a theory that you came up with, or are you saying others said this? Or
no, it's mine. Is that the space babies that they never made? They did.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that? What is that?
Learning to see if we can, like you look at the sergeant would look at the lieutenant, say, "Lieutenant, let's go." We have orders to copulate, or they'd take samples and they would try and see.
Having sex in space?
I think it would be part of any scientific research that's reasonable, considering we might be traveling generationally.
Right. So, but hold on. But you think like the idea of outer space is a thing?
No, I think the idea of where Matt Boylan fits into everything is really funny if you make him space baby.
Okay, but that's just like a funny, like a script idea, or you're saying this like you actually think this?
No, I made it up, so I can think it all I want.
No, but I'm asking, do you think, okay, here's what
Do
I'm
I believe it? Do I believe it? Do I have faith in it? Is that what we're
No, I'm
asking?
asking if you're more like if you were to write like a really fun type movie script, like this guy that was born in outer space, then he comes in, like, is that what you like? Are you
Yeah.
saying it kind of
Yeah.
as a joke, as a thing, or are you saying you actually think that? Because if you're saying you actually think he was born in space, like I understand the idea. If the Earth was a globe, yes, having sex in space, of course, that would be a thing that probably we'd already know about. But of course, it's not even real, so they don't even go there with it. But I'm
just trying to
that's all I was
explain
saying.
the
If you actually
ludicrous.
thought that, then you'd have to believe that there's a medium. calling outer
It's just
space.
the ludicrousness of him. I'm trying
Yeah.
to explain, just the ludicrousness of him and his
Well-
cockiness and why he exists and where he went and what it's weird.
Yeah, he did change.
Yeah.
He definitely did change from, when if you watch his, which you probably have, that's probably where you get the theory from, is he did actually change from, because he used to go live and then he got that, started playing weird music with the guitar. So I'm not saying he's a space baby, but I think there's a possibility he lost it or something. I could go with you with the meds. He got put on meds or something like that, but he did go a bit strange though, Dan.
It seems like he knew a lot, so he might have had handlers and he might have been let out and he might have been sort of put back, for all I know. I mean, he doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, he did listen, he did marry and maybe have a kid. So his life did change. He didn't need the public life, I guess. There was some controversy about him that made a friend of mine stop talking to Mark Sargent because he had asked Mark, well, where's this guy's credentials if he was an artist? And Mark said his stuff was out there, and he asked him where, and Mark said it was out there, and he couldn't find it, and asked Mark again, and never saw it. So no one's really seen Matt or Matthew anything kind of working anywhere.
I have. I've seen him paint in the studio. Yep. I've seen him paint the studio. He done his floor. I know the guy's an artist.
Yeah, no, but we meant like credits where he might have been hired at NASA, kind of.
Oh, right. No, I've not. I never ever seen any of that. But he was an artist. I have to say, his work is amazing.
Just so you know, if you look up these NASA artists, they're so proud to be there, and they're so proud to be artists. They talk about their careers in advertising and sculpting and cake making. And when they got the NASA gig, it was like, boom, baby. And it's like 4 years as an intern and an artist, and before you know it, they're talking on the air, and people think that they have astronomical knowledge, and they don't. They're artists. It's amazing. But there's like, before you know it, they've been with NASA for 7 years, right? And they do know about the subject that they're sculpting or painting or airbrushing.
But he was right about the pictures when he done that comedy thing. He said photo or painting. I mean, he was right about that. If nobody had, we got that from him. That thing
that
about
that was his phrase. Yeah, and he made a T-shirt. Yeah, he made that. Yeah, I mean, as far as I know, like I don't know if anyone really even knows for sure because I mean, but his story is that he was at a party once and he was like hanging out with these people, and apparently he was sort of saying that after the party he was kind of he was letting him hang around with them, kind of thing, and that they basically proposed to him like, hey, do you want to be an artist and paint the globe for NASA, kind of thing. And then and then he never really says like whether he did it or didn't it. He never really that's his story. That's the kind of general part of the story. There's more detail too, but that's the general story. And that they asked him like about and told him the Earth is flat as well. Like they told him the Earth was flat, and then they allegedly asked him if he wanted to like paint for NASA. And then he never really admits whether he did or didn't paint for NASA, even within that story. He doesn't really say whether he did or didn't. As far as I know, he always kind of plays it as his act, and it's always he's like alluding towards it. Sometimes he says it, sometimes he says the opposite. It's all kind of like his persona.
But isn't it kind of like Aaron Russo's story, though? Wasn't that Aaron Russo's story? David Rockefeller took him aside.
I don't know
explained
that
how.
one. You'd have to. I don't know about that one.
You're kidding. All right, let me find it. Wow. He was like a producer. He produced one of the big Eddie Murphy flicks.
Okay.
And he talks about being taken aside by the Rockefeller.
Oh, okay. You're talking about like kind of like a mainstream type story with like a big movie director kind of guy.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I thought you were talking with someone kind of within this.
Oh no, but you know the guy I'm talking about. Then you know that story.
No, I don't. But I think I now kind of at least know the realm that you're referring to. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, yeah. I mean, I don't doubt there's a lot of being taken aside. Like Dave Chappelle probably got taken aside at the very minimum. Seemed.
Yeah. Yeah. Told him take a break for a little bit.
Well, it sounds like he probably got I think Dave Chappelle. I think he got confronted in a major way, and he was like scared shitless. It's like, fuck this, I'm out of here. And he just got out of it. He just knew he had to get out instantly. He probably just got a glimpse of what that is, and he didn't sell a soul. He didn't sell.
Here's the Aaron Russo interview in chat. He's pretty straight up about it.
Oh, yeah, I've seen this guy. I have seen this. Yeah, this was a while ago. I saw this though. Okay.
Yeah. So Matt just kind of took his story. He's like, yeah, I'm at a party. They took me aside. You know, it's kind of the same story.
Well, interesting.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing with Matt Powerland, I mean, he never, even in that story, he never like truly admitted whether he did or didn't paint for NASA. But then he did that whole like photo or painting, you know, kind of part of it with the T-shirt, and then he would kind of do his content. But yeah, it did seem like in the last stuff I saw from him was when he got that warehouse. He was like living in Vegas, and they got that big warehouse, and he was doing a bunch of stuff in there. And then it did seem like.
You mean one chord? If you're calling one chord a bunch of stuff?
Well,
one chord on the guitar.
Well, what I remember is he would do those streams in that warehouse. He never really talked about many like truth topics, though. He did sort of rant about some things, but it wasn't really the same content when he did talk. Like it seemed like it was all like avant-garde kind of like almost like more in politics and other kind of categories. He wasn't really like linked in terms of truth talks that much. And then he would turn the guitar on and just wail for hours. Yeah.
That was bad. I have to say it was. But that girlfriend that he has wasn't. She was like French or something like that. Or
so I have a final.
I think they had a kid. I think they had a kid because in one of those streams, like, he was. She was pregnant and stuff, and they were hanging out. So yeah, I mean, she did look pregnant.
So my final theory is, since he's carefully watched by his handlers, that he plays that guitar to get what he wants from them. To try, they're finally like, okay, we'll get you whatever you want.
Well, he was saying that he was going to do conferences at that studio place that was in Vegas. Like he was saying he was going to have stuff there, but has anyone heard from him in a while? Because I haven't seen any videos of him.
Not many years. Nope. Not for many years.
He did those warehouse things in Vegas like years ago, but has he done anything since? Or because that was a while ago.
Nothing.
So Matt Powerland is MIA.
Yeah. Did he exist? Like, what was his real name?
Matthew Boylan. Matthew, yeah,
Boylan. Matt Boylan.
Matt Powerland.
Matt Powerland. Yeah, that's what it ended at. There's a whole story that he went to visit Jaronism. Have you heard that whole story? Jaron tells it like. Yeah, this was like near back. I don't know if it was like 2015 or 16, kind of in the early days.
I'm getting you confused with another one. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, Jaron's, that I think Matt Powerland may have visited him twice or something, but I don't know. One of the part that sticks out that Jaron always has said about it is that apparently, like, they were in their like the downstairs of their house, and they put their dog upstairs and kind of closed the door, so the dog would kind of be, not going wild with a visitor there. And apparently he says that Matt Powerland like thought that was like the CIA was up there and there was all these, that they were tracking him and stuff. Like that's what Jaron says, is that he was like paranoid that the dog running around upstairs, that there was, some operation because, so that's
I have that confused with Flat Earth Asshole. Was that a Flat Earth Asshole story too?
No.
That's
interesting because are you saying that, Gio? That reminds me, yeah. because see, after that, it must have been after the second visit. I didn't know he visited Jern twice, but I know for a fact when he came back from that, he started attacking Jern, saying that he was a shill. He was a
Yeah,
spy.
but that's what he was saying. There was a shill because he
Right.
thought that Jaren had upstairs that there were like agents. Yeah, that's why he went off and started. Yeah, that was part of the reason that he was like,
Right. Because he did. He just went right off on him. I was like, oh. But it's funny, the both of them were Jesuit. Like that, apparently, that Matt Boylan went to a Jesuit school as well as Jern. He went to a Jesuit school.
well, that's not necessarily that. It could or couldn't be significant because those are just schools
No.
these days that some people go to.
Yeah, but I'm not saying it is. My friend, I've got a mate. He went to a Jesuit school. He actually. How about this quick story?
Well, I know. I'm just saying there are, because those are schools now that are kind of in the world. They've been funded by Rockefellers and others. I'm just saying that there are some people that may not actually like be Jesuits or be from Jesuit families per se, but they just ended up sending their child to that school. That's all I'm saying. So I'm just saying it doesn't mean that they are like part of some Jesuit order just because they went to school. Like it could indicate that possibly, but there are just regular people that have gone to those schools. When I say regular, I'm saying they're not in on any operative type thing. So
my mate, right? His uncle's a Jesuit priest, and he was telling us, my mate down in London, and he was telling us that his uncle came across to London or whatever, invited him out for dinner, right? So they went down to a restaurant in centre London, an Italian restaurant, and he goes, Alan, he says it was weird as fuck. They were the only only people in this big restaurant, right? And he was saying the waiters came up and they were kissing his hand and like fucking curtailing to him and whatever. This is before Flat Earth or whatever, or before I got into conspiracy theories, knowing about the Jesuits. I didn't know anything about the Jesuits, but he was just telling this story and it was quite strange. You know, he had the ring and all this kind of stuff, and he was trying to get my mate to get his life together, kind of thing. He was the black sheep of the family, my mate. And it was just quite a strange interaction. But just because someone went to a Jesuit school, like my mate did as well, doesn't mean you're a Jesuit or there's anything shady. I don't go with the shills. People getting accused. I've been accused of being a fucking shill by the same people that were accusing Jaren or whatever. And I'm thinking, right, I used to tell my friends, I'm getting accused of being an agent or whatever. Right. And I was like, fuck. And the same people are pointing out other people. I say, well, if they're wrong about me, they'll be wrong about the fucking rest of them then as well. Like Pete Shear was the classic. He thought I was an agent, thought everybody was an agent kind of thing. So when people like that, if you ever get called an agent and they're wrong about me, so I never went for the agenty thing. You know, there's shells.
Yeah, that's always been a part. It seems like even using that term "flat Earth," it's always been a part with associated the thing, because it's like when you look at our ancient cosmology since the beginning of time, and also our direct lived experience, the Earth has planar geometry. You have XYZ axis, up, down, left, right. Within that XYZ, axes of reality, essentially, up is up, down is down. Then the Earth extends out in a planar nature, and it's interesting how seems like once they got control over the Federal Reserve after the Titanic was sunk, they got the Federal Reserve, and then at that point they were able to start establishing the world banks and taking over all the other banks to make the world banks. So then they went right into World War I, and then out of World War I, which was a massive event, of course, for years, they brought in Einstein and everything in the 1920s, loading up the kind of science part of things with Einstein and other events. And then they built up to the big financial reset of the Great Depression that happened from 1929 to 1933. And then after that, right into World War II. And then after that, then we have the United Nations and NASA and all of this stuff that, from the 1950s onward. So with that being the case, it's interesting that the term flat Earth is sort of the term that had kind of maintained in terms of what the actual cosmology has always been known to be and what they hijacked it from. And that whole agent thing, yeah, it does seem like there's a component that once people realize that this is the truth, that it's just to that large of a scale, then the idea of shills or agents or some kind of operatives, because now, it's like, okay, wow, there's a massive operative going because the Earth isn't actually the globe. And if they've passed it through, that all the schools are teaching it, and even the people that have education, as it were, from colleges and so on, are believing it and accepting it, then it's like, I think just that instant being able to understand that there is that big of a operation going on, as it were, it seems like people, and some of it probably blending into paranoia, but that whole concept of agents or shills, just seems to be somehow like almost connected with flat Earth in such a poignant way. Maybe it just has to do with that it's the level of the deception of the globe is so big that there's a tendency to, consider that now that that information's false, consider that there could be players within it that are purposefully involved, so then you get everyone claiming everyone else is a shill and an agent and all that. But that seemed like that was more for the first couple of years. Lately, it doesn't seem like there's that's really, it's like that's kind of
right.
played out. It's kind of played out at this point.
Yeah, true.
That was a great timeline.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? That was actually, you made me think there, Gio, actually, when you broke that down. I thought, yeah, fucking right, man. It is kind of goes in that way. That was just what Dan said. A great timeline, actually. I couldn't have put it better myself. Yeah, it was quite, now that you put it like that. But I always thought, right, I always said, I think flat Earth is a psyop, but not because it's not true. It's not true. It's true. But because they're years in advance, they can predict our behaviour. They might have thought, fucking hell, if we leave, because it's the age of Aquarius, the awakening, right? They knew this was coming, right? Because they know all this mystical stuff. Not mystical stuff, but all this, that stuff that you talk about, Geo, and all that kind of, I kind of accept that as kind of, but the way that it sort of came in, I think they maybe realised, right, if we leave these guys, right, us lot, imagine we were all there, we were going on about conspiracies, and flat Earth never came along. I tell you what, there would have been mayhem now. It would have been, everybody would be awake by now, right? But we've been taken away and put off in this other thing, and it's still, I believe it's true. I believe the Earth's fucking flat, 100%. Well, I can't say 100% because whatever. But I always sort of thought, right, this is a fucking psyop. Just what Tim Osmond mentioned. It took me about 3 years into it. I thought, oh, maybe this is, because it has seemed fragmented the truther movement, because it did. It caused mayhem in the truther movement. That's why Timmy got upset. But it was like, it could be true, but they knew this. We wouldn't be in the situation now. They knew there was an awakening coming, and they thought, fuck it, let's fling this out there, and let's just fling it out there, and because it resonates with fucking everybody, because it's.
Well,
but that's my opinion. Sorry.
Yeah, no, those are all. I appreciate everything you shared. They're all interesting points, and yeah, well, okay, I'll just say this, like, in terms of that, I mean, mine, okay, so like the term flat Earth was even used in like the 1920s. Like they were actually making maps. There was many maps I have that I found. I had to dig pretty deep to find them. These were maps that were being printed in the 1920s, and they have like paragraphs on them of like writing where they're discussing certain things. And they're talking about the Earth as a plane. They don't all necessarily use flat Earth. They do use the word plane, like Earth as a plane. And there is that term flat Earth in some of them as well. And they're basically telling people like the Earth is not a globe. And in some of them, they're actually describing that the globalists are like slowly taking over the world. And one of them even describes like they've already taken over this area, that area they're going for next. Like one of these maps actually, it talks about is like almost like this in like wartime type wording that like the globalists literally were taking over the world, like one sector at a time. And they were getting these maps out there to let people know, like, the Earth is a plane, it's stationary, etc. And you could like mail order and purchase these. You could like mail order and buy one, and they would like mail it to you, kind of thing. So I mean, it was already, it was already still a whole discussion. There's also like there were like entire school districts that were teaching that the Earth was stationary and planar and flat Earth, etc. And their whole school system was that, and all the kids they were all essentially flat earthers, as it were, or planar stationary Earth, and they all accepted it. Like there was no resistance in that way. Just the way I guess children they'll accept the globe, but I'm just saying if they taught them, that it's just stationary and all of that, they accept it just the same as in that sense, and probably even more readily because it's obviously what they experienced directly as well. But anyway, so it was still being very much talked about and even taught in schools, the entire school districts. I have one newspaper clipping, and I vetted it quite thoroughly that it absolutely does seem legit, that it was a real, and it was a whole school district in Illinois that they were teaching, and they were teaching this. And so anyways, it was still, who knows what the real status of it is in terms of in people's minds, but there's a lot of that documentation. And then there was even discussions that there were protests in the 1930s that the Earth wasn't a globe as well, that there were actually like protests. And it seems like World War II like knocked that out to such a severe level that once World War II happened, there was so much just change and everything that went on, that after World War II, they then seemed to just be putting all this money into all this new schooling and trying to get all this the schools around the world, especially in first world countries, to all be homogenized, to be learning the same material and using the same textbooks. So, and those are like education acts in the late 1950s that really sealed that. And then they went right into the 60s with the new education system being rolled out and the new power structure they had after World War II, and then ended up rolling out the space stuff, and the globe stuff was being pushed even harder. That really within 1 to 2 generations there, they got like everybody on the globe. And then it all peaked in the moon landing, where it was the first time they claimed to ever get, in 1969, first time they ever claimed to get a photo of this globe Earth. And once they did that, or asserted that, alleged, claimed that, then it was like the globe thing was sealed at that point in people's minds, to the point to where flat Earth was like, and then they did so much like ridicule with that term flat Earth to make it seem so ridiculous, and the Flat Earth Society and all of that, yeah, it seems like 70s, 80s, 90s, they just had us like almost fully. Some people still, of course, knew the Earth wasn't a globe around the world. And then there were some people that still kind of were aware of it, but those were obviously few, considering in any other time that we're aware of in history, the few that still maintain that understanding when you look at the masses. And then, yeah, it seemed like in 2015, the top was blown off it entirely. And from the different figures, as it were, that, like Matt Powerland or Eric Dubé, some of these guys at the beginning that were getting out information on it. And I guess, sorry, that was very long-winded, but actually it was originally because I was going to say, you were saying, like, was it put out there on purpose or did it come organically? That was, and I'll just stop there. But that was actually originally what I was going to address. But I kind of just thought of that whole lineage, and I was just thinking of the term flat Earth as well, and kind of how that has been associated through to now, kind of through that whole unfolding of it.
Yeah, well,
I guess I'll just finish to say that I guess I just will say that, yeah, I don't think it was planted purposefully. I do think they just wanted to keep the globe going. I think that YouTube was in a place where it was doing the algorithm, and they hadn't really advanced that to where they could like selectively shadow ban yet. So it was like people started doing all this content and getting information out. And I think they kind of were short-sighted, where they really like didn't realize what the algorithm was going to do. They figured maybe it would just be a little wave, like, oh yeah, some people will get into it, but it just won't go anywhere. And I think before they knew it, it was just exploding. And then I think that initiated them to actually try to figure out the algorithms to where they could shadow ban it further. And then it seems like they didn't really roll that operation out until like 2017, 2018. So like we got a couple years there, and I think it was like starting the flames of a fire, and they really didn't put it out. And at this point, it's out. So yeah, I don't think they ever wanted us to even be talking or think about any of this. Ideally, they wanted to keep us completely in the globe. I know some people have different theories that maybe they did do it on purpose, but I guess that's kind of my final thought, because going through that whole lineage of it and then looking, I mean, at the first people that began talking about it and their whole lineages, and then some of the agents I think that came afterwards that were trying to do damage control, as it were. Like any operatives seemed to come later. It seemed like the very beginning it was sort of like just authentically bubbling up within multiple different people.
Well, what I was thinking, right, is I think that they brought out the internet, right, because they had this plan spying on us and stuff like that. But they were that arrogant. We know who we're talking about. The people, obviously, that control the narrative or whatever. I think they were that arrogant that they didn't realise, and I think they fucked up. Maybe it's not a psyop, but I truly believe that they brought out the internet to spy on us all, but they didn't actually think the whole process through. That, wait a minute, that means everybody else. And I think in their arrogance, because these people are fucking arrogant or whatever, and when you become arrogant, you make mistakes, and you become confident. It's an old saying, man. And I think that's what happened. They fucked up with the internet. We're actually giving the people the internet. I don't think I think it was more of to spy on us or to whatever, to feed us certain stuff. And I don't think they actually thought it through thoroughly. Actually,
yeah. Have you heard the idea that when the internet was first kind of being, and that there's a whole story to that too, like with the roots of that and how that all started. But did you hear that that at the beginning they were actually trying to control it in a way that there would be like limited channels of it, so they could funnel it all through, but they weren't able to do that because there were like too many programmers and too many advancements happening for them to get a handle on it. So it ended up having to be this like open source type of thing, even though of course the internet is controlled in certain ways, but it is quite open source in a sense. And even the idea that they still want that, and they may even try to, if the speculations, if they try to do some financial reset or some kind of internet reset type thing, because it is pretty open source when you consider what you can access, freely. And even if you do some of the stuff where you know how to route, as well, it does not seem like they have full control over the internet, which is why they've had to try to do it with, making the big social media companies, and they've done it in other ways. But yeah, it just made me think of that. Like you were saying they messed up. Yeah. But you were saying maybe that they went, that was interesting the way you said it. Made me think like maybe they went with it, even though they knew it was going to give us a certain freedom. Maybe they figured like the spy and control that they'd be able to have would outdo it. But over the years have shown that really whatever spy and control they have is pretty useless ultimately, like at the end of the day. And what it's actually done has actually like had much more positive effect, for I think the truth getting out and for freedom of information more than it hurt.
Yep, and that's what I'm saying. I think they fucked up because if you were trying to control something, look at us, we're talking about everything. I mean, the amount of information, there's people coming out and talking about governments have done this and all that, all that kind of stuff. So I think they actually did mess up in that regard because they're arrogant fuckers. And I think I always said, right, the best way to expose these people, right, the only way we're going to expose these people, right, is to make them do something that, like, against somebody or whatever, or a group of people, that the whole population will go, what the fuck? Like that instant wake up, no matter how much the brainwashing is. And that's what I always said. I always thought, right, the best tactics to have is to cause these people that are in control to do something that absurd, right? That if it's like everybody would wake up and say, wait a minute, that's totally fucking wrong. But now, as I say, that was a few years ago I had that theory. But now when you look at all these people that, for example, let's take Donald Trump for an example. He's getting, it's unbelievable what's happening to him. I'm not a fan because I still believe he's part of it anyway. He owns half of New York, right?
Yeah, he's in there. because I think there's like different layers that you can be involved in what they're doing. So, but yeah, he's obviously he's hooked in to what they're doing. Yeah. I mean, his family is the connections of his family. I doubt he doesn't probably seem at a very high sort of level of it all. It's because as far as I know, it's like some of them are actually, family blood, as it were, their actual bloodline. And then some are not. So,
well, it was like that thing with, remember when Tesla died or whatever, the FBI got his paperwork, got all the things, and they handed all his notes and whatever over to Donald Trump. I think it was his granddad. So his granddad had, I think it was a year and a half or 2 years, he had all Nikola Tesla's paperwork. Allegedly, that's what they say, but I'm sure I looked into it.
Also, JP Morgan. How JP Morgan was involved in all of that as well. Yeah, with Edison, between Edison and Tesla, and Trump's family line is linked in there because obviously.
Well, that's strange that he actually got it's quite strange that his grandfather got all that. So that's always made me suspicious. Have you seen that? Have you seen the film? What is it called? Hypernormalization by Jay Dyer or something like that. It's called Hypernormalization. Oh, it's a great documentary. Actually introduces Trump. Trump actually, what happened was New York City was bust. Right, this is you even see the interviews with the guys, and what they used to do, it's called anticipated tax revenue, right? And that's how New York survives. They actually, like bonds or whatever, and it's investors that come in, they buy the bonds, which funds what happened to New York. But what happened was, because New York was going to the shitter, the bankers, they had a meeting. They had 2 meetings. It's on film. You can actually see it in the film. They came, and the bankers never turned up, right, for this. So what happened was they were fucked. So Donald Trump, he came in. Obviously, he came in funded by bankers, and he literally bought up half of the New York City, all the buildings. This is documented. And he got, it was something like £20 million worth of thing for about $1 million because they were that desperate. It's called anticipated tax returns. That's a fascinating subject, that as well, by the way. A bond, and they sell bonds. But Trump, back in I think it was the 80s or late 70s, early 80s, he literally bought half of the buildings in New York City. There you go. But you should watch the film. It's great. It's a great film. But just the first 15 minutes, if you watch it for 15 minutes, people understand about tax and what anticipated tax revenue is, what our governments work on. They actually had a meet. They were trying to sell bonds to get funding for police and stuff like that. But they never got it. And Trump came in, said, where bankers, he got the investment off the bankers and came in and got a deal. He literally got thousands of % discount because the mayor's New York City was skint. They were bankrupt. They were actually bankrupt, New York City. And he went in and he bought all these buildings. So he actually still owns that. So it's kind of, it's a fucking farce. It's like a play we're watching. You know what I mean? It's like a movie with Trump, all this indictment, all that kind of stuff. He'll win the next.
Once again, I'm really enjoying what you're saying, but can we keep it going back and forth a little bit? Can other people get in as well? Because I hear what you're saying. That was a good whole stretch there. I just was asked if we could keep it a little more flowing between people. That's my nice way of kind of asking maybe not to monologue, so we can all kind of contribute and have a good convo.
I'm muted. But didn't we let you monologue there? I know it's your channel, but you had a wee monologue and we all sat back patiently. But I'm not
No, I'd probably talk
document.
about it. Yeah, no, I did like a 1.5-minute thing, but you're just going on forever. It doesn't seem like you'll probably ever end. I'm
Sorry.
being honest because you'll just keep going to new things, and I'm enjoying it. I'm saying I'm enjoying it. I'm not. I want to hear what you're saying, but it's becoming like a whole. Yeah, I mean, I did a thing of like a 1.5 minutes. I was just kind of saying a little bit of a stretch, but that's not really the same, my viewpoint. Although if you think so, you can let me know. But
No, I apologise, and I appreciate your honesty. Instead of muting me, you asked me to be quiet. That's fine. I don't take
no, I'm
offence.
not asking you to mute or be quiet. I'm just asking more to pass it back and forth a little more, so that there can be more engagement in the conversation. I'm not, just to say, just to pass the mic basically at some point so that we can kind of keep the ideas flowing.
Yeah, of course. No problem.
What's the subject?
Ooh, we were talking about originally like the term flat earth and whether flat earth was a psyop or not. And Tim Osmond from back in the day where he used to say it was like the flat earth was like a Trojan horse coming in to like destroy the truth movement and discredit everything. And we're talking about how it was like kind of the shift in the truth movement. And then we're talking about the history of it all and then different figures like some of Eric Dubé and some of these guys from the beginning, Math Powerland we talked about. And then and then we kind of were talking about like whether some of these guys were like confronted by some kind of operatives or things like that. And then somehow like Donald Trump got brought up and how his involvement. And then Ali was just talking about Donald Trump and how he bought up all these buildings in New York and all this property and how he's connected to the, what were you calling it, Ali? It was the tax, the thing you were saying with the taxes.
Anticipated tax returns.
Yeah.
So they put bonds, the anticipated tax returns. Hyper-normalization, that's the name of the documentary you should watch if you're interested. But yeah, that was it.
So is the subject about Trump or FE or
Well, I was just giving you a summation of the last little bit of a couple of the bullet points, but yeah, I guess we could just go wherever. What's up, Noah?
how you been, Gio?
Been good.
Haven't talked.
Good. How about you?
I've been working like a fucking maniac, but I've been good myself. I guess we could say something about the FE movement or whatever. There's an Illuminati card that's called Flat Earth. And it says, I forget what it says. The description is like, it may seem silly, but there's something the flat earthers know or something like that was the description. And it's like an actual Illuminati card from the 90s or whatever, which is like way before Eric Dubé ever existed, right? And he's kind of like the self-claimed daddy of flat earth, but there's an Illuminati card from before he was, you know what I'm saying? So it's kind of weird.
Yep. Yeah, there is. I've seen that one. Yeah. It's like, it says something like the flat earthers know something. Yeah. There is that card in that. Yeah. Did you hear about there's a Maui card with like a Hawaiian being thrown into like a flames?
Yeah, like a fucking volcano or something. Like,
it's like honestly, yeah. It's crazy.
I have a set of that Rider deck of tarot cards or whatever. I don't really look at it or play with it. To be honest, I might even get rid of it, give it to someone else or something, but it comes in kind of handy when you're looking at these, I guess, news stories and I guess some esoteric information, and you can kind of see that there's direct connections. I want to actually maybe get a set of those Illuminati cards and, like, you know what I mean? Just have a physical set of them. Or maybe even like a high definition set of pictures of them. You know what I'm saying? Because I think these things are fucking full of, they just fucking chock it full of symbolism. You know what I mean? So it might be useful. Almost like a book, you know? You read a book is a set of symbols. But these symbols aren't in English, right? They're in some sort of other form.
There's the one of the airplane with like 2 towers in the background.
Yeah, that one's the Pentagon, and the Pentagon's like fuming. There's a lot, dude. But yeah, dude, it's a Earth and those things are from the 90s or the 80s or something. So, and there's a lot of shit in there. The enough is enough one is fucking spot on with Trump, though. It's like, wow, like, how can you deny that? But yeah, that's the thing is, if this card set was out and it has all the pre-predicted programming and it was out in the 90s, and it does kind of go to show that there probably was guys in the movement from the very beginning in the internet sense, you know?
Well, okay, but do you think okay, so the Earth being a stationary planar surface, etc., and in terms of water, land coming up out of the water, and stationary, as that being just essentially the foundational core cosmology of humanity, as far as we know, since the dawn of time, and all of that, with the heavens above, the vaulted celestial field above us, etc., and then the globe thing, obviously the whole globe thing, and then that term flat Earth has been like, because there was the Flat Earth Society. It's like that term flat Earth in particular seems to be that terminology, especially in 2014, 15, when it really started just erupting in terms of within the human consciousness, essentially. So do you think that eruption was organic, meaning it just happened in a sense, just for various different people started thinking about it, writing about it, YouTubing, doing videos, whatever it may be, and not only in them but in many others? Do you think it was like an organic just unfolding of truth coming out, or do you think that there was some kind of purposeful initiation, as in terms of like an operative type organization that purposefully put it, planted it, as it were?
It has to have been controlled, dude. It was the most searched term. It was the most searched term, dude.
But how about the difference between controlled, meaning they're trying to control the flames of it happening organically, or that it's an actual like controlled rollout? That's that's kind of how I think, like, there's the differences between that, like whether they purposely literally tried putting it out on purpose, or whether they're just trying to control what's already happening, and trying to minimize it and co-opt it.
I think also part of that it's part of that thing where they tell you about, like, they tell you the truth in a sense. You know what I mean? Like, they show you these things and then you can look in them, and then you can. I heard a lot of people in these circles say that they show you these things before they do them or whatever. They tell you the truth so that when they lie to you and you decide to believe the lie over the truth, that's your decision. You know what I mean? And some people say it has some sort of a karmic whatever. I'm not too sure about that. I think it does. But I prefer not to use karma. I would say just like spiritual laws or like physical laws or whatever. But yeah, I think it had to have been rolled out the way that it was. Like, it had to have been controlled, and it is what I'm saying. I'm not saying everyone in the movie. You know what I mean? Because there's like you and me and like some other people, but I think it's on the card game, dude. You know what I mean? Like, that card game, there's something fucking weird about that card game. And I don't know, but people have always known that space is fake and that the moon landings are fake. Like, people knew the moon landings were fake when it was happening. So I don't know. It's hard to tell, but I think the 2015-16 movement definitely was like pushed. But I think it's also like, if you're gonna have a group form, it's better that, like they said, it's a controlled opposition. Like, the people who are in charge, people that we all look up to, are probably agents. And then that way, like, even though our group is going against them because they want to support a lie, it's better to have your enemies and the general of your enemies be like your guy. You know what I mean? Like, your right hand man is the general of your enemies. That way you can misdirect your enemies in a sense. You understand?
Yep, that could be a thing that they may do. Yeah, but I mean, they've done all the work to get to have people believe the globe, and then they even set up like the Flat Earth Society to try to push people away from that term flat Earth, as it were, and not only just the term, but trying to use that term to be any cosmology where the Earth is like stationary and has essentially planar foundation. For whatever reason, it seems like the kind of control through the 60s, 70s, 80s, like that. They really tried to link that to the term flat Earth, but
Well, I'd say I disagree. I think this whole globe push, Copernican revolution, is a reaction to like the whole Protestant type of Reformation or whatever. How in Europe they had these guys that were like questioning the church, and I think it's when they said like that fucking Jesuit guy was like, yeah, we're not even gonna try to like address anyone or try to convince them or of anything. We're just gonna have like really what they call it like learning against learning, and essentially, if they can come up with like convoluted enough things that they push in academia that take many years to learn about, people are just gonna get lost in it in a sense. And so like I think it's like how I say, so you have the church, right? And they're in charge of everything. And then there's this Protestant revolution and people are going like, hey, fuck the church, those guys are corrupt, right? And then the church guys are like, fuck, we need a new. So they come up with this globe shit, and then all these priests hop over onto this academic globe priesthood, and then they start saying like, yeah, like fuck the church, like yeah, those guys are scams, and then we're like, yeah, like you're right, Mr. Globe guy. Meanwhile, the guy with the running in with the Copernican revolution is literally the guy who ran the. You know what I mean? Like it's almost like if you're on a ship and the ship is going down, you have another fucking ship that you get onto, in a sense. And I feel like that whole Copernican revolution is like where all those guys who ruled Europe before, they all got onto that. Kind of like how all the guys who do oil are now all the same guys who do the fucking Solar City and shit and all that dumb shit, like that garbage. Like, so they literally hopped off of one ship and got on. I don't know. Am I making sense to you?
yeah, I mean, I was following what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, like the whole Copernican revolution or whatever is the lifeboat that the corrupted Catholic Church priesthood hopped onto after the Protestant Reformation started calling out their corruption. You know what I mean? And so, because the church's claim is that, oh, I'm the church, I get to rule over kings because I know the truth, right? And when people start, then they have this revolution, and the Protestants are literally attacking your credibility and saying, like, wait, this isn't the truth. This doesn't even match up with what you said here. Your actions aren't matching up. And so they to be in a priesthood, you always have to have a claim on what the ultimate truth is. And so they came up with an alternative ultimate truth, which is this whole outer space solar system lie. You kind of see what I'm saying? So I don't know. I feel like I have a good idea, but I don't know if I'm communicating it well right now. I'm kind of
Yeah,
stumbling.
you are. An alternative, same thing. Religion,
Well,
yep.
no, there is a whole history with the Catholic Church and the globe, and all. There's a whole, yeah, I would say history to that. And also, have you heard the idea that that even that term flat Earth, that originally when they were trying to keep, when like the kingdom was trying to keep people, to be peasants in their kingdom, that they even made that term flat Earth, saying the Earth is flat, the world is flat. That if you sailed out in a boat, you would fall off the edge and die. Like that whole story. But the idea that they actually did tell people that the kingdom, as it were, told people that to try to keep them in their kingdom, because they knew if they just got on a boat and left, they'd be out of there. Like, see ya, we're out of here. Make a boat and get out of your dictatorship or whatever. The totalitarian type elite structure of kings and queens that they wanted to set up, and then having peasants and harvesting off the people, so that if they told people, oh, the world is flat, the earth is flat, that if you go out there sailing, you're going to fall off the edge and die, as a way to corral them and actually keep them, in their kingdom, kind of thing. And even the idea that the flat Earth, perhaps in like, going back to it being connected to that idea of falling off the edge, and it's ridiculous and once people found out that they didn't fall off the edge or whatever, or at least those people, that then it kind of had this ridiculousness to it. And then that term flat earth kind of has carried into now, where even though now people use it in terms of like the actual geometry and all of that, but that the term itself may have those roots. And even in the modern day, maybe that's why the powers that be, as it were, kind of decided to use that, have it be called the Flat Earth Society, and, you know, kind of propelling the term flat earth even more. But I think originally though, yeah, it was also connected to the idea of like, did they purposefully release it, or was it just an organic, you know, time for the truth to come out, as it were?
Well, I think they knew that essentially. I think they know kind of what's going to happen in a sense, because they have not that they have like a crystal ball, but essentially like we have a certain amount of knowledge, skills, and expertise. They have a certain amount, right? Their amount of skills and expertise and information that they have access to is way more than ours. So they have way better. They can predict like what's going to happen with social movements way fucking before we can, right? So much farther before we can that they can make a fucking card game and script out news scripts years in advance. People saying like, yeah, we have to stay laser focused. They probably made that laser focused fucking garbage fucking shit script. They probably made that shit decades ago. They probably, oh yeah, we're gonna fucking laser the shit out of someone and then have the president say he's laser. They probably fucking came up with that in like the 40s or something, right? And essentially what I think it is, they know when shit's already gonna meet a capacity. And so like, say you have some sort of AI, right? And you're looking over people's opinions and you're like, yeah, according to this data, like everyone's gonna be a flat earther by 2026, let's say. You know what I mean? And they'll say we're back in or like we're back in 2000, right? We're the Illuminati. We have our AI. We're scanning everyone, watching their internet searches, seeing what's up, and we're like, by 2030, everyone's gonna be a flat earther. The first thing you would do is, all right, let's get our fucking agents into place as the fucking flat earthers and have them ready in 2015 to escort these people into what they're gonna be at 2030. You know what I'm saying? Like they're almost, it's almost like if you're playing chess, right? You're a new player, you only think one move ahead, whereas the guy who's a grandmaster is thinking 3 moves ahead, right? So like you think that you're moving a pawn and it's your decision, but he already made you make that decision in a sense, you know?
Well, I would say in terms of like the term flat earth, because that it has been the term for it, especially back in 2014, 15. Like in terms of within media, who knows what people were thinking in their own minds, as it were, but within like kind of the internet media type world, it's like that guy Math Powerland was doing those like comedy skits where he wasn't really talking that much about flat earth, but he was talking about NASA being fake and moon landing stuff. That he did mention flat earth a bit, even though he wasn't like dropping proofs and stuff, or, you know, claims. He was just kind of talking about it. And then it did seem like in terms of like content wise, like Eric Dubé, because I've heard Eric Dubé's story when he's described it, of his journey with it. And I'll just be brief just to say that at least the way he describes it, that he had been studying the flat earth literature, like David Wardlaw Scott and Robotham and a lot of the early, like the writings in the 1800s and so on. And that he was like, he just basically came across it, decided to look into it, research it, etc. He learned a lot about it. And then he claims that he basically realized it is the truth. And then he says that he like waited a while before he kind of put his content out, because he said he was trying to get like all of his content together to where he could get it out and hope that he got enough out fast enough that he couldn't be suppressed, kind of thing. So I do remember him sharing that. This is all just my remembrance of him sharing it, of course. And so then he says that he did wait a while, and then he kind of got it all compiled the way that he wanted to. And then he launched his channel and started putting information out there. And he wasn't necessarily like the only or the first necessarily, because it was also happening with others as well. There was like multiple that were starting to do channels and put content out as well. So it really wasn't only him. And I could name, they're like, but he was kind of one of the first main ones in that sense. And then of course others, started coming more and more as the time went on. Because Dubé wasn't really first, but he was kind of in a group of the first, and he did get more of people looking at his content than others. It seemed like because he had a good way of presenting it, and when he was doing his like just chill, calm voice, he had a good way of kind of narrating it and everything. But and then many others along the way. And then I do remember when Mark Sargent came in, that was like a noticeable shift, because all of a sudden there was just like this guy that had all these like scripted videos and these presentations, and then he all of a sudden started showing up on all these different podcasts like very quickly. Anyways, so there was him, and then so many others that have come.
Yeah, and I think they have agents that interact with normal people. Like their agents essentially don't live in a bubble. They don't just interact with each other. Maybe the guys at the top do, but they have like lower grunts, I guess, that actually come and talk to like the normal people. So then when you see yourself, your buddy, talking to some guy, you're like, oh, well, my buddy talked to him. He has to be like there for the truth or whatever. When really it's like these guys are lying actors. You know what I mean? Like, of course he's acting like your fucking friend's buddy, and now you think that he's your friend's friend. That's the fucking point. You know what I mean? So essentially, like, it's kind of like when people are like, yeah, like, I talked to that guy or whatever. It's like, I mean, yeah, and people talk to Joseph Stalin. Like, that doesn't, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yes, real people talk to Joseph Stalin. Like, you can be a shill and still talk to real people and bust your fucking fake truth on them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, anyone that would be in this community that is an operative would definitely be very, very friendly to many people. Yeah, and be their buddy in multiple ways. Yeah, and blend in and kind of act as one of them, as it were. Yeah.
Exactly. And I think as you go farther towards more of what you would call quote unquote authority, or yeah, I guess the more closer you get into authority, the more likely that the guy you're talking to is an agent for someone else. Because the real guys, like the real top dogs that are actually like here for power and authority, like they want it all, right? So the more you have, the more willing they are to come and approach you or have you replaced in a sense. And you know what else this is a kind of a digression, I mean. Jill, you know what I had the strangest epiphany when I was working today? Alex Jones is a billionaire. Like, I don't even think there is real billionaires. Like, but like in the mainstream, I guess, narrative or whatever, like Alex Jones was sued for $1 billion and just paid it off like nothing. So like I said, I don't even believe there's really quote unquote. Once you get a certain amount, it's all just digits on a screen. You go into the bank. Is there really a number that actually exists? No, like, but yeah, dude, like in the mainstream mind, he's technically a billionaire. And I was just thinking to myself, like, doesn't that put him in like the league with Elon Musk and shit? Like, I don't know, dude. I was just tripping over that little thing that I was thinking about. I was like, a guy who's on meth that yells about fucking conspiracies that other people have already uncovered and essentially just plagiarizes them without giving them credit is a billionaire. Like that's insane. Like we live in a crazy world, don't we?
I haven't really heard too much about how much finances he has, but there
was a whole court case or whatever
it's claimed that he paid $1 billion in court fee.
Yeah, to the family.
It wasn't like paid in payments. The claim is that he just dropped $1 billion, gave $1 billion.
I don't know if he's doing on. I don't know if he just dropped $1 billion or whatever. But essentially, imagine if you were in court, right, Gio, and the fucking judge looked at you and he was like, "You know what, Gio, you're guilty, and your punishment is gonna be you have to pay us $1 billion," and smack the gavel. And then you were like, "Oh, okay, cool," and then you just went back to doing your talk show. That means you must have the $1 billion, or at least have some way of paying it off. That would make him a billionaire. You know what I'm saying?
Hang on. You're buying the narrative. This guy was made an example of for other journalists to back off. It's probably the whole thing's a sham. He's capable of acting through that whole court thing. And I mean, he was made an example of. He shouldn't have gone to jail for being a reporter, right? I mean, or been in court. He shouldn't have been in court. I mean, think about it. He's just a reporter.
No, yeah, I agree with you fully 100%. There should be no fucking, for just speaking whatever the fuck, you shouldn't, like, yeah, no, I completely agree with
So
you. And
the
yeah,
big numbers, the fake
hold
big
up,
number, was to
dog.
scare off other corporations.
Hold
Scare
up, my
off
thought.
corporations.
I was fucking halfway through my thought, my dude. I'm just trying to get this out real quick. Yeah, that guy is a shill, and that was the whole point of my comment. Was in the mainstream media, mainstream narrative, Alex Jones. Like I'm talking from a completely mainstream Glober CNN watching retard. That fucking guy. He believes that Alex Jones, a conspiracy theorist, quote unquote, is a billionaire. Like, and that's what I was tripping about, is in the mainstream mind, Alex Jones, to them, who's a conspiracy theorist, is like more successful than they would ever be. And just think about that, dude.
There's no deep companies behind him.
I just said I agree. He is a shill. But I'm saying in the mainstream mind, like the mainstream doofy that walks around the streets, their opinion,
Right. Sure.
formed by CNN, is that a conspiracy theorist is a billionaire. And you just have to have some sort of cognitive dissonance to believe that some guy who, in their own mind, right, they think anything that's a conspiracy is a crazy nut job. So in their own mind, they have the cognitive dissonance of thinking someone's a crazy nut job, but also more successful than them and anyone they've ever met. Like, think about that. It's just another walking contradiction that you have to walk around with if you're a mainstream normie.
Yeah.
I
Well,
think
is just weird to think that that guy is supposedly a billionaire in their mainstream mind.
It's even weirder how they've mixed news and entertainment. Because this guy is part of the entertainment field. So what you're saying is like, look at how much money entertainment supposedly makes.
Apparently, people bet their sports based on what's happening in the news, and apparently it works quite well. Like the sports, the news, and the TV shows are all synced up together in some sort of script, and the script is so fucking good. And that's why I'm saying, like, is it scripted? Like, I could see it being scripted 10 years out, but is it like how far back are they scripting the shit that, like, or is it like it's loosely scripted in the future and then they fill in the details as the date gets closer? Like, how are they pulling this script off, and why? And that the only reason why would be some sort of karma or something. Like, it's really weird, dude.
You're right though. Like, when is the next reset, for instance, right? Yeah. I'm not sure they all agree. Kind of like factions of the military will fight over programs. Not sure everyone at those levels agree. I mean, there's several Illuminati groups we know of. So I'm sure that there's rogue versions of like we saw that as a rogue version of justice. For the justice, they're just going to decide to make an example of someone. Did that happen at a dinner table where they made that decision? Probably. Then it got scripted.
but it's in the realm of speculation of how they're structured. But I would say, but it's always made sense to me that they likely have such a control mechanism, because when you're doing compartmentalization, you can have, just like you have to apply for a job and they do credit checks and they do all the background checks and all of that. I just think of it like that to a severe psychopathic level, where the instead of just being accepted for a job, it's like you're being vetted and with secrecy and what you're willing to do and how much you're willing to be controlled, basically. Because the more you're willing to be controlled, the more they want you, because they want you to do exactly what they tell you to do. So it's like and they want you to be psychopathic as well and be very docile and totally obeying of their orders. So if they have a hierarchy that's like that, they can have like a compartmentalization level of a hierarchy where they can have so many systems set and so many layers set. And when they ultimately have control over the police and you know the military, at least they have perhaps not entire control of the military because it's made up of real people, but they at least have the administrative control and they have everybody believing it. But anyways, but I just always think of that at their hierarchy, like they're able to sort of like weed out anyone that's not going along with it. And they are able to protect themselves because they have enough control over the police and military, especially at this point, since World War II onward, to where as minimal as a amount of information of any leaks possibly is getting out. And if that makes, just because of the way that the way they control the media, the internet, the police, and the military, they're able to like, and with that hierarchy, I think that's how they've been able to maintain to where at least a lot of their information is not getting out, you know, as much as we might think. Although you could also view it another way, that there are whistleblowers and there are different kinds of individuals as well. But I guess I'm kind of talking my thoughts of it at the higher level of it. That's why we're not really seeing people that are actually being like, oh, you know, coming out and actually reporting fully that they're like part of this network or know about it. Cause I just don't think they would even ever let it get there. Like they would just take someone out and kill you or just capture you basically and torture you way before they would let anything actually get out there, you know, from the people that are kind of at the high enough hierarchy that have been vetted to the point. It's just like the way like a cult works or like a fraternity. It's like, I saw like, yeah, there's like fraternities stick together and that's what they're kind of groomed to do.
What if the aliens starting in 47 are the whistleblowers trying to tell us, trying to set us straight? What if they've been coming over and over again trying to communicate with us and the government's been shutting them down?
The outer ponders or the aliens? What do you mean?
Yeah, but they're not in control. They've been trying to, you know, tell us, hey, wake up. You look at your situation there. They have been coming right in that timeline. That's when they started, right in post-World War II timeline.
I think it's more likely that the aliens are the bad guys. That they're the ones orchestrating this shit. Because it seems beyond human capability what they're fucking able to orchestrate, to be honest.
Yeah, well, I've told you I don't think at the top. I don't think they're human. Yeah, of this current like you know, call them like the controllers, whatever terminologies. At the you know, Jesuit Freemasons, the Jesuit order connection, that term Illuminati. I think there's many different terms and concepts of who they are, but yeah, I don't think at the top of that, I don't think they're humans. I think they have a lot of humans doing the things for them, but at the very top, I do think it's another type of being or type of species, as in that sense, like not human.
Like an outer ponder species.
Boom! There you are, dude. Nice one, dude. Within 30 seconds, I said outer ponder. I was counting in my head. I was like, will he come in? Like within a minute would be awesome. Within 30, you're here, dude. Right on. That's hilarious.
Well, I was called, right? I thought someone called me. Definitely, outer ponders could be all kinds of different. If it is a different, like, environment of some sort, even like it could be like physically a different atmosphere of sorts that could create some pretty strange results.
Oh, you're saying if in other regions, yeah, because we're limited from going north and south. So yeah, you're saying whatever is in those regions or beyond could have like different pressure systems or even different air,
chemicals,
different
right,
quality, light,
something get tended towards, and then it just kept going that direction. And who knows?
Or the medium, the medium being different. Like the
that's what I mean.
Like a whole different
the ether,
type
different frequency to the ether or something like that.
Wow, that's deep, dude. Because then if you get also the idea of like the extremities of the magnetic field, like whatever this realm is, viewing it, the idea of the center being, which to me it's clear the center is the center of a toroidal field, like everything's rotating around it and etc. But as that goes out, you're going to get, because you have the inside of a field like that, a toroidal magnetic field, and then you have the outside. When you get to the outside, you're getting to like the extents of that whole vortex. So the potential for even like different physics or something different that we would even call physical or energetically. Because once you get to either at the core, at the center, or the outside, a lot could start to become possible in terms of in terms of the field dynamics of that and how that could interact with the ether and create either like membranes, transformation zones, even like zones where you would
enhancement,
shift your time and space coordinates.
Maybe people like grow their wings back, or who knows, right?
Grow your wings back. Yeah,
Right?
get the wings back. We all want to fly. Let's do it.
Right? Maybe the angels are more real than we thought.
That'd be great just to fly around. That'd be so fun,
Right?
especially if you could go like really fast to where you could shoot, anywhere.
Right?
Oh, it'd be so fun.
I think I was saying before, everyone should check out the base jumping videos. Those guys are flying, like, for a little bit at least. It's like just like flying.
Yeah,
it's pretty amazing.
I know they are flying. Have you seen the ones too? The jet packs that blast jets out of your you basically you have on your hands and your feet. You have like jets.
Dude,
they have jet
total
racing.
sci-fi come to
What's
life.
the word for it? Jet suit or what's the there's a suit. There's a name for it. Like
Right.
Jet pack suit or whatever. Yeah.
You have like it's the perfect way to do it because you have little handheld, like
Blaster. How do they keep their arms
trigger.
straight? How do they keep their arms?
I would imagine that takes some training. I don't think that like a person with really weak arms could do it. Like they might just start like spinning in circles.
I know.
You have to.
They have
You have
race.
to keep it down, right? If you haven't every like, do they ever do that? Is that a trick you can do where you like spread your arms out and start spinning in circles? Because it'd be going in every direction. I bet they do that. That'd be kind of cool if you could control it.
Dude,
they do.
I'm looking through this Illuminati card game, and there's a fucking diesel engine card. Like, oh my god, what? Like,
That's
Why is that
historical.
weird?
That's historical though, man, because that's when J.P. Morgan took over, like from Tesla, dude. They made it all. Yeah, and the diesel was one of the first engines, especially in the industry, because that's what was being used to fuel like factories, this whole industrial revolution. And yeah, the Titanic and J.P. Morgan, how that all links in. I mean, that's how they built that Titanic too.
fucking
What does
crazy.
it say on the card?
Oh shit, I went past it. Let me go back. I'm just looking through this deck right now. Okay. It doesn't have a backstory. It just has the card's effect on the game, it looks like.
That sometimes tells you something about it. That relates to what you were saying.
Yeah, 1893 was the first diesel engine.
And they had steam before that.
Look up the somebody was mentioning on here. I planned to look it up myself, but someone was saying a train that ran on ether, whatever that means.
Weather satellite is another one of the cards.
Look up ether train. Or maybe I'll do it. You're doing the Illuminati card game, too.
Warehouse 23. What the fuck is... Okay, guys, watch out for Warehouse 23. I don't know what the hell that is. Vultures?
We need the ether airships. I mean, once if you don't have wings, at least you got to have airships. Now we have these airplanes that are pretty fast, but seem kind of like a controlled form of transportation.
Why don't we have airships anymore? We can still have them. Vatican City.
Well, they did that Hindenburg psyop, and they just turned everyone away from airships after the Hindenburg.
Oh my god, dude! There's a card called Unmasked, Geo. Wait, let's see what it says. There is a secret of our cabal that even you of the 12th circle have not known until now, and it says Unmasked card. Interesting. Sorry, this game is something's very intriguing about it. I'm pretty sure this is like a form of tarot, like a tarot set or something, like in some way. Like I don't know, dude.
Almost like it has predictive programming. Like almost like predictive programming works like a spell. like those things are like they're in the cards because, well, that's a difference. You could say that they're like actually being prophetic, but it's obviously because the Illuminati people are making the cards themselves because they know what's going to happen.
Or are you saying it could be like a black magic form of making cards that are the actual things that they do in kind of a little bit cryptic form? And then you could actually do, well, the fact they're even publishing the cards is its own kind of thing. But if they even use them, I was just kind of playfully thinking of the idea, like, I only say playfully because it's almost like out of a movie script kind of idea, that these evil dudes would like make the cards of all these ideas. Like, all right, let's like take down the Twin Towers. Let's, have a fire. Let's have fires. Let's have all these different things. Put them in the cards, and then they actually do, like a spread, like a tarot spread, so that they actually do, because the thing about tarot, if it's done well, like you actually can tap into certain frequencies and things in a positive way. But I was just saying, if they make those cards and then they use it in a negative way, like they're kind of mirroring the idea of doing it the positive way with tarot, but they're actually like doing black magic instead of white magic, where they, or not really white magic, but you know what I mean? Like black magic, essentially what they're doing. Although you could call it white magic in a certain sense, white versus black. But anyways, if they're doing like a dark magic type thing and they are doing like a spread of the cards, and then they do a spread and then actually plan the events based on the spread. So it's like they make the spread come to reality as like a black magic ritual to try to get it to do what they want by just timing it that way, hoping that it will play into their favor.
And they own Mountain Dew. Seems like.
And perhaps it is somewhat effective because it does seem like they've been able to coordinate quite a bit. So they might be tapping into something in the ether with that to a certain degree. And then they pour a lot of money and resources into it to plan these different events. But yeah, I don't doubt
think about like
I don't doubt that there is some kind of resonance there of where that's coming from, on those cards.
Yeah, well, yeah. Also, just because it's like you announce it's going to happen. Like if you were a corporation, let's say, it's a lot of projects might take like everyone's attention to make it happen, right? And the only way to bring attention to it is just to say it's going to happen. This is our plan. So what we're going to do, everybody get ready. The whole office is going to change for a little while, and everyone's got to make sure they do the right thing in the process of this transition that we're about to plan to do, right? And then it's just like it makes that when it does happen, it's not just like a few people involved. Everybody's aware of it.
They definitely plan these
blackmail.
events. They definitely plan these events with the alignment of the luminaries, the planets, as it were, and the sun and the moon. There's
Seems
no
like
doubt
it.
in my mind. As studying when they do these events and things and looking at the actual alignments, there's absolutely no question in my mind that they're timing it. Like they know those principles, the general principles and the general understanding of them. And I'm sure they've stolen a lot of knowledge from the ancients and then just copied it. But yeah, they definitely, whether they use tarot cards or not, I don't know. But in terms of, the Illuminati cards or whatever to actually, but whether they do that or not, that was just kind of almost like a movie script idea I had. But they definitely plan them with the positions of the celestial bodies because they know that they want to activate people's emotions related to those. So they get us to react in the way that they want us to instead of us expressing those energies in a different way. So they definitely time them so that they can elicit that reaction.
For sure, yeah. They'll tell you the truth about it and lie to you about it at the same time. That's the craziness of it. I mean, there's no secret to it. They don't even need to worry about you finding out. They want you to find out.
Well, they want to captivate the energy is also what I was referring to with it because, like, for example, right at the beginning of 2020, Saturn and Pluto came into alignment, and these archetypes are multi-layered. But just to share briefly, like Saturn is the principle of like limitation, lockdown, that whole concept of like setting boundaries and separating and isolating. Those are all Saturnian principles. And then Pluto tends to intensify anything it comes in contact with, is one of the main things it does. So you get this like intensification of Pluto with the lockdown. So intense lockdown, because Saturn is that principle of contraction, limitation, etc. And so they knew that those two principles were going to be aligned. Now, we don't have to express them in that way. We could express Saturn and Pluto in a different way, a way that's productive, a way that's more positive. But if we're being captivated by the news and all of that, then they were trying to, they knew that they were going to start their pandemic thing at the beginning of that Saturn Pluto, because they needed that lockdown energy to be in people's minds in such a severe way. And in a sense, they pulled it off, because they planned the actual the event and the news and the fear and everything that was going to be rolled out with the alignment of Saturn and Pluto coming in a way that they were able to just sweep people with it and just get people so fearful and so willing to isolate themselves in that way. And it's like the intensification of Pluto with that lockdown of Saturn. And that's just one way that they are able, seem to clearly coordinate that, to activate that within people, because it fits the principles of Saturn and Pluto so potently, although not necessarily in a positive way, in my viewpoint. I would say in a negative, like it was isolating and fracturing in a lot of ways what they did. But also probably forcing in a way too, though. There was it was positives as well. I'm just talking about it on that general scale. But because another thing that, like, Saturn is the principle of resistance, so you could even say it accelerated that in a positive way, to where there was even more resistance that came out of it, like in a healing way, that people were more like seeing through that control.
Yeah, they've got it down to a science. I wonder if they even have like some ancient Czech like frequency meters that they actually can detect some of these things that literally do have an effect on the consciousness, and a certain have a tendency to have a certain effect on the consciousness of the populace overall. Like, they figured this out a long time ago, and they're just like riding the waves. Like, they're surfing the waves while we're sitting there paddling with, like, government floaties on. Sometimes. Not really, though. You can ride the waves. I said they're surfing the waves while we're treading water with government floaties on.
Right. So
that's the way they like us. They would like us to have government sponsored floaties on, treading water while they're sitting there, while they're surfing all around us.
Dude, that is such a perfect example of it, man, and fits exactly even into the celestial alignment of Saturn and Pluto, because like they want to be pushing the narrative and activating a certain eliciting response. Then they just want everyone else with, like you said, with floaties on, just going with it, just kind of treading water and just flowing with wherever it's going. Yeah.
Oh, wow, that surfer made it really, really kind of cool over here. You can feel like the like ripple from his awesome surfboard. Yeah.
But I feel like what happened, I mean, my thought is overall what happened, that's hilarious though. But I feel like overall what happened is that people started like taking off the floaties and swimming to the shore and getting a grasp on the rock, being like, "What is going on? Where are you guys all going? What are we doing?"
Right. Wait, don't let them walk up into land. Tell them that there's scary monsters on the land.
Right.
I know. And that's where the comets and all the financial scares and the hopelessness and the conspiracies add to that. I mean, it takes a lot to even digest what actually is going on. It's like you're living in the Twilight Zone acceptably, and you're deciding to participate in it, and in just the right amount that you're not going to compromise yourself to whatever degree they did, not to a lesser degree than they did, because to be in the system, you have to do something. I mean, our system is based on usury. So it's like, well, if our system is based on usury, we're going to just be the biggest dicks in the world, because that's kind of how the system works. So we're going to do whatever that basically, like, it's unfair, but at the same time, there is a rags to riches story that kind of makes it all okay sometimes for a minute.
Oh, it's going to make it okay till the end of time.
Yep. But that's the thing. They don't want us to realize that you don't have to have money to be rich. Like, if you have everything you need and great friends and great area to be in, and you're being positive in your life. You know, I mean, most people can't have that for some reason, even no matter how much money they have, because they've just been like, I don't know, affected by
So
the greed.
I heard a question once, Nupi. It goes, who is a rich man, right? And the answer is, he who is happy with his portion.
There you go. But the abundance you could have without, you know, it being a small portion is a lot more than you know most people think is possible. You know, because you have to include all the other things, that not just the things you have. All right.
Yeah.
Because you can't really have like friends don't come in portions. I guess that's what I should say. You know, friends and community and truth. Truth is always out there. It's just a matter of how much you can take, or how much you want to take. That's what's frustrating. That's why we're still here, because we're dealing with people and we're talking to people all the time that would rather not have it. They'd rather not drink the truth. Would you rather just not drink the truth?
Well, check this
You
out.
know,
So
makes no sense.
there's apparently more fires right now around the world than have been in a very long time. Like the number of fires right now is just out of control on the earth. Like the earth is basically on fire right now. Essentially, yeah, there's fires all over. If you look at there's a website that shows all the active fires, and there's tons on every continent. Like the Amazon is burning. Like, and I was going to say that this is a way that they're currently using the alignments of the celestial bodies as well, because right now we're in a Jupiter-Uranus alignment. So two totally different ones,
Yeah.
Jupiter and Uranus. Well, Jupiter is very expansive. It's expansive. And Uranus is the principle of like the spark, because it has to do with like ingenuity and sudden instant change, like a lightning bolt, for example. Uranus is representative in terms of that, like a lightning bolt. And it is like that spark of the fire as well. Like it's even related to like Prometheus's fire and the whole myth of Prometheus as well, in terms of Prometheus's fire. So Uranus is connected to fire in that way. It's like the spark and the initiation as well. So Jupiter and Uranus together could be an abundance of fires, because you have the abundance or the expansion of Jupiter with the actual spark and the fire of Uranus. So I don't doubt at all right now that they're whatever. I think these, they're actually creating a lot of these fires as well. I don't think they're natural, and I don't think it's just power lines. So in addition, they're potentially right now utilizing the alignment of the Jupiter and Uranus, which has more of a capacity in nature that more, spreading fire more and having it even be more effective. So if they use the Saturn Pluto, I think during the pandemic, alignment, because Saturn Pluto was active for about that 2 to 3 year period. And then now we're in Jupiter Uranus, and Jupiter Uranus has a lot of really positive potentials as well for like breakthroughs and huge awakenings and transformations to occur. So it can come through in a lot of other really positive ways as well, like the birth of like new ideas as well, Jupiter Uranus. But a lot of fires seems to be one that is happening, whether they're doing it on purpose or not. It does seem to be correlated in terms of statistically having a lot of fires around the earth right now, and it could be connected to that, the Jupiter Uranus. And if they're doing it purposely, then they're planning it right now to get that added energy to it. Yeah.
Does this science sometimes break it down to like where you would have like a 7-year cycle that like every 7 years it's like an even higher effect, like, you know what I'm saying, like say like 9/11 is going to fall on the Jupiter Uranus transit or something like that, like they would know that the effect, like almost like you see the sine wave and it goes up and then it goes down for a little while and it goes back up, kind of like the candlesticks. And like probably though you could use the Fibonacci sequence for that as well as the stock market. But you'd think there would be like, a whole science to like how one Saturn transit's going to be more powerful 1 year than it was the other 6 years, because that's the cycle that goes through. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's all kinds of variation to it. I mean, in general, the conjunction is when they're right in the same position in the sky. That tends to be a very, very potent alignment because they're both joined together right next to each other. It also tends to be like the birth of a new cycle in the same way that like a new moon is the birth of the new moon. So yeah, like they always have their begin, and that's a very potent alignment. And then like that's actually what we had for the pandemic. That was a conjunction, so very potent. And then the 90 degree, and then you have the 180 degree, and then the other 90 degree coming back around, and then back to the beginning. So yeah, there is a difference in the potency of what geometric angle they are and how that plays through. And then they're all on their own cycles. It's interesting you said 7 because Saturn is actually on a 7-year cycle. It's 29 and a half years for its entire cycle, but that breaks down into like, it's a little more than 7, but it's like every 7 years is a quarter of the Saturn cycle. So,
Nice.
And it's also said that you know how they make that claim that all of our cells have been transformed into a new cell every 7 years. Like have you heard that?
Yeah, of course.
So if that's true, Saturn is connected to like the physical materiality of things in that way, and also to time, Father Time.
Hey Gio, a couple times you said what are the chances of them doing it on purpose, right? Or something like that. Like, or if they are doing it on purpose. So dude, what do you think the odds are that a lot of these fires just so happen to be in the specific areas that they're already trying to put these freaking smart cities in? Like around the world with these smart cities, not just in America. Have you seen that?
Yeah,
or
that's
have you,
exactly.
seen that correlation?
Absolutely, I have. Yeah, and I've seen people breaking it down where they're showing all of the all the cities that are on fire, like abnormally on fire, and then the actual like conferences and meetings and discussions about having that city become the next smart city. Yeah, like actual articles and linking it all. Yep.
Well, and what's weird is like they came out before the fires that they wanted it to be a smart city, and then all of a sudden just these fires happen and it's going to clear everything out so they can do it. But dude, okay, so the Maui fires kind of triggered something that I didn't even know was around until I heard this like big shot Hawaiian dude earlier today. Have you guys ever heard of red lightning?
Yeah, I've seen pictures at least.
No, not red lightning as in like red lightning in the sky, like a company named Red Lightning.
No. Tell us.
Yeah. So I had never heard of it until this guy like mentioned it in this interview earlier. So I started looking at it, and here, I think I still actually have it up in my browser. Like looking through their website and everything, right? Like it'll tell like their sponsors and everything. First off, they're sponsored by Pfizer, so that should give you like a heads up, like right off the bat.
Right.
And then, dude, where did it? All right. Oh, here we go. So here's their other sponsors, guys.
Yeah, that definitely seems like they're rolling out a whole fire terraforming to get towards smart cities. Yeah, it works in a lot of ways because what they know is coming is that if they want to do their new world order in like a focused way, like they're not going to be able to do it to everyone. I think they've realized at this point there's no way they can do it to everyone. Honestly, I think that's out of the equation, which I know sounds wild because you would think that they would still want a whole new world order, but I think they realize that's not possible. So they're moving towards these smart cities and deep underground military base type arrangements where they can have all the people that are willing to be controlled by them, have them in focused cities, like those like 15-minute cities where everything is within 15 minutes of where you're living. You don't go outside of that. You have to have like a pass to even get into the city, a pass to get out, a whole way in which those will, and then the whole economic system and everything that will be built within them. Because if they can't control everybody, then they know that they're only going to get those that they really can control in a focused area where they can continue whatever operation they want to do. Because I don't think they necessarily want to kill all of us or even care about that. It's kind of to our benefit in that sense that even though they have the ability to, it's just not like in their program or in their thing to do. But what that's going to do though is that anyone who doesn't want to be in that system like if it turns out this way, we'll still be able to live on the land, out in the world and have properties and lands and things, outside of those smart cities. And even the idea that life for us, like those who are not in the smart cities, will actually be easier, like more flowing, be more on the land, be able to grow our own food, actually have cleaner land. A lot of those things like actually increase benefit for whatever transition is going to be happening. And so in that sense, for them to do those fires kind of, unfortunately for us in that way, it actually kind of plays both hands because they get to kind of scorch the land, and make it more uninhabitable, but then also the areas that they want to take that over, and buy up all that land, kind of forcing all those people out of the land. Yeah. And that's what they will need to do if they're going to roll it out, so because a lot of people just won't even sell their land. So how do they force them to do it? It's like they can't really just force them in that sense. So they have to.
Sorry, I'm saying.
Yeah, I suppose if you like for sure don't want to get roasted by their fires, it's tough because I guess everyone's karma will, or kind of destiny and karma and dharma will play out. But it could be said that not being near big cities might be a way to kind of safeguard yourself that you're unlikely to be affected. Although it won't probably always be the case because they do other areas like they did Northern California. Well, they're always doing California, but they did a whole thing this year up on the border of Oregon and California, way up north.
So what's the next area that's going to get the old Maui owie?
Well, I don't know, but we got a bunch of rain today, so they've hit us so hard in the past, dude. Like this area, I mean, Paradise, all these areas up here that they've done. I mean, the last couple of years have been brutal. So I don't know, dude. I'm kind of hoping they don't hit us this year. They seem to be focusing on a lot of other places. So if they tested their weapons originally here, because it's easy to write off. It's wildfires, right? With the forest up here because it's such thick forest. So yeah, they were easily able to write it off. But now they almost have people used to them to the point to where now it seems like they're just doing it in other areas. What did they call it? They called this Maui one like a tornado fire. It's like that's like a new or they said hurricane fire and tornado fire. That's what they tried to claim it was.
I'm calling it the Maui owie.
Yeah.
I asked Matthew Learns the other night, when's the next place going to get hit with the Maui owie? Because I wanted to be the first one to say it, unless I'm not. People have heard it already. The Maui owie. It's pretty bad. Like they could hit any place. It could be like just the beginning that we're seeing right now.
I'm still not 100% sold on how they did it, though. Like even if it was like an energy weapon, and like all the people saying that the blue shit didn't get hit by the energy weapon, right? That doesn't make everything flame retardant, though, right? Like just because it's a blue shirt doesn't mean that it can survive a fire. Like the umbrella surviving the fire, but everything else around them was burnt. Shirts inside of a store, the whole store is burnt down, but these cotton shirts are still there.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
It just really rings of like paper passports in Milton buildings kind of shit back in the day, right?
Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like they're doing this on purpose. They're creating the conspiracy theory along with the conspiracy, and some of it's true and some of it's not true. You know what I'm saying? And then they can just like generate stories with every different angle that anyone could think of, as well as what's actually happening, and mix in both true and not true things so that nobody knows what to think. Very similar to like what happened with the Capitol riot thing, where they were like, oh, a cop got hit in the head by a protester with a fire extinguisher, and he's dead. No, maybe he's surviving. No, he's alive. Oh, wait. No, he didn't. That was a different thing. No, what happened was he was shot. No, he wasn't shot. It was, and then they went and changed the story, like in the actual news, like 4 times within like 2 days. Because it's like, oh, speculation time right when something supposedly happened that never happened. Supposedly 4 other cops committed suicide afterwards. Is that true? Probably not. Who knows? Does it matter what the detailed truth was? I think this was definitely a planned event. It makes no sense. There's no vegetation in those areas that actually got hit. That makes no sense for a forest fire. So
For Maui?
Yeah.
For Maui, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they claimed power lines went down and caused it. It wasn't. They don't. It's not really a wildfire. That's why. They were calling it like a hurricane fire, or because there was a hurricane that was there that was blowing
Yeah.
all those winds.
Do you guys recall how hot they said the fire got?
Well, it appears as though they use the hurricanes for their energy weapon device.
Well, but no, but I just like what I mean is like
there was one off the coast of 9/11 as well.
Well, I just mean like, do you remember it with this Maui thing? The number they threw out as far as how hot the fire got, because I could have sworn I heard them saying that it was like coming up on like 3,000 degrees. That seems really, really hot.
well, it'd have to be to melt the cars and incinerate bathtubs.
That was kind of my problem with this though. Is like, so aluminum melts at like 1,300 degrees or something like that. Steel melts at like 2,300 degrees. So why is the steel still there, but the aluminum melted? Like, technically, if it got as hot as they were saying it did, then the steel should also be a puddle, not just the aluminum.
Unless it was like not a focused hit. Like if they weren't trying to get the cars, but they were going in that area, like a sweep of the weapon rather than like a prolonged focused hit.
Well, but they're saying that the actual like the fires like afterwards, that whatever that weapon ignited, right? Or is the narrative that the weapon stays on the whole time while the fires are going? Or is it that it hit? Because all the stupid videos that show the direct energy weapon thing, right? Like, it's like a hit and a blast, dude, and then there's a fire.
Dude, what if they do? This is such a hardcore thing to consider because it sound painful for a lot of the people that will be going through this horrible stuff. But this is what happens when you let criminals take over the world. Unfortunately, there are dire consequences when you let psychopaths do this. But what is just an idea when it came to my head? Like, what if it's essentially could be seen as just a speculation idea of what they may do. And it would link into Project Bluebeam. But if they basically started doing more and more and more fires, and if they let some of the anomalies get out and they know people are going to be seeing them anyways, and they know people are going to be making the links. So it's just that they would allow allow the information to kind of come out in a sense, or even kind of start promoting it at some point as well, and then eventually claim that we're being attacked from some other beings or whatever, whether they go aliens or where they go with it. But in terms of Project Bluebeam, that they would then say that that's where these attacks are coming from, and they can't seem to control them or whatever it may be, and that would play into the UFO thing as well, to the point where they would then have a threat that you have to move to their smart cities to be protected, because their smart cities have protection or some, who knows how they would sell that, but like that their smart city, maybe they have a protective shield that the Space Force has erected over these cities, and in order to be safe, you have to come in there. And that they're just, and then if they do more and more fires and more of those, that would be a crazy way to drive people into the actual smart cities. If they pull it off like that, that would be,
dude. It's funny that you say that.
That would be actually almost a valid reason for them to. I mean, one could even argue, because even if they're doing it, if your whole city can just be scorched off the face of the earth, and you might just be. I mean, they were saying. I mean, in Maui, there were people just toasted in their cars. To be toasted in the car, you know what that means? If there was a fire that was coming, I mean, the idea that no one would get out and try to make a run for it, you'd all just be chilling. It seems to indicate that they all got toasted, like probably immediately. So that is like very freaky if they can do that. And it's not, wouldn't be surprising to me in terms of the tech, to have the tech side of it with the ether and with the actual, with microwaves and lasers and all of these tech that can be utilized. It would not surprise me. But anyways, I'm just saying, if they did a bunch of fire events, more and more and more of them, and then claim that, you know, their smart cities are protected by Space Force or whatever, and that would be one way to like try to drive as many people as possible into those environments.
Dude, it's funny that you say that about the aliens, though, man. Because I was telling Rusted the other day that when we were talking about the two cars that were in the middle of the gravel field or whatever that had ignited, that real estate dude was talking about, right? I don't know if you saw that video.
Yeah.
So when I was watching that, I was like, "Yo, this is like reminiscent of like crop circles." Like, I was like, "This has so like alien
Well, those
vibes."
cars
to
are
it
common,
for some
dude.
reason.
No, that all those anomalies are very common. There's at this point hundreds, if not thousands, documented in Northern California at these different fires. At the ground site of 9/11, when the Twin Towers came down, that's why Judy Wood called them the toasted cars, because these are not normal fires. These are not cars that have been in a fire, a normal fire at all. There's a whole bunch of anomalies to how they're. That's why she calls them toasted. There's a whole like anomaly to series of anomalies in terms of what any fire that anyone could even replicate can even do. Like, you cannot replicate this effect. You can light your car on fire. You can douse it in lighter fluid. You can do anything you want to take a flamethrower to your car. You cannot replicate these effects. That's why she calls them the toasted cars. So they're there at 9/11. They're also there at what they call the Oklahoma City bombing. There's toasted cars in the parking lot across from the building. So that's another giveaway. And that building looks like it was carved out. It was like literally carved in half, the Oklahoma City bombing thing. So there's toasted cars in that as well. There's toasted cars in these Northern California fires. There's toasted cars in Maui. So yeah, it is a very it's a giveaway that there's another tech being used that is not anything like a regular type of fire that we can even replicate, or that any forest fire or electrical power line fire could ever even cause. So
it was directed energy weapons. Do you know that they're using this? It's like they're used on these Navy ships to modify etheric vortices to make the weather change. They've directed that. They've changed the technology, so they've done it the other way. But they can direct energy and heat with it.
Yeah, good call.
I'll show you the weather devices. Weather device lineup. I'll put that in the side chat in just a second.
Yeah. For sure, dude.
Yeah. Short lineup of all these weather devices, where they have all these devices on the ship working, and it shows you what each one does individually. And they're measuring with the orgone device from Rush Energy. I forget what the guy's name was. Who created orgone energy, but yeah, that guy. They're using his technology to measure it. Measure the effect, the output. Just recently figured out Tesla coils.
Oh shit! Am I not?
Are these weapons like what Whitsit was showing on his channel the other day with those warships that have lasers on them, and like that airplane that's got like the biggest laser in the world right on the front of his nose?
I don't know if they're and it's not just powerful lasers. There's something else going on because they're able to get it. It's almost like lightning strike. It's like zzz, like it goes up. So they're focusing something and then they're drawing on it. So it's almost like a radar working in reverse. It's just and so it's pulling energy. They're able to create like this negative energy, like they're able to direct ether down, and so it's like anti-gravity. So it ends up directing energy in the opposite direction. It creates a void of energy, etheric counter space that travels this way. So it pulls energy like a lightning strike, but just very quick pulse. I can show you Tesla coils. This is how they work. This is not a Tesla coil, right? This is just a normal single wound coil, right? But on either side of this coil, you could put a bifilar coil where you get speaker wire, and it's two strands thick, and the pulsing on either side of this would create 240 volts out of this. I could get AC out of it. I could turn it, and that's 0 point energy. You're getting more energy out of that than what you're actually putting into the pulses. That's an example of how you could do a similar sort of thing. 0 point energy.
Nice. That's awesome, dude. Totally. It's intense. Yeah.
If you can get around to it, 40 days of fasting cumulatively over 6 months, very, very good for the body and for the heart too. You may get heart pain towards the end. That's a good sign. Your heart neurons will start firing again. You can think from the heart, feel with the mind those decisions. Good way to search information to know if things are. Good information is subtle. All the out there extreme stuff is a lot of it's bogus, and you just sit there watching someone scream for half an hour. You don't know what's even going on. Look at people who are doing small experiments and stuff, Tesla stuff. It applies to mental stuff. Mechanical and electrical things can be built the same, like a Vajra and a Tesla coil setup with a dynamic Tesla coil and a Vajra, exactly the same thing. Shows you a mechanical design showing you what to do electrically. I've seen one of these Vajra machines flying. Quite interesting. It's only now that I can realize back then what that was. It was a Vajra. It lit like a Vajra too. Pulsing and just floating across the town.
Gio, have you seen the video?
The person I was with can attest to it, and I also rang someone and she can attest to it as well. She looked up at it. We were at a mountain. We were looking across at it.
What'd you say, Dave?
I thought you were still talking about the Vajra. I think it's from a video I posted that he was looking at, where it shows you how to make one or how it's made, basically what it consists of. That weapon, it's that weapon, that the plasma weapon, basically. You see all those pictures for
the way that that's built mechanically, and how the mercury spins, and how that makes mechanical drive output, makes a counter space projected downwards, so anti-gravity. That the way that works, you can also put that same mechanical configuration, turn that into an electrical flow, and you've got a Tesla coil, two Tesla coils pulsing against each other, making electricity, but also that same force downwards or outwards.
Yeah, this is the reason they want to hide the ether from us right now, what we're talking about.
Yep. They want to use it, what they know about it, and hijack anything they can, and then make sure that we are not even on the trail. They want
to keep their surfboards.
Bendy warpy space-time floaties going down the bendy warpy tunnel of
If you want to see natural they use the same shape. They use the same shape as what's on the crown on the end of the Pope's stick. His staff is the same shape. That Regis shaft, the crown, that is a Vajra. On the end of the stick, it's a Vajra on the end of a stick, and I bet you if you spin it, it'll just light continuously until you stop spinning it.
That's what she said.
No, I know what these things are.
Vajra at the end of a stick, huh?
They're electrical sources, so when they're running, they put a light on them just so they know that they're on, they're running. And they will create energy.
Yeah, maybe we should delete this recording, Gio. They're going to shut down the ether and anybody talking about it here pretty soon.
Shut it down. Shut it down. Look, it sounds like you're the only one saying shut it down.
Boy, I know too much. Boy, they shut it down. You heard that song, Gio?
Well, I think they're no, I don't know.
Gio, have you heard that song?
I don't know, but
you got to hear that song. Sorry, go ahead.
What is it?
I'll post it. It's the guy that does the musical, like, piano songs. I'll post it for you. He's like,
well, I was gonna say,
shut it down. They'll go, I am no too much.
Are you going to shut it down if I smoke my medicine on the channel here?
Well, I was just going to say, I think that they're underestimating that because I think they figure that we'll never actually be able to implement any of it. But So I think right now they don't really care if we have some, some info on it.
Yeah, maybe it's kind of like their like consolation gift. Like, hey, life's gonna suck because of us, but we're not gonna hide everything from you. So
Look
good
at
luck.
this video. This is the video that connects it all.
Well,
that
they
you need to
figure
watch.
that they're overestimating. They think that they have the money system controlled, and I don't think they do. So
Plus, they have detection. Like if you get yourself a surfboard, they're gonna find out you have a surfboard, and they're gonna like figure out if you're cool about it or if you're just trying to like sell surfboards to everybody.
Tell everybody free surfboard. You're a surfer. We'll surf that Mercury.
You don't want to be going giving out free surfboards. That's all I'm saying. They hate that.
well, if they're going to be focusing on their smart cities, like would there be a point to where we actually could just be developing our own technologies and they're going to be so focused on their smart cities and having those so controlled, they're going to need all their resources for those. So what if at that point, like we actually
that would depend on if they have the percentage they need for their smart cities, right? If they don't have that percentage, they're not going to let that. Who knows? Right? They need a. Plus, I was going to say earlier.
What did you think about what I said earlier? Yeah, what did you think about
what I said about the weather earlier?
Or that they would do purposeful weather or fires and then have that drive people into the smart city.
Yeah, the weather's probably just like the directed energy weapon thing. They're using that as directed energy weapons. Do you hear about Burning Man? The people at Burning Man, they're being told to ration their water and food right now because it just hit them really hard. Like they're all walking around with bags over their feet so they don't get stuck in the mud. Cars can't leave because it's too deep. It's a nightmare.
Oh, they
They're all
got
stranded.
flooded.
They got flooded. Yeah, they're fucked.
Wow.
Yeah, people are gonna die for sure. I wonder if that was planned too. Like, here you go. And you know what's weird is they had
that's crazy.
They had this really weird group of psyopy looking people that were blocking. They set up a blockade so nobody could get to Burning Man, and they said they were environmental activists, right? So why is it that environmental activists are blocking people from going to Burning Man, right? Like some weird, they didn't even have a sign that explained why they were blocking Burning Man people. They were just climate scientists. So the psyop could be that these climate scientists, right, are told to go block these shill actor activists are blocking everybody from getting going in, and then they get the reminder that climate change is real. Look, the weather sucked. We just got flooded out. We tried to kind of give you the fair warning with this climate change set up for something weird. Some kind of weird magic's going on there. Like if it was a fake protest. And then they had the police come in and barrel through their blockade.
Really?
Yeah. So there were people pissed. I'm surprised that and then they got some of the protesters got arrested. So it was all recorded so well. It seems almost like that was a setup so that people start paying attention to the Burning Man because that might have been one of their targets. Who knows? I mean, that's pretty heavy implication. But
I'm going to go here in a minute. I just want to quickly ask if any of you guys are interested in participating in Eratosthenes' experiment at midnight, like with the full moon.
I got stick. You got shadows?
Absolutely, full moon.
I'll bring the sticks if you bring. Is that what you're saying? I'll bring the sticks if you bring the shadow.
We are all time minute. Hey, I got the sticks, baby. You got some shadows at the exact same moment. We all.
Hey, baby, I got a stick here. You want to make a shadow with it?
What about doing Eratosthenes with the moonlight? Because
that's what I'm saying. Eratosthenes full moon. We're going to triangulate the position of the moon around the Pacific Rim when the moon's out there.
You can show it's the same as it is during the sun, which shows that whatever distance those sun and moon are at, they're not only the same size, but the shadows also show that they're the same, roughly that same.
Do Eratosthenes and moonlight at the same time if you want. Just if you can see the sun, do the sun accurately, and then just guesstimate where the moon is. Get a string or a stick, and then and then the people that do the moonlight can say, well, I can't see the sun, but whatever they do the moon. So you get all these different points to put into the system.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
simultaneous measurement. We'll have to get a time and a day next full moon, and we'll get this happening, eh? I'll get Kosho's spreadsheets and we'll put it into that. Just reset the height to the moon's height and all the rest of it, and curve, no curve, we can calculate both. See if there's no refraction with the moon, because it's different, no temperature. So, see, maybe different. See if there's a linear equation, a linear relationship with the distance away, or a exponential. If it's exponential, then we know that it's flat. If it's linear, well, it depends, because it's it'll be less linear. It should actually be exponential in the other way. The further away you get because of the bending up. But on a curved surface, it would express differently, if you know what I mean. You'd tell. Even if you don't have the center the point, you can't calculate that height on a curved surface, you'll still get that different elevation of the moon sort of thing. We'll see on a flat globe. We'll see on a flat globe whether it measures out. Do we live on a flat surface? No. We live on a rugged surface. On a rugged plane of whatever. It could be on a fucking ball for all I know or care.
Or in a ball.
Even better. That's how it's curving up, because it fucking is. We're seeing it true when it's hot.
No, you can have planar geometry of the ground and the water, but then a ball surrounding.
Just that Skunk Bay footage, it just proves to you that it's a curvature in what do you call it? Refraction in every direction. All those things moving in, all the beachhead, it's just fucking, it's just, you even see the sideways on the head of the point, it goes a little bit like that when it's like a refraction because of the heat of the shoreline. And actually, gee, if you haven't seen this, you need to see this one. I drew this about not that long ago, but it was about the beach and about the humidity and how refraction works on the coast. Have a look at that. As the light goes through those waves, right, those gradients, because the gradients are bent from the heat and it's rising columns of heat and humidity, it's columns. It's going through columns. That's why it's the refraction so much. They are high pressure, low pressure. That doesn't matter. You're going through a band of pressure. That doesn't play into it. You're not doing the sugar water thing. So it's columns of heat, columns of air, columns of humidity. And it goes up through all that. It's like a lens. The lens widens because of this expansion of heat and humidity. So it's like the periphery of a lens with the rising heat and humidity as the water laps up on the hot sand. Well, I say here, absorption of heat, release of humidity. Correct. That's quite consistent when you're on the water and you're looking over the water. But if you're on the beach or you're looking towards the beach, there'll be some sort of things going on there with this refractive lensing and looming, etc. But a good place to go would be Geograph Bay, because they have the best. I hope it's listed under Geograph Bay. No, it's not, but whatever. Search Geograph Bay, Flat Earth. Flat Earth Perth. Just search Flat Earth Perth. One of his videos will have it. Sucks that it's not listed like that. C is higher than you think. I think it's that one. Bluff Knoll. Here we go. Real world examples of flat Earth. Compression and mirroring of the curve on a flat Earth. This is the only video you need to watch, actually. Got everything in it. If you're looking at a lighthouse from the beach there, looking across to a lighthouse with an infrared camera, then you would see the looming of the water.
The water coming right up to the object, it is instructing. Now, on the left here, we have the middle elevation shot of that lighthouse, above the hill at 16 meters elevation, and the top of the hill elevation on the right, where I was 32 meters elevation. 3 meters on the left, 32 meters on the right. Now, I'm not sure about everyone else, but I've only recently connected these dots together. So hopefully I can help some of you also connect.
Okay, so that video is the one you want to watch. I've listed a few good videos there in a line, so it's not dispersed amongst crap. have a look at that if you like. Yeah, on the side chat for the live stream. What I want someone to
All right,
post.
you're talking on the YouTube?
On the live stream stage, on the live stream VC itself. But in the live stream, could someone put a tarot card? Has anyone got the Knight of Swords?
We need a tarot bot. I wonder if there is one. I think there might be, actually. A Discord bot that can do tarot. If you find one, yeah, let me know.
I'll just search on here and see if it comes up. Biddy Tarot. There you go. I'll post it in the live stream, just in the main text. The Knight of Swords shows a knight dressed in armor chain. Oh, this isn't very good, is it? Here we go. As with all Knights of Swords, oh, fucking what? When the Knights of Swords is a sign that you are highly driven, ambitious, and action-oriented. You are so highly motivated to succeed that you will stop at nothing to pursue your dreams. The challenges, difficulties, and obstacles on the path ahead don't faze you because you know where you want to go. Move forward with sheer strength and determination to make things happen. Invent this engine. The Knight of Swords suggests you are quick to take action and tend not to plan ahead, instead preferring to drive right in. You thrive on high levels of energy that propel you forward and inspire you to take action to manifest your goals. The Knight of Swords reminds you to be assertive in getting what you want. He doesn't hang back and wait for something to happen. He's always making the first move and actively pursuing his goals. You can harness this energy in life too by being proactive and thinking and forward thinking. See yourself as the creator of your future and be ready to take the necessary steps to make it happen. The downside of fast thinking, quick acting Knight of Swords is that sometimes you act too quickly and haven't thought thoroughly through the things. You may be unaware of potential challenges and issues that will stand in your way, or the unintended consequences of your actions. You may be prone to rushing things or cutting corners to get a job done, or you may pursue a specific goal, thinking it is what you want, but later realize that it is out of alignment or a dead end. Sometimes a little planning and preparation go a long way. The Knight of Swords also represents your need to understand the world from an intellectual point of view. You have well-developed communication skills and can easily form solid arguments and opinions on current affairs and important matters. You love to engage with others who have similar skills so that you can share your ideas and develop new points of view. You may be best suited to discuss groups with like-minded individuals where you can fire each other up and motivate one another.
What's the link to that full one? That was interesting. Which website was that from?
I'll post that in the again. I'll put it in the side chat.
Yeah, because I think you posted just the first part of it. But did you just pull this card, or?
I pulled that card yesterday. It was like someone did this reading on me. I was like, no, don't do divination. I was like, don't do me. And he pulled this card, the Knight of Swords. He starts reading for this girl, and she's like, oh, not really. I'm like, it's like everything's for me. I'm like, that's my card. You fucking pulled your card. But maybe sometimes resistive change is good, like the resistive currents. I found out what gravity is. Gravity is basically, you know how you have a high voltage the more you go above the ground, right? That
Yeah.
voltage is current that's going up. It's going through a dielectric material, which is the air. The air is dielectric, and then you have these radial currents coming out from it. The voltage going this way, but dispersing at 100 volts, dispersing at 200 volts. The more higher the energy, the different flux levels, right? Well, you have a etheric vortice is going straight up, right, all the way up. But you also have this currents, because you've got that resistive current. You've got the counter space going down. That's gravity. That counter space, you can make electricity. You can, like the Tesla coil thing I was showing you a minute ago, that can all be made possible. You can make ether propulsion, a thing that pushes against that current. You push current forward, you have a resistive thing going back way. You've got a propulsion unit. And you look at these plates and you go, what's it pushing off? Is it magnetic? There's no magnet, nothing's around it. Or what is it? Is it some sort of, it's dielectric current being pushed through a plastic? You know, what's it pushing off of? It's not pushing off of magnetic. It's not pushing off of anything electric. It's pushing off the ether. It's this plate that goes back and forwards. And it's just a little test thing. He's got these Tesla coils pulsing and charging this current between these two plates. And that's just rudimentary. That's just using some circuits he's already got to just go, oh, look, this is an effect. I'll show you it works. He actually made it a Tesla coils and had it based on making that specifically. He's pushing bigger currents like that. And he made a recent YouTube short. This is Master Ivo doing Tesla coil stuff. He's learning so much from it, but the shit that he just puts on YouTube, he does all the work, but you're able to just watch it and say, holy shit, I'm able to learn all this stuff and I'm doing none of the work. And so you learn all this stuff about the thing, and it's like, fuck, I want to build something, see what it does. I've got a multimeter. It can't be rocket science, you know. At the end of the day, it's just wires connected to each other, just twist them together, solder it. Some little electrical components. I've got speaker wire, so I can curl it up. Curl it up around a basketball or something, make a fucking spherical Tesla coil. Yeah, glue it, pop the balloon, take it apart in halves, and then you put something on the inside of that. Have another spherical wound coil. That one there, make that into a thing. You should have something spin on the inside of it. But no, this two-stroke engine is definitely, it's a step down. It's just a more rudimentary technology, but it definitely will beat any competing engine, 3-cylinder. Oh, Jupiter conjunction with Chiron. What's that mean? Jupiter in Aries. No, Cancer. Jupiter in Cancer, Chiron in Cancer. What do you think about sidereal astrology versus the tropical zodiac? You're one person I think would know about that, and what your opinion is on it?
Yeah, it's two different ways of basically mapping the blueprint of the sky, either on its original form or its current positioning. The original blueprint form, as it were, of the beginning of the cycle.
Ancestral, right? That's where it's moving towards. This sidereal is more like what's now, what's your focus towards, whereas the tropical zodiac is more like where you come from, where's your family.
Yep, I would agree. Yeah, the current moment has a slightly different alteration than the kind of
Like
blueprint.
I'm so almost a Gemini. I'm like only just a Cancer. Like I was fully in Cancer, and now I'm only just a Cancer. I'm my Jupiter and my Mars. Now Jupiter's Aries, or no, they're both still Cancer. Fucking Venus and Mars are different. Or, you know, and someone I knew who was a Taurus is actually Aries, and you read the different things that have all changed, and it's like, okay, that makes sense. I was reading it when you read before. There's nothing wrong about the previous read, like previously how I read it, but that's more about you can tell more about the person, about their family, about where they come from and stuff. To know a person, the tropical zodiac, to know what they should be, where they should be going in life. Sidereal. And if your heart is in the right place at the moment, Cancer is in Venus is in Cancer. So the heart is in the third eye. Very powerful. Sun in Leo, the throat. Mercury as well, retrograde in Leo. And Mars in Virgo, the Divine Mother and the solar plexus. The war of the body. I've been fasting for 40 days cumulatively over the last 6 months. Very, very powerful. I didn't even look to the stars until girl I was talking to said he looks Stellarian. It's bullshit. It's just some sort of clever thing. No, go and look at it. You can make the fucking ground curve and everything like that. Oh, okay, it is. It's just where you are on the point of this. It's like, it is a flat earth thing. What you would see if you were standing at that point on the earth. No different. But you can't zoom around it. It's not like, oh, there's something you zoom around this curved surface. No. You can make it curve inside out if you want. Just looking at it, having different views of the stars. Meridian and the ecliptic. You go between the cross of the meridian and the ecliptic, and you get them to be straight lines, and then you know the stars are well aligned there, and you can see what patterns are actually there. You get all the planets along the ecliptic, and you make it a cross, and then you can see, like there's a thing they were saying with the coronation earlier, in May earlier this year, the coronation was during this time of cardinal fire with a Uranus moon conjunction, full moon. In I don't know what was it, Capricorn? Was it may have been Aquarius, I'm not too sure. Who knows? It wasn't. Good enough guess. What do we got? Taurus. Maybe it wasn't Aries, let's see. 5th. Where is Uranus? Here it is. 5th of May. Or the 6th of May it was.
What are you guys talking about? What are you covering?
The coronation? It might have been the 6th of June. Or the 5th of June, let's see.
Coronation of the prince, or like what?
Charles.
Coronation.
When was it? Coronation of King Charles III. What have we got here? It was May the 6th. May the 6th. So May the 6th. There we go. So we've got Mercury, Sun, Jupiter still in Pisces, but Mercury, Uranus, Sun, Moon in Aries. Where's the moon? I have to look where the moon is. Maybe it's a new moon. Moon in Libra. Oh, I see. So it's just on the other side of that. Goes straight through here. From Scorpio or Libra through Puppis Centaurus, Puppis Sirius through to Venus. And we have this conjunct here with Uranus and the Sun, Mercury in Aries. Big Jupiter in Pisces. The old age, they still represent the old age. Aquarius is over here, Saturn and the Moon. That was just later this year, or recently. Got Aries and Jupiter in Aries, but Aquarius here, Saturn. We had the Moon there on this day. See that? Moon and Saturn, Age of Aquarius. We do have cardinal fly through here. Where's the dragon? Draco, there it is. Draco.
Can you share your screen or so we could see it? Or
Oh, I thought I was sharing it the whole time. Am I sharing it?
Yeah, I
no,
see
you're
you.
sharing video, but you're not sharing the actual screen. We see you.
Oh, okay, yeah. Say we see
I'm
you,
going
but
on.
not like
I
what you're
was on
showing.
Stellarium. I was showing
Now
on
I see it.
Stellarium, but
Now I see it.
anyway,
Devlog, you can join it now.
this is just recently. This is the Kundalini thing with Cancer, with the heart in Cancer, Venus, Mars in Virgo, Sun and Mercury in Leo, and this is the Kundalini rising spirit, all the body organs. This is the solar plexus chakra, sacral chakra, root chakra. It all descends, and then the energy comes back up through here. What was I talking about? There's here we go, the meridian and the ecliptic cross there. But what I was talking about was the coronation.
Yeah.
The coronation for the king in on this day here, and we're looking to the other side, which is the moon in Libra. All right, and then it crosses through this Centaurus, Pupus, Sirius to Venus, which is in Taurus. So it's the Venus is going this way. So going to Gemini, Taurus to Gemini with that. But we're looking at Uranus, which is Uranus, Mercury, Sun in Aries. But no, maybe I've got something wrong here. Where is Pluto?
It looks like nerve endings
Look
on
at-
the inside of your
Yeah.
brain. So, yeah.
Yeah, they're like fractal connecting points. It's amazing to see how look at the circle, like the circle of the sky. It's like there it is.
There's Sagittarius in the middle.
Pretty awesome to see it like that.
See that? I've never had it like this before. Okay, see that? That's the throat chakra.
It's like a brain,
The
brain
solar
too.
plexus, the sacral chakra, or the root chakra. So see it all like that. Let's see if we can keep it like that and go to recent. Oh, we can't. Here, let's look at today. Sagittarius, where are we going? Here we go. We just get the snake pointing that way. Where's the other snake? Fucking hell, where are we? Here we are. Get Virgo upright. There it is. So there, Kundalini rising. That's the spine. That's the body. Venus in Cancer. Oh, yeah, I said it before. Yeah, here we go. The alpha, the crux. This is what you see in the sky, or depends which side you're on. Yeah, here we go. So I'm on the other. This is what you'd see from my side, but from the other side, you would see something more like this.
We still have Mercury still retrograde, but Venus is starting to come out of retrograde.
Yeah, it was going through Leo. It's going to be in Leo for ages for me, and then you catch up to Virgo. By the time it goes through Virgo, it'll be Virgo, Mars and Sun, and Mercury conjunct. Saturn in Aquarius. Do you want to hear the story about Aquarius? These birds in the sky, the Cygnus and the Aquila. It's the time of the water, and this water spirit here reminding us to stay playful. Epsilon, Beta, or where is it? Delta, Delphini, Solskin, and this Lambda point, Gamma Delphini. But Gamma Aquila, the horse, is the hard-working spirit in the age of Aquarius. Delta and Gamma. You speak the dream. Beta, the back of the mind, realizing this age of Pisces we're coming out of, and Alpha, kitted out with Alpha and the knowledge of all this, and this horse here, this Pegasus. This you can go into it, the Lyra. That's something I see on the horizon in the north. It's my North Star kind of thing. Where's the landscape? Yeah. So I'll see Sirius and everything come up through here. All right. Ophiuchus. No. Out west, out north. Ah, yeah, okay, there you go. Arcturus. Sirius is at the other side, towards the south. Yeah, that's what it usually is. Well,
Well, you can't play music through though, because we're live streaming. So you had that Knight of Swords pulled up. In what ways do you think you resonate with the Knight of Swords? Oh, you're muted. If you're talking, you're muted. Yeah, you're muted. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, that's better. Yeah, I can't show you. I can't show you this, but in the settings above here, you just click settings and you go sidereal.
Yeah. Yeah, you can usually pull a chart for either.
I don't know what that means because that used to be. I don't know if it was Cancer, but everything sort of changed around a little bit.
Everything's moved about one sign. Because like we're transitioning.
It's a half a sign, I think. So if you're in the first half of a sign, you're the previous sign now.
Yeah, because like if we're completing the age of Pisces and headed into the age of Aquarius, then it would be about one sign difference. So like
one sign forward, half a sign forward. Yeah.
Yeah, well, like for me, my sun is in Virgo, but in sidereal, it's actually in Leo.
Yeah, my ex was in Taurus, and now she's Aries, and it's just a lot of it makes sense. A lot of the changes.
So what would Cancer be in now?
Hey, Gio.
Cancer would be in Gemini.
Hey.
You will never have enough, apparently.
Yeah. What's up, Frank?
Hey, yeah. Didn't we already move into Aquarius in the 60s?
Hold up, Sunshine. There's some music.
No, but Saturn. Well, Saturn is now direct, so it means that even using the tropical zodiac, even the tropical zodiac is now in Aquarius. So we're completely out of Pisces, is what it means. Even in the tropical zodiac.
Did that, Frank? You still there? Did that?
Yeah. I thought we already moved into Aquarius in the 60s.
Well, on the 31st of last month, it was full moon with Saturn in Aquarius. That's when it was in the middle of Aquarius. We're saying station direct. In tropical zodiac, it would just be entering. So that's why there's the two differences, because the middle is what matters most, the middle of the signs with Saturn and the alignments.
No, I mean, I thought we already moved into the age of Aquarius in the 60s.
It depends whether you're looking sidereal or tropical. If you're thinking sidereal, then you're thinking ahead, then yeah, probably. But like, tropical is now into the age of Aquarius, tropical zodiac.
Yeah, we're in that transition between. We're in between, because you're talking about the precession of the equinoxes.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's like 1 degree every 72 years, or it takes 2,100 years for it to move through one sign. So yeah, I mean that's the question, like whether they're able to pinpoint it, in terms of exactly when it transitions, But it's definitely like we're in the
close.
Yeah,
we're either in it or we're really close to it.
Yeah. Well, in the December 21st, 2012 is an interesting date. I'm not saying that was or wasn't the beginning of it. I'm just saying that it seemed like that 2012 point was a shifting point. When you think about it, like after 2012, that was December. It's like the end of it. And that's when a lot of these ancient calendars had like the end of a cycle and the beginning of a new one. And it wasn't that long after that, a year or two later, what the Earth is and all these other truths that have been coming out. It does seem like that was a shifting point as well. And then, the age of Aquarius shift as well. It could be dawning an entirely new cycle. Yeah.
Also heard in 2020 we moved into it.
All processing further down below the root chakra, and this is like going up through the back of the spine. This is like not even in. This is like external realities, but then you've got it flows back through here, Gemini, Cancer, so it goes back through to the head again. Well, what is Mars as a chakra? Does anyone know that? Is it solar plexus? I think it is, eh? Or maybe sacral.
I think it's 22. You know the Sheldon dude off of the show Big Bang Theory.
Well,
His favorite number is 72.
Mars is the root chakra because it's Aries, so it's the starting point. So Mars is connected to the root in terms of that, like the root of the fire. And Aries being the first, because like the signs are all connected to the chakras in terms of the first sign being at the root and then all the way up to Pisces at the crown through the 12. In terms of the chakras, well, there's different numbers of chakras that different traditions focus on, but in terms of like the connection to the zodiac, Mars and Aries being connected to the root, to the base chakra, and then going up through them.
So this says this one says Mars is the solar plexus, right? But then this one here says Mars is the root chakra. This is that root chakra? Muladhara. What's Muladhara? Muladhara.
Yeah, that's it.
Muladhara, yeah. Manipura.
Solar plexus, isn't it? The yellow one? Where Mars is at?
What's Manipura? That's not on here. It's confusing. It could be different for Southern Hemisphere.
Reminds me of how a rainbow
Heart
was.
chakra all the time. That's correct. Heart chakra, Venus, right? But why are these different colors? I can't even read that, eh?
Different colors look pretty cool. They resemble like the rainbow, and how like if you shine something through a prism, it'll come out like a Christmas tree pattern, or like a prism, or like a triangle pattern, or pyramid from the point outward. Yeah.
So this is Leo, Cancer, Gemini, or about all the other zodiacs.
Where's Aquarius at?
So we go, okay, so we count, right? So we'll go, throat chakra is Leo, and then it goes Virgo, and then it goes Libra, and then it goes Scorpio. And that can't be right. Scorpio is root. So we leave these ones for planets.
Where's Aquarius at?
It's not in there.
Not in there? Well, that makes sense that the Scorpio is the root.
We're looking at this part of the ecliptic. We're looking at Cancer, Leo, Virgo, and this is your root chakra here, Scorpio. This is the spine, this is the Kundalini spirit here.
Well, that makes sense with their sexual prowess being root.
Could it resemble the brain though? Like when you look up in the sky and you see, like some people see like the left side of the stars and the right side of the stars. They say, if you're in like a center point, like if you're looking like at, like the inside of a walnut, you got the left half and the right half, right? And you'd call them hemispheres or whatever. They're not really, but yeah. And that's what it kind of reminds me of, like if you split the brain in two pieces. Yeah.
Kundalini, the spine, the throat, the spine, the root chakra, Kundalini. These are organs here, and this is the site. This is alpha or beta to alpha, and here we've got theta, eta, zeta, epsilon, delta. Delta is dream state, gamma, active mind, alkes, beta, alcheba, corvice. This is about a bird. This is the crow. Crow and Kundalini. This is there's looking glass. Well, there's all sorts of things. Paraxis, what's this?
Right. What if it's though for like each part in the brain, not necessarily from the body down?
This
You know
is
what I
what
mean?
we're looking for here.
Like
Draco,
different little
Cardinal Fire,
blankets,
right? Draco looks through Vega to Aquila to
kind
Sagittarius.
of like
That's the
little
center.
blankets.
All right, so it's across the center. This is the center of the galaxy. Aquarius is eventually going to merge in there, and Ophiuchus is going to push in here. Capricorn's going to go away. Sagittarius is going to move towards Aquarius. The Aquila, the birds here, and this crow was the one that was looking up here. And Draco is the dragon. El Tanin.
The Great Rift reminds me of the split between the two parts of the brain in a way.
Josephus, Lacerata, that's the amygdala, this one. Lacerate the amygdala, beta lacerate, alpha lacerate.
The medulla oblongata.
Aquarian spirit, made of Aquarius, dolphin, reminds us to have fun, a workhorse. Mars in Scorpius, coming through here. This is 2020, this is December 21 this year. Venus will be in Libra, so a lot of heart energy in the sacral chakra, and Mars energy moving through all the Ophiuchus. Mars, Ophiuchus, Sun and Mercury have just moved through there into Sagittarius, the center. Interesting. A lot of Aquarius spirit here.
Hey, do you know when the moon will be in Aquarius next month? Can you tell by that chart?
The moon will be Aquarius on the 9th, right?
The 9th of September or the 9th of October?
The moon was full in Aquarius. This is the 9th. This is September.
So
the 27th, 26th,
27th. Okay, yeah, good. My calendar's right then. Good.
So Jupiter will be in, full moon in Pisces. Just this month, it was full moon in Aquarius and Saturn, 31st, right? I was going to do a video on it in a live stream with Rose, Rose Patton, but I was just feeling really drained from all the stuff that happened. So
when was it in Aquarius in August? The 31st.
31st, yep. In Saturn as well. Saturn full moon conjunction in Aquarius. It was amazing. It was a lot of energy. I had a Satori and everything. It was crazy. I had a Satori a few days before it actually. Back on this day here, more like when it was here. When the moon was in Sagittarius, I was having a Satori. While this was going, I was interpreting all this. There. Then we have the conjunction. Turn the land back on. Where are we? Here it is. So I would have looked up and I would have seen okay, hang on, so I'll go back a day. Oh, so it would have come across like that. Wow. I definitely should have gone outside in the morning. Oh, look at that. Direct west. Oh, that moon would have been big too. That would have covered Saturn for sure. Oh, to see that in the morning. That morning star in the morning as it's going down. Holy fuck, that would have been something crazy. Oh.
The moon was in
Thursday.
Thursday, the moon was in Aquarius.
Not fucking sleep, eh?
Sir, the moon was in Aquarius Thursday.
That was the 31st.
Yeah, that was Thursday. Yes.
Could not sleep at all. I don't know what it was. Could not sleep. Laid in bed for hours and hours and hours. Got up, frustrated. Should have gone outside early in the morning and just looked at that.
All right, cool.
I have to remember that when I see it all out here in the clouds, I remember the ecliptic it comes across, so I have to remember that it's going to come left anyway.
And then so next month it'll be just about the same time, the 29th.
Yeah, it'll be impossible to be further away from it, but there it'll be. For you, it'll be the other way around, though. It'll be like this. You'll be over this way. Phil's find the moon. There it is, there's the moon. Alright, so there's the moon. You see the moon there. So you see the moon and you see Aquarius to the left of it. So you're laying on your back, right? You're laying on your back and you're looking towards the horizon out here. You're laying on your back and your eyes are looking out towards the horizon. You get your back and you've got your crown of your head face towards the horizon. You're laying on your back, right? You look up, you see the moon and you'll see Aquarius like this. Yeah? And this is Pisces here. That's what you'll see. You're basically on the other side of the world from me, directly. Coffee, I think.
It was the moon was in Aquarius twice this month. It was on the 1st and the 28th.
Yeah, it always is. It's 28 days apart. It's the moon cycle, right? So it's always going through the ecliptic, but when it's full or when it's a new moon, that matters, right? That'll always change.
How many days does it change by?
28.
Oh, when it's a full moon. Oh, so every time it's a full moon,
28 days.
it's 28 days from the full moon.
Anything 14 days to the new moon, yeah? This is where it starts.
All right.
No moon, it's just dark.
That's right on. Hey, Geo.
Yeah.
Yeah, have you ever heard of the secret secretion?
Yeah. A fluid that's released.
Yeah, from your pineal gland, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever experienced your pineal gland pulsating?
I have, but like, in what context exactly do you mean?
Well, the pineal gland's right behind your ears. I can hear it pulsating in my ears. Like when I lay down at night or when I'm just like quiet, I can literally hear it pulsating. Like, I wouldn't say throbbing, but like just like
emitting. Hearing your heartbeat in your ears?
What's that?
Are you sure you're not hearing your heartbeat in your ears? Like your blood?
No, I can feel my third eye pulsating, my pineal gland.
what you should do is you should lay down on your back, and just as you get the hypnagogia, you get these, maybe just like press your eyes, you get hypnagogia flowing, and as you just go and dream off to sleep, try to just relax yourself, but pay attention with your mind's eye of the stuff that's going on, and try to stay aware of it as you let your body go to sleep. And that's how you can astral project like that.
Oh, no, I like it. I think it heightens your imagination. It heightens your creative powers. It actually induces healing.
So that's how you make proper coffee, right? You make coffee like that with what do you call it? Ghee butter coffee.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's interesting. So you're saying you're differentiating it separate from the heartbeat or from any other pulse?
Yeah, no, it's like another pulse. Like, you know, when you feel your pulse, I can feel my pineal gland pulsing. And because I'm into the secret secretion, and so it happened twice this month. I didn't realize that there's certain things you can't do, like when it's traveling back up, because like if you overeat or you overindulge in certain things, it'll evaporate. It won't make it up. It won't travel up the spine. Once it passes the vagus nerve, it becomes active.
I fixed my vagus nerve with serapeptase. I had scar tissue between my vagus nerve, my shoulder blade, and my stomach. That knot of scar tissue was dissolved with serapeptase when I was fasting, autophagy and apoptosis.
Yeah, but when that secretion travels back up and passes the vagus nerve, that's when your whole body becomes electric. Yeah, and you can, I believe in your the ability to create and manifest is so much stronger. That's so wild. It was twice this month. I didn't realize it.
Well, I didn't get a coffee in my mouth. Yeah. Have you guys done much experimentation with salt, with real sea salt or Celtic salt?
Yeah, I drink. I take a Himalayan sea salt, new salt, and baking soda. I use it for a. I use it for
put a bit of load on the kidneys. What you should do, right, is put salt on your tongue and just press it against your mouth and hold it there. Go for a walk. By the time you come back, it'll be dissolved. Little tiny bits of water, and you'll piss out real dark piss. Where usually you drink a heap of water and it'll come out clear. You have a little bit of salt, and it really ultra hydrates, so you don't get that dry mouth or anything. Usually you scull heaps of water and you'll still feel dry mouth.
Huh. Yeah, I like Himalayan.
The bloodstream in your mouth.
Yeah, I like the Himalayan sea salt. That's really good.
I stick away from it because of the fluoride and the calcium. I got a problem with that, but it's still good. It's really ionizing. It'll do the thing. It's very good for the teeth and mouth and that. So yeah,
it's got a lot of electrolytes in it.
Yeah.
It's full of electrolytes.
It's the variation of minerals. What you want is a salt. Natural salt has lots of different minerals all in it. Like sea salt has 92, Celtic salt has 85 different minerals. And yeah, it's just natural salt. Just as long as it's natural. It's not just some table salt crap, you know. Real shit.
Yeah, good stuff.
Rock salt that you can actually crush up, or that you got rock salt like this here. This is how I. Where the fuck is it? I got a jar. Here it is. A jar of salt. I'll just have half a gram of that. Put it on my tongue, or even a quarter of a gram at a time, sort of thing.
Yeah, I drink it. I put baking soda in it so that it helps you with your kidneys. Because sometimes the salt can become kidney stones.
Yeah, the salt, the baking soda like that, the body has to, the kidneys have to remove it. But I've been finding them okay. Like I've been flushing it out with water, and it goes dark, and then I can drink more water, and it goes clear. So I know the kidneys are doing their job. But if I want my kidneys to work better, I just have a little bit of salt in the morning, and you'd be surprised. I feel really thirsty. Have a bit of salt, Oh, I don't feel that thirsty. Have a little bit of water. Oh, pissing me out like heaps and heaps of dark stuff. So it makes the body work correctly. Revitalizes it.
Yeah, I do a lot of fasting. I use the salt for that.
You know, they did some research on CBD and THC, and they found that people had CBD and they were getting benefits from it. Like it benefited from they weren't catching COVID from the CBD patients. But they found if they added THC to it, that effect was negated, right? But that doesn't really matter. That's just one of the research. The thing that it didn't negate is that when the THC was brought on with the CBD and has synergizing effects, right? It nullifies that. So then that mechanism becomes something else. So it's doing something else now. So instead of it being protective and activating of the immune cycle, what it's doing is it's creating hunger and more vagus nerve it centralizes these nerve pathways a bit better. That's what the THC does. So this that kind of research is lacking because they don't fund stuff like that. They want beneficial or stuff they can do into a pill or they can market something that converts to dollars. And there's green and orange doorways open up.
Yeah, I found a good site on DuckDuckGo that
What did you find?
tracks the moon. I found a good website that tracks the moon on DuckDuckGo. You're right on the money.
What does it
Well,
track?
Tracks the moon when it goes through the zodiac signs. And from your calculations, it's right on
Does
the
it
money.
tell you when the moon's a full moon and a new moon?
I think so.
There you go. So you would see the moon in Aquarius. There.
I didn't know that it was twice this month. I thought it was only once.
28th of the 9th.
So it's
27th of the month. 27th, 28th, and then the 27th you'll see it just before it goes through Saturn, early in the morning if you get it before sunrise. Or maybe, I don't know, like, who knows, this is my time, my area. But yeah, Aquarius, and the moon will go the 28th, it'll go past it. 27th, 28th. Or for you, yeah, 28th for you. 27th my time, it's 28th for you. Canopus. What the hell is that? 306 light years away. Brightest star in the southern constellation of Carina. Alpha Carinae. The Cairn of the sky. just above the crux of our centaur's dick. Delta Crucis. Mimosa Crucis. Mimosa. So this is the Santo Daime church cross. Musca. Muscamol. Oh, I got the B. Epsilon Muscae. Beta Muscae. Alpha Muscae. Gamma Muscae. Lambda Muscae. Mu Muscae. That's very interesting. Fly points to what? Big fucking thing. Pupus. What the fuck is a pupus? Silkworm. The fuck? That is amazing. Delta Phallorum. Holy fuck. West Carinae. Jesus Christ. Okay, just go to the Cairn of the sky, you'll find it. Wow. Southish, right? Where's west? West of south. To me. Yeah, I always see that stuff right there. Oh, no, I don't. I see the stuff here, I see all that out that way. see this all the time and all this, but I don't see that. I have to look out there later tonight. Maybe stand at the back of the backyard and look out south. This is a good one. I'm trying. Triangle Australia. I'm tiring of this. Well, there's a good link for anyone that wants to actually do their correct birth chart.
Can you put that link up?
Yeah, I did. There's a correct birth chart for you, and there's also Stellarium. I'll put that up there as well. These are all things that this is. When you put your location, it's just like looking up into the sky. This is not a flat Earth thing. This is not a globe thing. This is a celestial sphere above your map, above your head. The way that the astronomers for thousands of years bygone have measured the Earth. So it's not a flat Earth.
Where are you putting it at? Where'd you put it at?
So all my stuff is all in the side chat of the Livestream VC.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I don't fight with the retards and the
Wow.
globers in the main chat. They can have their fun there. Yeah, it's really cool. You'll be on there for hours. You just look around. Oh, look, what's that star called? And then what you've got to do is turn on the constellation art, turn on the constellations, go into the side via settings, and turn on the meridian, turn on the ecliptic, turn off the DSS, turn off the satellites.